In the royal palace of the Welton family, everything looked as usual, with the sun's rays enveloping the columns and the house radiating luxury. When the rays reached the rooms inside, it meant it was time to wake up and start a new day in a pleasant atmosphere. The boy, who had already woken up and seemed to be waiting for a signal to let him know it was time to get up, exhaled easily, leaving all the worries of the night behind. His hand gently squeezed the blanket, and he finally began to get up, thinking about the day ahead, because life had changed somewhat recently, and he couldn't help but notice it, even though he was wearing his usual comfortable slippers. The boy's name was Jamie Welton, and he came from a famous family with considerable wealth, which ensured him a carefree life. In fact, Jamie was the eldest son of the royal Welton family and its legitimate heir, which gave him almost unlimited opportunities in reality. But that was not all there was to his biography, as there were facts that were not as obvious as his noble origins. In addition to his classic life of great wealth, he was familiar with a certain kind of magic that could be so destructive that it was frightening to interact with. To tame such an element, one needed to have tremendous inner strength to balance all possible consequences and use them to one's advantage. Even 12 gods were unable to cope with one, and the only thing within their power was to lock the master away so that he would not interfere with his talent. Such a fate befell him in his past life, but he was ready to take revenge when the opportunity arose and prove that all this made no sense in the long run. He sincerely and with great passion promised not to let them die so easily, but to torment them before ending their lives, which only further irritated his opponents. Diablo promised Wolford that they would definitely wait for all the threats he spoke of to be fulfilled, but before that, he would have to endure terrible torment. In the end, the 12 gods were able to lock him up, but after a long time, a crack appeared in their barrier, allowing the boy to escape and be reborn into this family. Although his parents were delighted with their child and sincerely admired their new family life, the boy actually had much more on his mind than his childish body would suggest. As much as he wanted to start speaking normally and tell those he now had to call his parents about what had happened, it was impossible because his physical body could not fulfill such requests. So he became an aristocrat, loved with all his heart by his parents, and from that moment on, about 9 years had passed. The boy had time to get used to the life he had in the palace, under the care of a huge number of servants and with the opportunity to afford anything his heart desired. However, sometimes the sounds of servants happily running to help him still surprised him and caused a certain dissonance inside. No matter how luxurious life in such a family seemed, the young man was accustomed to a different one, where he had more freedom and variety in his daily life. So this body became a golden cage for him. At least his beloved nanny, who replaced his mother in her own way, brought some color to his life, as she was always there and tried to indulge his every whim. When she entered the room, it brought a sincere smile to his face, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. The woman asked him with curiosity what he was doing so early in the morning, and he shared that he was just admiring the morning sky, which fascinated him so much. The nanny remarked that it was very sweet and wonderful for a young boy to be so sentimental about everyday things, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Despite her encouragement, she had not come for that, but to remind him that the mistress was already waiting for her son, so she offered to help him get dressed so that it would be quicker. They walked through the whole house together, heading for the dining room, where the woman smiled and told her host that the young man had already arrived, thus beginning another family meal. As much as the boy disliked spending time this way, he had to put up with it, as both his parents were genuinely involved in family life. At the table were his mother, father, and younger sister, each of whom was genuinely happy to see little Jamie. In order not to spoil the general atmosphere, he swallowed his dissatisfaction and smiled, greeting his new family. There was warmth and understanding between them, because since childhood they had adored their eldest son and wanted only the best for him. The parents looked at their children without taking their eyes off them, because they seemed so cute and beautiful to them that it was impossible not to notice. Jamie's mother was the only daughter of the noble Bell family and was named Sears, which did not prevent her from being very affectionate and loving despite her origins. Arjano Welton was his nominal father and head of the royal Welton family, as well as one of the kingdom's 5 swordmasters. Despite his enormous status and respect from everyone around him, he was actually obsessed with his wife and children, which was really sweet and showed his values. His younger sister was named Sarah and was very small, which made everyone love her because she behaved very sweetly. No one dared to refuse the daddy's princess, so everyone tried to please her by fulfilling her little wishes and playing her games. And Jamie had to thank her for feeding him so thoughtfully, even if he didn't ask for it. It was important to remember that his little sister really loved being treated that way, so it was better to give it to her than to disappoint her. Jamie found it really tiring and wanted to be alone, but he had to maintain the image of the family he had found himself in. After the meal was over, he exhaled contentedly and finally returned to his room, where no one would bother him and he could be himself. It took him literally a second to collapse onto the bed, face down in the pillow, and relax for the first time that morning. The young man really couldn't believe that people could be so kind to each other, as it contrasted with his reality in his past life. In the end, there was plenty of entertainment in the palace that could improve his leisure time, such as a private library, although he had to endure the inability to speak at a younger age, which drove him crazy. As a strange creature flew towards him, he wondered how tiring his life could be now, as it was a continuous game. But despite this, it was important to understand that things were not as bad as they could have been, because he finally had a chance to fight for his life again. Thanks to his rebirth, he had gained a new ability that could change his situation somewhat. Clutching the mysterious creature in his hands, he remembered the 12 gods who, through their actions, had helped him fall into an endless vortex of emptiness so that he would not bother anyone with his talent and power. In his memory, they clung to their beliefs and hopes like parasites that could not live without them. And despite the fact that his abilities were now insignificant, time was still on his side, since in this era, there was very little information about dark magic. So he would be able to take advantage of the opinion of the 12 gods who looked down on him, and in the meantime, the young man would become stronger and capable of revenge. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by the nanny, who came to tell him that it was time to read children's books with his mother. Jamie understood the hopelessness of his situation and the impossibility of saying no, even though it was not in his best interest, so he exhaled and gathered his willpower. In a moment, his face was already showing the childlike carefreeness he had to display, considering that he was in the body of a little boy. He thought for a second that every time he had to play a cute little boy, he wanted to be closed off again and at least not pretend to be someone else. His mother and younger sister were already waiting for him, eager to spend time together, as family values were genuine in this family. Inside, he struggled with his true nature. But still, kneeling before his mother, he asked with a smile what book they would read today, radiating warmth and kindness. Such closeness caused both girls sitting on the sofa and waiting for their traditional entertainment to begin to freeze. To reinforce the closeness that was developing between the family members, they rushed to embrace the eldest son and exclaimed how much they appreciated him. The mother announced that the book they would be reading today was called The Great Magician Heinz, and asked with interest if the title intrigued them. Then she began to read to her children, who no longer seemed as interested as they had been at the beginning, and the younger sister almost fell asleep. The story ended with the classic words, "The great magician Heinz lived happily ever after," at which point she closed the book and waited to see the children's reaction. Sears asked with sincere interest if the children liked the book she had read, as she wanted them to have the best time possible. Jamie beamed with a smile and said he would like to become as skilled as the wizard in the story, and the woman remarked that he was a smart boy, so he would surely be able to achieve that level. His mother proudly noted that he had already defeated 3 magic teachers, but for the boy, this was not an achievement, as these were the teachers who had been hired for him, so it was an obvious result. To really praise the boy, she said that their family head had invited the strongest magician he could find. Given his connections, this was indeed likely, as he was a very influential person, which could help him in such matters. When the boy got up and headed for the door, she asked if he wanted to go to the library since he spent so much time there. As soon as the boy confirmed her theory, she asked him not to read for too long, as he should spend time outdoors. But this did not help him leave the room any faster, as his mother wanted to hug him again and would not let go of her son. To prevent the possible negative consequences of such actions, Jamie hugged her first so that she would feel comfortable and not suspect anything. Sears was already ready to ask him not to go anywhere and to play together, because the boy was being very nice to her. Although in reality, he wanted her to finally stop and give him some space and free time that he could use on his own. Finally, he managed to get away from his caring mother and sit quietly in the library alone, with an interesting book this time. He quickly closed the book, having already finished reading it, which showed how much his actual level of intelligence differed from what a 9-year-old child should have. The boy read this book because he thought there would be something interesting about the use of mana, but in the end, he learned nothing new, which was disappointing. Returning to reality, he noticed that it was already lunchtime, and no matter how tired he was of eating with everyone 3 times a day, he had to continue doing so. As he approached the dining room, he met someone he did not expect, as he had not heard of their arrival earlier. The man noticed that, as expected of the Welton family, they used rare artifacts as decorations in front of the dining room entrance to show how wealthy they were. Jamie looked at the man in front of him with interest, as he couldn't understand who he was and what he was doing in their house. Even more, his attention was drawn to the amount of mana that was literally flowing out of the gray-haired man and swirling like a hurricane. He was definitely at least a 7th-level mage, but it still remained a mystery how he got into the house, and the boy assumed it was through teleportation. Immediately, another theory emerged, suggesting that the man wanted to rob them, but for such a person, he seemed too calm and unperturbed. The gray-haired man's eyes closely watched the emotions of the young man, who still had doubts about whether to trust the guest. Jamie finally gathered his strength and shouted the question of who the man in front of him was, as it was important to know. As he spoke, the mana around him became more hostile, which did not escape the attention of the gray-haired man, who noticed that the cub was a tiger himself, just like his father. The boy understood that he should first kneel before his guest, but in the end he simply spoke to him, barely enduring his calm demeanor and heavy gaze, which seemed to be evaluating him. He felt so irritated that he wanted to use magic to show how great his potential was. The man, in turn, noticed that the rumors about his strength were true, and he was genuinely interested in where a 9-year-old had acquired such power, and the boy's determination added to his interest. Now, it was really interesting to find out how strong a boy who seemed small but was actually talented could be. This made Jamie completely lose his composure, as the fact that an unknown man dared to test him was already unacceptable to him. He assessed this fact from the perspective of Diablo Wolf, who in his past life had managed to defeat almost all the gods, which did not play in the guest's favor. In an instant, he directed a stream of mana toward his opponent to show him what level he could reach. The latter watched closely, not taking his appraising gaze off the eldest son of the family, which he had had from the very beginning. This caused a sharp change in the mysterious guest's expression, as everything was not at all as he had imagined during his brief observation. The young man, who was trying to impress the guest with his strength but was unable to harm him, was also indignant. The sharply gray-haired man smiled, and his eyes took on an impressed look, as it was difficult to believe that someone with such abilities could be only 9 years old. He praised the young man who had launched such a swift attack and noted that now it was his turn to surprise them by taking decisive action. Jamie watched this with some excitement, as the man was truly skilled at his craft, which made him even more interested. However, there was something strange about how he used the spell, as it was unusual for a duel. The boy noticed that it was not flying at him at all, so there was no point in even trying to dodge the blow. This immediately provoked a reaction from the gray-haired man, who couldn't believe that in response to his attack, the boy didn't even change his position, showing how indifferent he was to such a blow. Unexpectedly, the young man's father appeared before them and abruptly stopped the incomprehensible fight in his home without any reason. He sternly warned that the guest had gone too far, as he did not expect his young son to have to deal with such unprincipled behavior. The man immediately turned to his son, asking if he was all right, as he was genuinely concerned about his condition after the attack. Jamie immediately remembered his position and did what any 9-year-old would do. Namely, he began to cry and make excuses, pretending that everything was fine. His father could not control himself when he saw tears on his child's face. So the head of the family invited Marcus Linmel for a few words, and he silently noted that without his father present, the boy behaved much more boldly. The gray-haired man did not lose his composure and began to laugh, noting what a surprise it was for him and how funny the situation was. And immediately after that, he noted that he even envied the Count, because his son had enormous potential that could be unlocked and used to create something incredible. But the Count could not share his enthusiasm, as it remained unclear why he had suddenly attacked the child, which he considered to be categorically unhealthy. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a cozy living room to finally discuss what had happened, as it was incomprehensible to Argonaut. With palpable anger in his voice, he exclaimed that this was his son and also the heir to the Welton family, so such behavior was unacceptable. Despite the boy's father's violent reaction, the gray-haired man remained completely calm, as if everything was exactly as it should be. This reaction provoked even greater anger in the father, who was surrounded by an aura that could frighten even the most experienced magician, demonstrating his power as a master swordsman. Marcus asked with interest how much his interlocutor knew about his own son, since it seemed to him that such things were impossible not to notice. The latter, in turn, replied with a hint of incomprehension, as such an abstract address from the guest was a mystery to him. The gray-haired man noted without exaggeration that the Count's son was indeed a genius, so it was necessary to develop his abilities as effectively as possible. Argento sighed irritably and explained that it was for this reason that he had entrusted him to such a skilled man, but the latter had simply attacked him unexpectedly, putting him in danger. Marcus concluded from this reaction that he really knew nothing about it and said he would pretend he hadn't heard the words of the head of the family, who still couldn't understand what was going on. The man was considered the strongest 8th-class magician among all living magicians, which could confirm his words as incomparably authoritative, so the father had natural doubts. He wondered if he had overestimated his eldest son, since he thought that only a magician as skilled as the one sitting in front of him could correctly interpret his abilities. In his opinion, the renowned master spoke in riddles, which prevented him from fully understanding the situation and using it as a basis for his decision. Marcus explained that he could not take Argeno's son as a student because he simply would not be able to handle him, which came as a huge shock to the man, who did not even know who to turn to in such a case. He also explained that Jamie, despite his age and limited experience, was able to read all the actions that his master wanted to take. The father listened to these words and could not believe his ears, as it was impossible no matter how intelligent his son was. Marcus noticed that the little boy realized that the spell would not hit him, so he did not even try to dodge it, because he was so confident in himself. As surprising as it was worth noting that he didn't even flinch because he was so sure of his safety. The man concluded that even after self-study, he could easily become a 3rd-level master, and if one ignored the limitations of his small body, his level could even be identified as higher than the 4th. In that case, it was not enough to call him a genius, but only a monster who had outgrown the level of a talented adult while being in the body of a child who definitely did not need any teacher. He sincerely advised that he be given sufficient support, as training was unnecessary for someone born with a great chance of becoming a legendary 9th-class magician. After this conversation, the father did not even know what to do in such a case, as he did not expect his son to be so talented and exceed all expectations. And the man clenched his fist so as not to reveal his emotions to the guest who spoke so highly of his Jamie. The words that his son could become a legendary 9th-class mage moved him and made him think about everything from a different angle. Marcus decided not to disturb the man as he pondered the situation and rose from the comfortable sofa, apologizing for attacking his child. He said that magic was on the verge of great discoveries, adding that they would affect not only the realm of magic but the whole world if the potential present in it was not destroyed. Argento was still in a pensive state, as he could not imagine that his son had such enormous potential that he could surpass even an 8th-rank magician. He needed to think about how to act in this situation so as not to waste time or ruin the childhood of a boy who might not even suspect his own power. Such a decision would be very difficult because he sincerely loved his family and did not want to spoil the carefree time of his eldest son, who could change his life completely in one step. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark outside, and the moon appeared above the clouds, indicating that it was time to go back to sleep and rest. Finally, he found himself in his room, where he could feel comfortable and not play any roles, not hiding his fatigue that had set in after a long day. Considering that his mother had found out what the gray-haired guest had done, her reaction could not fail to leave the boy exhausted. The woman was genuinely concerned about her son's health and condition and promised that the situation would not happen again, as she would definitely deal with the old man who had allowed himself to act in such a way. Although it seemed to him that he had wasted a lot of time, even at the end of such a strange day, he found something that could work in his favor. He was actually lucky to see a noteworthy spell that the gray-haired man had used on him, which he could remember and take note of. Recalling the composition, technique, balance, and type of behavior, He concluded that the mysterious guest was at a higher level, so such interaction was useful for him in order not to lose his skills. A much greater discovery for him was not the guest, but his own father, Count Welton, who acted so quickly and accurately that he aroused admiration. He knew that his father was strong, but that he was so skilled came as a revelation to him, indicating that the man was truly worthy of his role. Suddenly, the same wizard he had mentioned a few seconds ago appeared behind Jamie and asked him why he was laughing so sweetly, which completely frightened him. The boy didn't even know how to react properly, as the wizard had used techniques to make his movement invisible and sudden, catching him off guard. Marcus ironically noted that he was so preoccupied with his own thoughts that he didn't even notice the appearance of the morning guest, who was now sitting calmly on his bed and watching. When the situation suddenly dawned on Jamie, he exclaimed with irritation and fear, as he couldn't understand how it had all happened so quickly. In fact, the man managed to scare Jamie, who now sat indecisively, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation and understand what he had forgotten in his room. The man laughed, noting that he was so easy to scare that he didn't even expect it, completely forgetting that he was facing a 9-year-old child. He in turn completely ignored all the mockery from the uninvited guest and tried to understand how he got there and for what purpose. The boy calmly and without surprise explained that he had simply teleported, which made it clear that he was a highly skilled magician, as such abilities were only available to the highest ranks. Marcus noticed that he behaved much more modestly when his father was around, but when they were alone, he seemed to become a different person, completely breaking out of the image of a 9-year-old boy. In his defense, the boy exclaimed that family and strangers were completely different categories to which different interpretations could be applied, which only made him laugh. The man began to say that he was sorry, complaining that he did not have enough strength to continue communicating with him. Jamie, in turn, could not understand what kind of strange man this was and why he was looking at him like that, when in fact they were strangers to each other and did not even know each other properly. Instead of giving any explanations that would simplify the situation, the man handed him a book of magical memoirs, noting that it would be really useful for him in the future. The boy wanted to know why the magician was sharing such valuable things with a stranger, but all the answers were like a stone wall. Marcus decided only to point out that the magic his little friend used was long outdated, so he should learn new spells that were relevant now. Jamie's ambiguous expression showed how offensive he found this remark about his magic, but the man took it as admiration for the gift that had ended up in the boy's hands. He continued, noting that the book contained a huge number of his original spells, and his new friend would be the first to read them, thus granting him a great honor. This really got the boy interested, because he needed to understand how his spells differed from modern ones and those created by this great magician. Jamie understood that learning everything in great detail was a basic necessity for him, as the world was constantly changing, despite his temporary absence from it. Marcus suddenly became serious and said directly that he had high hopes for the young man standing in front of him, who was uncertainly watching the guest's face. He only said that he was very interested to see the level of power the boy would be able to master by their next meeting, and then disappeared as if he had never existed in that room. Now the boy could understand that the man was much stronger than he might have seemed at first glance, so he decided with great curiosity to look into the book the man had told him about. It was noted that all the magic that exists in this world passes through them and is then absorbed by their own hearts, and this was the most effective way to learn to control their own mana. But there was a big problem, namely the limited amount of mana that a person can pass through themselves. He remembered that the spells he used were too old, according to the master, so he needed to understand what magical means Marcus himself used. He was filled with inner enthusiasm, which made him read every page without distraction and absorb the information like a sponge. But soon he came to the conclusion that although it was interesting, it was very difficult, because he had to feel every particle of mana so that it could pass through his entire body and skin. In order to carry out such serious procedures, one had to try very hard and actually be in touch with one's own body and mind. The guy fell onto the bed and wondered who was even capable of such a thing, because in his opinion, the old methods were much better and easier to use, and at the same time did not have such significant drawbacks. But a certain amount of selfishness and the memory that he was the one and only Diablo Wolfer made him return to the idea that he was capable of learning anything. He jumped out of bed already planning how he would achieve the goals that had popped into his head just a moment ago. In a moment, the young man found himself in front of the very book he had thrown away just a few minutes ago, and he realized that it had opened his eyes, and he thanked the old man in absentia. The young man vowed to read every page of this precious book and absorb all the information it contained, using it for his own benefit in the most effective way possible. He came to the conclusion that, to begin with, he needed help from someone who was always by his side. In one fell swoop, Jamie called on Pip, who was a flying eye that always ended up where its owner wanted it to be. Sometimes it seemed that the boy himself was surprised that he could be next to him at the snap of a finger. But when he finally appeared, he asked him to spray some mana here, which he was happy to help his master with. The mysterious black creature tensed and concentrated in order to perform the task assigned to it as accurately and correctly as possible. Suddenly, its eyes opened, and there was the long-awaited and desired mana, which could help it experiment with something. After that, he managed to identify the first drawback of the technique proposed in the book, since the absorption of the command particles by his body was limited. In order to implement everything that was written in the book, it was necessary to maintain very precise proportions, which were incredibly difficult to control. But Jamie was lucky because Black was always there, serving as a barrier between him and the constant control that would tire his body and mind, because there was a soul contract between them. And since Black could cut the necessary amount of mana, there would be no problem with proportions in his case. Black was incredibly useful for the new method of using magic, which he had to learn as quickly as possible in order not to lag behind the representatives of this generation. He thought that if he managed to solve the first problem, the other would not be so significant, because he had to take into account the certain limitations of his child's body. But if he distributed it to different parts of the body, everything would work out. Such experiments with magic lasted all night, which flew by unnoticed while he thought about the possible problems that could be solved with his bonuses. Because no one had come out of his room for so long, his nanny and father ended up at the door, wanting to finally meet their eldest son, who was behaving somewhat unusually. When they opened the door, they both stood there in surprise, not knowing what to do, as the nanny had no idea what Jamie was doing. For the head of the family, everything was a little more understandable, but even so, he did not expect to see the young master meditating from early morning. The Count couldn't help but notice that the aura emanating from his eldest son was mesmerizing and showed how harmonious he felt in her presence. The man watched this with astonishment because he knew that the guest had left something for his son, but that it would have such a rapid effect on his mana level was a real surprise. He could not even imagine that his sweet child, who was only 9 years old, could be so talented and truly gifted for magic. Because of this, the head of the family ordered not to disturb his son today, but just in case to leave some servants in case he left the room and needed something, even though the nanny was very concerned about the young master and tried to understand what was happening to him. Meanwhile, the man thought about how his son's fate would unfold if he was not a master swordsman, but a real magician, which changed the situation dramatically. Even taking into account the possible inheritance from his wife's family, such talent exceeded all expectations and approximate values among the boy's mother's relatives. The Count was fascinated by the fact that his son could potentially reach the 9th level, which was beyond human comprehension of power, as Marcus had prophesied. While Jamie sat in his room and was busy developing his inner understanding of magic, the day passed, bathing the noble house in sunlight. The young man was completely focused on his inner feelings, trying to understand the principle behind the new magic that had been used since his past life. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he came out of the flow state he had been in for the last few hours, as if looking inside his own guts. He realized that he had succeeded because the movement and division of mana into particles was quite chaotic, which at first created difficulties, but after a few attempts, everything became more accessible. Nevertheless, his maximum was currently the 4th grade of mana, which did not meet the demands he had within himself. Considering that he had only started learning this method of distributing mana a few hours ago, the result was simply amazing, as he was just a step away from the 5th. It was also necessary to remember that his body was too young and weak, so he would need to take a break in order not to distort it with too high a load. His unusual pet watched the process closely and made sure that everything went smoothly, trying in his own way to convey the information to his master. After exchanging a few words with him, the boy agreed that it was not worth overexerting himself so much, since the gods he was trying to compete with were not going anywhere. After that, he gave his pet the power of invisibility so as not to arouse unnecessary questions from strangers, because it was time to leave his room. Jamie was going to see his father, so he had to hide the mysterious creature's mana, because if his father found out about its existence, it would definitely not end well. It took Black just a few seconds to understand everything and begin to gradually hide the mana that his master had been using until recently. In fact, it was impossible to imagine the situation any other way, since he was the familiar of this body, so his father had no way of suspecting anything strange. When all traces were hidden and the situation seemed safe enough to finally show himself, he took a few steps toward the exit. No matter how hard he tried, a distinct feeling of strong and lingering mana still remained with him, as there was too much of it to hide its potential without a trace. Meanwhile, the Count was busy with his own affairs, as a new guest had arrived who, despite his own busy schedule, was eager to meet the famous head of the family. The man shared that he knew that religious education was not very common in the territory of Heiss, so he wanted to express his gratitude for the Count's approval of the Janus religion. Argeno justified his decision by saying that religion should have a positive influence on the inhabitants, in his opinion, so it was the right thing to do. But his guest did not quite understand how these things were connected, and whether his actions would have to justify some expectations of the Count that they had not agreed upon in advance. The host explained that he always tried to do what was best, and since the Janissaries were now on his land, he hoped that he had made the right decision and established an appropriate hierarchy. After these words, it became clear that everything that had happened in the past was a warning not to treat the inhabitants as slaves of God, which showed how difficult an opponent Argeno could be in the future. The head of the clan did not allow too much familiarity, and after exchanging greetings and a brief discussion, he noted that they could leave if they were as busy as they claimed to be. Finally, wishing them a safe journey and receiving God's blessing from Janus, they said goodbye, both remaining somewhat wary of this meeting. Argeno maintained an air of calm and control over the situation, which was reflected in the smile on his face until he heard the door close on the other side. As soon as he was alone, the smile disappeared from his face and he took on a pensive look, realizing that today's decision could have a completely different impact on tomorrow. Meanwhile, his eldest son was watching and listening to everything, keeping himself in the loop about all the events that had taken place in the office over the last few minutes without giving himself away. Jamie peered out from behind the log with a wary expression, as everything was turning out just as he had suspected, even though he sincerely tried to believe that it was not true. Before him, he saw the symbol of the young moon describing a yellow sphere, and he also felt a terrible divine aura emanating from the old man. All of this caused tremendous anger within him, as he could not believe that Janus dared to do this on the land where he lived, which completely threw him off balance. The main question was why his father had suddenly decided to allow religion to be preached on their lands, which was unusual, as no one had ever been given such concessions before. The young man thought that he could not allow all this to happen, especially the establishment of Janus's religion on his territory. But the problem was that his resources were extremely limited. But if this religion was going to be spread with the Count's permission, it was necessary to ensure that his father changed his mind and that everything turned out completely differently. He planned to meet with him first, and then in the evening begin his own investigation in order to come up with compelling arguments that would change his father's position on religion. Finally, he found himself in the Weltons' living room, where a business-like atmosphere prevailed, as his father often used this room for meetings with business guests. Argeno tried not to show his negative emotions, which had been building up inside him due to the difficult decisions he had made recently, and asked his son with interest if he was free after his business. Jamie smiled and exclaimed that he was, because he didn't know what his father knew and what he didn't, as today was very unusual compared to other days, and he understood that his father had definitely had a hand in it. The man behaved as warmly as possible, noting that it seemed to him that his son liked to practice magic, and he did not even try to argue with him about, because everything was clear at once. But the game could not go on forever, as certain signs of tension were still visible on the face of the head of the family, which made his son look more closely. The boy did not want to reveal that he had any suspicions about his own father, so he simply asked with naive interest if everything was all right, not even hoping that his father would begin to reveal the problems that troubled his soul. Suddenly, he decided to share some thoughts that were most relevant to him at the moment, admitting that his son would grow up to be an ordinary boy, which already put Jamie in a precarious position. But just recently, he learned that his son possessed extraordinary abilities that would prevent him from living the life of an ordinary person, which could be both a gift and a curse. The life of a genius has never been easy, because being different from everyone else became a heavy burden that you could neither pass on to someone else nor get rid of without a trace, but only endure your own otherness. Now such talent could only evoke admiration from other people. But when he grew up, all those who had previously admired him would want to tear him to pieces, which was hardly good for Jamie. Argento clenched his chair as he tried to restrain his emotions and not provoke his son into drawing unnecessary conclusions that could further frighten him or compromise magic in his eyes. He chose to tell his son that he could give up magic whenever he wanted, but as long as he remained interested, he would support any initiative Jamie took. The boy behaved much more calmly, as if not thinking about the aspects of power that troubled his father, and said that he would never give up magic because it was too precious to him. Such enthusiasm and zeal pleased his father, because he also wanted his son's potential to be fully realized without destroying his destiny. Meanwhile, he noticed that the mana emanating from his Jamie was not at all what one would expect from a 9-year-old child, which further highlighted the unusual nature of the situation. The man felt the energy of his mana throughout his body and noticed that he continued to draw it in, which made him tense up as this was not at all what he had expected. He was alarmed by the fact that the energy was coming from his entire body, because according to his data, mana could only accumulate inside the heart, although his son was breaking all the rules. So he decided to ask about the magic book that the Marquis of Rinmol had given him the night before, wondering if he had managed to master it without even hiding the shock on his face. Jamie enthusiastically exclaimed that he had not only managed to finish the book and understand everything, but also to correct certain shortcomings that had hindered the effectiveness of the techniques. Now his father was completely dumbfounded, unable to find the words to describe how quickly progress had been made thanks to the book, without any outside help, in just one day. There was a moment of silence between them, as the boy seemed ready to share everything he had learned right away. But his father would not be able to handle such a volume of information, which could overwhelm him. Based on this information, the man came to the conclusion that the boy undoubtedly had every chance of becoming a legendary 9th-grade wizard, which he couldn't wrap his head around. At the same time, he realized that compared to his very young son, he now felt completely talentless, since it could not even be compared to what ordinary magicians use. Jamie's tried to convey complete naive surprise, as if he had no idea that his father's reaction was caused by complete misunderstanding and admiration, and not something else. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he was proud of his son and especially happy about what had happened today, considering how quickly he had managed to progress. This brought a sincere smile and genuine joy to the boy's face, because it is always nice for a child to hear that his father is proud of him and considers him talented. Ruffling the boy's hair, the father got up and was about to leave to be alone with his thoughts and finally come to his conclusions. Meanwhile, Jamie was already praying for the moment when they would stop bothering him and he would no longer have to play the role of a child who did not even expect such recognition, because he actually understood the underlying reason for their reaction perfectly well. Meanwhile, Argento noticed Black after all and asked his son directly if it was his familiar, which was unexpected as he had been trying to hide his pet for as long as possible. In fact, this was not part of his plan at all, as he was trying to hide the existence of the familiar for as long as possible, and now he was faced with such an unpleasant and unexpected surprise for no reason. He couldn't hide his surprise, as he had been trying to hide this fact for as long as possible, but now his plans were changing on the fly. His father, completely unconcerned about Jamie's feelings, began to ask about the form that the magical thing took, roughly estimating its size and assuming that it might be something like a flying mouse. The boy was disappointed that his father had figured out that it was created with dark magic, and began to justify himself, saying that he had given it the shape of a flying mouse and had not told him about it in order to surprise him in the future. When the man realized that it was indeed his son's handiwork, he was genuinely surprised and threw his arms around him, as he was truly proud of how talented his successor had become. After this performance, he barely crawled to the door of his own room to recover from such energy-consuming processes and playing in his unloved family theater. It was still difficult to accept that this family was so warm towards each other and was not afraid to show this tenderness, while he had to dance to their tune. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside, and people were gradually coming out to relax after long days with something interesting and fun. Among them, Jamie tried to remain unnoticed, wearing a cloak that hid his face and venturing out into the street. This was possible thanks to his familiar, who faithfully followed every order given by his master, as his nature dictated unquestioning service to his creator. The boy wanted to find out the reason that led to the intrusion of followers of a faith that had been unfriendly to him in the past into his territory. It was from this point that he began his mysterious journey, observing the city from a bird's-eye view, assisted by Black, who was always on hand for any purpose. Meanwhile, he managed to overhear a conversation between two men sitting on boxes and discussing what they should do next, according to the orders of their superiors, whom they wanted to continue working for. One of them was named Philip, who was a middle manager in the illegal organization Revel and already regretted getting involved in such a story. The other, more aggressive friend was Jens, who was a simple member of the organization, but understood that whoever gave such an order was sacrificing half of the group for their own benefit. For them, Heist was a place where the Count could turn a blind eye even to illegal organizations, as long as certain boundaries were not crossed, but human trafficking could not go unnoticed. However, another comrade thought about the possible success that could bring them much more than the situation they were in now, even though the chance of getting away with it was not so great. Perhaps it was a tempting offer, but it remained completely unreliable, like fire in the wind, which pointed to a much worse situation if they were caught. It was also necessary to take into account how much the Count loved his children, and if he found out about the child trafficking thriving on his territory, he would be seriously angry and would leave no stone unturned. It was no exaggeration to predict that on that very day, the entire criminal world would simply disappear, as it had enough power and strength within to do so. But for some reason, their leader, who coordinated such large-scale missions, was certain that they would go unnoticed and reap only positive results from such a scam. The men still did not understand how they could go unnoticed by the Swordmaster, although they talked as if Hani's people would take care of it, which still did not inspire enough confidence in the other. The two found themselves in a very difficult situation, as they had to either carry out an order that seemed very dubious, or run away, or report to the person who had come up with the idea. Guided by the code of the criminal world, they came to the conclusion that they could shift the responsibility to someone else, but under no circumstances should they report it. It was better to flee and not put themselves in danger. But it was clear that without a plan, it would not work, because the organization would search every inch of the territory, regardless of its size, so they had to do everything possible to die a little later, not immediately. They would have to make every effort they had to delay the moment of their discovery until a little more resources became available. They were very annoyed that they had to change their whole lives and embark on yet another adventure just because someone had come up with the idea of trafficking people, which immediately seemed hopeless. It so happened that their leader was very easy to convince, but even in this case, it was difficult to understand how he agreed to something so dubious and dangerous. Suddenly, they saw that all this time they had been watched by a young boy who had just revealed his presence, just when they had discussed the most secret things concerning their organization. They were already in a very awkward position, so they needed to minimize the circle of people who had interacted with them in any way recently, and now suddenly a third person had appeared. Jamie put on a confident look, realizing that in this case the advantage was on his side, and defiantly asked if they really wanted to know who was standing in front of them. Neither man wanted to play games that could have a very negative impact on their lives, as any unnecessary information leaked from the organization would be fatal for them. That's why he swung his arm in front of the unexpected guest's face to get rid of witnesses who could hurt them. The second man, who was the head of one of the organization's branches, joined him, as he understood that there was no turning back and they needed to silence the stranger. But unexpectedly for the two of them, the guy in front of them simply disappeared, and their blows did not reach their target. They were overcome with panic because letting him go would be a death sentence for them, as he could tell everything he had heard to people who would do what they had to do with this information. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them calling them brats, but noting that they were talking about something interesting and noteworthy enough not to leave them without questions. Jamie suddenly jumped out from behind them, which surprised and alarmed them, as they did not expect to meet someone so skilled, and asked them to tell him more about their problem. To clearly show his superiority over them in both strength and strategy, he directed a light stream of magic in their direction, which would clearly show the situation in which the two of them found themselves. The members of the criminal gang did not even know how to react to such an unexpected turn of events, and could only watch in indignation as the young man issued ultimatums to them. Later, they had to tell him everything they knew, because the threat posed by the unknown man in the cloak was too great to make up excuses. Both members of the criminal organization felt terrible about revealing secrets, but at the same time, they understood that it was more important to save their own lives than those who had deliberately thrown them into a hopeless situation. The young man listened to them attentively and could not believe his ears, because human trafficking, especially of children, was the crime his father hated most. It was even difficult for him to imagine what these idiots were thinking when they decided that this would be a good idea and a brilliant way to get rich, completely ignoring the possible consequences. Jamie was really annoyed by the mere thought that the gods could manipulate people as they pleased, and that they could simply follow their orders and not argue with anything. The real mystery was why the leaders of the organization decided that such an act would get away with it, since they could understand that the Count's character would not allow anything like that. When he finally figured out everything he wanted to hear, he had a bad feeling that he couldn't explain logically, but in the end, he had to leave his victims. Finally, he directed the flow of mana toward one of them to cover up any traces he might have left behind. In this way, he could give them orders that they obeyed and could not even think of refusing, so he ordered them to run to the Count's house and tell him everything they were going to do. They both stood up as if spellbound and blind in order to carry out the order as quickly as possible and get to the Count's house, who would certainly not leave the situation as it was. The young man concluded that when dawn broke, there would be a real commotion in the city, because his father would surely be angry and decide to deal with the situation from the bottom up. While he was thinking about his next steps, the two representatives of the criminal world were already heading towards the house, not distracted by anything around them, which showed the power of the spell. In the end, he decided that he could no longer take any risky steps and ordered his favorite, Black, to return home. Black faithfully obeyed his orders and sprayed a large stream of mana around him, which would allow him to quickly and quietly disappear from the place where he had ended up because of the gangsters. He had not even taken a few steps when a body flew past him, clearly indicating the presence of at least two people nearby. Jamie turned his gaze to the man flying past him, as if he had been cornered and could no longer defend himself against his attacker. His face was contorted with utter incomprehension and fear mixed with tears, as he felt completely hopeless in the situation he found himself in. One was followed by another, who was also thrown with great force, as if he could no longer fight the superior enemy. He looked around to get his bearings and decide how to defend himself in case of a sudden attack, because anything could be real, considering the area the guy was in. Finally, he heard a distant voice mocking those who had just flown towards him, and tried to listen as carefully as possible to understand who the potential enemy might be. Next to the person shouting were several other people who pointed out that he was shouting too loudly and might attract the attention of security guards who would be unwelcome guests at this show. Jamie, with a confident tone, as if nothing bad had happened, asked where this madman who was shouting in the middle of the night had come from. He was outraged that someone dared to do such a thing to the people he had given orders to and was ready to carry out an important mission for, and that this person had stopped them, ruining his plans. He decided to take revenge and show that the level of power demonstrated by the gang's boss was relatively small compared to what the young man could offer. The young mage directed his energy toward the group standing in front of him, who did not even know what to expect, as he was a stranger wearing a cloak that hid his face. His actions managed to delay the death of two members of the group, and in exchange for the return of their temporary lives, he ordered them to carry out the task he had spoken of earlier. Hanny, who was the middle manager of the rival organization, met them and asked them to bring the two bandits and the young magician to him. Not known for his good manners, he asked the young man in the black cloak why he had spoken out and whether he would like to get what he deserved. Jamie looked at the unknown man, who was objectively provoking him and did not even imagine what consequences he could bring upon himself with such bold statements. The gangster's assistants dragged away the two men who had just been brought back to life by Jamie's command, but now found themselves in the same situation as a few minutes ago. One of them was crying and understood how pathetic his situation was, because death would come either now or in an hour if he was lucky, so there was no point in even trying. The guy in the black robe quietly watched everything that was happening around him, thinking about how to implement the plan correctly and not overdo it with the use of force. First of all, he wanted to protect his own dignity and defend the two he had chosen to carry out his orders and play a role in his theater. Suddenly, one of those who had switched sides attacked him and managed to make a huge hole in the left side of his head. With each blow, the whole situation got worse, because now there were holes all over his body, and it was almost impossible for Jamie to fight back. Hanny laughed as he watched the brave boy now find himself in a situation where it was impossible to even say a word to describe how painful and disappointing everything was for him. He was completely confident, and nothing seemed to be an obstacle for him, so he wanted to get closer to hear the mysterious boy in the cloak scream before he died. Suddenly, there was no one where the young wizard was supposed to be, which seemed strange considering that the body could not have disappeared on its own. One of the assistants watched the situation and could not quite understand what was happening, because now Fina was at his feet. His boss couldn't understand what was going on, because he clearly remembered killing the young man in the robe and not touching one of his assistants. Suddenly, Jamie whispered behind him, trying to irritate his opponent and show him the senselessness of his actions, which had led to negative consequences. As soon as the man wanted to turn around and see the face of the one he had considered dead just a few seconds ago, he quickly dodged the blow and jumped to another place, demonstrating his skill. The boy appeared before his eyes and asked if it was fun to kill his own employee instead of the one he was counting on to send the mana. Jamie felt as good as could be, having strategically avoided death and even set up one of his potential enemies, irritating and weakening the main one. The man had a whole bunch of questions, starting with who the unknown guy in the robe was, why he didn't die, and whether the pile of ashes left in his opponent's place was actually the remains of Finn. And finally, I wanted to understand what this strange, malicious energy was that swirled around the young wizard's body. He, in turn, warned that it was not worth behaving like a madman and throwing caution to the wind if his mana was only at the 3rd level, preventing him from fighting truly powerful opponents. The leader of one of the criminal organization's branches did not want to let the situation go so easily, and tried to fight to the last moment to slip out of the wizard's hands. To do this, he used 3rd-class magic, which could cause explosions, and although it was not as powerful as 5th-class magic, it was still quite effective. He was sure that this would be enough to burn the small body of this guy who had allowed himself to be led around by the nose to ashes. A spark appeared between them, which should have served as the end of this battle, which had developed very non-linearly due to Jamie's deception. But he did not lose his composure and said that when a person faces a strong opponent, they become incredibly pitiful and susceptible to anything that can be used as desired. For this reason, it was easy for him, and he really loved it, to brainwash fools who thought they were strong enough to compete with him. It took just a few seconds for his opponent to fall to the ground, first dropping to his knees, demonstrating his inability to do anything. Nothing remained of the confidence that the bandit had radiated just a moment ago, as he had to live through the pain of his last moments. His assistants watched the situation and could not believe that their leader could be defeated so easily without even putting in any significant effort. This was enough to make them realize that they were facing a monster from whom it was better to run away as far as possible so as not to fall under his wrath after fighting their boss. Instead of any further explanations, the guy simply said that they could only consider themselves unlucky to be here today. Those who, just a second ago, wanted to run away and not take part in a fight that seemed like a sure loss, found themselves trapped with no way out. With just one decisive step, Jamie could end their lives, and they would not even have time to fully comprehend the situation. That's exactly what happened when the young man, unable to hide his satisfied smile at the pain that had befallen them, clenched his fist and ended their suffering. After that, he decided to return to his first opponent, the leader of all those lying nearby, so that he could help him in his selfish pursuits. Without asking any questions, he grabbed him by the hair and pulled him forward roughly so that he would pay attention and listen carefully to the order that would have to be carried out later. First of all, Jamie wanted to get as much information as he knew and could tell him, given his role as the leader of one of the links, which gave him a certain exclusivity. Given the energy that had been directed at him with the last blows, the man found himself in a situation where he no longer had his own opinion and could only blindly follow his master's words. So he began to tell everything he knew about the new plan, which involved using children for trade. This was not news to the boy, as he had already heard all this from his previous victims, but it confirmed that human trafficking was not just gossip, and that through these two, he would be able to get a confession from his father. Now he had to figure out what to do with his last victim. Although he had only slightly punished him, his soul was completely destroyed, and even if his body was fine, death would come soon anyway. Considering that he was a third-class wizard, he should have turned into an undead. But due to the state of his soul, he would still begin to decay, which was not the most pleasant process. Of course, on the battlefield, this would have been much easier to accept, but the sight of a rotting undead would have caused great unrest in the city. He understood that there was nothing he could do now, so it was worth looking at other options for dealing with the situation and not creating unnecessary problems for himself or the city. The young man came to the conclusion that a third-class wizard simply had to possess a huge amount of mana, which could also be used in a creative way. So he reached out his hand toward the exhausted body and began to absorb all the mana that remained in the man, taking it in deeper and deeper with each passing second. It took him several minutes, but now he felt much more fulfilled and restored, as the balance of bondage had been restored after the battle. Due to the physical limitations of the body, there were impurities in the mana, but he was lucky to have swallowed a large amount of it to use in the future. Now he had to deal with the two who had been the first victims when he overheard the conversation, and now they were sitting and waiting for his orders. Despite the fact that he had returned the mana to their bodies and saved them against their will, they would not have lasted so long, so he had to take decisive action in order not to lose people for no reason. One option came to mind on how he could implement everything he had planned without wasting time or effort. To do this, he needed to materialize Black, who would help with the amount of energy and become a useful tool in this case. In a moment, he materialized and was ready to carry out any order Jamie gave him, as his will was the highest law for his favorite. Considering that he could not kill them just like that, since they still had unfinished business, he had to resort to necromancy, which in this case was the only correct solution. It was a force that controlled the bodies of corpses and was similar to bringing the dead back to life, but it did not give them the same free will, and the corpses that moved thanks to necromancy were no longer alive. Everything that happened according to the laws of necromancy was contrary to logic and nature and was therefore paranormal. So from that moment on, the two became his faithful servants. Now they had to live in defiance of death in their lives, which were nominally real, showing superiority over the laws of nature, only to carry out his commands. In this case, he even needed the help of his little pet to do everything right and not get hurt himself. He obeyed him without any argument and sent additional mana to the new living corpses so that they would not lose contact with their master. Now that he had sufficient support and mana at his disposal, he could complete the ritual and create toys that would obey him in every matter. Despite all the efforts he made to get them moving again and give them the right to touch what they called life, something was again not going according to plan. They were still clinging to life, even though there was very little hope left, and after the adventures they had experienced in the last few hours, it was almost unrealistic. Jamie promised them an immortal body that would definitely not be susceptible to any attacks or problems of human mortality, but that was still not enough. Their eyes took on a very strange look, indicating that the spell was beginning to work almost correctly and that he was very close to finally achieving his desired goal. The boy tried to finish the ritual and not waste a single second, lest a chance to return to life appeared. The first to give up was the purple-haired one, who very quickly lost all connection with the real world in terms of consciousness and screamed from the metamorphosis that was taking place inside. In a moment, his companion found himself in the same state, and they could say goodbye to human consciousness and mortality because now they were living corpses. Black did a huge part of the work in all this, helping his master by keeping the level of mana as high as necessary. Jamie looked at the two with hope, as he really wanted all his efforts not to be wasted and to finally be able to use them at his disposal. Their words confirmed the boy's hope, and he finally took full control of them and could use them as he pleased. But there was still a moment that made him doubt the correctness of the whole ritual, because behind them was black smoke, which spoke of its otherworldly nature. They both looked at him with empty eyes as if assessing the picture that was unfolding around them after this turbulent hour. Black behaved somewhat anxiously, as if something was wrong, although Jamie did not know what exactly the problem was. The boy shouted at him not to make any unnecessary noise and not to dare to doubt himself, as this was fundamentally important for their future endeavors. He was absolutely sure that his favorite had done everything perfectly, so there was no reason to worry, and he tried to calm him down in this way. Jamie concluded that it was his mistake, as he thought he might not be able to handle it, but it was still unpleasant to see such a result, even if it was expected. Although he tried not to cling to his past reputation, it was still somewhat sad and unpleasant for him to have to make mistakes in such trivial rituals now. Now he wondered if there was any point in keeping these two poor victims of circumstance alive if he couldn't make full use of them, so their value was falling incredibly fast. If they were sources of black smoke, they would not be able to sneak into Janice's church or even just walk into a tavern and remain unnoticed, so their role was becoming meaningless. Black, in turn, behaved somewhat atypically and tried with all his might to attract the attention of his master, who was lost in thought and not looking around. To make sure he caught Jamie's eye, he even bit his cheek so that he couldn't deny how deeply involved his beloved was in the process. The boy was indignant at how he dared to behave so directly towards his master, who should still be a significant authority figure in Black's eyes. When he finally turned his attention to Black, he carefully lowered himself onto the head of one of the newly transformed living dead and looked closely. In this way, if he concentrated, he could help control the two of them and make their appearance less suspicious due to the black smoke around them. It was a pleasant surprise for Jamie that his pet was capable of such things and allowed his skills to be used so widely and creatively. Black tried to demonstrate through his behavior his willingness to help and remain useful to his master in any situation. Now he had absorbed almost all the energy that prevented the living corpses from being used for their intended purpose, and in this way allowed the boy to return to the foreground. Finally, the two returned to their normal appearance and began to look like people who could actually be used for the purposes that had been set from the very beginning. Jamie just turned his head to look around and get his bearings, to see if there were any unnecessary difficulties that should be avoided given the overall situation. But all he saw was an oversaturated pet who had spent almost all his strength to absorb the energy that had become a problem for his owner. The boy couldn't help but praise his pet, who had worked so hard to help him carry out the plan he had had in mind from the very beginning. Returning to his new servants, he thought that the time had come to give them names and a bit of the intelligence necessary to perform at least some primitive tasks. Now he wanted to call Jens Asart, as it suited his general appearance, which was somewhat threatening and at the same time insidious. Philip was given the name Rizel, which corresponded to his certain vampirism and monstrosity, which did not fit with his desperate struggle for life. Jamie addressed them both with a call to wake up and a smile that was caused by his own power and control over the two souls that now depended entirely on him. In response to a single word, the two tensed up and straightened up, ready to carry out any mission their master might devise for them. Now, all he had to do was wave his hand, and they would watch its direction and think about where they should go according to their leader's words. From the outside, it might have seemed a little strange, since they had recently been planning their escape and a new life after getting rid of this additional difficulty in the form of the organization. And now they were once again becoming servants of sorts, albeit in the role of corpses. Both men stared blankly at their new master's hand and could not understand what they should do in this case, as there was no order or inner awareness. Jamie understood that they needed to be given some time to come to their senses and finally get into the right frame of mind, because all the metamorphoses were happening very quickly and their bodies could not keep up with events. The men sat before him with their knees bent, showing their respect for the author who had allowed them to return to life, at least in this form. Suddenly, the one who was now to be called Azard asked the boy if he had created him, as he began to understand the situation from a new perspective. Jamie agreed without hesitation, because he wanted to draw a parallel in their minds between the author and the one who gave orders so that they would be good servants. The man wondered who the stranger in the robe in front of him was, since he looked no more than 10 years old, but he felt such a strong and frightening energy that it certainly did not match his age. At one point, it even seemed to him that the man had stepped out of the pages of a book he had read as a child, embodying an evil that should not exist in this world. With every passing second, the fear inside him grew and grew. and he felt how unpleasant the energy emanating from the guy who was enjoying his position at that moment was. Jamie understood what thoughts might be going through his new doll's head and decided not to hide his own excitement and understanding of the superiority that humiliated any feelings his opponent might have. In the eyes of the living corpse, he resembled a demon king, as he was just as frightening with his streams of mana, which already made it clear what a powerful person was standing before them. Razel watched all this with genuine fear, as he could not even imagine that he would find himself in such an unpleasant situation in which he would have to become a toy in the hands of someone so insane. He gathered a little courage inside and clenched his fist to show his determination, which stood out despite his position as a powerless servant. The man exclaimed that he did not know if he was standing before the Demon King, but he certainly did not look like a human, especially considering his physical appearance as a child. Jamie felt very comforted because these two were resisting him in a very funny way, so he had to show them how servants should look at their master. At the same time, he understood that it was his fault that he had not managed to make them perfect right away and subjugate them from the very basics of their souls. However, the young man was not going to leave things as they were and tried to deal with the situation so that everything would be according to his plan and beliefs. Literally, one short movement was enough for one of them to fall face down on the ground and be unable to resist, as he was now completely dependent on his master. Jamie deliberately acted quite cruelly to show what the consequences could be if they decided to disobey their new leader, because loyalty and obedience were among the most important things to him. Savoring every word, he said that he would forgive such behavior this time, but if the man dared to look at him that way again, he would face a completely different outcome. Without exaggeration, Jamie promised that he would wipe out anyone who dared to behave as if they had a will of their own and could not be taken seriously. The second of his victims watched this with wide eyes and did not even know how to react. If his old friend had found himself in such a predicament, then he needed to follow his example and not take any risks. The boy pondered the nature of those souls that now belonged to him, and regardless of their true will, they had to obey his decisions, no matter what. As long as the contract they had signed was valid, both lives belonged to Jamie, and only he could decide their fate, because such were the laws dictated by dark magic. But in the end, he realized that even in such a case, he needed to leave at least a drop of humanity in himself and decided to confess something to the two of them. The young man pointed out that no matter how it might seem, he was not the king of demons, and in fact, they were looking at an ordinary person who was causing all the discord. The man moved away from his fear a little and asked him who he was in that case, because this level of power could not look like something ordinary. Jamie smiled and said that he was a dark magician who had fought against the gods and had not strayed from his principles and intentions to this day, no matter what happened. With the same enthusiasm, he announced that the two would have only one task, namely to observe the Church of Janus and gather all the information they could obtain. In addition, Jamie decided to add that they needed to find a guy involved in human trafficking and bring him to him, as he needed testimony from him instead of living corpses. The new servants bowed their heads and did not dare to argue with the orders they had received, as they now had to do everything their masters thought of. One of them finally looked up to see if the unknown man in the robe was still in the same place, and finally exhaled, because where Jamie had been standing a few seconds ago, there was now nothing, which meant that they could be alone and think about the events that had taken place recently. Suddenly, they looked at each other, as if they themselves did not know where to start and how to act in this situation, their minds already clouded. The agreement worked flawlessly, so they hurried enthusiastically toward the church, as they had to carry out the order exactly as their master had instructed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, the magical pet was arguing passionately with his master, who was listening to him with half an ear. Jamie calmed Black, as if he had tightly pulled the rope of obedience on them, and they could not disobey orders, no matter how much they wanted to. In that case, his father would have to solve the problem of human trafficking himself, and he knew that it would not be difficult for him, as it touched on his deepest principles. The boy also understood that he could not turn a blind eye to everything that was happening, because these lands would become his in the future when the inheritance passed to him. In the end, he had to hurry, because he had spent too much time away from home, and this could arouse suspicion on the part of his family or servants. He thought aloud, saying that today it was worth returning home, addressing his magical pet, who had to help him with this, Suddenly, an unknown boy hit him in the back, doing it so unexpectedly that Jamie didn't even have time to jump out of the way. As soon as he turned around, he realized that it was an accident, as the guy ran into him as if he was running away from someone and not looking at the obstacles in front of him. Still, he couldn't ignore it, and he got angry over such a trifle, which could happen to anyone. But for him, it was outrageous and a sign of disrespect. He was about to run into a random passerby who was blocking his way home when he realized that it was a child who was unlikely to have any bad intentions. Although he didn't think about it right away, he himself looked like a child, which was pointed out to him by the boy in front of him, for whom this was not an argument in this case. Jamie himself forgot for a second that he was actually only 9 years old and looked his age, even though his soul was already very experienced. He said he would forgive him this time, but advised the boy to watch his step in the future, as he understood that starting a conflict in his case would be a foolish decision. The boy looked at him and did not understand how to react, because he was being given advice by someone who looked the same age as him and should not have been very different in other respects. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed that he did not understand how he could pretend to be an adult when he did not have a single gray hair, which for him was a sign of maturity. This remark was unexpected even for Jamie, as the argument was quite strange and uneven in its logic. Now he had to think about how to respond to such an accusation, because it was impossible to argue with the obvious fact. But why this was an indicator remained a mystery. Jamie turned back to the boy, who was still lying on the ground and looking at him with incomprehension, still not knowing how to behave. Suddenly, he noticed that his hair was a different color than usual and realized that all this had something to do with the actions of his magical pet Black. It seemed strange to him that even in such a situation, Black dared to stop his own master, and it was unclear where he had picked up such habits to act so arbitrarily. So he turned to the boy and advised him to watch his words if he didn't want to be punished, his voice so cold that it showed he was ready to do whatever he promised. This had an immediate effect, as the boy almost cried and immediately rushed to Jamie to apologize, sensing a possible threat. Considering that the boy had restrained himself and had not done anything wrong to the stranger, the magical pet was satisfied and finally allowed the original plan to be carried out. Still, it was necessary to hurry, as time was passing unnoticed, and it was necessary to get home as quickly as possible so as not to arouse any suspicion due to their absence. When they returned home, Black felt depressed and seemed offended by his master, who had not behaved towards him as he would have liked. Jamie didn't even try to justify himself, as he believed that the dog knew perfectly well what he was guilty of and why he was now in this situation, promising worse punishment if it happened again. The favorite still tried to demonstrate his position in some way, but the boy also wanted to know where the familiar had learned such behavior. The young wizard fell into the pillow and felt the fatigue that had actually accumulated during the night, as he had expended much more effort than he had expected at the outset. However, in any case, he would be quite busy in the future, and at least he managed to live a quiet and measured life after his reincarnation. But who would have thought that after his reincarnation, the very god he hated with all his soul, Janus, would appear in these lands? He clenched his fist to restrain the emotions that arose within him at the very mention of the name of this god, who had done so much evil to him in his past life that now he wanted only revenge. The young man conducted an imaginary dialogue between himself and the god, noting that the god could try as much as he wanted and gather as many followers as he wanted, but in the end, he would still be victorious. His eyes showed a determination that could not be faked or acted out, because his whole life was now focused on defeating his old enemy. Meanwhile, other events were taking place on the streets of the city, as his puppets finally set out to carry out his orders. Asura approached his former colleagues with a question about the whereabouts of the senior member responsible for the human trafficking scheme, which caused great surprise, as he had seen the corpse, and now Jens was talking to him. He couldn't believe his eyes because Hani had said he would kill them both, but somehow he had managed to survive, which led him to guess that his partner had fallen into the hands of the guy who didn't even know how to use mana. To speed up his former partner's thoughts about the whereabouts of the person he was looking for, he hit the wall next to his face, showing that the next blow could be aimed at him. The man was eager to learn the information that was important to him because of the order and to carry it out as quickly as possible, so he did not want to spend too much time interrogating him. The member of the organization said that nothing had been heard from the other members, and that if they found out about Jens's return, there would be immediate panic and disorder. But it seemed that they had all suffered, so he had to find a way out of the situation, and he began by saying that he did not know where the senior member had gone. Before he could finish, a second member of the living dead appeared behind him, who had a much higher position in the organization and therefore a certain authority, which played a role in this case. The one who had previously been addressed as Philip asked if the statement that the member of the organization had shouted with such dedication was true. He noted that it was the absolute truth, and if they wanted to be sure, they could ask other comrades who would confirm these words. This was all annoying, because finding the leader was necessary to carry out the order, and the leader was informed about everything that was happening in the city, so there was a good chance that he knew something about the church. So he decided to take an alternative approach and ask directly where he thought their leader might have gone, so as not to rely solely on clear knowledge, but at least to make an assumption. The young man understood that this time he needed to answer their question properly so as not to endanger himself from two angry gangsters. He decided to act very cautiously and noted that the boss liked to drink and chat with beautiful girls, so it would be worth checking out the bars associated with the organization. The living corpses looked at each other and came to the conclusion that this made sense and that they should indeed go through the bars to find the one they were so carefully looking for. The one they were interrogating just exhaled, thinking that they would finally leave him alone, and there was no need to hold him any longer, and he managed to avoid punishment for lying. As soon as this thought occurred to him, he was struck in the face by the stronger of the two, which put an end to his hopes of remaining unharmed after such an unsuccessful encounter. He noted that the owner had ordered them to bring in an accomplice, and even this one would have been suitable for giving testimony about plans to trade children. But now a new problem had arisen, namely where to leave the new hostage. And one option was to tie him up in the forest so that he could not escape. The second replied that this was not a bad idea, but that they could also throw him into the warehouse in his house, which would be safer and more accessible for them in the future. So Azart took him on his shoulder, and they quickly headed for the warehouse, as they had already wasted too much time conducting this interrogation, which had not yielded any concrete results. Meanwhile, on another street, someone was trying to open the door to a famous place where you could always find a huge number of people of dubious character. With each step deeper into the building, he saw only more new bodies and almost stepped in pools of blood that now covered the entire floor. The same boy who accidentally bumped into Jamie on the street was now looking around, unable to even imagine what had actually happened in this place and why everyone was injured. He didn't even want to think about the fact that everyone he saw here was dead, and it was unlikely that he would now be able to ask them about the events that had taken place here. Until recently, he thought he would get another beating for not closing yesterday's fate, but now it seemed that no one would ever hit him again in his life. He decided to flee this place very quickly, before the other members of the organization began to ask questions and he became an unwanted witness. The situation was completely different in the Count's house, where the sun was just peeking through the windows and gently signaling that it was time to start a new day. He understood that today would be a little different from yesterday, and there was no escaping it, so the young man exhaled, preparing himself for a new day where he would have to do something he absolutely did not want to do. But it was not his choice, so he had to accept it. So he quickly got dressed and ready to finally leave the room and face what he didn't really want to do. But it was a necessity. Finally, the boy turned to his magical pet, informing him that because his father sensed his presence, it was necessary to cancel the call for a short time. Now he was ready to enter the dining room and, as usual, put on a show of being a good family man, greeting his father and mother with words of welcome. Only his father responded, as his mother was somehow absent from their usual breakfast. But the head of the family was very friendly and asked if he had slept well. Jamie had barely noticed his mother's absence from their usual breakfast when he saw the tip of her hair and realized that fate was still cruel to him. She rushed at him, wanting to just hold him in her arms because she missed her beloved son so much, who had not pleased them with his presence yesterday. However, he had to play the role of a loving son, no matter how much he didn't want to. But he couldn't leave this theater, so he noticed that he didn't even notice where she was hiding. It was all a lie, and he had actually noticed her long ago. But he wanted to console himself with the thought that his suffering would be delayed at least a little longer. His mother was very pleased that she had been able to surprise her son and asked him if it had been a big surprise for him, but he said that it had been more of a pleasure than a surprise. The woman couldn't get enough of her son, who was so pleasant and kind to her that she wanted to spend every minute of her free time with him. Jamie tried to stop her and suggested that they finally start eating so that she could distract herself a little from her obsessive love, which she could not hide in any way. But instead, he was attacked from two sides, and now both his mother and younger sister were hugging him, seemingly wanting to suffocate him with their family affection. Finally, he managed to assert his right to a full breakfast, and they were able to begin their meal, which had been delayed by silly displays of affection that were difficult to endure. His mother's next victim was his younger sister, who did not resist at all and was happy that she was so sincerely loved and hugged with all her heart. For a second, Jamie thought that he would also like to play with his sister's cheeks, because baby's cheeks are so soft and pleasant that it was hard to resist. But then he remembered his situation and began to punish himself for having thoughts that did not fit in with his plans. After breakfast, the family began to discuss some event that was to take place tomorrow, but he was not aware of what they were talking about. While playing with his younger sister, he wanted to ask his father what was going to happen tomorrow, because he wanted to be aware of all the events that were taking place in the family and in the city. Arjuna was surprised that he had not told his eldest son about the events that awaited them very soon, and felt a little ashamed. His mother said in her defense that she had completely forgotten because she was too worried about her son and did not want to admit her guilt. From this, Jamie concluded that she was talking about the day she saw the whole body breathing technique, and given her nature, this would have caused her great fear for her child. The older son decided to apologize for all this, because he felt uncomfortable that his actions caused so much anxiety, but he also did it to gain trust. But the woman noted that she would always be fine as long as she knew that her son and daughter were okay, so she asked them to behave more calmly so that she would have nothing to worry about. Otherwise, if Jamie continued to act like this, she would just plop down somewhere in the hallway and start crying because she was too worried. Returning to reality, Jamie asked what was happening tomorrow and what they were talking about so actively without his participation. In fact, a grand ball was waiting for them, organized by the counties of Simon and Welton, and most of the aristocrats from the east of the kingdom of Seldom were supposed to be there. Previously, children were not taken along, but now they were old enough, so their mother was simply delighted with the idea that her children would see such a wonderful event. But Jamie could only conclude that his precious and rare free time would now disappear, as he would have to spend time with his family playing the role of the perfect son. Therefore, he had to finish the business he had started as quickly as possible, and in the evening, he put on his cloak, which as usual meant secretly moving around the city. To do this, he needed the help of his faithful magical assistant, who was ordered to go to the two living corpses who were supposed to work hard today. A short flight was enough to get to the place he had in mind, where he managed to find his servants who had already completed at least part of their task. After the flight, he carefully approached the ground, where he could navigate on his own without waiting for Black's help. Meanwhile, the door to the mysterious dark room opened briefly, indicating that the guests had finally arrived to report on what they had managed to accomplish that day. Both looked very focused and serious, as they understood that the success of the mission depended entirely on them and that they had to make every effort. Jamie took off his hood and asked directly how things were going with his orders and how far they had gotten in that time. One of them apologized and immediately reported that they had not been able to find out anything about the Janus Church, but immediately began to justify himself, saying that she would soon be removed. The young man reacted quite calmly to this, as he understood that even the organization's leadership would find it difficult to learn about internal affairs in a day, so he moved on to the second order. They coped much better with this task and found a member of the organization who could testify about child trafficking before the count, as the boss wanted. He observed the situation and paid particular attention to the hair of the boy in front of him, from which he concluded that the Welton family had found out everything and that he would now face retribution. The living corpses explained that he was one of the leaders of the criminal organization and knew that Hannibal would try to kill them, which made him the perfect informant. Asura immediately warned that there was nothing there about the aspects that interested them, but Jamie stopped him, noting that he himself was in a position to check it much more effectively. He asked to remove the gag from the mouth of their future informant, which would prevent him from telling everything he knew. Before Jamie could ask any questions, the man exclaimed that he really didn't know anything, but if they let him live, he would do his best to find out more information. You couldn't influence the guy who used methods that might not seem very humane to the victims from whom he wanted to extract information. He immediately noted that he had no intention of killing him, but that he would have to carry out one task while demonstrating his heavy black energy, which forced obedience without question. With tears in his eyes, the man said that he would do anything he was asked to do, even if it meant finding the boss. But in return, he asked only for mercy. Jamie was annoyed by the man's talkativeness, who interrupted him and did not allow him to come to a specific conclusion. So with a single gesture, he silenced him, and the man could not say a word, no matter how much he wanted to. The boy reached out his hand to the hostage's head to direct the flow of mana, which would immediately dot all the I's and cross all the T's and make his task very clear. In this way, he gave the order to go to the Count and report on the affairs of the entire organization, which could cause enormous turmoil, but at the same time would play into his hands. In a moment, the hostage stood up with a blank look, as if there was nothing else in his head but the one sentence of the order, which had become his life's goal. He turned briefly and headed toward the Count's house, where he could carry out the order that was now the sole purpose of his life. Jamie immediately warned that there was no point in sympathizing with the participant, since the organization would not pursue him anyway, because the Count would not leave the situation as it was. Next in line for the order were the two who were his loyal servants, and he told them to leave the city and hide somewhere, and they didn't even ask why, because they agreed to anything. Meanwhile, Black flew up to his master's ear and whispered something to him, very quietly and discreetly, so that no one could interfere in their affairs. Now the boy noticed that something had changed during the day, because today they did not even ask about the reason for this order and did not argue with him at all, but were, on the contrary, perfectly obedient. The two said that their master's orders had to be accepted immediately and were not subject to any discussion, and that they had to simply follow them blindly. Meanwhile, the second said that he probably understood why Jamie had told them this and agreed with him, since he did not begin to oppose him. And that was objective, because their father would surely destroy the organization. And in the process, no one would even remember the two who had disappeared without a trace, but would rather write them off as dead. The guy noted that he would be out of town for a few days, and that it would be better for them to disappear for that time so that no one could find them or notice their connections to the organization. After that, he quickly left the bar in a dodgy neighborhood and planned to return home so that he could get everything done and remain unnoticed. Suddenly, one of the living dead ran out from behind the door, shouting to the owner as if something had happened that could not be ignored. Jamie didn't even know what could have happened in those few seconds since he left the building, and couldn't imagine why the man looked so agitated and was calling him Suddenly, he shouted a question about what they had turned into, since they knew they were already corpses and had come to terms with the fact that this could not be changed, but the new reality was strange, to say the least. In principle, there was no turning back, and they had come to terms with it, since they had gained the desired power that they did not have in real life, but still wanted to understand what kind of creatures they had become. The young man asked him to ask a specific question, and the man explained that their power had become much greater than it had been in life, which was the biggest surprise. He was interested in whether it was possible that they had turned into high-class undead creatures with enough power to be considered formidable opponents. In response, Jamie just laughed, causing the servant to apologize and ask if the question was inappropriate, which made his master react that way. The young man was genuinely pleased and said that there was no problem, that his master had simply behaved in a very amusing way and made him laugh, which showed some unique ability to adapt. Felon didn't even know how to respond to this and simply thanked him, hoping that it could be taken as praise and that he hadn't embarrassed himself. Jamie noted without irony that this was the first time he had encountered something like this in his long spiritual life, despite his physical body suggesting otherwise. Those who underwent the ritual usually became ardent opponents of their new essence and resembled monsters who had lost their minds, but these two were the complete opposite. Now it seemed to him that he was lucky to find two natural talents who had accidentally crossed his path the day before. In the end, he explained that they were just zombies, and after death their appearance did not change in any way, although their physical strength had increased significantly and was higher than that of a human. From this, the living corpses could draw their own conclusions and finally understand the nature of their new essence, as this was a crucial moment for them. Jamie said with a laugh in his voice that, based on the efforts they were making, they might indeed become high-class zombies someday, joking but with a hint of seriousness. This news was incredibly comforting to both of them, as they wanted to achieve something extraordinary at least after their earthly life, if such an opportunity arose. With that, they finally said goodbye, and he advised them to hide very well, according to his earlier order, although now the atmosphere between them was not as formal as before. Jamie noted to himself that they were not pitiful at all, but rather interesting and reminiscent of that same boy from the past who had left his mark on his memory. But in the end, they had to return immediately, as they were already very late and needed to get home as soon as possible. That night, the Count turned everything upside down, and the leadership of the large criminal organization Rival, which had taken root in Hayes, brought charges against its internal members. The man had to postpone his trip to deal with all this and prevent the gangsters from seizing power in the city and doing such unprincipled things as child trafficking. For this reason, only 3 of them will travel to the largest trading city of Regan in the east to attend the same ball mentioned earlier. The young man concluded that they would have gotten there much faster if they had used teleportation. But compared to the past, things had improved significantly. History books clearly illustrated the events that followed his death and what actually happened, because demons occupied the land and the Demon King descended to earth. But he himself could become the very person who would destroy the peace around him. And those foolish 12 gods, who for a long time had been unable to even unite, would feel his wrath. Compared to last time, now he could easily deal with them, even though countless living beings would die. But that would be none of his business. While he was thinking about all these events, he was distracted from reality and found himself in a whirlpool of his own plans and intentions, which did not fit his modern appearance at all. This made him feel all the mana that surrounded him and focus on his inner energy in order to feel his own harmony with magic. At the same time, his younger sister had no idea what was going on in her brother's mind and was happy that they were going on a trip together and could spend time together. In fact, he hoped that this evening would end without any additional problems or difficulties, as he wanted to avoid this while it was still possible. Along the way, they encountered a huge number of beautiful places that they wanted to look at longer than the short opportunity on the run allowed. The city looked truly amazing and exciting, especially for young children who had not yet seen enough in their lives to become discerning about architecture. It even managed to surprise Jamie, who himself admired the views from their carriage of the new city he had never been to before. His mother concluded that it was the most developed city in their kingdom, and that it would be impossible to find another city through which as much money passed as through Regan. They said that Seldom was one of the richest cities in the kingdom only because of Regan, and now he had the opportunity to see for himself. While they were admiring the views, the whole road flew by unnoticed, and they really found themselves where they were supposed to get off. Jamie exclaimed that he wanted to see Count Simon so badly that his heart was about to jump out of his chest, playing the role of a little boy full of enthusiasm. His mother didn't need much of an excuse to start clinging to her son again with hugs and exclamations about his extraordinary nature and kindness, which made her happy once more. When she calmed down, she asked if he was so fascinated by Uncle Simon because he wanted to become a magician just like him. The boy found himself in a situation where it was difficult to say a word, so he just nodded his head and didn't even start talking about it, because it could be the beginning of new interrogations. The woman continued that the Count was simply incredible because even though he was the same age as the boy's father, he was already a 7th-class magician, which showed great skill. His magic was similar to the Red Lotus, so he was called the Red Lotus Mage, and it was said that with one of his spells, he could kill 1,000 people at once. This thesis particularly interested Jamie, so he wanted to ask more about what kind of person the Count was in general and how to approach him correctly. She did not expect her son to be so interested in this topic and was not prepared to answer so many questions. So at first it caused her some discomfort. Suddenly his mother continued, saying that his hair was as red as blood, which created a strange atmosphere of mystery around her. In fact, the boy was not interested in whether he was a Red Lotus magician or a 7th-class magician. All this was secondary. The only thing that really mattered was the power that allowed him to take so many lives with a single blow. Jamie wanted to talk to him and understand how powerful this mage could potentially be, whether he could learn something important for himself in the future. His conversation with Marcus was somewhat useless because it was too short, and it was interesting to imagine what his dialogue with Count Simon would be like. When it was time to get out of the carriage, their mother warned them to follow her carefully and not to go anywhere else. The boy did not want to argue with her, so as not to cause additional reasons for new unnecessary conversations. So he just nodded and agreed. A dark-haired man approached them and asked if the lady in front of him was Count Welton's wife, and she confirmed the hypothesis. In that case, he promised to take them to their rooms so they could rest after their journey and prepare for the next meeting on the program. The room was incredibly luxurious, which was hard to imagine even in their not-so-poor house. But here everything was on a whole other level. Everything around was decorated with extra details and just shone with luxury that a person with average earnings couldn't even imagine. The servant explained that these were their rooms for the duration of the event, and if they had any requests, they could inform their personal valet. The woman noted that the count they were visiting was very attentive to them and had allocated the best rooms imaginable, which was very pleasing. They allocated a separate room for the boy, which was entirely at his disposal, as he was attentive enough to understand that he would not want to share a room with his parents. The mother, who was known for being overly protective of her beloved son, asked him to return to her room as soon as he had unpacked his things and settled in. Within a few minutes, the girl was surrounded by servants who helped her get ready for the upcoming meetings, which were to take place according to their plan, and who could not admire her beauty enough. She looked at herself as if she did not recognize her reflection, because after certain manipulations, which were supposed to serve as good preparation for the meeting, she began to look much better than usual. Even Jamie couldn't take his eyes off her, as she radiated femininity and fresh beauty. As if she were not the mother of 2 children, she was very pleased that her beloved son looked at her with such admiration that words could not express, because Jamie's opinion was very important to her. The woman rejoiced like a child, despite receiving hundreds of compliments from everyone else, but paying attention only to her son's words. She almost threw herself at her son, wanting to hug him in gratitude, and at the same time to note how neat and pleasant he looked. But she was forbidden to do so in order not to spoil the image. No matter how much the mother wanted to ask her assistants to let her hug her son just once, they forbade it, because the dress would be ruined even by one wrong move. As soon as they had finished talking and came to the conclusion that this was impossible, her little sister came out of the room, dressed just as beautifully for the ball. The girl really looked very cute, like a doll that had been carefully dressed by her loving mistress, and now she could only admire her and twirl around her. But she also really wanted to know her older brother's opinion, because they all seemed to revolve around him in a whirlpool of family love that sometimes seemed one-sided. Jamie noted that she looked very cute and beautiful, but asked if she was uncomfortable in this outfit, and in response suggested that they endure it together until the end of the celebration. Now it was the young gentleman's turn to put on his best outfit and begin to dazzle everyone with his incredible beauty, just as his mother and sister had done. Finally, after lengthy preparations, which were intended to serve as a good distraction before an important meeting where all the aristocrats imaginable in their kingdom would be present, they moved to the main hall. The young man looked around and remembered what ballrooms looked like in his past life, and he couldn't help but marvel at how luxurious the surroundings were, both architecturally and in terms of the attire of the people around him. He asked his mother if the count loved all this luxury that surrounded them, and she confirmed this theory and noted that he would be able to see for himself when he met him in person. Other aristocratic women began to talk to Madame Welton, reminding her how long it had been since they had seen each other, and at the same time praising her clothes and overall appearance, as she looked simply beautiful. Jamie watched all this with a hint of distrust, as he understood that they were simply trying to curry favor with his family, which had been characteristic of his past life and had not changed here. In his time, fools behaved just as insincerely and obsequiously, trying to get close to the stupid gods who had caused him so many problems. It was terribly unpleasant for him to think about it, but fortunately, his mother knew how to deal with such people and kept the necessary distance. Amidst the general chaos that reigned around them, as everyone was happy to meet again and wanted to seize every moment of their next conversation, someone suddenly shouted to get the crowd's attention. It was Rival Banner, a member of the administrative bodies of the city of Reagan, who addressed all those who had come to the county ball with greetings. Silence fell over the hall, and everyone turned their gaze to the man who had managed to calm the restless aristocrats who had gathered here for the ball. With a smile, he noted that the ball would begin soon, so everyone should take their seats, which had been determined in advance to avoid confusion. In addition, he asked everyone to be ready to welcome Count Simon and his entire family, as they would be arriving any minute and would be expecting a warm welcome from their guests. Suddenly, a man with red hair entered, immediately standing out from the crowd, which looked much calmer compared to his striking appearance. He walked confidently and unhurriedly, knowing that all eyes were now on him and that he could enjoy this moment of glory as long as he wished. His appearance caused complete incomprehension and numbness on Jamie's face, as he immediately associated him with someone he did not expect to see here at all. The man ambiguously said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, which only made the boy even more anxious, as all his theories were confirmed in an instant. Now the young wizard found himself in a strange situation and did not even know how to act correctly so as not to damage either his reputation or the overall situation. The redhead greeted them and said he hoped everyone would enjoy the event and that he was happy to share it with them. But Jamie could only think about the fact that he was standing in front of a 7th level mage. It was difficult for him to control his emotions because he understood that the person in front of him was on the same level as Marcus Linmel, and maybe even stronger than that gray-haired old man. Now the boy remembered his mother's words, who called him the Wizard of the Red Lotus, and now it all took on new meaning when he understood why the name sounded that way. The man still managed to interest him and even exceed all expectations, which made his true nature inside the boy's body rejoice at the potentially useful acquaintance. The Count approached Madame Velton and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, complimenting her as if she looked much better than last year, which was both praise and insult. She behaved very restrainedly and asked him not to remind her of last year's events, expressing her own joy that he was also in good health. The host of the event immediately noticed that Count Welton himself was missing from their table, but his wife warned that he would join them later in the evening, as sudden problems had arisen that could not be postponed. He nodded briefly and asked if the boy sitting next to them was their son, although the answer was obvious and the question somewhat formal. But the mother, with a voice full of pride in her children, named her son, who was watching the Count with a hint of admiration and interest. She then introduced her daughter, Sarah Welton, at the same time asking the children to greet Count Simon himself. They bowed to the man who had organized today's ball and repeated their names to emphasize their independence and identity with the surname and family name they bore. The Count's wife remarked that the children were very beautiful and indeed intelligent, as they were able to behave so politely in an unfamiliar situation with important people. The mother was not shy and remarked that they were indeed so, and praised her children with complete sincerity because she really thought so and held the position that her children were the best. Meanwhile, the Count himself was watching the eldest son of the Welton family closely as he aroused certain suspicions in him that were impossible to avoid, but he did not say anything out loud. Jamie, on the other hand, felt quite comfortable, despite being under the scrutiny of the unknown man, as his level of magic was high enough to understand the potential. To further annoy the host of the evening, he clenched his fist in which mana was concentrated, as if to show that he could do more if he wanted to, or if the need arose. This made Simon smile, even though he had been very reserved before and had not expressed any strong emotions. With a satisfied look on his face, he turned to the boy again and asked if his name was Jamie, which was just a way to start a conversation with the one who had silently challenged him. The eldest son of the family was not intimidated and replied that it was indeed so, continuing the exchange of glances that had begun between them a few minutes earlier. They understood each other without unnecessary words and agreed to talk later, as they had a mutual interest that was now a matter of principle. Then the Count turned around with satisfaction and went to his seat, leaving the Welton family alone with their thoughts, which could arise after such ambiguous interactions. Jamie watched him go, noting that he had exceeded all his expectations and that he could not wait for their second meeting, where they would be able to behave less formally. Before finally saying goodbye, they wished each other a pleasant evening, and the family hosting the guests asked them to make themselves at home. The Count's son looked at Jamie with a certain incomprehension, as he also evoked strange feelings in him that he could not identify specifically. At that moment, the boy was wondering when their father would arrive, and his mother replied that it would be closer to nightfall. Now that the Count's family was alone and could discuss the topics that really interested them, an interesting conversation ensued. One of the sons asked his father what he thought of Jamie Welton, and his father asked what had interested the 10-year-old boy so much that they had talked for a minute. In his defense, he noted that although he was young now, he would become the head of the family in the future, and considering that they were the same age, it would be good for them to get to know each other. The father watched his son and did not trust the innocent interest he was trying to show, because there were rumors that he was showing leadership qualities among the aristocratic children. From this, it could be concluded that he was trying to gain his support in this way, which was nonsense, but it was worth playing along with him at least a little. So he threw out a remark, as if to a dog, that he was behaving quite wisely despite his young age. And this made the boy wonder if he could tell him anything else about Jamie. But now the player fell silent and asked for his aperitif to be brought, which put an end to this short conversation about the Weltons. Their son could count on much more support from his mother, who was kinder and tried to see the potential in her own children. She asked him to try to befriend Jamie, as their families had been allies for a long time, and it would be better to preserve this for future generations. The red-haired boy began to agree with her and said that he would certainly do as she asked, noting that she should not worry for a moment. She was pleased that her son, despite his young age, was so understanding and respected the strategies that needed to be preserved in their aristocratic world. When the woman felt that all issues had been resolved and she could also relax and enjoy a pleasant evening, she asked for an aperitif for herself. But as soon as all attention was diverted from her son and they were not watching his face, he immediately revealed his true nature and apologized to his mother in his mind for not going to fulfill her request. In fact, he had no intention of getting along with this scumbag who was sitting not far from them and behaving excessively arrogantly. The boy came to the conclusion that Jamie must crawl before him on his knees because he saw it as his mission to show that Jamie was not worthy of the coolness he was trying to demonstrate. He was so caught up in his own fantasies that he didn't even notice how he had now moved on to his father, who would surely pay attention to him and notice his efforts. The redhead actually hoped that the Count would notice his actions and begin to respect him and take him seriously if he managed to break the representative of another family. Another member of Count Simon's family watched his brother's satisfied face and stared at the younger man's satisfaction with a hint of condemnation. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, which he wanted to implement in order to see the consequences of his actions, which could play into his hands. When the meal was finally over, they began to discuss in mixed companies, as this was also an important part of the life of aristocrats who had to maintain connections. His mother carefully instructed Jamie to make friends with everyone and be friendly to everyone around him. She herself went to the representatives of noble families to talk about topics that interested her and to meet friends she had not seen for a long time due to the distance. The boy, in turn, did not want to make any acquaintances at all, preferring instead to spend time alone, as he was tired of constantly being in public and playing a role that was not his own. And to experience the solitude he had been dreaming of all day, he went outside and found himself in a beautiful garden by a pond, which looked like the perfect place to just sit and think about the beauty around him. Nearby, he saw a small gazebo where he could sit away from prying eyes and relax in harmony with nature and silence. From this, he concluded that magic was not the only important thing in Count Simon's life, but at the same time, it was difficult for him to imagine that a person could reach such a high level. The boy was actually nervous about the upcoming meeting with the Count because he wanted to see him again and assess his abilities. But suddenly a voice behind him interrupted him. Without thinking twice, he concentrated the mana in his hand and prepared to attack, because in this case, he believed that no one would approach him just like that. Jamie swung with complete seriousness and was about to inflict damage on the person who had called out to him, because it seemed to him that he had fallen into a trap. The magic worked quickly and left no time for compromises that might arise in his mind during the attack, because he could finally pay attention to the person standing in front of him. Because in reality, instead of an enemy, the boy found himself facing a frightened girl who did not even expect to provoke such a violent reaction with 2 short words. Jamie didn't want to hurt her because he didn't even know who was in front of him, and understood that the likelihood of her wanting to hurt him was much lower than if it had been someone else. So he quickly dispelled the confusion and simply looked with incomprehension at the one who had managed to surprise him and make him act so impulsively. She exhaled, as she had not expected to have to put up with such attacks if she simply approached a guest somewhere on the street, which she would definitely have to take into account in the future. Suddenly, when the girl came to her senses, she shouted with a question, whether it was possible to behave so impulsively and attack without any reason. The guy counterattacked by saying that she had crept up on him very suddenly, which was also not very acceptable. so he asked her to be glad that she had survived at all, even though it was rude to a lady. But now he was more interested in who was standing in front of him and how she had managed to sneak up on him without him noticing her all this time. This aroused the girl's keen interest, and she now had a choice: to tell him what he asked or to leave him in the dark, which was much more appealing to her, considering what he had done to her. Jamie noticed that he disliked her, starting with the way she spoke and ending with the fact that she had managed to suddenly appear behind him. So he indicated that he was not in the mood to mess around. So instead of saying anything else, he sent another stream of mana, which was supposed to show her that it was better not to joke with him about anything if he didn't want her to. This blow landed just a few centimeters from her leg and demonstrated that if she did not satisfy him with her answer, the next one would land on her. The girl was very tense and did not even know how to behave correctly so as not to provoke further blows and at the same time not to reveal herself, because she did not want to reveal all the details. He noted that it was an airball, which was equivalent to second-level magic, which already meant something potentially dangerous for her. Jamie continued that if her magical protection was not sufficiently developed, the ball would pass right through her, and he was sure that for a little girl like her, it would be fatal. It was hard for her to believe that everything the unknown boy was saying was serious, because she didn't see the problem as being as big as he did. After the pressure that this remark was supposed to exert, he asked her again if she would like to tell him her name and explain how she ended up behind him. Suddenly, the girl realized that it was not worth arguing with him because he was behaving somewhat inappropriately and she could face negative consequences if she refused, so she was ready to share everything he needed. Jamie warned her that it would be better if they talked quickly before the bullet flew at her, and she said that her name was Ash Val, so that he would finally calm down. Later, she added that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Valley and also knew how to summon spirits, thus completely revealing herself. A summoner was a wizard who had made a contract with mysterious spirits of nature and now had special abilities compared to ordinary magicians. There were not many of them on the continent, so they were considered special magicians who could claim the status of Baron, and now he had to believe that the girl in front of him was indeed a summoner. With the help of the wind spirit, it was possible to sneak up silently, as Jamie realized while listening to the story. He was surprised that despite being the same age, she was already a summoner, because usually to connect with nature, one begins to study at the age of 10, but judging by her status, she was born a genius. And when she started learning, she might be able to sign a contract with the king, but her screams abruptly pulled him out of his thoughts as she wanted to know who he was and why he was using such dangerous magic. Now Jamie laughed because he realized that she was trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity, which showed that she hated losing, or at least doing it on her own. But she remained relentless and wanted him to tell her something about himself so that they would be on equal footing. He decided that he could give his name and mentioned that he was the successor to the Earl of Welton, and said that he was pleased to meet Ash Val, despite the altercation that had broken out between them. All this was possible given that the Vale family were loyal vassals of the County of Welton, which meant that their position was not dominant. Meanwhile, at home, the boy's father was dealing with the bandits, addressing one of them as if his gang annoyed him, but he did not touch them because sometimes they were even useful. But now they decided to repay the Count for his kindness and loyalty by engaging in human trafficking, which proved to be a fatal mistake for them. Despite his calm and wise appearance, when provoked, the Count became simply unstoppable and quite cruel to his enemies, who were the members of this gang. He noted that only someone who was completely insane or did not want to live a minute longer after his risky action could have done this. The man was filled with genuine anger, which he could only take out on the members of the organization who had allowed themselves to act so godlessly and against any principles. The Count did not even hear the pleas for mercy uttered by the member of the organization, as they now blended into white noise that only prevented him from administering justice. He behaved very coldly and tried not to give in to his emotions, so he ordered that the one who had allowed himself such insolence be hanged the very next day, so that he would not have a chance to do the same thing again. His assistants took note of this order and promised to carry it out exactly as the Count deemed appropriate, as they agreed with this decision because the bandits had acted inhumanely in everyone's opinion. Immediately after this, Arjano ordered a carriage to be prepared to take him to his family at the ball, as he needed to leave immediately in order to reach them in time. In just a few minutes, he was already on his way, getting closer and closer to his destination, where his wife and 2 children were waiting for him. Meanwhile, those who had been exposed as suspected human traffickers were walking to their place of execution, where their lives would end because they had allowed themselves to do something so immoral. A man in a black robe was watching the convoy, hiding his appearance and trying to remain unnoticed, and he certainly did not like the way things were going. He briefly noted that the gang had let them down, so it was worth preparing a plan B, clutching an unknown ball in his hands. While such intense events were taking place on the other side of the kingdom, in the residence where the ball was being held, or more precisely in the garden, a drama was unfolding among the children of the aristocrats. They stood in the same place as before, unable to move, unable to resolve their conflicts, which had arisen so suddenly that it was difficult to understand what they were about. Jamie's head was in complete chaos, as he found himself in a situation he did not want to encounter when he was looking for a place of solitude and peace. He snapped at her and asked a simple question. Why was she following him and not giving him the unique opportunity to be alone? Suddenly, the girl said something that surprised even the guy who was living his second life. Namely, that even if her father was his vassal, it meant nothing in their relationship. Despite this, he asked her to stop saying such things and finally leave him alone, as it was annoying and unnecessarily stressful. Jamie was about to say that he was going back to the common room and ask her not to follow him, when she grabbed his hand, showing that she had no intention of letting him go. This situation annoyed him incredibly, because now, in addition to his clingy mother and sister, there was also a girl who had no right to be there at all. He genuinely did not understand why she was so attached to him and could not let go of the man who had threatened to kill her just a few minutes ago. Ash noticed that he was the first person her age she had met here, and she wanted to be friends with him because it would be a waste of a wonderful opportunity to socialize. Jamie simply couldn't wrap his head around the words she had spoken, because being friends with someone sounded like a joke to him, or something incredible and unrealistic. The boy didn't even think that the reason for her increased attention to him might be precisely this, so now there was an awkward silence between them. He could understand why she might need a personal servant, but why she needed a friend remained a mystery to him that he could not solve. Although, to be fair, the young wizard noted that friends were important to children her age, something he had forgotten since he was living his life for the second time and did not understand the fullness of her current age. Despite the fact that tears were almost visible on the girl's face, he understood that this was not his problem at all and that it was not his duty to meet her needs. Therefore, Jamie exclaimed irritably that she could find someone else, as he was not looking for any friends and did not believe he had any need for that type of relationship. The girl cried out that he was being very rude, which immediately reminded him that she was only 10 years old and her behavior could not be very thoughtful. However, in the guy's opinion, friendship between people, like any other relationship, was completely irrational, as it called into question his own safety and benefit. If he had understood this truth right away, in his first life, he would not have had to put up with the consequences he had. So he thought it was very important for her to understand the truths he had learned through suffering and mistakes, right now, without further delay. Now Jamie felt very uncomfortable and, in his own way, angry at the girl who reminded him of the events of the past days, which made him feel sad. As soon as he broke away from her pursuit and finally found himself alone, another voice called out behind him, which already meant that some trouble was waiting for him. There were children from other aristocratic families who had much worse intentions towards the boy than the friendship offered by Ashwella. He immediately realized that the red hair belonged to the son of Count Simon, who stood in front of them all and looked like the leader of the gang that relied on him. He was not at all frightened, as the other boys might have expected, but with a certain aggression, restrained by cold calculation, he asked how the boy dared to call him that. The others immediately noticed that he was addressing their brother with a certain disrespect, which was completely unacceptable behavior for their group. The second one, standing behind them, noticed that it was Alf himself standing before them, which was enough for him, even though it was just an empty name for Jamie. To clarify, both exclaimed in unison that he was the eldest son and heir of Count Simon's family, which gave him enough weight in their eyes to be a valid argument. The boy was tired of the annoying shouts of the upstarts he didn't know, so he used a spell that silenced them, no matter how much they wanted to continue their monologue. This came as a big surprise to them, because despite the stream of words they wanted to say, No sounds came out, as if they weren't even trying. The same Alf, who was supposed to be their protector and leader, now looked at his fans with incomprehension, wondering how to help them and at the same time how not to become the next victim. Although he understood that a spell of unconditionality had been used on his friends, he couldn't even imagine how to prevent it. Jamie concluded that the redhead was at least a little better than these fools, if only because he had some idea that such a spell even existed. The latter in turn could not restrain himself and pointed out that he was much older than the young wizard. But the latter did not want to go into unnecessary details and immediately get down to business before the same fate befell the leader of the group. Alf understood that despite his age advantage, he was not in a dominant position and had to obey the indirect orders given to him by the representative of the Welton family. Despite this, he had to show why he had come in the first place and at least try to stick to his guns until the end to understand how hopeless the situation was. After clearing his throat a little, the young man began as if nothing had happened, saying that he had not come here to fight, but simply for a short conversation, and began immediately, noting that he was simply incredible and could use complex tasks, such as silence. Jamie understood that this was all empty talk and finally wanted to understand what really interested him, but advised him to go his own way and not cross paths with him again, so as not to suffer negative consequences. This did not suit the redhead at all, who had expected a different reception from the other side, and began to remind him again where he was from. But it was no surprise at all, since the fact that he was the son of Earl Simon was common knowledge. Alf calmed down a little, knowing that the other man was aware of his origins, and reminding him that if he was the son of Earl Welton, there should be no problems in their communication. Pointing to his rude companions, he noted that they had treated him that way only because of the boy's rudeness. But that was a lie, because if he hadn't shown his skills, they would have tried to force him to be their friend. But the boy continued as if nothing had happened, stating that in the future, they would become the core of the aristocracy of the Eastern region, and it would be better to befriend him even now. It was clear to Jamie that no matter how hard he tried to hide it, he simply wanted to subjugate the newcomer from an aristocratic family. He was already beginning to annoy himself by allowing himself to listen to such nonsense, and pointed out that he didn't want to and didn't care about Alpha and his ideas. And if that was all he wanted, then he could just get lost. The redhead couldn't hold back and snapped, because he was infinitely annoyed that he had allowed himself to refuse someone with his title, which really got on his nerves. He abruptly decided to switch to a different negotiating tactic and pointed out that he could easily crush Jamie's weak magic into dust. In his opinion, in that case, Jamie would have no choice but to serve him, and he felt terribly powerful with the strength he had in his hands. Despite Alpha's expectations, his opponent showed no emotion or surprise, as he simply looked at him as a fool trying to show off his incomprehensible power while being a weakling. Finally, Jamie showed some reaction with a brief smile, which immediately put an end to all the pompous speeches that had just been uttered in order to scare him. With these actions, the redhead revealed that he had planned from the very beginning to use brute force to convince him, thus turning all his previous words into lies. Now, Alpha didn't even argue, although he noted that he had slightly changed his plan of action after the blonde had used his magic, but in the end decided to act in his usual style. Jamie concluded that it was simply disgusting and hypocritical at such a young age, which his future opponent was, to allow himself to play on the feelings of children. The boy asked his opponent if he really believed that adults allowed him to do whatever he wanted, and if they saw it from the same perspective as he did. As a result, Jamie was sure that the Earl of Simon's son would have real problems if anything went wrong with his pathetic plan. But the latter, in turn, decided to reassure the representative of the Welton family, as he was sure that he would go unpunished in any case. The main source of his confidence in this was the ball, which allowed them to become invisible to others for a certain period of time, with the help of which they could resolve their issues quietly and without prying eyes. When he activated it, a small circle appeared around them, hiding them from view, and the two who were still recovering from Jamie's spell also found themselves inside it. This did not surprise the boy, who immediately recognized the magical artifact of illusion, but it made him realize that he was indeed dealing with a wizard if he knew about such things. Alf was sure that no matter what, the man would soon be begging for mercy, so he allowed himself to behave rudely. The next step was to use his powers to dispel the spell of unconditionality that his opponent had cast on his companions. The two felt a sudden sense of relief, allowing them to finally speak and not feel the lump in their throats that had been there until that moment, thanks to Jamie. They had even begun to feel that their lives would end because of the unknown boy's technique of unconditionality, and they were very angry that he had allowed himself to conduct such experiments on them. Jamie didn't even try to listen to their cries, but only concentrated on observing the technology that surrounded them and marveled at what a good artifact Alf possessed. Surprisingly, he managed to interest him, despite the fact that he had behaved very arrogantly and with a certain prejudice the day before. Alpha believed that describing it as something interesting was inappropriate given the situation he had ended up in, because from that day on, the Welton family would have to suffer, in his opinion. But before he could finish his sentence, the boy used a technique that was not entirely familiar to him before, but now affected all three opponents who had decided to attack as a group. When they were all bloodied and exhausted, the boy advised them not to turn off the artifact so that no one would see them in the state they were in now. The torment reflected on their faces would not be very good for maintaining the image of someone strong and dignified, which would not please such hypocrites as those children were. This situation was very ambiguous for them, because if they remained within the artifact's effect, the magic would work directly, which would only make the situation worse. In the end, they found themselves on the street, without the influence of any artifacts, and could not recover from what they had experienced inside due to Jamie's actions. Some of them couldn't handle the stress and threw up right on the street, on the perfect lawn that matched the overall luxury around them. Everything he felt and heard during the last attack echoed in his head like an echo bouncing off the walls of his mind, which couldn't comprehend everything he had gone through. Alf racked his brains trying to understand how he could have allowed himself to be in a situation where he was only a second-level wizard, according to the classification of wizards, while his opponent was as high as fourth level. He couldn't come to terms with it, either physically or mentally, after what he had seen in the situation he had been humiliated in due to his lack of preparation. The young man went over the facts about Jamie in his head, which did not fit at all with his enormous magical power, considering that he had agreed to join a family of knights who specialized in sword fighting. One could only assume that this was a talent that came along once in a millennium and was definitely not present in Alpha, no matter how much he wanted it to be, in order to earn his father's praise. He had to get up to somehow save face in front of the one who had just smeared him and his companions across the walls, but he still needed to keep his composure. Alpha concluded that he could not forgive Jamie and that there was no chance he would let it go. He was irritated by such enormous talent and felt the urge to destroy him, to ensure that he would never again be able to use magic, let alone vanquish his enemies so vainly. After this street fight, they finally returned to the residence, where they could think about everything that had happened and draw certain conclusions that were obvious. His companions watched the actions of their red-haired leader and asked if what they were doing would really go unnoticed, since it amounted to stealing a magical item. But he was now blinded by his anger and desire for revenge, so he said that everything would be fine and ordered them to follow him without distracting him from serious matters. Suddenly, he heard his brother calling him from behind, which was definitely not part of the plan, as they had to act cautiously and avoid being seen by anyone. But now this unpleasantness had occurred. He waved his hand contentedly, knowing that his presence was ruining the plan that Alf wanted to keep secret, which was now no longer possible. He did not expect to meet Leon here at all and tried to find out what he had forgotten here, since everyone was supposed to be at the ball. Leon, in turn, tried to be ironic in this situation and wondered how his older brother could ask what he had forgotten in his own home, which was a little sad for him. The boy ironically remarked that he couldn't stand aside when someone hurt his beloved brother, and that he had to always be there for him. Now Alf noticed that he was holding a very dangerous object in his hands, and it was hard to even imagine where he had gotten it, considering its potential when used correctly. His brother did not want to answer this question and suggested that they deal with the boy from the Welton family together and take the artifact for themselves. This hit the right pain points for the boy, and he agreed because he really wanted Jamie to finally get what he deserved, and it didn't matter where he got the item that could really help them. When it was already late in the evening, the head of the Welton family finally arrived, as promised earlier, after finishing his business, which had forced him to stay at home longer. He was greeted personally by Count Simon, as he was an important guest, given the friendship between their families and the alliances that played a role in the aristocratic world. The red-haired man smiled and extended his hand to his guest, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and it seemed as if he was glad to finally meet his old friend. The representative of the Welton family was also very polite and surprised that the Count had come out to meet him personally, from which he concluded that the sun would rise in the west tomorrow. They exchanged the usual questions about how things were going and their health, and came to the conclusion that there was no reason for anything to be bad, so it would be better to enter the palace and join in the general celebration. Inside, there was a very pleasant atmosphere in which one could finally relax and feel a sense of unity with other families. Later, they found themselves in a private office, which was also a library, where Arjeno could ask if today's banquet had ended well, and he confirmed that everything was as usual. In addition, it occurred to him that it was worth sharing what he had seen of his guest's son, and he was pleasantly surprised by him. Arjeno was immediately interested in this fact, as he wanted to know what such a powerful wizard thought of his son, who had considerable potential and was certainly noticeable at such a level. Simon immediately noticed that he had quickly figured things out and quickly hid his loving fatherly nature. And in response, the guest laughed, noting that children were the meaning of his whole life, returning to the image. The redhead dryly remarked that he envied his guest's strength of feeling, and the latter only asked in surprise if something had changed since their last meeting, hinting at things that only the two of them knew about. It was immediately apparent that the Count did not want to answer this question, and something must have happened if he was so uncomfortable talking about it. Immediately changing his behavior, he decided that Arjeno's son was truly amazing, and immediately corrected himself, saying that even the description amazing would not be enough for such talent. The man certainly liked such flattering comments about his son, but he looked at him closely so as not to miss any hidden thoughts that might flash across the Count's face. He concluded that the redhead was simply skirting around some important topic and couldn't bring himself to talk about it, which he liked very much in this situation. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative and ask directly whether the Count considered his son capable, hinting at his potential, which was hard to miss given his skills in magic. Count Simon accepted this challenge and behaved very confidently, smiling and noting that the word capable sounded like something meaningless. He then immediately admitted that his guest's son was the best he had ever seen, and added that there had never been anyone stronger than him in history. Arjeno noted that he was speaking the words of Marquis Rinmol, which prompted the host to ask if he had personally met Jamie. He answered somewhat evasively, implying that Jamie's abilities had long been known to him, but his father could not even imagine that his son would be so talented and capable. It was for this reason that he decided to invite Marcus, and if his son was gifted with an innate talent for magic, he could become a wizard and use his gift for his own good and for the protection of the whole world. Simon listened in amazement, as it seemed that the Archmage was to become the boy's mentor, which indicated the student's enormous potential, but his father immediately admitted that the Marquis had declined the offer. This was understandable to him, as the child was an extraordinary genius who could develop his skills on his own and grow to the legendary 9th level. The man admitted that he actually envied the innate talent, which was much higher than his own. But on the other hand, he would like to see what a wizard with perfectly honed skills was capable of. Arjeno was very surprised and almost fell from the excitement he felt from these words, and asked the Count what he meant by that. The Count began his story by saying that humans were too weak-willed, which already revealed his ambiguous intentions. He noted that humanity had created incredible civilizations, but all of this was only their vision, since mages were too weak compared to dragons or high elves. In his opinion, the world was only held together by masters of the sword like his guest, who could defend them from potential threats with their abilities. But the man was curious about what would happen in the world and what balance would arise if a 9th-class mage appeared, who surpassed everything that had existed on Earth before. Arjeno understood what his old friend was hinting at, but he couldn't even add anything, as it was difficult for him to think about it, considering that this person was to be his beloved son. Simon believed that even the dragons at the top of the magical world would not dare to treat this unique wizard lightly, but his friend asked him to stop. It was very important and desirable for the redhead that the human race begin to dominate this world and not rely on their own hopes, but only possess superior power. Arjeno made a brief remark that he was too arrogant about the role of humans and how the situation could potentially change, as he did not want his son to be involved in this. But Simon immediately noticed that being arrogant was not a bad thing at all, and his guest knew this better than anyone else, hinting at the erased and forgotten history of their lands. This situation was indeed difficult even for a representative of the Welton family, who always behaved in a very measured and rational manner. This secret was known only to a small number of people on the continent and told of events that took place about 10,000 years ago, which is why all history before them had disappeared. However, the gods were in no hurry to share this secret with people, and Count Simon believed that humanity needed the power to counteract them in case of danger. For him, it was fundamentally important that they had the opportunity to resist the redisappearance of human civilization and history, which had formed before their eyes. They finally ended this controversial conversation by suggesting that they go and rest, as it was already quite late outside. In response, he simply reminded him that he should also get some rest, and they said goodbye, promising to meet again tomorrow. Jamie was already lying in bed and almost falling asleep, as he was a little tired after today's events, which required him to act and use his magic. His father looked at his son, who was sleeping peacefully, and realized that his child was a genius in whom everyone had placed enormous hopes. But it seemed that they had forgotten that he was still a child. As his father, he was very concerned about these incredible innate abilities, which could deprive him of any hope for a carefree childhood or a peaceful life in the future. It was genuinely difficult for him to see his son as a potential ninth-grade wizard, because right now he was just a sweet and beautiful son to him. Therefore, his father promised Jamie that he would do everything in his power to resolve the situation, and all that remained for the boy was to grow up to be a good young man who would have enough responsibility to do the right thing. When the sun finally rose outside, its rays warmed the beautiful garden surrounding the residence, which boasted immense luxury and diversity. Inside, aristocratic families gathered to continue their celebrations the next day, chatting in small groups about topics important to them. Jamie, in turn, wondered why his father had been so alert last night, and although he was very curious, he could not use mind control because his current abilities limited such actions. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by the girl he had met yesterday, but had not agreed to be friends with. The boy addressed her somewhat rudely, reminding her of his words from yesterday that he had no interest in her and did not want to have any further contact. She behaved very confidently and did not give up on what she wanted, saying that if he had no interest in her, she had interest in him, so he had to listen. Before Jamie could say a word in protest, she started yelling at her sister, which surprised everyone, as no one had expected such a turn of events. The boy did not understand where her great confidence and interest in him came from, since he had repeatedly made it clear that he did not want this. He decided to run away before anything happened and said one last time that he didn't want to get close to them. But Ash reminded him that their families were close and he could at least say hello. Rebecca, the girl's older sister, approached them and reminded him to be polite, since he was the son of an earl, and she allowed herself to be so rude and blunt. Jamie looked away and was in complete shock, not even hearing the brief conversation that ensued between the sisters. But he couldn't believe his eyes. Ash thought that this reaction was caused by the fact that he had fallen in love with her older sister at first sight, which was not surprising considering how beautiful she was. But his face took on an expression of nostalgic regret, and he couldn't even understand how she had ended up here. Whispering Jane's name briefly, his eyes almost crying. He remembered the girl he had loved all his life, and she, in turn, sacrificed herself to the gods just for him. The reason Diablo Wolfer became an emotionless monster was because of her, and now she suddenly appeared before his eyes again, leaving him no chance for peace. Amidst this chaos, Alf appeared, who considered it his duty to destroy Jamie, or at least show him that he was not the only one who could be a skilled magician. In his hands, he held the same artifact he had used the day before, and threatened that Jamie was now just a corpse because he had crossed the wrong person. Jamie, in turn, stood a little uncertainly, as he still couldn't get over the shock of meeting the girl in the guise of Jane. He still paid no attention to the threats made by the red-haired son of the Count, and only looked with pity at the girl who was the sister of his new acquaintance. She did not understand what caused such a violent reaction to her appearance, and wanted to figure it out, but he could only stare and say the name of his beloved. His younger sister watched this with great surprise and asked if he had really fallen in love with her Rebecca, because she had said it the day before as a joke. Their incomprehensible contact was interrupted by Alf himself, who finally drew attention to himself and wanted Jamie to suffer. There was so much hatred and malice in his eyes that it was hard to believe that this was a child who was so devoted to humiliating everyone around him. Suddenly, he used fire magic, warning that in the future it would be better to call him elder and respect his decisions. Jamie was caught off guard because he wasn't prepared for such a strong attack, as his head was still filled with thoughts of Jane. His older sister got her bearings a little faster and rushed to help her Ash, so that she wouldn't get into trouble that had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, with one movement, all the magic that Alf had directed at him was destroyed. And now he just stood there with the artifact in his hands, not even knowing how this could have happened. The boy had used the 6th class Phoenix ghost magic that his father had created with the help of the artifact, and he couldn't even understand how a 10-year-old brat could have stopped such a powerful thing. There was too much confusion and shock in his eyes as this situation threw him off balance and put an end to his hopes of defeating the representative of the Welton family. Jamie looked at him with a cold gaze that showed contempt and incomprehension, wondering how he could have allowed himself to do such a thing in a room full of people and at a moment when he was emotionally unbalanced. For that very reason, he decided not to hold back and cast a powerful spell on his opponent that could have killed him. In an instant, Alpha's body was covered with ice, which grew with every passing second and made him feel the effects immediately. He couldn't even think of a way to counter such a powerful technique, because everything happened so quickly that even if he could, he wouldn't have had time to use a counterspell. Now the red-haired boy was in a real panic, because he realized that these attacks could really lead to his death, considering who he had encountered. Jamie watched this with eyes full of anger and couldn't really see anything in front of him, as he was blinded by hatred for the arrogant son of an aristocrat. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of him, removing the magic that was inside him, and it was noted that this was enough. Behind him, his father suddenly appeared, trying to calm the boy, who had just been in a state more like a trance, where only malice towards his opponent reigned. The son did not even try to resist such attacks, as he understood that the situation had indeed developed in the worst possible way, and that it was not worth provoking the adults around him even more. The Valley sisters watched with equal surprise, and the older one tried to calm Ash, who had almost fallen victim to the circumstances. Unbeknownst to himself, Jamie succumbed to his father's magic, and in addition to abruptly losing the fervor he had inside, he almost fell asleep under the influence of the technique. Argeno, in an attempt to calm his son, looked at Count Simon in front of him without comment, only glancing around in an attempt to understand what had happened. Now the father looked at his son and did not understand what to do in this case, because Jamie had really done something that was difficult to accept. At first, they both thought it was some kind of misunderstanding, because the scene took place among the general crowd at the residence and did not look like something real. But in just a few seconds, they realized that this was not a mistake, and that if they didn't stop Jamie, Alf would simply die in a few minutes. Simon noted that despite the fact that due to his very low abilities, Alf could only use half of the artifact's power, the activated Phoenix would burn the ballroom to the ground, turning it into hell on earth. Despite this, the child was able to eliminate the magic that had been created in a single second, which clearly showed his potential to become a 9th grade student, and perhaps that is why he will be able to fulfill his cherished dreams. Alpha's mother ran up to them, unable to accept the situation like her husband, and reminded them that Jamie wanted to harm their son and that they couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. On the other hand, Jamie's mother arrived, looking very frightened and wanting him to tell everything as it really was and not hide anything, but he confessed that Alf had tried to attack first. She noted that the red-haired boy had started the fight himself for no real reason, but only out of his own desires, which were actually very selfish. In addition, he wanted to attack her son with an artifact, which was now broken due to Jamie's resistance. Now the woman turned to Countess Simon to verify whether everything was true, because in that case all the blame lay with her son, and Jamie was only defending himself. The mother of the second decided to defend herself, noting that Alf had only slightly frightened Jamie, and he had already resorted to such active offensive actions. Sears looked as if it was impossible to persuade her to seek a peaceful resolution to the situation, and she was ready to tear both her son and Count Simon's mother to pieces. To finally calm his wife down, Earl Welton stepped between them, trying to resolve the situation without unnecessary conflict or scandal. Alpha's mother felt very vulnerable, as she was the only one defending him at a time when his father remained aloof, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. She was very pleased when she saw at least the silhouette of her husband approaching their group, and from this she concluded that he had indeed come to help her. The woman had already forgotten that he was terribly heartless and remembered his role as a father who must stand up for his son and defend his honor. But very unexpectedly for her, the situation took a completely different turn, because he said that on such a beautiful day, their son had made a terrible mistake. Instead of defending his son, he began to apologize to Mrs. Welton for the harm that their son, who was the aggressor, could theoretically have caused. Sears was extremely annoyed because, for her, such situations with children were unacceptable under any circumstances. They found themselves in the center of a circle of aristocrats who were watching the situation and could not understand how to react to these events that had suddenly arisen amid the general merriment. The woman noted that he had gathered himself surprisingly quickly, and after his apologies, it was no longer possible for her to express her dissatisfaction, so she had to accept his apologies and leave the hall immediately. The host agreed with this and asked Count Welton to also go and rest, and he agreed, noting that this was what he had planned to do. To defuse the situation, the Count suggested that everyone call it a night and return to their rooms, apologizing for the chaos that had arisen at the ball through their fault. The guests began to disperse little by little, whispering about the events that had taken place at the meeting, and it remained unknown to everyone what had caused the conflict and how it had been resolved in the end. When their voices were no longer audible to those around them, the wife turned to Count Simon and asked how he could have acted in such a way, as it came as a real surprise to her. The woman cried with tears in her eyes that Alf was their son, and they had to take care of him and his safety and not let the situation escalate in this way. No matter how hard she tried to convey that their child had suffered because of this boy's magic, he just coldly told her to shut up and stop screaming endlessly. The man wanted to keep the whole story quiet, so he asked her to take the boy and go as far away as possible and not show herself to anyone for the time being. While the families were thinking about how to resolve the situation without damaging the strategically important relations between the clans, evening had already fallen outside. Once they were in a room where no one could disturb them, the woman continued to yell at her husband, asking how he could have treated their son in such a way, because even if he had made a mistake, his father should have taken his side. He did not even listen to what his wife was saying, but only turned to his son and asked if he wanted to get his attention in such an unusual way. When the son remained silent and refused to look up at his father so as not to give himself away, the father simply told him to confess in a more stern tone. No matter how scary it was for Alpha, he had to understand that the consequences of his actions could fundamentally change all relations with the Eastern aristocracy and the kingdom as a whole. The boy was terribly afraid to confess this, although in reality this whole adventure began only because he wanted to get attention and support from his father. He only found the courage to say that Jamie had behaved so arrogantly that he never thought things would go this far. Although it was obvious, he finally got confirmation of his theory, so he moved on to the next question. Where did his son get the Phoenix Ghost, or rather the amulet that allowed him to use the technique? Alf looked at his father with tears in his eyes, realizing that with each confession he was digging himself deeper into his father's vision, but he wasn't the only one involved. Simon looked at him with a coldness that was hard to imagine and warned that he didn't like to repeat himself and that it would be better if he confessed now. He said that this was the last time he would ask where the artifact came from and who gave it to him, when the boy was already on the verge of breaking down and finally saying that he got it from Leon. A few minutes later, Leon himself appeared at the door, summoned by his father to get to the bottom of the situation and find the root cause of everything that had happened. Leon immediately realized what was waiting for him and just clicked his tongue, disappointed that his older brother had used an artifact that could have changed the situation. He looked at his brother's frightened face and wondered how pathetic he was, since victory had literally been handed to him on a silver platter, and he still managed to ruin everything. But first, he had to pretend to be innocent so that his father couldn't punish him directly because of his older brother's words, who already had no credibility in the family. When asked by the man if he had given his brother Phoenix the Phantom, he briefly agreed and did not even look for any excuses. Immediately after that, Simon asked why he had given his brother such a dangerous thing, if its use could endanger a huge number of people. Leon decided to play on the fact that he was younger and said that he thought he was just playing with the boy and didn't want to see him lose. And as the younger brother, he couldn't remain indifferent. But suddenly his own father interrupted him, saying that he just wanted to manipulate his older brother, which definitely threw him off balance. The man continued, pointing out that he had not tried to help him at all, but only wanted to set him up and force him into the situation he was in now. The boy watched his father's emotions, who looked like a stone wall, and could not understand how he had guessed everything he had said the day before. Now Alf looked with mortal fear not only at his father, but also at his younger brother, who had also suffered from this situation, despite his initial calculations. Suddenly, the man said that, as they could have guessed earlier, he had no interest in either his younger or older son, thus dashing their hopes for mercy. Behaving so cruelly that he admitted to his own children that he had no interest in them, he immediately asked if they were interested in the reason for this situation. He did not wait for an answer, but immediately pointed out that despite his blood running in their veins, they did not possess the abilities he would have liked them to have. But even if they did have some potential in this area, it was absurd to him that they really thought he was unaware of the thoughts that crept into their young minds. To make their relationship completely clear, he said that they could do something else to gain his attention and respect. He suggested that instead of these foolish pranks, they prove that they were of the same blood as him and could be loyal and useful on his path. Now the Count said he would no longer interfere in their affairs, but now the two sons would have to deal with the consequences of their rash actions themselves. Simon warned that the two of them would have to apologize to Jamie Welton tomorrow until he forgave them and finally allowed them to stop. As soon as the door slammed shut, they realized they were in a terrible situation, as seeing Jamie again would be very risky, considering how their last meeting had ended. The mere thought of having to contact this young wizard again made Alpha's hands tremble, but he tried to remain calm and asked Leon if he was going to apologize to that fool. But Leon still seemed to be in shock from his father's abusive words, which had left him speechless for a while. Only one thought was spinning in his head, as if it had to prove that they were of the same blood as his father, and this became an obsession that he wanted to turn into reality. He looked very determined and promised his father that he would definitely prove his bloodline with his actions. Meanwhile, in the Weltons' chambers, Jamie slept peacefully, hoping to rest after today's turbulent day, while his mother worried that he had not suffered serious injury. Despite the fact that the boy was actually strong enough to survive such a fight without any consequences, as a mother, she still wanted to make sure that everything was all right with him. The woman understood that Jamie really wanted to kill Alpha, and she was curious to know what had happened between them if her child had acted so violently that it clearly went beyond normal childhood quarrels. Her hand clenched with the determination she had gained, and she remembered that even if she had to borrow strength from her family, she would not be able to resist and would do something terrible. Suddenly, as these thoughts came to her mind, she noticed her son turning away, as if distancing himself from the violent nature she was nurturing inside herself at that moment. The woman felt ashamed of the thoughts that came into her head and wanted to maintain the image of a good mother who always helps her children but does not use violent methods to do so. She burst into tears and wanted to leave her son's bedside and never allow such a thing to happen again in her family, who counted on her for moral support. Suddenly, a hand fell on her shoulder, immediately giving her a feeling of calm and security, because that was exactly what she could expect from her husband. The Count asked if his beloved wife was all right, to reassure her and finally show her that the worst part of the day was over and she could go rest. Sears really did feel better when her beloved was nearby, as he managed to reassure her that she was not alone and did not have to take responsibility for such things. She did not want to show her weakness and asked her husband why she should be unwell, since the whole situation had nothing to do with her, so there was no reason for it. Arjano decided to clarify what actions she expected from him and promised to do whatever his beloved wife wanted, because her opinion was decisive for him. The woman laughed and reminded him that he had stopped her before, but he only explained that he thought she would be even more disappointed, so he decided to intervene and resolve the situation more easily. It was worth noting that Count Simon had already offered his sincere apologies, and she did not want to sow discord between the Western and Eastern aristocracy just because of this incident. They agreed that it was important for the boy from Simon's family to be punished severely, which was realistic, considering how frightened he was when his father arrived. After that, they decided that they should leave the room, as their son might not get any sleep if they stayed there and made noise. The boy sat quietly for a while, listening carefully to the sound so as not to appear untimely while his parents were still in the room. Finally, he heard that he was alone in the room and at the same time understood their concern, because at that moment he had completely lost control and had indeed almost killed Alpha. Jamie froze in place, thinking about all the events that had happened to him during this long, tiring day. He closed his eyes and recalled the image that had been stuck in his head for a very, very long time, considering the whole story between them. The boy remembered Jane and her rebirth in the body of his older sister's acquaintance from yesterday, Rebecca, who had no idea whose face she now wore. In fact, there was nothing surprising about this, considering that he had also been reborn tens of thousands of years ago, and her reincarnation was just as natural. But still, there was a difference between them, because the girl did not recognize him, unlike Jamie, who managed to preserve all the memories of his past life and still carried his love for her in his heart. This was usually the case when people forgot their past lives, although his case was special, but he still couldn't stop thinking about how it happened that they were reborn in the same period. It was difficult to even imagine whether it was irony of fate or someone's plan in which they played a role, when suddenly it occurred to him that it could also have been the plan of the 12 gods. He was distracted from this thought by Black, who strongly disagreed with this view of the situation, as it would be difficult to implement. Jamie immediately came to his senses, noting to himself that this could not be the case, because if they knew that he had been reborn, they would not have left it to chance. The boy tried to get away from the dark thoughts that were filling his head more and more with every passing second, and distract himself by playing with Black, who was definitely not happy about such attempts. Suddenly, he gave in and remembered the image that had always been the most beloved and precious in his life. A picture appeared in his mind of his beloved Jane from his past life, lying there, dying and suffering from the great injustice that had befallen her because of love. It was difficult for the young man to control himself and look at it with less drama, which arose at the mere mention of her. He decided that first he had to meet her again and then draw some conclusions that would help him get to the bottom of the matter. Meanwhile, the mysterious man in a cloak and with a bird in his hands proclaimed to himself that the magical union was now undergoing profound changes that were affecting its very foundations. He placed the bird on the boards and it clung tightly so as not to lose its balance, while he watched it with a smile and thought about something of his own. The mysterious man was referring to the eldest son of Count Welton, Jamie, who was only 9 years old, but whose level was already above the 4th grade, which showed that he was a magical genius. Suddenly lost in thought for a second, he released all the birds and ordered them to fly as far away as possible. When it finally dawned outside and it was possible to move freely, Jamie went to the garden, where a beautiful stream flowed, where he could think surrounded by untouched nature. The boy tried to enjoy every breath of fresh air, which seemed to saturate his mind from within and allowed him to look at things more objectively. His magical pet was also delighted with the picture he saw around him and decided to share it with his owner. He, in turn, did not even suspect that Black knew what freshness was and could feel and distinguish it, which was quite an unexpected but pleasant discovery. The pet tried to explain something to his owner, but the latter interrupted him sharply and said that he understood everything and did not want to listen to these difficult attempts anymore. Jamie enjoyed the silence and tranquility that reigned around him, as it was the last day of the event and most people had already left for their hometowns, so the festive atmosphere was changing to something more solemn. He noted to himself that he needed to see the one he wanted to see more than anything else in life, before they had time to leave and lose contact. As he was returning, he suddenly felt that something made him stop and listen to his surroundings, as there were suspicious signs. The young man began to look around sharply, searching for the source of the sound that disturbed him so much, and spoke of potential danger. At first, he tried to rely on his physical abilities, without resorting to magic, but realized that this would not be enough. So the boy made a quick decision to expand the radius of the mana to see where the sound that had alarmed him so much was coming from. Suddenly, he managed to sense the source of the sound with the help of magic, so he ran in that direction to identify what was causing such strange vibrations. Jamie was out of breath from running because he was determined to see what was causing it as quickly as possible. When he finally reached the place where the sound was coming from, he saw a strange sight. Rebecca sitting in front of the water and a strange creature flying above her. There the boy unexpectedly saw Undine, who was looking at him defiantly with a challenge in her eyes. Suddenly, the girl noticed that someone was watching her, which made her feel very uncomfortable interacting with the creature. As soon as she turned around to see who was standing behind her and making her feel so uncomfortable, she couldn't believe her eyes. Rebecca immediately jumped up and began asking him how he was, if he was okay, to distract him from what he had seen up to that moment. The guy was immediately confused because he didn't even know how to look at the girl who had been his ideal image in a past life and now addressed him as an aristocrat. She really looked beautiful and beamed with a smile that was further emphasized by the general atmosphere around her and enhanced her inner energy. Finally, she decided to tell him her name, because until then she had not had the chance to talk to him one-on-one. And as he had already noticed, the girl was a water elementalist. The boy was surprised because all these familiar images that remained from his past life were embodied in her again. As in her past life, she was still a water elementalist. And suddenly the echo of her request that he never forget his beloved came to his mind. The strange expression that appeared on his face was not entirely clear to the girl, who tried to behave politely, but received only a strange silence in response. She was really curious to understand why he looked so sad as he watched her movements, as if he wanted to capture their essence to the end and engrave them in his memory. When their eyes met, the guy couldn't shake the feeling that all these images were familiar to him, and it was difficult to react without sentimentality, which seemed to have left him long ago. Every time the boy looked at his beloved from his past life, he imagined that he was not in the body of 10-year-old Jamie, but in his own body from his past life. The girl, who did not know what was going on in Jamie's head, thought that he was still reeling from the events of the previous day, which was why he was behaving so strangely in front of her. She wanted to support the boy, who was noticeably younger and seemed more vulnerable than he wanted to appear, so she took a step toward him to show solidarity. In a moment, Jamie was in her arms and she tried to calm him down, assuring him that everything was fine now and that he had no reason to worry unnecessarily. At that moment, the boy, who felt a huge rush of emotions from the loving touch of his beloved, tried to convince himself that all this was happening only because of the remnants of the past. So he had to play a role he was already used to and forget about everything that came to mind because of events in his past life, and they sat down together as if nothing had happened. Rebecca shared, as if her father had assured her that problems would disappear immediately if she shared them with someone, and looking at the guy's reaction, she began to believe in this thesis. Jamie decided not to comment on whether he was actually better off if she believed his acting and asked if those were the words of Viscount Ball. The girl exclaimed happily that it was true as she treated her family with great reverence and was glad that he had noticed this. She expressed her regret that they had not been able to talk yesterday, but noted that she was happy that they had had the opportunity to meet at all, and he agreed that he was enjoying this coincidence. It was a pleasant surprise for her that this acquaintance was enjoyable even for someone who had behaved so coldly toward her younger sister and was now extremely polite and courteous. Rebecca could see that it was as if she was looking at a different person, when suddenly the boy interrupted her with a question about whether the ballet family had had an agreement with the spirit of the wind since ancient times, which was probably not true. She said that she wanted to make a deal with that spirit, but she failed because the ability to find common ground with the forces of nature was very peculiar, and the wind spirit appeared himself and said that she was not suitable for this role. Once Undina came to her, and it was her destiny because she said that they must immediately conclude a contract. Considering that this was a very serious matter, it was worth consulting with her father first, but unexpectedly she immediately agreed, which showed that it was indeed predestined. Jamie listened to this story and concluded that it was as if the god of spirits knew everything, which made the situation somewhat more complicated. Since the Spirit King's contract, unlike a normal one, was a contract of souls guaranteed by the lives of both parties entering into it, when Jane's soul was reborn as Rebecca, the Spirit King must have known about it. The boy cautiously asked if the Viscount was angry with his eldest daughter for what she had done, but she only remarked that he was disappointed for a moment. Although she did not give any unnecessary details, Jamie noticed that this case was special because everything in her story was not as it usually was. She watched the boy's reaction and began to wonder herself because the fact that the spirit had personally come and offered to conclude a contract for was new to the boy. Jamie began to speak as if he regretted that everything had turned out this way and not as she had originally planned. But if the spirit of water had chosen her, then it would be better to believe in herself. Rebecca was confused and didn't even know how to respond to such an apt remark because she hadn't paid attention to the chain of events that had happened to her. She came to her senses and smiled in agreement with the guy, because it was necessary to appreciate every moment that fate had given her, especially such an exceptional one. The guy decided not to wait for new confessions, but briefly thanked her for today and said goodbye to the girl, who did not even think that their meeting would end there. She did not even have time to say goodbye before he ran towards the residence, surprising her with his sudden and chaotic behavior. In fact, the aristocratic lady wanted to talk to him a little longer and was really sorry that he had so abruptly interrupted their meeting, but all she could do was watch him go. Suddenly, a strange feeling overwhelmed her body, and she felt a certain weakness inside, which came as a surprise to her, as nothing like this had ever happened before. Jamie, in turn, returned to the residence and talked to his pet, discussing the meeting he had just experienced and noting that Rebecca had the aura of an adult, so it was difficult to talk to her familiarly. Finally, he returned inside the house and wanted to be alone to think about everything he had learned during the last meeting and understand the connection with the gods. But then he heard familiar voices calling out to him, which surprised him as he thought the situation between them had been resolved for the time being. In front of him were the two sons of Count Simon, who did not look very friendly, considering what had happened between them the day before, and that their resentment had hardly had time to disappear. The young man immediately tensed up and wanted to understand what they would throw at him this time, since he no longer had any confidence in their sanity, and they could not get to the point of why they had stopped him. Very unexpectedly, Alf uttered words of apology, which certainly did not sound sincere, considering the hatred that could be seen in his eyes yesterday. Jamie was confused for a second, because he didn't understand why they started apologizing as if their whole fate depended on it. But he quickly came to his senses and realized that the Count had ordered them to apologize to him, which was why they were here now, and not of their own free will, which certainly did not correspond to reality. One of them blushed and didn't want to admit it, but he understood that he was in a situation where he would lose either way, so he decided to just keep quiet. Now the boy turned to the second, previously unknown red-haired boy, and asked who he was, as he did not understand his presence. When Alpha said he was his younger brother, Jamie just asked why he was here at all, whether he had brought him along because he was afraid to apologize himself. But Leon simplified the situation by explaining that he had given his brother the artifact himself. This caused a different reaction on his face, as he got the impression that they were trying to deceive him, which was entirely possible, given the moral standards of this family. And in order to do the right thing and not miss any conspiracies behind his back, he turned to the younger brother of his former enemy and asked his name. Leon gave his name very cautiously and looked completely unfriendly, despite the fact that inside him there was an even greater volcano of malice than in his older brother. Jamie wasted no time and decided to test him for magical abilities, as this was one of the key factors in their case. From this, he concluded that the boy had considerable abilities, and that Alf was nowhere near as good as his younger brother, and judging by his behavior, he was not a fool at all. In addition, it was clear that Count Simon was indifferent to his son and most likely did not even want to see him, so their behavior was an obvious way to attract attention. Leon continued, determining that, fortunately, nothing serious had happened, and clarified whether the man accepted their apology and whether they could now leave with a victory in the negotiations. Jamie couldn't ignore the fact that the guy was looking down on him, as if to show his indifference and insincerity in the apology he had made just a moment ago. He remembered that the guy wasn't even there during yesterday's incident because he thought he was above it and could only put on a show for his own purposes, rather than taking part in it directly. This fool saw not only Jamie, but also Alfie and everyone else except his father as beings unworthy of his attention and time, which was very strange considering his age. If nothing was done about it, there was a very high probability that in the future he would create trouble for his path, so it was worth changing at least something. Returning to reality, the boy realized that Alf should try to become his successor, and this put pressure on his pain points, because it was fundamentally important for him to become a full-fledged participant in family affairs. Jamie didn't even pay attention to Alpha's answer, and just looked at Leon, who was now just as tense because he understood that his true intentions were becoming transparent to someone. The young man came closer and shared that no matter what was going on in their family, such things did not concern him at all, but he could not ignore the situation. He stepped even closer and noted that if Leon was the initiator of the incident, he should bear full responsibility for it. In his opinion, that responsibility included full punishment, which could compensate for the moral damage that the two of them had caused the previous day. The red-haired boy did not even want to imagine the consequences of his actions if there was no one around who could restrain the powerful wizard. Before he could say a word, everything suddenly went dark, as if he had found himself inside some strange place where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Leon was frightened and began to realize that he felt weak in his body, and at the same time it seemed as if his movements were frozen in ice that was impossible to break. Suddenly he fell to his knees, and an image of a huge eye appeared before him, telling him that forgiveness was given only once, so it would be better for him not to do anything like that again. As soon as he heard this, he found himself back in the room where he had been standing before, trying to recover from the unknown attack that had been provoked by Jamie's magic. Leon tried to figure out whether he had lost consciousness or whether it was a hallucination, as it was difficult for him to understand what he had seen and how to identify it. The boy was not at all sure of his assumptions, when suddenly he fell to his knees and screamed from the moral shock that occurred due to being in such a state on the border of the unknown. His brother tried to figure out what was going on with the guy, who now looked like he was out of his mind. Tears welled up in his eyes and could not be stopped, as he seemed to have lost control of his body again, which reacted in a very violent and peculiar way. The only thing he managed to understand while he was there was that he would not get a second chance to get out of there alive so easily, so it would be better not to mess with Jamie. The representative of the Welton family looked at him with a smile and understood what had caused all the suffering he was now demonstrating, which made him confident in his own strength and skill. Leon looked at his enemy with tears in his eyes and understood that he needed to immediately kneel before the one who could have taken his life just a few seconds ago. Completely exhausted, he barely whispered words of forgiveness, which were forced and motivated by the inner fear that had settled in his soul before Jamie's technique. Finally, the moment came to return home, and all the aristocrats who had gathered for the traditional ball had the opportunity to say goodbye before leaving, while their carriages waited for them. Jamie was very happy to have the opportunity to return to a place where his days were somewhat calmer, and he did not have to waste time on upstarts like the red-haired brothers. He noted to himself that as soon as they left their home, his problems began. So it would have been better to just stay at home and get extra kisses from his mother, which were already more pleasant than the incidents that befell him here. But the boy immediately corrected himself, remembering how difficult it was for him to play the role of the perfect son and endure the family affection that was so common in their circle. While Jamie was thinking about all this, he didn't notice Count Simon approaching him, who noticed that he seemed to be in a bad mood. He had already forgotten how much he had wanted to meet them, because of all the events that had taken place over the last few days and had distracted him from his original goal at this ball. The young man immediately changed his anger to mercy and remarked that, on the contrary, he was very happy at the mere thought that he could finally relax at home from all these problems. The Count sincerely remarked that he was very sorry that they had not been able to talk longer during the time the young man had been staying at his house. Jamie also sincerely shared that he really wanted to, but unfortunately it didn't work out, which was unfortunate for both of them. Simon suggested that he could stay a little longer if he wanted to, but the young man refused, as he was very tired and wanted to finally rest in his own home. In fact, the reason was already obvious and did not need to be stated again, as it concerned the Count's family, who had been involved in all the recent events to the maximum extent. The man sighed and said that now everything was clear to him, and he no longer insisted that Jamie stay a little longer. He added that the magical community had begun to take notice of the boy, so it would be worth paying attention to this fact when making certain decisions. Simon concluded that the boy could easily determine his real value in the eyes of those around him, which was gratifying, considering how much excitement he caused in the redhead. Jamie agreed with this without objection, as he himself wanted people around him to understand his true value and not have to pretend to be small and defenseless. He added that he had punished the boy, whose name seemed to be Leon, and his father said he had guessed as much, since the boy had been acting crazy since yesterday. It was difficult for him to understand the man's reaction, considering that all this concerned his own son, and he did not express any dissatisfaction about it. Simon, in turn, believed that his son had simply gotten what he deserved, and that he had no reason to be angry with him for it. Now it was perfectly clear to Jamie why the two had behaved so inappropriately. If their own father treated them with such indifference, even in front of other people. The boy noticed that Leon had a talent for magic, and if he practiced with him, he would ideally master the technique, which he said sincerely and with the aim of giving advice. The Count coldly replied that he was aware of his son's abilities, but he did not consider them noteworthy, so he deliberately did not pursue developing his talent. Jamie explained that in order to become even a mediocre magician, it would be better to study first, and if he trained hard, he could even reach his father's level, hinting that many talents remain unfulfilled simply because they are not developed. Suddenly, behind that polite facade, he exclaimed that it was all the Count's fault because he ignored them, saying that they lacked any talent. The boy continued to explain that although Alf was ordinary, Leon had hidden potential, and the man asked him if he really thought that with his level, he couldn't recognize talent. He was curious how, with his 8th level, he had failed to recognize his son's abilities, while this child in front of him was so confident that he had great potential. He even had a feeling that he was looking at a great magician, but it was hard to believe, given the physical age of the body. Jamie noted that with his son's help, the Count could overcome the difficulties he himself was struggling with, thus revealing what Simon had never said aloud. The man was impressed by the profound analysis he heard from the boy when he was told that their carriage was waiting and it was time to hit the road. As he was leaving, he mentioned that a little girl had said similar words to him, so he wished him to gradually move in the right direction, thus saying goodbye to the Count. The boy ran to the carriage, showing his nature as a child who possessed such wisdom and skills that he made an adult think about his actions. Count Simon watched him go and did not even know how to properly comment on everything he had heard in the last few minutes of their dream conversation. In order not to feel so bad about having his sore spots pressed, he closed his eyes and decided to ignore everything Jamie had said to him. When he returned home, he said that he was really sorry that the situation had turned out this way, but at the same time, he had no intention of changing anything. When they finally returned home, the young man had more important things to do, considering that a lot had happened in his homeland during his absence. Dressed in his classic black cloak, which hid his face, and taking his magical pet with him, they went to the nearest forest. There, he had to resolve the matters that had been left unfinished before their sudden departure for Count Simon's house for the ball, as the young man had not been able to complete them the day before. Therefore, Jamie returned to his role as the Lord of the Living Dead and ordered them to quickly appear before him and not hide somewhere in the bushes. Finally, they obeyed the order and appeared where they were asked to, considering that their master had told them to wait a few days in a quiet town before disappearing. In their defense for taking so long to get to the meeting place, one of them noted that it was all because Azart was too careless, so they had to spend extra time. For the young man, these were trifles, and he was most interested in what they had managed to find out during the few days of his absence, as this information was very valuable to him in his future plans. So one of them began, noting that the Janus Church in Hayes had already managed to spread its influence throughout the city, which showed how quickly they were acting. They provided food and shelter to people in need, which earned them the love of the common people, and more recently, they had started running a children's shelter. Jamie listened carefully and wanted to put everything in the right chronological order, so he asked when it all began. The servant explained that it was approximately after the collapse of Rival. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely destroyed the criminal gang, and since then, the Church of Janus has been actively preaching its religion, while helping the poor and spreading God's will. At first, this was strange and incomprehensible to ordinary residents, as they did not perceive such selfless help from unknown people as something safe. But over time, they embraced this philosophy and thus became deeply religious and righteous people, and the position of the Janus religion in Hayes improved significantly. Now, the church has become one of the most beloved and respected religions in the Hayes area. Jamie listened to all this and could not believe his ears, because he did not like the situation that had developed in such a short time, as it did not seem like a happy coincidence. It annoyed him that the fool who had caused so much damage in his past life was now interfering in the affairs of the lands where he now lived. Overcome with emotion, he turned to his living corpses and asked them whether war and peace could coexist in the same lands, which sounded very confusing and incomprehensible to them. The two looked at each other and came to the conclusion that this was impossible, as it was difficult to see the whole picture, but they also had to respond in a way that would provoke as little aggression as possible from their master. To satisfy Jamie, the man suggested that they could be related and arise for similar reasons. The young man agreed with satisfaction and noted that this was exactly how Janus saw herself, which did not actually make the story any clearer to Azart and his friend. In his understanding, it was a world built on blood and mountains of corpses, just waiting for its moment to explode. In this scenario, war was the moment when all the divinity of such a world became apparent and not hidden behind other symbols. And now that unprincipled God is doing everything he can to make everyone believe in this religion and be as dependent as possible on his actions, which could lead to terrible consequences. According to Jamie, he was probably just covering up his actions, but in reality, he was plotting something much more ambitious and serious, and these two servants had to find out what exactly was in this plan. They listened to him carefully because they knew that he took his orders seriously, so it was better for them to obey. Meanwhile, Ricky found himself in the shelter run by the Janus Church, happy to finally be among people who expressed joy and could praise him for simple actions. The boy noted that compared to the times when he had to beg for alms on the street, he now lived as if in paradise thanks to the efforts of the church's followers. The man in the robe noted that the boy had suffered too much considering his young age, and promised that this would not happen again in the future if he remained under their care. It had been a month and a half since Ricky had been taken to the children's shelter, and this place had become a ray of happiness in his life. If this had not happened, he and his sister would have died on the streets. When he entered the room, the girl didn't even turn around to realize that it was her brother and addressed him, unmistakably sensing his presence. The boy just nodded and came closer to her so that his sister could see him. His sister Anna was blind, and when their parents found out about this disability, they threw them both out and ran away. In order to protect his sister, he had to take on the worst jobs, and he had no choice, because that was the only way they could survive. Life on the streets was not easy, and the adults around them were completely indifferent and inactive. In such a situation, they could not expect help from anyone, so life was simply terrifying. But for the first time in their lives, someone reached out to them, not to take, but to give, and to help the two who had faced injustice too early. They had to interpret for themselves that it was the hand of God himself, and on that day, they and Anna took possession of a new life that was fundamentally different from their past foundations. It was the happiness and miracle that God had sent them that made the boy believe that now he himself would become a disciple of God and would tell the whole world about his good deeds. There were quite a few of them living in the shelter, and each of them had already faced great problems and difficulties in life. So every piece of good news and every moment of unity was like honey to their souls. Rumors began to spread that a boy named Shanu had been chosen by God himself, and that the following week he was to go to the main temple to become a priest. Ricky listened with excitement and even a slight envy inside, as he also wanted to receive such news one day. Meanwhile, Jamie was about to return home after his nighttime wanderings, which had given him a lot of new information to think about. The boy turned to black, noting that they were almost there, and it would be better to start descending slowly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on someone strange below, and this made him change his plans a little to check what had happened there before returning home. A man was lying on the ground with a sword next to him, showing no signs of consciousness, so it was worth checking what had caused such a strange scene. Jamie landed carefully, using the abilities of his magical pet, and took a closer look at the person who was now lying unconscious next to him. He needed to understand what kind of energy was emanating from the stranger and why it interested him so much. He realized that it was not a good divine power, which could mean that the abbot was lying in front of him, and that would be quite strange, given all the circumstances. But the next moment, he took a closer look and decided that it was most likely a high-ranking clergyman, namely a holy knight, which still did not explain enough. Jamie still did not understand why the holy knight was lying on the street in the middle of the night, and there was no one around who could be directly involved in this. It seemed to him that if he just walked away now, this situation would catch up with him in the future and create unnecessary problems. So theoretically, it seemed that it would be better to just kill him. He moved closer and placed one foot on the head of the man, who still did not move, despite direct contact with him. Suddenly, he grabbed the young man's leg, which surprised him and made him focus sharply, as he thought the knight was unconscious and would not resist. Jamie tried to come to his senses and not show his shock so as not to put himself in a losing position, but it was difficult to do. The man looked at him with crazy eyes and held his leg tightly, whispering only one short name, Ed, the whole time. The boy tried to figure out a little more to understand the context in which it sounded and what the man wanted to convey to him with it, but he couldn't. The Holy Knight repeated it over and over again and refused to answer the question of who Ed was and how to understand this address without reason. No matter how much Jamie asked him to explain, he just repeated it over and over and didn't deviate from his script, as if he were programmed to act that way. He didn't understand what to do and began to get seriously annoyed that he couldn't find common ground with what seemed to be an interesting element for research. The boy had no idea what it was, so he decided to leave it alone and wished that it would simply die of hunger and solitude, because he no longer wanted to deal with it. In the morning, when the sun came out from behind the clouds and he could return to his usual routine at home without any excursions, everything repeated itself in a circle. But something still managed to surprise him and make him look at the situation with narrowed eyes and incomprehension as to how it had happened in his reality. Ironically, the same man he had met the night before was sitting in front of him, chewing bread with gusto, which was completely incomprehensible, given the context in which he had first seen him. He admitted that if it weren't for the Count's mercy, he would have died on the street from cold or hunger, which would have eventually gotten him, but now, by a lucky coincidence, he was sitting at the table of aristocrats. The boy's father only modestly remarked that one should not forget the soldiers who had helped bring the man here, and showed that he needed help. The latter, in turn, asked if they were not people who served the Count, and considering that this was the case, in the end, it was all thanks to his efforts, for which he was sincerely grateful. Walton asked if holy knights often died of hunger on the streets, and the knight replied that it was rare. But they were all human beings too, although if they reached a high level, they could survive longer than ordinary people. Arjuna asked if he was a member of the Church of Pyro, and the knight agreed, noting that he chose the goddess of mercy and punishment as his guide. The father of the family said that at first they were very surprised to see a man in such a position, and his wife supported him in this. Sears asked if the Holy Knight was perhaps acquainted with Bishop Saphir, who was known for his kindness and loyalty to guests. He immediately asked if she was from Uton, but she only briefly noted that she came from the Bell family. This surprised the blond man, as he had not expected to meet someone of such noble birth at this table. He stood up abruptly and bowed to express his respect for the woman who came from such a distinguished family, which was of great importance to his church in Pyro. The knight quickly realized that he had met a noble person and bowed even lower, noting that he knew that the Pyro church was located on the Bell family's land. Although this was not a compelling reason for such a bow. Jamie watched all this with great incomprehension, believing that these were insufficient reasons to bow his head, because holy knights did so only before their religion. To understand everything in detail, he had no choice but to ask his father, playing the part of a little boy who understands nothing about adult matters. So Jamie put on an innocent look and asked why this man had greeted his mother so suddenly, even though inside he felt sick and thought it would be better to die than to pretend he was 9 years old. His father said that he would explain it to him a little later when the opportunity arose, because they were talking now and it would be simply rude. This made the boy a little disappointed, because he had tried so hard to be nice and pleasant, and it still didn't work, so he had wasted his efforts. Here he came to another conclusion. If the connection between the Bell family and the Pyro church was so close, then he had an additional problem that he would rather not have, because that goddess would also become his target for murder, which somewhat complicated matters. Then Count Welton found himself alone with the knight and wanted to find out how he had ended up in these parts, because if he was from the Church of Pyro, then he had no reason to come to the east. This led to only one inevitable conclusion, namely that representatives of the church wanted to expand their influence even further, including his territories. But he immediately said that he had no such intentions and was only here because he was chasing someone and had to follow his path. Arjuna rightly asked the young man to tell him more about who he was chasing and what it meant, and he explained that it was a person who had crossed boundaries with his experiments, which people should never conduct. It was about the creation of chimeras, and this immediately made the Count even more interested in the subject, as the fact that the creator of the chimeras was in haze was very unpleasant for him. The knight seemed reluctant to talk about it and apologized, saying that this information was a secret of the church. At first, the man tried to refuse, as he was not authorized to disclose information to outsiders, but in response to the promise to fulfill his request, he said he would tell him, and Arjuna concluded that he was offering cooperation. The blond man decided not to argue and to take this step, as the master swordsman could provide him with invaluable assistance that would influence events. The Count only repeated to himself that it was about the creator of chimeras, and that was significant and serious enough to affect the balance of the entire region under his control. Chimeras were artificially created living creatures that combined the strongest aspects of several others, but the creators of chimeras were considered sinners because the material for their core was human beings. Perhaps there were those who did not use humans, but Argino had not yet met any such people. Therefore, he explained that he was unable to help his side either materially or spiritually, but at the same time, he could not remain on the sidelines as his wife's family was closely connected to the Church of Pyro. This confession strengthened the hope in the knight's soul, who decided that he had managed to convince such an influential aristocrat to take his side. A moment later, the master swordsman confirmed this theory and noted that he would simply have to help, as he found himself in a position where it was impossible to refuse. The guest burst with joy and jumped up, expressing his gratitude. But the master noted that it was too early to do so, and wanted to know more about why the church was persecuting the creator of chimeras and why it was not turning to the state for help. He began to explain that if the state found out about this, they would certainly help, but additional difficulties would arise that they would like to avoid as much as possible. At the very least, it would greatly undermine the authority of the entire church, as it would suggest that they were unable to deal with their problems on their own. And the creator of the chimeras, whom the church was chasing, had already sacrificed more than 10 clergymen, which would indicate a desire to protect his comrades. The Count concluded that he was using the clergy as nuclei for chimeras, thereby endowing them with divine power, which made the situation even more complicated. Meanwhile, Jamie wondered how it happened that a man unknown until recently found himself at her table, which both annoyed and intrigued him, given the new information about his mother's family's ties to the Pyro Church. He had to come to terms with the lifestyle he now led, living like this and gradually beginning to look forward to tea time with the whole family, which was becoming a habit. His younger sister was the most delighted to see him, as she loved her brother dearly and wanted him to spend even more time with her than he already did. When he arrived at the ceremony organized by his mother, he had to enjoy the fragrant tea they had chosen this time. In fact, he came here only to find out what he had failed to learn during breakfast, because his father had noticed that it was a little untimely at that moment. His mother noticed that the boy wanted to ask something very important, and that was why he was in such a hurry with the tea and all the formalities associated with it. He decided to go to the bank and play the role of a little fool with a silly question about why that man bowed his head to his mother, because he didn't know what kind of greeting that was when meeting someone for the first time. Sears said she knew it, as if her eldest son was interested in it himself, and asked if he wanted to know what connected his mother's family and the Holy Night. Since the answer was affirmative, she began by saying that the boy's great-grandfather, whom he had never seen, was a benefactor of the Church of Pyro, so their name was associated with his glory. Jamie couldn't believe his ears, as this news came as a real surprise to him, that his mother's family were benefactors of the church, towards which he had certain hostile views. But she continued, adding that long ago, when a valuable item was stolen from the church, her grandfather came to their aid and thus earned a good reputation for his family. She had a very sad and pensive expression on her face, as if this story was truly difficult for her to share. This incident took place in the Forceman Garden, when followers of the Demon King attempted to resurrect him using a religious relic from the Church of Pyro, but ultimately failed. Her grandfather died while trying to prevent this incident, and in the future, the church named the Marquis a revered archbishop and promised to treat the Bell family as bishops for 100 years. Jamie noticed that his mother looked a little sad, which showed that she had a good relationship with her grandfather, and this story brought back unpleasant memories. The church had actually gone to great lengths to grant such an honor, but considering that the only relic had been stolen, everything fell into place, and he more or less understood how it worked. One day, Pyro's followers would fall at his hands, and until then, he would make full use of the opportunities that this connection had opened up for him. His mother pulled him out of his thoughts, turning to him to get some kind of response to her story and understand what he thought about it, since he was so mysteriously silent. He abruptly returned to his image, as if he had not planned beforehand how to use the resources that had opened up to destroy the goddess. To lighten the mood, she offered him another cup of tea, and he naturally agreed, not wanting to break with the general atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the children's shelter, a farewell ceremony was taking place at night for their brother Sheena, who had been chosen by their father Janus before he set off on his journey. One of the church ministers suggested raising a toast to celebrate this momentous day when the boy would begin his journey as a disciple of God. The boy was genuinely happy because he believed in the ideology of the church, and it would be a great honor for him to continue the work that had helped him improve his life. The children around him were just as happy, but Ricky was the happiest of all, finally rejoicing that his friend Sheena was going to the main temple. When the chosen one for the high position was already sitting in the carriage, those with whom he had become closest came to say goodbye to him, namely Ricky and his sister Anna. Sheena noted that his departure had been so unexpected that he had even hoped to see his friends again. But Ricky explained that the priest had warned him that he would soon be following him. The red-haired boy said that he now had no reason to be sad, as his dear friends would soon join him and everything would take on new colors. It was time to leave, and the carriage moved forward, heading for the main temple where most of the training took place. Shin's friends watched him go and wished him a safe journey and no problems along the way. Ricky felt a great sense of elation, as he had once planned to become a priest himself, and sincerely hoped that this would become a reality for him. The road passed quickly, and they finally arrived at the place where Sheena's life would be divided into before and after. The escort who was with him addressed the boy and warned him that they had already arrived, which was a little strange for him, as he had expected a long journey. Sheena looked out the window and couldn't believe his eyes because he had imagined the whole scene to be completely different from what it was in reality, if the priest's words were to be believed. In front of them was a small 3-story building, which they had traveled a short distance to reach, and it was considered the main temple, as tried to convince Sheena. The boy cautiously asked his companion if this was really the main temple, as it all seemed a little suspicious to him. The attendant did not answer, but only ordered the boy to follow him and not ask unnecessary questions, as he was trying to hide something from him. The priest began his journey and did not even pay attention to whether the boy was comfortable and whether he understood that everything would be fine with him, as all this was secondary. Sheena kept asking the man, saying that in his opinion, they had gone somewhere wrong, but the man assured him that everything was fine and they should keep going. Then, using the book that served as the mechanism's activator, he opened the dungeon hidden behind the inconspicuous paintings in the house. The man ordered the little boy to go down into the dungeon, but did not explain anything, which made Sheena very concerned about the whole situation. He walked down the stairs and admitted that he felt uneasy and thought that there was some kind of mistake, because everything was too strange and suspicious. When they reached the lower floor, the man was still silent and did not respond to any of Sheena's comments and questions, who wanted to hear something to put his mind at ease. Behind one of the doors, the boy saw a hand that was deformed and mutilated, reaching for the exit, which made him terribly frightened and even more confused about how he got there and why. Sheena naively ran up to the clergyman who was accompanying him to show him that there was something strange and scary behind that door, hoping to get a sense of security from him. But in response, the priest did not even look at the boy and turned to the mysterious man in the shadows, informing him that he had brought the bishop the person he wanted to see. Finally, the man emerged from the shadows and smiled as if nothing bad had happened and all the boy's worries were in vain. Sheena was very afraid because he thought there was a monster behind that door and wanted to ask the bishop if he had been chosen by God to become a priest. The bishop behaved very calmly, as if this whole procedure was routine and familiar to him, so he nodded his head to confirm that everything was as the boy had said. But it remained a great mystery to him why, in that case, he had been brought here and not to the main temple, where his training was supposed to begin. The man's expression immediately changed, and he said that all this was being done to create a perfect world, because he was very curious to see what would become of such a pure young man as Sheena. To this end, the bishop invited another unknown man to enter the room and begin what they had gathered there for, and they brought in the little boy, who was now terribly frightened. A man entered, his face covered with strange bloody blisters that made one shudder with fear, but he lazily remarked that he had a good specimen for his work. He approached the boy and remarked that he would make a wonderful chimera, reaching his hand toward his face, which finally instilled a fear in Sheena's heart that brought him to a standstill. Meanwhile, in Hayes, on the grounds of Earl Welton's estate, on Belbat Street, the situation seemed a little more peaceful and calm, bathed in gentle rays of sunshine. Jamie, without any real desire, gave a short tour to their guest, the Holy Knight, noting that they were on the largest street in the city, and the knight said that he had wandered here in the middle of the night when he was dying of hunger. The boy nodded briefly, as he had indeed seen him in these areas. But in reality, he did all this very reluctantly, as there was only one reason why he accompanied him. At the morning tea ceremony, the boy's father suggested that the guests take a look at the city, and in that case, it would be better to take Jamie with him, who could tell him many interesting things. The knight naively agreed, and without even asking Jamie's opinion, they set off on this short trip so that he could see the city. While he was tormented by the thought of why all this had happened to him, the knight wondered how it was that a 9-year-old child had such good endurance and memory skills. So the Count's words were not only encouragement because he was his son, but also genuine, useful advice. The blond man turned to the boy, who had to put up with him and spend time with him, even though it caused him great inner turmoil. The knight decided to thank the boy, noting that thanks to him, he was able to get a very good look around the city, and the boy politely remarked that he had also had fun. Now he extended his hand to his young companion and said that if they had had a walk, they could already return. But the boy said that it was unnecessary and asked if he could ask one question. The man was a little taken aback, as he had not expected such a cold reaction from the child, but he agreed, waiting for his question. Jamie briefly asked what they had talked about with his father yesterday, as it was very important to his plan, given the church's ties to his mother's family. The blond man was a little confused, as he had not expected such questions from a 9-year-old child, because it seemed that he would rather ask what knights do, or something else that would be typical for his age. He decided to evade the question and said that they had talked about how handsome Jamie would be when he grew up, but it was obvious to him that this was a silly excuse. The man was confused again because he thought children liked to hear such things, and began to argue that it was the truth and he didn't understand the surprise. Jamie already understood that he would not get any real information, because the man continued to lie that they were only talking about him because his father loved him very much. But it was hard to believe that an adult was willing to lie like that, hoping that someone would believe it. In the end, the knight confessed, but said that he could not reveal what they had talked about because it was an adult conversation and the information was too important. The boy understood that something was going on in Hayes, and that was why he was asked to accompany their guest, but he needed to understand what exactly it was about. The knight ran around him while he thought about the possible enemies who might be in Hayes and wanted to understand if he was offended by the lie, because he did not want to spoil his relationship with the aristocrat's son. Suddenly, Jamie snapped out of his thoughts and returned to reality, and such a sharp change in emotions made the man think that the kid was really offended, but he said he had something else to show for a complete picture of the city. The man's mood immediately improved a little, because now it seemed to him that the boy was ready to talk to him again, and the situation was not so bad, so he was curious to find out what exactly he wanted to show him. The boy decided to take a chance and go to the bank, because he thought that if he showed Janice the church, he would be able to understand the true attitude of the Holy Knight. The knight decided not to argue with him, so they got into a carriage and headed for the church, which was not far from the main street. They got there very quickly, but the knight was still most interested in whether Jamie was angry with him or not, and Jamie just said sternly that he didn't care. Meanwhile, Ricky was cleaning the church grounds, unaware that he might meet the person with whom their paths had crossed about a week ago. He looked up and thoughtfully gazed at those who had come to visit Janice's church, and immediately began to make associations in his memory. The Holy Knight looked around and admired the beauty of the church, which looked truly impressive to him, considering that he was also familiar with similar buildings. Ricky turned to Jamie, asking about the black hair he remembered from that strange, brief encounter. The blonde asked if it was the boy's friend who had looked at him so intently and shouted some questions without clear meaning. Jamie tensed up a little, as he didn't want to meet anyone he knew during his nighttime wanderings in such circumstances, so he hoped it wasn't the same guy who had bumped into him before. So he pretended not to know him and concluded that changing his hair color had been useless, as he could still be recognized, which was something to keep in mind for the future. When they decided to go back, Ricky didn't let up and ran after the carriage because he didn't like that he had decided to pretend he didn't know him. As he ran, the boy shouted that he barely recognized him if he had changed his hair color, behaving very excitedly and without any aggression. But it so happened that he mistook the carriages, and the one in which Jamie himself was riding was behind him, and now had to maneuver so as not to harm the boy, who for some reason had run out onto the road. Ricky only glanced back briefly to understand what was happening and saw the carriage, which was literally a few meters away from him and moving at a noticeable speed. The coachman shouted in alarm that he should get out of the way and not interfere, because something was about to happen that could not be prevented. Jamie and the Holy Knight watched the situation with their mouths open, because they didn't want things to come to what was about to happen. Ricky, with a broom in his hands, found himself in front of the carriage and two horses, which tried to brake sharply, given the emergency situation that had just arisen. The knight rushed to help him because he wanted to protect the boy, who was on the verge of getting into a situation that could end his life right then and there, despite his young age. The boy was simply paralyzed with fear and looked ahead with tears in his eyes, not even understanding what to do and unable to find the inner strength to move even a little. No matter how hard the coachman tried to stop the horses, they were running at full speed and would not be able to stop in time in front of Ricky, who could have died in the accident. The blonde-haired knight realized that he would not be able to reach the boy in time to push him out of the way or do anything to remedy the situation before it was too late. Ricky had already come to terms with the fact that he would die because of such a stupid accident, which happened because of his own carelessness, and tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. Jamie knew he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he had to use magic to save the boy from the carriage, which would run him over in a matter of seconds. Focusing on the flow of mana, he managed to create an area of chains that would protect him from the sudden approach of the carriage. And at the same time as the knight grabbed the boy in his arms and wanted to carry him to the other side, he noticed that he was inside a cage of chains that would stop the impact. The Holy Knight looked back to see if all this magic, which had appeared in a moment after he ran away from Jamie, was just his imagination. No matter how surprising it was to him, the chains really existed and really helped the situation, because if he hadn't made it in time, the blow would still not have happened and the boy would have survived. Ricky barely came to his senses when he found himself safe and couldn't believe his eyes that he was really alive, even though just a minute ago his life had been hanging by a thread. He was very grateful to those who saved him and hugged Jamie so tightly that it felt like all his bones were broken from the intensity of the pressure. The boy had already asked him to let go, as it was really uncomfortable, considering the strength in the hands of the one who could not be described as such. But in fact, there was surprise on the knight's face as he looked at Jamie with new eyes. The man realized that the magic he used was much stronger than that used by the wizards who were next to him, despite his age. It was difficult to understand how a 9-year-old child could have such high-level skills, and it immediately showed that he was a genius and would become incredibly strong in a few years. Jamie didn't even pay attention to the reaction he now elicited in the knight, who was both fascinated and amazed at how all this could fit into one small body. Finally, the boy turned to his guest and said that it was time for them to leave, because the man seemed confused about where he was. Since they had come here, they should still visit the Church of Janus, which they had not yet reached, although the man had already begun to suspect that Jamie was annoying him. Ricky ran up to them and said that he was going there himself and that it was a very good coincidence, and as a token of gratitude, he wanted to take them there and show them around, since he knew the building and the surrounding area well, and he explained that there was a shelter for children like him who had nowhere to go. So all these places were familiar to him, and he could give them an interesting tour. On the way, they met a nun whom Ricky recognized, and she wanted to ask where he had been, since he had been gone for so long. In addition, it was necessary to find out who the people who came with him were, if they were on the territory of a children's shelter, where dangerous people should not be. The boy explained that he had almost been hit by a carriage, and those two had saved him and were real guardian angels. The woman was immediately frightened when she heard this and asked if he was hurt, noting that he must have been seriously frightened. The next moment, the nun thanked them and noted that if it weren't for them, an irreparable tragedy would have occurred, which was only avoided thanks to the two of them. The Holy Knight remarked that they did not deserve any thanks because as a follower of the Church of Pyro, he had to do what he did, and this caused a violent reaction on the woman's face. But the man did not notice this and continued cheerfully, saying that Jamie had actually done much more than he had, but that he had asked that this not be made public. However, it was too late, and the woman asked with interest whether this child had really contributed more to the rescue than the strong knight, and he explained that he was the son of the feudal lord of these lands. The next moment, he gave his name and surname, which immediately became a sign for all the people in these lands, as it evoked a direct association with his famous father. The nun said that she should have recognized him by his emerald eyes and hair, But the news of the carriage accident had shocked her so much that she couldn't even get her bearings. Jamie was alarmed by her reaction, because if she had been born in the city, she would have recognized him right away and wouldn't have had to feign concern now. Besides, she was strangely confused. Now the woman asked her husband if they had come here to pick up Ricky, but he just denied it, saying that he had heard that the Janus Church had taken root here and wanted to see what the situation was like from the inside. In that case, the woman told them to follow her if they were on a tour and asked her pet to show everything to the young representative of the feudal family. Jamie quickly concluded that she was trying to separate him from Ross, but he decided to let him go, since the old woman was unlikely to harm him, although it was better to be safe than sorry. He decided to say goodbye to the Holy Knight, telling him that they would meet at dinner that evening with his parents, smiling brightly and returning to the image of a child. Ross did not immediately understand what such a violent reaction meant and why he was suddenly behaving so friendly, given that there had been a certain awkwardness between them before. But the next moment, he waved his hand and smiled warmly, saying that they would see each other very soon. Ricky was a little clumsy at giving the tour, showing that there was a house where he lived, and on the other side was a dining room, and in this way he tried to make the best impression of the shelter. Jamie asked him to relax a little, as he was almost shaking with fear caused by unknown circumstances, considering that he was now safe. The boy did not immediately understand what he needed to change in his behavior, but the representative of the aristocratic family said that he did not attach any importance to manners, so he could behave as before. Ricky did not expect that he would ever have the chance to behave familiarly with a representative of the aristocracy, so he wanted to make sure that this was true. But Jamie did not like to repeat himself, so he exclaimed. Now he felt much more at ease and suggested that they run after him, where he could show everything from the right side and not as was generally accepted. So he took him to his room, where he lived with his younger sister, and enthusiastically asked if he was interested, but Jamie was not as excited as he was. Despite this, the boy opened the door to his room and told Annie that he had brought his friend, even though he was not ready to call himself Ricky's friend, considering that they had only met twice in their lives. The girl was surprised by this, as her brother had never brought anyone home whom he could call his friend before, so she was very curious to learn more about the mysterious guest. Despite her poor eyesight, she ran closer to get a better look at Ricky's new friend. Jamie's expression changed dramatically when she approached, because something in this story surprised him so much that he didn't even know how to hide it. Ricky suggested that Anna say hello because he thought he was very cool, and she supported the initiative by saying her name. But the boy froze in one position and didn't even blink, because he couldn't understand some of the things that were turning points for him in this situation. Jamie sincerely could not understand how it happened that Anna had the aura of an adult, and in addition, a sacred power in her eyes. There were messengers of God who descended from heaven, and they were the ones who most freely wielded the power of God. And one part of such a person's body emitted a strong, sacred energy. And now it turned out that the girl was blinded by the power of God. But when the girl's adult power awakens, she will be able to see all the currents of the world through the eyes of God and become an unpleasant opponent for Jamie in the future. He even considered knocking the girl out, but that was a bad idea, because if he had noticed her power, the church leadership had done so long ago, so it was dangerous to kill her right now. Ricky looked at his new friend with equal surprise, but had already come to the wrong conclusions based on his behavior. It seemed to him that Jamie had fallen in love with his sister at first sight, but he couldn't even understand how he had come to that conclusion. No matter how he started, pointing out that she was too young, the girl interrupted him so he wouldn't say anything stupid and pretended she wanted to ask something. She decided to distract him by asking him to read an excerpt from the book, but she wasn't very successful because she wanted her older brother to shut up and not provoke their new acquaintance into negative emotions. The boy couldn't argue with her and just wanted to clarify which part of the book he should read, while Jamie watched and wondered whose power prevailed in it, whether it was Janice's or someone else's. Whatever the case, it would be better to watch her more closely and not allow her talent to develop too much so as not to create a potentially dangerous enemy. He wanted to slip out of the room unnoticed while the two were busy with each other and give him a head start to disappear. Ricky thought he just wanted to go to the bathroom, but Jamie replied that it was time for him to leave because it was almost time to depart. In that case, the boy was ready to see him out and warned his sister that he was only going there and back, so she shouldn't worry if he wasn't home for a while. They walked in silence, So Ricky decided to ask if his new friend would visit them again, but he didn't even answer, even though Ricky was asking sincerely and wanted to see him again. Instead, Jamie evasively asked if his new acquaintance wanted to become someone, which surprised Ricky, who wasn't expecting that kind of conversation. In a moment, the boy concluded that this was how he showed his friendly affection, and it was an unexpected surprise. But Jamie decided to accept even this option, just to get an answer. So the boy replied that it would be enough for him to spend a lot of time with Anna at first. But when he came here, his views changed towards something more ambitious. While staying at the church shelter, he realized that he wanted to be chosen by Janice and become a priest, which seemed to him like a continuation of the mission started by those who helped him get out of his social pit. At the same time, he shared that yesterday his friend had been chosen and had gone to the main temple, and Ricky was even a little jealous of him because of this. Jamie listened more closely and paid attention to the words about the main temple, which made him doubt the good intentions of it all and remember the past events that created a whole chain. With a frightened look on his face, he asked his new acquaintance where he had been before moving to the shelter, and he replied that he had been wandering the streets and living a less than ideal life. But that wasn't quite what he wanted to hear, so he asked what he had been doing before he ended up on the streets without shelter. Ricky didn't understand why he was asking so many detailed questions about his life, but he explained that he had been a minor member of the rival criminal gang, and now the pieces began to fit together into a complete picture. Now everything became clear to Jamie, considering all the parallel lines that still led to Janice, who had planned the kind of maze that was now forming in his head. Meanwhile, Russ wanted to say goodbye to the nun, noting that he had enjoyed talking to her, and she expressed mutual feelings. The woman said that if he needed to return, she could take him to a young gentleman from an aristocratic family, and he just thanked her because he didn't want to seem rude. The man concluded that she was very careful with her words, and this made him wonder whether he should trust the local clergy. For a second, he even wondered if it could all be connected to the same creator of chimeras. But in the end, they came to two boys who had managed to look around. Ricky wanted to look at his new friend, but then he saw someone behind him whom he did not expect at all, given his high status. There stood the bishop, who said that during his absence they had received some very important guests, as he immediately recognized Jamie and understood which family he came from. Therefore, the man addressed the two children, greeting the young gentleman separately to emphasize his status and authority, even among their community. Jamie gave his name and said he was happy to meet them. And then he came to the clear conclusion that this church was using children for its own purposes as defenseless victims who would definitely remain faithful in any case. Now the bishop turned to the blonde-haired man standing next to him, who introduced himself as a follower of the Pyro Church named Ras Armetic. Meanwhile, the boy wondered why they all needed children, since it seemed that this was connected with the appearance of the bishop, who was trying to behave as correctly as possible and pretend that he was really interested in the guests. At the same time, he had a strange feeling about the man standing behind him, who was supposed to serve as his bodyguard in dangerous situations. He sensed the power of a holy knight emanating from him, but something about the situation still felt off. What made the young man analyze everything that was happening around him most intensely was the reaction of Ras, who looked extremely alarmed, even though he was supposed to be close to his status. Jamie looked at the bishop and the knight with a strange expression in his eyes, sensing that something was definitely wrong, and wanted to understand what the problem was. What was the source of these concerns? The man looked at him with some wariness as he understood who was in front of him and what the potential consequences of their meeting might be. They both returned from the church in a strange mood, as there were many reasons to think over everything they had seen several times in order to reach clear conclusions. Suddenly, Jamie shared that Ricky had told him that his friend had been chosen and had gone to the main temple, and that he was jealous of him and was going to become a priest as well. Ras reacted somewhat ambiguously, as he froze in one position for a second and did not even know how to respond to this. A moment later, he decided to support this initiative, calling the boy very talented and good, and saying that he would definitely succeed, as if he did not understand what the boy was actually hinting at. No matter how hard the boy tried to convey to him the main point of what they had learned during this visit, he seemed to be standing behind a stone wall and could not accept anything. Now Jamie turned to the knight again and asked if his father had said anything to him, but the knight only asked what exactly he was talking about. The boy shared that 2 months ago his father had suppressed the rival criminal organization, which was involved in robbery and the sale of children, which was beyond all moral boundaries. He later added that Ricky, whom they had rescued today, was also a member of this organization, which finally made the man think and start looking at things less straightforwardly. Jamie realized that he had finally managed to hint to the knight about the real state of affairs, and all that was left was to add the icing on the cake to completely surprise him. In addition, it should be noted that Janice's church was involved in charity work, which together gave a complete picture and showed that they had never actually done this with good intentions. Now it turned out that they had organized this shelter only to use the children for their own purposes, rather than to give them a chance at a normal life after the horrors of the streets. Finally, they returned to the residence, where all these new facts had to be reported to the Count himself, relying on his influence on abilities. Ras recounted everything they had learned, adding at the end that a boy named Ricky, who had previously been part of a criminal organization, lived in that shelter, which is why they had come to such conclusions. Argento thoughtfully said that the church had a great positive influence on his domain, so he simply observed, but there were still facts that pointed to the not-so-good nature of the followers. The blonde-haired man noted that he had seen the knight who had come with the bishop and could not understand something that was actually very important and served as an indicator. He managed to sense a very powerful aura, but at the same time, he could not even understand if he was really a knight of the Church of Janus, because the energy was extremely specific. Pointing to the chaotic sacred power, he wanted to hint at the chimera, but before he could finish, he was interrupted because Count Welton had come to this conclusion and did not even want to believe that it was true. The man realized that if this was true, he couldn't just sit idly by, but had to instruct the knights to deal with the situation. Ras understood this categorical attitude, but at the same time, it was necessary to find confirmation of their hypotheses so as not to do anything unnecessary without real reasons. For this reason, he swore that he would find confirmation that would serve as a real argument in the fight against the creator of chimeras and the general network of evil that had spread throughout the Count's territories. Argento warned that it was very dangerous to deal with such things on his own, so it was worth thinking about some kind of support, although Ras was ready for any turn of events. The Count tried to look at it pragmatically and asked what their chances of success were, given that they were clearly at a disadvantage due to a lack of information. But the fair-haired holy knight tried to remain optimistic and not be as critical as the head of the Welton family. Argento decided that strengthening his new ally would be a necessity, so he said he would give him 3 of his men who could help him in his still underground struggle. No sooner had he said this than 3 figures appeared behind the knight, so highly professional that they could not even be heard, despite their sharp movements. Ras looked around cautiously, realizing that these were true professionals, as he had not even noticed their presence in the room. Then the Count explained that these were shadow knights, whose sole purpose was to protect his residence, and that they would indeed be useful because they were professionals. But Ras noted that their appearance and movements were more reminiscent of hired assassins. He wasn't even sure how to address these figures, and he wondered if they were really knights or just bore that title. But it didn't matter because they were a powerful support for him. Ras exclaimed his gratitude for their help and promised to reveal his true nature at any cost. The Count indicated that he was counting on the knight's help, while Black watched him closely and relayed this information to Jamie, who wanted to know more about the situation. Meanwhile, Jamie was in his room planning his own actions that would make sense in the near future. The boy agreed that children, pure as a blank sheet of paper, were very suitable for experiments. But in his opinion, God could not allow such a thing because it crossed all boundaries. And the bishop had left with the experiment unfinished. And most likely there were some compelling reasons for this, because otherwise no one would have risked so much. Now Jamie turned to his magical favorite to give him an order that he had to carry out due to the boy's lack of mobility, and he listened attentively. He handed Black a letter and ordered him to go to Reese to deliver it to him as quickly as possible. In just a moment, the magical pet flew out the window and set off to complete the task, as it depended on fast delivery. Jamie thought that it was time for him to start preparing when he was left alone in the room, because the upcoming battle would require magic stronger than what he currently possessed. He cautiously warned Janice, as he was going to be a huge problem for her in the future, trying to practice new and more effective techniques. One of these was memorization, which consisted of closing and summoning mana inside the soul, allowing magic to be used freely without any obstacles. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, His living corpses sat and wondered how long they would have to wait for further orders from their master. The second explained that they had to stay there until they noticed any suspicious activity, so it was worth just watching more closely and waiting for the moment. Azart noted that at this time, you couldn't even see a mouse on the street, let alone some suspicious night, which showed his low enthusiasm for this task. But the other was relentless and insisted that they were following orders and had to do everything as they were told. The more burly of the two was very bored in such conditions, since nothing was really happening, and it seemed that they were just sitting there idly, waiting for something that would never happen anyway. Suddenly, in the perfect silence, the sound of quick footsteps of a man in protective armor was heard, indicating that they were not sitting there for no reason. However, the knight moved faster than anyone could have imagined, and approaching them, reached for his sword, wanting them to die on the spot. Azart watched this and realized that their chances were getting smaller by the second, as the knight had appeared too suddenly, not giving them even a second to prepare their defense. The knight behaved very unusually and displayed enormous mana, which was stored within him and looked like a potentially extremely dangerous element of attack. His blows were really strong, no matter how much they wanted to avoid them, so they had to quickly figure out how to counteract them. Both living corpses noticed that the power was sacred, and it was generally unclear what he was, if he used techniques associated with followers of the church, but at the same time had a strange aura. He acted as if he were programmed for only one thing, to take life without changing his strategy and striking at the forehead. The knight's eyes showed hatred and malice, which seemed to give him energy for life and force him to move forward. There was something unnatural about his behavior, as if he lacked the human part that should be responsible for a variety of actions or a certain connection with his enemies, which he did not even try to build. Jamie's servants decided to take advantage of this moment and scatter in different directions to distract him at least a little, urging him to report all this to his master. As soon as they began to scatter, he immediately turned back to them and again wanted to kill them, resorting to the same patterns of behavior as a moment ago. From this, one could conclude that he had an unusual nature, which caused such purposeful behavior, regardless of the situation. The knight returned to his strategy of mindless blows, which he directed as soon as he got closer to his opponents, without even trying to use cunning. Azart watched this and could not even understand how to properly fight someone who had only one goal in front of him and was not distracted by their tricks. While he was watching and thinking about their situation, the opponent managed to get closer, so he had to help his comrade, which is what the second of the living corpses did. To ensure his safety at least a little, he threw him out the window so that he would be far from the source of their suffering. The man did not have time to orient himself before he was flying from the second floor, where his comrade and the enemy knight remained. As he fell, he tried to figure out how to overcome the threat that had arisen between them and get out of this mess alive. In order to save his friend, he had to take the blow himself, so now he felt the full force of the knight, who acted so thoughtlessly but still managed to wound his opponent. Suddenly, a veil appeared around them, created by their master's magic, giving them hope of salvation as he could deal with their unexpected enemy. Jamie appeared just in time, as his servants were begging for help, and he was able to provide it without even using his full potential. A victorious smile played on his face, because everything was going exactly as he wanted, since the knight he suspected turned out to be problematic after all. He was also pleased that he would be able to prove his strength by protecting the servants, who had partially completed the task but were unable to finish it due to their limited abilities. Finally, he found himself in a room with the sacred knight, who immediately aroused his interest and could play to his full potential. From that moment on, no one would know what was happening inside, as the barrier he had created was strong enough to hide the events from prying eyes. Although he managed to use dark memories, 6th class magic still came with difficulty, so this duel should be interesting for both of them. Without waiting for an attack from the new participant, the knight rushed at him, using the same stupid strategy of simply hitting hard without any finesse. Jamie also watched this from the perspective of practicing his abilities, as it was important for the future, so he used 5th class magic called gravity. The enhanced gravity put a lot of pressure on the target and forced him to stay in one place, giving him an advantage. The knight tried to continue his attack, but it was too difficult under the influence of such a powerful technique, so he had to give in. The next step in Jamie's planned attack was a corpse touch technique that summoned the souls of the dead to bind the victim. This prevented the enemy from moving in any way and continuing his reckless attack. So he fell to his knees and could only shout curses with his last ounce of strength. His hand reached forward, hoping for salvation, but it did not work as there was no hope of rescue, given how the young wizard had played out. Now Jamie proceeded to a technique that had no name, which sacrificed the summoned souls with a powerful explosion in the future, which would definitely put an end to their duel. The knight did not know what awaited him in the coming minutes and only looked in surprise at Jamie, who was concentrating on performing the technique properly. Suddenly, a sphere of mana appeared in front of his face, showing how unequal their forces were at that moment and nullifying any chance of victory. In a split second, the boy dispelled all the magic that had been created before, realizing that it no longer made any sense. The opponent, completely covered in blood, knelt down, showing that he no longer posed a threat to him or his servants, suffering defeat. The young man watched closely to understand how to properly conduct this experiment, which had so faithfully followed the order to kill them. Suddenly, with his last ounce of strength, the knight returned to his senses and gripped his sword tighter in his hand to repeat everything that had happened before. He rushed forward again in a mindless attack, which looked more like a last-ditch effort given the battered state of his body. Jamie couldn't help but notice that he was resilient and held on until the very end. But at the same time, it was clear that it wouldn't help him if he took matters into his own hands. Returning to the magical solution to the situation, he concentrated his mana again and planned to use a powerful technique that would definitely leave the knight without the strength for new attacks. Now he used the puppet technique, which allowed him to control the enemy with the threads of fate, which helped him maintain complete domination in battle, which Jamie could now enjoy. The knight fell to his knees, and no matter how much he wanted to, the situation could not be remedied, as he now had to obey the commands of the threads of fate controlled by his opponent. The pressure exerted on him by the threads of fate could not be reversed or analyzed for risk, and all this meant that he had simply fallen into a trap from which there was no escape. Jamie moved closer to examine his opponent and understand his essence, given his unusual nature of origin. It seemed to the boy that the man did not quite understand what was happening to him, so it was worth explaining that after the explosion, he had placed the knight's body in pieces of souls. This meant that from that moment on, his fate was no longer in his own hands and he belonged to Jamie himself, with no right to resist in any way. The knight realized that he had lost control of his body and that it was impossible to undo the black magic, so continuing the fight would be pointless. And if victory was impossible, then the best option would be to simply flee and not fall into the hands of such a fierce opponent. Watching his actions, Jamie began to think that he had decided to kill himself rather than fall under his control. He was not at all satisfied with this turn of events, so he wanted to stop his opponent, whom he had just subdued and now had to catch up with so as not to lose sight of him. He stretched out his hand and decided to strengthen it with the technique of the Hand of Darkness, which should help him in this task. The knight had to accept that he had been captured again, and that Plan B, which was simply to escape, had failed. But on the other hand, Jamie himself could now find himself in a dangerous situation, given that their powers were in conflict, and this could have negative consequences. Instead of the black magic that the boy was capable of, the room was now filled with sacred energy that could prevent him from carrying out his attack to the end. And considering that he was very close to his opponent, he would no longer have a chance to dodge such a blow, which would really cause problems. The game he had played to catch the knight now worked against him, as his hand was actually in a body filled with sacred energy, so there was virtually no chance of escape. Finally, the opponent released a charge of sacred mana, which threw the boy away and allowed him to be under such close control. The entire room was illuminated by the glow coming from the source in the form of a stream of sacred mana, which was actually able to stop Jamie. For a moment, he even had to remove the barrier in order to concentrate all his strength on his own salvation and not waste it on such trifles, which only consumed his energy unnecessarily. Jamie had to admit that if it weren't for the help of Black's magical pet, he would have been in great danger. He did not even expect that Black would be able to use his divine power to the maximum and break through the black dimension. But that still did not allow him to leave just like that, so he asked Black to absorb the light. The knight returned to his decision to flee as quickly and as far as possible, as it was the most rational thing he could do during this battle. But Jamie could no longer let him go just like that, especially considering how he had behaved and undermined his power, which was unacceptable to him. Another attack flew at the knight, who still had to give up at some point, rather than just stupidly moving forward without looking back. Suddenly, a distorted, strange life form appeared from under the armor, which did not even resemble a human being, but was something more monstrous. Jamie concluded that this was the true form of the chimera, which could not help but be frightening due to its hideous appearance. But he couldn't be distracted from his goal, so he launched an attack with chains that would bind its body and prevent it from escaping. The boy watched all this with cold eyes, as he did not even try to show any emotion during the fight. The knight found himself in a position where he could not even move due to the techniques that came at him one after another from his opponent. Now Jamie was fully aware of his advantage at that moment, so he came to the final technique of the death explosion. When the knight was already on his knees, unable to move at all due to numerous injuries and the chains around him, the death explosion technique came upon him, which was capable of tearing even the strongest armor. His internal processor, which was responsible for combat, noticed that the body had suffered numerous injuries and had reached its maximum capacity, so all preliminary actions were simply impossible. Considering how unfortunate the situation was for him, all that remained was to activate the last process, which had to be started due to the hopelessness of the situation. Jamie realized that now he would be able to see the true nature of the chimera, which was breaking free from the armor that was supposed to hide its unpleasant appearance from prying eyes. But before he could even look away, the chimera began to flee the house through the window, piece by piece, in order to save itself even in such a hopeless situation. As disappointing as it was, he simply dropped the chimera and had no chance of catching up with it because of the speed with which it all happened. Suddenly, his living corpse appeared, who had been watching the duel the whole time and was concerned that his master was all right after the attack with sacred energy. Just as the man complimented him on a job well done, Jamie noticed that he had simply run away. The servant could not understand why he was reacting so calmly, if it was something exceptional, and it seemed to him that his master should start chasing him to finish the job. Jamie explained that he was naturally offended, but there was no need for it. Yet the man still did not understand how he could have let the enemy escape and was not going to do anything about it, since he thought he had ordered the knight to be followed only to catch him. The living corpse apologized but noted that he did not quite understand his master and asked him to explain what he meant, given the inconsistency of all his actions. The young man noted that it was impossible to get rid of the dark mana just like that, so his actions were still of great importance to the knight. After he pierced it with his hand of darkness, the dark mana spread throughout his body, which meant that he would always be able to easily find his opponent. Meanwhile, the bishop sat in his office, calmly signing his documents, unaware of the adventures that had befallen the chimera that was always by his side. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from the window, which made him look up to see what had happened. Looking more closely, he saw a piece of the chimera that was barely clinging to the window and was so mangled that it was hard to imagine what it had gone through the day before. The bishop looked at this fragment with irritation, not even imagining that the chimera could have lost in battle, which meant that someone had defeated the knight chimera who possessed divine power. Returning to the house where such a fierce battle with the knight had just taken place, Jamie's servant still did not understand why he had acted in this way. It was strange for a man to take such a big risk and make it clear that a dark magician was involved, because in that case his identity and location would be revealed. Jamie understood his reasoning, but warned that they would still not find out anything about his real identity. He explained that his power was now very different from dark magic, and this was an argument that protected his anonymity in this case. At the same time, it was not entirely clear why black magic was now so inferior to sacred magic if it had been created from the outset to destroy divine power. The destruction of sacred power was only possible with the help of darkness, which could swallow it without a trace. And it was this magic that Jamie used. So it didn't matter what tricks the church threw at him, because he would still be able to deal with them. Meanwhile, the bishop racked his brains trying to figure out who could interact with his chimera so strongly that only a small part of its foundation remained. Jamie continued to explain that his dark magic had been created from the very beginning to destroy the divine power, so his servant had no reason to worry about him. As soon as they finished talking, the master asked where Asura was, who had not been seen for a long time, namely since he appeared on this battlefield. As soon as they mentioned him, Asura entered the room to ask if his friend was all right, considering the circumstances under which they had last seen each other. The man was very happy to see the master and was sincerely glad that he had come to them in time and managed to help in a critical situation. The master was curious about the whereabouts of one of his servants, who only appeared when everything was already over, and he explained that he had fallen out of a window and lost consciousness, and as soon as he came to, he immediately got up. Now Jamie was curious how it happened that a zombie could lose consciousness, because as far as he knew, it was simply impossible. Now Jamie was curious how it happened that a zombie could lose consciousness, because as far as he knew, it was simply impossible. Azard himself did not know how to explain this process, so he had to follow the sharp order of his master, who wanted him to lie down. Now, showing his superiority over the two of them, he quickly ordered them to stop the pursuit because they would quickly understand everything and be able to catch up with, so he would have to watch from afar. The zombies could not argue with him, as they were still under his complete control, so they simply accepted it as a given. One of the servants was still trying to understand what had happened and what the consequences would be. Besides, he didn't like looking at Phelan's completely bloodied and damaged body, so he decided to help him. By directing a charge of mana in his direction, he could help him recover faster and get back into shape so that he could perform his tasks without unnecessary difficulty. The man did not even have time to understand how the wounds on his body began to heal, and he felt a sense of lightness after receiving these injuries in an uneven battle. Finally, Jamie just told Azar to take care of his friend Reese until he was fully recovered. The boy said he was leaving and warned them to be careful of the church followers, who might find them and want something from the zombies. Using his magical pet as wings, he flew towards his home, where he had to arrive before the sun began to rise. Meanwhile, a strange atmosphere still reigned in the church, as the bishop had not yet come to a conclusion as to who could have harmed the chimera. It was clear that someone unknown had managed to defeat the chimera knight of 4 creatures, who was endowed with divine power, which showed the extremely high level of his opponent's strength. Now the one who, just a few hours ago, could menacingly attack anyone and count on victory due to his inner strength, was confined to a jar, limited by the size of the stain. For a second, the bishop paused, as it occurred to him who could theoretically have such great potential and strength to deal with such a serious opponent. It was likely that it could be Count Welton himself, as his sword skills would allow him to compete with even such a strong chimera. This thought was very unpleasant to him, as it would lead to unnecessary problems for them, whose life was already not as smooth as they would have liked. He dismissed the idea almost immediately, because if the Count had really intervened, there would have been nothing left of the knight, not even the crumbs he had in his hands. He wondered how it happened that the connection with the knight was suddenly lost, and it was probably a blocking spell, a barrier that prevented their contact. It would have to be a very high-level mage, one he didn't even know in these lands, although for a second he assumed it was the young gentleman from the Welton family. But this idea was almost immediately rejected, because despite any genius potential he might have had, he was still only at the 4th level, and to fight a chimera, at least the 5th level was required. The man understood that he needed to speed up the experiment before it was too late, and there was still a slim chance of success. Suddenly, someone unknown appeared behind him and put a knife to his neck, asking if the second plan had also failed, and remarking that he might not even be able to answer. The bishop trembled with fear, but at the same time said that it was not at all as it seemed, and that the plan had not yet failed. The stranger in the robe asked what was going on in that case, if everything was still unfinished, because he was categorically dissatisfied with the situation. To show the seriousness of his intentions, he began to slowly cut the skin on the man's neck, asking if he considered everything that had happened to be normal, and the man suddenly began to justify himself. The bishop promised that a few more experiments and they would get what they wanted, when the stranger said that he was throwing around words without even knowing what they meant, and finally asked if he himself wanted to become a test subject. In a moment, he disappeared and said that he would be watching the bishop's actions, and if the Count himself got involved, it would all come to an end. The man was able to breathe a sigh of relief and feel at least a little safe, as he did not expect the stranger to be so serious that he would actually harm him. He suddenly began to realize everything that had happened and understood that Seven Knight had been watching him all this time. Seven Knight was one of the 7 swords of the Church of Janus, and he and 6 others were considered the strongest warriors, almost at the level of masters, who protected the archbishop. For him, the situation that had unfolded over the last few minutes was extremely humiliating and unacceptable, because his honor as a bishop had been reduced to that of some kind of mongrel. He dreamed that situations like this would not happen to him again, and for that he would have to become archbishop. And if he succeeded, he would definitely get that position. Finally, Jamie returned to his residence because the time had come to pretend that nothing was happening again and that he was just an ordinary aristocrat's son. He brought with him the shell that remained of the chimera, and looking at the body, he realized that he had gone a little too far with his attacks. But at the same time, he was curious about how they had created the sacred chimera, because it was a very unusual use of such capabilities. But in the end, he needed to see who they had placed inside this shell in order to understand how to properly fight such life forms. While he was digging inside this body, his face became covered in blood, because he was looking at everything with interest and wanted to catch every detail. There, the boy was able to find insect limbs that would allow him to move faster and generally get rid of his mobility problems. Also hidden under the armor were organs immune to fire, which would be useful considering how many magical techniques were associated with it or explosions. In addition, inside there were also the eyes of an insect, which looked at the world as if it had been slowed down especially for him. All this took place in the body of an ordinary person, and this combination allowed the creature to develop a higher speed, which was enough to seriously injure a living corpse. Continuing his excavations, he came to the conclusion that the core was a sphere with divine power, which was what made the night a night, but it was still unclear why they were creating them. Whether it meant that they wanted war, or whether they were trying to create someone unique and irreplaceable to always have up their sleeve, it was still an unsolved mystery. Whatever their goal was, it was disgusting, and he concluded that God had not changed one bit, because people were still nothing more than insects to him. His eyes looked at all this with incomprehension, and he remembered the words that Diablo must live, and that he, as Lord Wolfear, must take revenge. In addition, God's last words before his death in his past life were that he was waiting for him in hell, even though it was precisely because of their evil deeds that humanity had already lost everything once. Jamie realized that his real mission was to be reborn after so many thousands of years and stop those who had caused such enormous harm to humanity through their own selfishness. Remembering the 12 gods, he realized that he would not allow himself to be so selfish a second time and would finally take revenge as he should. Returning to the Church of Genis and the bishop, who was struggling with the consequences of tonight, which still haunted him and all those involved in their mission. He spoke to someone through a telepathic sphere and justified himself, saying that he had not expected things to turn out this way, but that he had managed to recover at least part of it. On the other hand, he was told that it was all nonsense, as their efforts had gone down the drain due to irresponsibility. The bishop apologized, but at the same time noted that who could have imagined that someone would interfere with such a powerful weapon as chimeras. Meanwhile, the creator of the chimeras was extremely irritated, because one of his best creations had become a mere crumb, now lying in a jar. The man with a strange expression on his face noted that they needed another one to continue their struggle and not stop at what had been achieved, because it was only a defeat in battle, not in war. The creative chimera immediately understood that the child was frightened by the power of the Holy Virgin and said that if he gave it to him, he would be able to work with his soul as he should. But the bishop said that they could forget about it and dare not use the child with the power of the Holy Virgin to create some kind of chimera. Instead, he said that he had already made his choice, which would be no less useful than what he could have imagined for the experiment. In his hands, he held the questionnaire of Ricky, who was a faithful servant of Janus and sincerely believed in the ideas they called their postulates in order to hide the true processes going on behind the scenes. Another important argument was that the boy was a carrier of the Holy Virgin's blood, which would help them use his potential much more effectively. He spent his days as usual, unsuspecting, sweeping the street in front of the shelter where he lived, and finally having the opportunity to relax with his younger sister. Suddenly, the elders approached him with the desire to encourage him and later use him, as they did with everyone else. A nun approached him and wanted to talk to him, but he only asked if the boy needed any help, because he had a sincerely good soul that did not look for ulterior motives in the people around him. The woman just said that everyone had been asked to gather in the main hall, which meant that he also had to drop what he was doing and run there. Of course, the boy obeyed her command and ran to where all those who lived in the shelter had gathered and were whispering quietly about what was going to happen, since such gatherings did not take place often. When he arrived, he saw his sister and her friend waving at him to come over and take his place before the meeting began. The boy was a little upset that Ben was sitting next to his sister, but Ben just explained that he had brought her because everyone had been told to come. Ricky immediately pointed out that this did not mean he had to stick to her like chewing gum, which only made the girl laugh, as she was pleased that he cared so much about her. Finally, he had a free moment to think about why they had all been gathered here today, whether a new chosen one of God had appeared. Anna said that would be wonderful, and her older brother just looked around in surprise without thinking too much about it because he still didn't understand what was going on. Finally, the official part began, and the bishop asked if everything was all right with the children living in the shelter. When they shouted that they were fine, he smiled and said that they had wonderful news in the form of another prophecy from their God. This immediately aroused heightened interest in the hall, and everyone began whispering, wondering if it was something similar to what had happened with Shinu, which meant choosing someone to take on the role of priest in the future. The bishop asked them all to listen a little more quietly and pay attention, but at the same time agreed that they were all right and that the situation was indeed similar to the recent one. If his words were to be believed, their god Janus once again wanted one of the children living in the shelter. While everyone was in high spirits, he thought to himself that he was sitting in front of 100 brainless idiots who only dreamed of becoming the chosen ones. Hiding his heartless smile, he noted that becoming a paladin would still be a blessing for them, as ordinary orphans who had no normal path in life. The bishop corrected himself and said quietly that it was indeed a blessing, so they should be very elated by such an honor bestowed upon their petty souls. Finally returning to reality, where the children were listening attentively, he told them to sit down and began to tell them who God had chosen this time. After a short pause, he turned to a boy named Ricky, who had been dreaming of this moment since he arrived at the shelter, not even suspecting that he would now become the next Chimera. Meanwhile, at the Weltons' residence, another peaceful day was passing in a homely, family atmosphere, as Jamie had already grown accustomed to. He sat with his mother, who was reading him a book, looking out the window and noting that the rain was almost over, and the boy agreed, hoping that the weather would improve. Sears noted that the tea ceremony on rainy days was simply wonderful, as it became even more cozy given the cold and dampness outside. At times, Jamie seemed to switch from his perfect acting to the real feelings that spending so much time with his mother evoked in him. No sooner had he said this than she threw her arms around her son again, no matter how much he didn't want it deep down. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a knock at the door, which was a relief for the boy from his mother's overly tactile and somewhat overprotective behavior. A servant appeared at the door and immediately apologized for disturbing the lady, but said he had to speak to them both now. The man noted that a guest had come to see the young master, so he should go downstairs and hold an audience. To Jamie's surprise, he noted that a commoner boy had come to see him and said that he was a friend of the young master and would like to see him, but immediately asked if he should send him away. The boy only clarified that it was definitely not an aristocrat, because in that case, the Volley sisters could be ruled out. However, the next moment he realized that he had managed to make a friend, as he thought, while walking around the city with Russ yesterday. So he said he thought he knew who it was and asked to bring him in, to which the servant agreed and asked him to wait just a second. Ricky appeared at the door of the room just a few minutes after the invitation and felt a little uncomfortable amid the luxury he saw in the residence, but quickly noted that he was happy to meet the mother of the family. The woman was very polite and said she was very pleased that her son's friend had come to play with him, and Jamie was only confirmed in his theory when he saw him. No sooner had the boy sat down than Sears bombarded him with questions about his name and where he lived, wanting to learn more about her son's new friend, and you only had time to reply that you lived in the Church of Janus. Despite her curiosity, she was genuinely happy to see someone of a similar age around her son and asked why he had decided to visit Jamie. Ricky smiled and said he had a special reason for doing so, which immediately surprised Jamie and made him feel uneasy. There was genuine surprise in his eyes, as it was hard to believe that the situation had really reached the point where Ricky was in danger because of the church's activities. So that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary, the boy decided to lock him up and take him somewhere far away to figure everything out face to face, without the annoying witness in the form of Sears. Jamie decided to tell his mother that they would play by themselves and that she could just go and rest, so as not to feel sad around the children. The woman took this as a request because he felt uncomfortable in front of his mother when his friend came to visit them, But in reality, her son thought it was impossible to let him get caught because he would have to endure numerous hugs and kisses for it. His mother agreed to leave and not disturb the two of them, but asked him to kiss her goodbye because she couldn't understand that he had outgrown it. Jamie, who was trying to avoid contact in this way, now found himself in an even worse situation, where he couldn't avoid the annoying hugs no matter how hard he tried. So he had to carefully kiss his mother on the cheek to calm her down and give them a chance to be alone. Now the woman happily ran out of the room, wishing them a good time together, and the guest just bowed to her in farewell. The guest noted that the boy's mother loved him very much, but he should appreciate it, which made Jamie feel even more uncomfortable. The boy was genuinely uncomfortable showing this side of himself and asked him to forget about it, finally asking why he had come to his house. Ricky proudly announced that he had been chosen, so now he had to leave this place and go to the main church in Janus for training. It appeared that he wanted to say goodbye to Jamie before his departure, but Jamie listened to everything and could not believe his ears because he understood what was really going on, and his friend did not even suspect it yet. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark outside, and it was time to finish the tasks they had started during the day. Ras felt a little foolish, because this strange paladin had not been seen anywhere for the last few days, even though he had promised the Count that he would find confirmation of his words. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find out anything while watching the church after that day, which was very strange, considering that the man was unlikely to have simply disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that made him shift his attention to something else and be genuinely surprised by what he saw. In front of the entrance to the residence, he saw the same child whom he and the Count's son had rescued the day before, next to the Church of Janus. Ricky also recognized his savior, who had helped him with the carriage, and was genuinely happy to see him, shouting words of greeting. Ras asked him to address him as uncle to reduce the level of formality that the boy, who was accustomed to strict subordination while living at the church, had begun to display. Now the man asked his new acquaintance if he had come to see Jamie, and he confirmed this and said that he had seen the knight at just the right moment, as he had long been planning to tell him that he had received a prophecy from the god Janus. The fair-haired holy knight listened to this and couldn't believe his ears, trying to quickly figure out how to get out of this situation. Ricky proudly repeated that he had been chosen and would be going to the main church tomorrow morning, smiling so sincerely that no one could have imagined what would happen to him next. Ras drew conclusions from this, now understanding how it all worked, since children were deceived in this way so that they would only be proud and happy about the fact that such a terrible story awaited them soon. And he became curious as to how the clergy were not ashamed to treat children this way. The man put his hand on the boy's head, who did not understand why this did not elicit the same enthusiastic reaction from his savior as it did from him. He didn't want to scare him unnecessarily, so he said that it was just wonderful and that he would make a wonderful priest, although he understood that something had to be done about the situation immediately. Ricky said that he would definitely become a good and talented priest and would definitely help those in need and give hope to the despairing. They said goodbye with smiles and promised that they would see each other again when he came to visit his friend. Ras called his 3 assistants and asked them if they had heard everything from the conversation that had just taken place, and if they understood what it really meant. The knight's expression changed, and he announced that tomorrow morning they would follow the cart in which the boy would be traveling to show them the true punishment for such an immoral act. The next morning, the boy said goodbye to all his friends at the shelter, sincerely thanked those who had come to see him off, and promised to return as soon as he became a priest. His sister and closest friends had tears in their eyes, both from pride in their friend and from grief that he would no longer be spending so much time with them. Ben asked his friend not to worry about his younger sister, as he would take good care of her and protect her no matter what. And his friend simply thanked him and said he believed in him. Anna added on her own that there was no need to worry about her at all, and asked him to be sure to return to them in his new status as a clergyman. Ricky looked at them all and realized that he would sincerely miss the time he had spent at the shelter, which had given him a sense of security and home, as well as such dear friends. The boy rushed to hug his younger sister, instructing her to obey the holy sisters and parents and not to forget to eat well, even if her older brother was not around. He promised to write to her regularly and try to return as soon as possible as a priest who would be able to help his sister even better in the future. Anna, with tears in her eyes, agreed and said that she would definitely wait for her beloved Ricky, no matter how long the separation lasted. Finally, as the carriage drove off in the direction of the so-called main branch of the church, she said goodbye and waved her hand. But all this was fiction, and the fair-haired holy knight and his team from the count followed him to prove it. His eyes showed immense anger at such actions on the part of the clergy, and he wanted to expose them and save the boy from certain death for the second time. Meanwhile, Jamie was also preparing to help in this matter, while at the same time concentrating on controlling his mana in order to achieve his goals, which no one else knew about. When he finally realized that everyone had left, the moment had come to carry out his part of the work. He concentrated the flow of mana in his hands and looked ahead with a smile, because after some practice, it worked much better and became a pleasure. It was time for him to check on his bug, which would help solve the problem with the actions of the Janus Church. After a quick check, it became clear that the situation was exactly as he had expected, as if the traces of black mana belonged to the Janus Church. Only 3 things were needed to create the Holy Chimera. The first was a sacrifice. The second was the creator of the Chimera himself, who directed the experiment. And the last was a high-ranking priest who infused the creation with holy power. And considering that there was only one high-ranking priest in their lands who would be suitable for this role, all suspicions fell on only one person. It was the bishop of the Church of Janus, who had already become involved in these matters and, in Jamie's eyes, had only further tarnished his reputation. The boy assumed that Ras and the knights were fully capable of dealing with the chimeras themselves, but in the end, the root of the problem had to be dealt with. This fact could be believed, considering that they were now chasing the carriage in which Ricky was being taken to an unknown destination. Jamie believed that he now had to take care of the bishop, who was one of the root causes of the creation of these chimeras and, as a result, of such treatment of children. In his opinion, this would allow them to checkmate the entire church, which was counting on no one interfering with their immoral actions. Meanwhile, on the church grounds, Janus was also preparing for the next steps that would follow the boy's departure to create the chimera. The bishop, who played a huge role in its creation, also had to gather himself and get to the place where Ricky was being taken as quickly as possible. His cruel soul was very pleased that the orphan boy would be able to become a holy knight and still receive divine blessing, no matter how difficult it might be. But before that, they decided to conduct a test to see if the material with his aura would be useful enough for a strong and skilled chimera. A hand suddenly appeared behind the boy, coming out of the mirror, and he had to stop this process at all costs. But it was getting closer and closer, and the boy had no idea where he was or what horror awaited him in the near future. Suddenly, the bishop felt the influence of black magic on his body and words, as if he would be playing not with the boy, but with this stranger who had attacked him in his own church. What began with a slight pulling of his arm had now grown into his body being out of his control and flying in the opposite direction from the mirror where Ricky was standing. Without realizing it, the man fell to the floor, unable to resist the forces that were influencing him and controlling his movements, which were much more professional than his own. The bishop felt very humiliated that they had allowed themselves to humiliate him in this way, while he was in his own church and his own office. So he wanted to know exactly who was to blame. The stranger in the robe said that he had behaved like a complete bore, because there was also a priest standing in front of him, and he realized that this was not a classic clergyman, but a sorcerer. As Jamie watched his violent reaction, he said that he understood that this was the man who had defeated the Holy Knight the day before. The bishop was also unhappy that someone had decided to interfere at such a crucial moment, so he began to use his sacred magic to get rid of the obstacles. He wanted to quickly deal with this sorcerer so that he would know the wrath of God and return to his business, which could not be delayed. The man opened a combat sanctuary, which was supposed to increase his power many times over and finally put an end to this unexpected battle. Jamie thought at the time that if the sanctuary created by the bishop worked properly, his strength would increase so much that he would be able to smash a huge stone with one left hand. He was confident of his victory, saying that they would settle things very quickly and not expecting any significant resistance from Jamie. He rushed at him, launching his attack without waiting for the sorcerer to prepare himself in any way for what awaited him in the next few minutes. The bishop had a huge negative attitude, which was supposed to help end everything as quickly and as painfully as possible for the sorcerer who had decided to interfere right now. Although the latter managed to dodge the first blow, it was already clear that this fight would be much more difficult than the one with the knight, as the level of power had increased several times over. Jamie watched intently as the energy emanated from the bishop's fists and realized that he would have to try very hard to get out of this mess unscathed. The man was confident in his omnipotence and was already beginning to openly mock his opponent, who had not yet managed to counterattack in any way to show his abilities. With the next blow, he came to the conclusion that they would also use him as a sacrifice to create the Chimera to unite what seemed to be different universes. Suddenly, Jamie's mood changed as a smile appeared on his face, and he wondered if that was all the vaunted bishop with great sacred power was capable of. The man did not expect that at the moment, when he felt his complete domination over his opponent, the latter would be able to change so dramatically in appearance and mood. He did not have time to adapt to what his opponent had said when his fists were surrounded by black magic, which took control of his own hands. The bishop did not fully understand what was happening and how to fight it, as he did not often participate in battles, especially with black magicians. The biggest question was that the use of black magic inside the sanctuary was simply impossible, but somehow he was breaking that rule. Jamie just laughed and suggested that his opponent look around and get his bearings, to see how the situation really looked, and not just in his sick mind. He decided to follow this advice and looked around, where he noticed something terrible, namely that the sanctuary was being engulfed by darkness. His eyes narrowed in fear, because such things were simply impossible, and how the sorcerer had allowed this to happen was a huge mystery to him. Jamie was obviously mocking the bishop and said with a smile that anything was possible. The main thing was to have enough power to make it happen. The representative of the church, Janus, found himself in a very bad position, as he was confused by the loss of control over the situation and did not even know how to return to his previous confident state. With Jamie's techniques, he flew off the wall, and because he was distracted, was now forced to endure a barrage of blows. This blow was particularly painful as it caused him to bleed from the mouth, showing how serious the injuries from this fight could be, no matter how much he had underestimated it at the beginning. The black magician, who was still an unknown figure to the bishop, began to approach as he had a separate business with the man, not just his mutilation. Jamie finally stood directly above him and said that he had accumulated questions that would be better answered than to face fatal consequences. The bishop thought he would be able to remain faithful to his idea and not confess anything, no matter how much his opponent tortured him. But the latter, with a crazy look on his face, said that he had misunderstood him because his intentions were much more serious than they might naively seem at first glance. Jamie noted that he was not waiting for any permission, as that would be unnecessary for him, and simply directed a stream of mana at him that would make him talk, whether he wanted to or not. He planned to simply scan his enemy's brain and see everything that was there, without any permission or boundaries set by the owner of that part of the body. At the last moment, the bishop realized that all this was serious, and that his attempts to bluff were not bluffs at all, but real intentions that would be fatal for him. Meanwhile, in the place where the creator of chimeras was waiting for the bishop to arrive to help supply divine power to the new chimera, he was getting even more irritated than before. He could barely control himself and called Lincoln a useless fool who was only getting in their way. It was incomprehensible to him how Lincoln could allow himself to do something like this, which would delay and complicate the experiment so much. The assistant decided not to stay near the irritated creator of chimeras and said that he would go and check if he had arrived while they were talking. But he had not taken more than a few steps when the creator punched him in the eye, blinding him for the rest of his life, simply because of his own irritation, which showed how cruel he really was. It seemed to the man that all those associated with the church moved too slowly and seemed to be deliberately teasing him, preventing him from carrying out the experiment properly. But as soon as he looked up, he realized that guests had arrived whom he had not expected here at all, even though they did not need any permission. From this, it could be concluded that Lincoln had been followed, which could now pose a real threat in the circumstances that were available at that moment. Meanwhile, Ras and his 3 knights who were supposed to help him found themselves in a place where they had to find the right lever to get from an inconspicuous library to a basement that hid terrible secrets. Passing this additional test before reaching the truth was mandatory, so it was necessary to hurry in order not to miss the most important thing. One of Argeno's assistants noticed a draft coming from that side, which meant that there was something behind the bookshelves and it needed to be checked immediately. Ras himself took a closer look at the books in front of him and noticed that only one of them did not have as much dust on it as the others. To test his theory, he picked it up and activated the mechanism they needed to sneak inside, where church representatives were engaged in secret activities. Unexpectedly for everyone, the passage finally opened, which meant that they could proceed to the second part of their operation to rescue Ricky and reveal the true nature of Janice's followers. The Holy Knight noticed a foul smell in the air, which could be a bad sign, as if there were dead bodies there. But no sooner had they entered than problems arose that no one had anticipated, as they had hoped to remain unnoticed. Raz quickly got his bearings and parried the blow that came his way, as if none of this had happened suddenly. Although the man had sufficient combat experience, he could not understand what was happening with the force that was opposing him, because it was so unusual and unfamiliar that it was difficult to draw any conclusions. He fought back with his sword as best he could, but it only pushed him further away, showing how powerful the mysterious force on the other side of the basement could be. The Holy Knight stopped and wanted to get his bearings in this situation in order to coordinate his assistants, who could also cope with the main mission. One of them was worried about Raz, as the situation was out of control and somewhat explosive, so it was difficult to understand if everything was okay with him. He briefly said that he was fine and noted that if they were encountering such strong resistance, then they were most likely where they were supposed to be. Finally, the one who had been so devotedly trying to stop them came into the light, a huge and terrifying chimera holding a mace on chains in its hands. With the power they possessed, they could wreak real havoc on the kingdom, so it was necessary to control it. Returning to the bishop's office where Jamie had pulled the memory from his head, as if a powerful army had to be created at any cost, he wanted to ask if such a prediction had been received, and the bishop confirmed it wearily. The boy decided that he couldn't leave all this unattended by his father, so he warned the clergyman that he had to report all the information he had just received to the count. Jamie exhaled because he needed to sort through everything he had learned and come up with at least a rough plan of action to restore some semblance of balance to the situation. But just in case, the sorcerer used additional magic on the bishop to ensure that he would keep his word and not disappear at a critical moment. Now he could let him go and trust that he would do exactly as he was told and not start taking control of the situation. In fact, Jamie had reinforced the brainwashing, and now he would definitely not remember that he had dealt with him, so that the disguise he used would be as convincing as possible. The moment had come for him to return so as not to arouse any suspicion within his family, and at the same time remain safe in enemy territory. He understood that this would require some additional conditions, since a man in a black robe would definitely be perceived as an outsider, and he would not be able to remain without attracting unnecessary attention. Therefore, the young man used a disguise that made him look like a bishop, so that no one could even imagine that a black magician was in the church. Meanwhile, the creator of chimeras was getting even more irritated, because in his opinion, the threat was growing with every second, and it was likely that death was already coming for his soul. It was vitally important for him to meet Lincoln, as he was to be the final part of the experiment, but at the same time, he thought he would have long since beheaded such an irresponsible partner. The creator of the chimeras had to find a way out of this situation, as everything was spiraling out of his control, and he had to ensure the safety of the chimeras that already existed. As sorry as he was, he had no choice but to send one of the elements that could help in this case. It occurred to the man that it should take care of everything else, while remembering that it was only because of Lincoln that all this was happening, because he was a completely useless assistant. He thought that the situation would be much better if he had everything that was most important, namely holy power and a body, when he approached Ricky, who was waiting for his moment, no longer conscious. Ricky looked completely exhausted and did not even express hope for anything that could help in his case. The creator of the chimeras had not yet had time to give his assistant any orders when he heard the bishop's voice behind him, apologizing for being late, as if that had not been the beginning of such a confusing situation. He was very angry, but he had to at least somehow explain to Lincoln how many consequences this had brought and how they now had to deal with it. But when he returned, he saw the bishop's mutilated body, who explained that he had been attacked by a strange man and had been delayed while dealing with him. His partner asked what he meant by a strange man, and the clergyman explained that he thought it was the man who had killed the Holy Knight, but Lincoln had not been able to capture him alive because he was too strong. He thought that it would be very unfortunate if that person worked with the people who had broken into their laboratory, so they had to hurry to avoid destroying all the progress of the experiment. The creator of the chimera was very annoyed, but he wanted them to give him the body that was to become the basis for the chimera, and the bishop asked about the invasion and whether he really wanted to continue despite it. The man exclaimed that in any case, it would all be over soon and everything would be fine, since he had sent the same element, so the body had to be taken. Jamie, who was under the bishop's cover, couldn't understand what he was talking about elements and sending, but handed him a jar with the remains of the sacred prince, whom he himself had actually killed. The bishop was pleased that he finally had the remains of the previous chimera in his hands and would finally be able to confirm the results, looking like a mad scientist in the process. As the author, he was interested in how big this chimera would be and whether it would be stronger than the previous one, given all the additional conditions they had created together. He asked with interest what the bishop thought about this, since the process had already begun, and he had even forgotten about the parallel events that were intended to prevent them. Jamie had to wriggle out of it and somehow answer these questions, because ignoring them would be meaningless, even though he didn't know how to answer correctly. So he quietly said that it would be stronger than the failed one. The creator of the chimeras asked why he was saying something so obvious, and even got up from his seat because it was strange to him, and the boy just hoped that he would not be exposed because he had deliberately chosen something as neutral as possible. But finally, returning to their main goal, he asked if the time had come to put the finishing touches on it, clutching the syringe in his hands. He directed it straight into the remains of the previous chimera, which was supposed to be the most important transaction of their entire journey related to this experiment. The man really wanted the results to appear as soon as possible, so he decided to press down with his hand to make them merge into one faster. His joy was very chaotic and actually cruel, but he wanted to share it with Lincoln, whom he asked if he was also happy that the situation was finally turning out as planned. Jamie watched this and concluded that he had completely lost his mind, but had to reply that he was just as happy, even though his tone did not satisfy his interlocutor, who knew the bishop from the other side. The creator of the chimeras turned to him, aggressively asking who he was, as he understood that this was definitely not the Lincoln they had worked with for so long. The young man was a little confused and began to pretend that he did not understand what was going on, but in reality, he was trying to understand what the two madmen had in common that the other had so easily revealed. The man who had just been creating a new chimera now turned his attention to the bishop, who was clearly trying to deceive him by pretending to be Lincoln, when in fact he was a fake. He began to attack him, because he understood that he was not who he claimed to be, and this had to be dealt with so as not to interrupt the experiment and reveal too much. Meanwhile, in the library, where the Holy Knight and his assistants were fighting the chimera that was preventing him from entering the basement, a fierce battle was taking place. Cutting off another head, they came to the conclusion that this was the last of those who could stand in their way, so they hurried toward the stairs as quickly as possible. Although they looked calm on the outside, inside they were filled with emotions related to everything they had seen here, and how different it was from the generally accepted image of the Church of Janus. Ross thought about all these events for just a second when he heard one of his assistants fly behind him with someone's help. Before he could even turn around, he saw the dark chimera again, which was preventing their team from moving forward. But this time, it chose one of Welton's men as its victim. He flew into the wall and was held by the chimera's strong hand, which had no intention of letting go, despite the likelihood of fatal consequences. They immediately rushed to rescue their comrade, with whom they had already come so far, but in order to do so, they had to defeat another enemy. Despite the attack that one of the assistants immediately launched, it had no effect whatsoever, which made them wonder about the nature of this creature. Looking at this chimera, it was difficult to say that it was visually different in any way, but compared to the others, it was on a completely different level of power. Ras looked around and came to the conclusion that this place was too narrow for his attacks, so he had to find a way out of the situation in an unusual way. At the very least, he needed to find a place that would meet the requirements for his effective attack and be at least a little wider in order to get rid of the tail of the mighty chimera. To do this, he decided to run toward the library they had just left, because there he could use his abilities a little more freely to influence the chimera. The Holy Knight looked back to see if it was following him, and when he was sure it was, he realized he could start attacking. Ras drew his sword and began to create the Sword of Justice technique, using divine power, which should have been a powerful argument in the fight against the Chimera. He launched his attack, which could have caused significant damage to the Chimera, which did not even expect to encounter such strong resistance. Steam came out of his mouth, showing how his essence conflicted with the sacred energy that the knight put into his sword. But despite this, the Chimera's strength allowed it to act even under such damage, which at first seemed almost critical for its species. Ras looked more closely to understand what reaction this caused in his opponent and whether his attacks were effective in this case. This was a somewhat safe decision, as it exposed him to the enemy and allowed him to attack him as he pleased, which given his level of strength was a bad idea. He realized too late that he had been careless and would not be able to dodge the blow, which could have been fatal for him. Just as the man thought he could say goodbye to life, someone suddenly attacked the sides, stopping the attack that could have ended Ras's life in such strange circumstances. His opponent cried out in pain from this unexpected attack, as he had been focused only on one of the four who were still nearby. The assistants really saved the Holy Knight's life and shouted that they needed to retreat, as the situation was not at all in their favor. Ras quickly came to his senses and said he agreed with them, but to do so, they needed to lift one of those whom the Chimera had attacked first, but they refused, saying they would leave him there. They explained that they had been ordered to help Ras Artomatic with his task and nothing more. And from this it followed that the assistants should not pay any attention to the obstacles that appeared on the way, since the main goal remained unchanged. While they were arguing, the Chimera had already recovered from the last attack, so the second assistant rushed at it to at least distract it. At the same time, this was necessary, considering that they needed to open a path for escape and somehow slip through the enemy's zone of attention. The Count's man said that while the second assistant distracted it, they had to escape as quickly as possible. But the knight was not satisfied with this plan, as he would die if he fought alone. It was understandable why this caused such a strong reaction in the blonde-haired man, but they were ghost knights, so they had to act in order to achieve the best possible results. They were absolutely loyal to their master, as that was their only reason for existing, and their own lives were merely tools in the hands of their controller. Ras believed that he would never understand how one could approach life in this way, and watching one of them sacrifice his life so that the others could escape, he felt that it was all extremely wrong. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ceiling, which could only mean that the balance in the house had been disturbed, and now everything could end up under the rubble, which would put an end to everything. The Holy Knight did not understand why the situation was unfolding in such a strange way, as if everything was working against them and leaving them no chance to complete the task correctly. In a moment, the ceiling collapsed on the two who were fighting before their eyes, making them wonder how lucky they were that it had not reached them. With its last ounce of strength, the Chimera reached out from under the rubble, as if all these external factors had no bearing on its survival and ability to fight. Ras and his only surviving assistant watched this and could not believe their eyes that he had survived such a serious problem without any problems. Not only did the Chimera pull itself out, but it also held their comrade in its arms, who had fought with it to the last to rescue the two who remained. The Ghost Knight urged the blonde-haired man to flee as quickly as possible, but he did not want to leave his comrade to certain death, as this was against his principles. Their opponent seemed to fully understand Ras's desire, who looked at him desperately, and the hand that squeezed harder with every second, and laughed. Ras was very angry and wanted this situation to end as quickly as possible, shouting for the Chimera to release his friend immediately, because it had become unbearable for him. Being in such a distraught state, he reached for his sword, which could still somehow influence the situation, because he really cared about saving his friend. The man was no longer himself, as it seemed that all that remained in him was malice and hatred for everyone around him, instead of the light that had always been his main focus before. His assistant asked if he was okay, because it looked as if he was at the limit of his abilities, beyond which he would never return to normal. Suddenly, amid the chaos, he calmed down a little and said that he served Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice, as if emphasizing the source of his own strength. This concentration led him to use the technique of the Holy Marshal, which created a whole pattern of mana flowing from his body around him. Now the man's eyes were completely calm and expressed confidence in his victory over the Chimera, which was now in a disadvantaged position. Before the attack, he gave only one order for it to disappear completely and swung his sword, which released a stream of energy capable of destroying everything in front of it. For the chimera, it was like a fire that acted on it with such destructive force that a cry of pain burst from its lungs, which it had never felt so strongly before. The enemy suffered because he could not respond to this attack, which simply destroyed him from within, even though his advantage had previously seemed obvious. This fire affected the very nature of the chimera, which now had to suffer the consequences of an unexpected attack. Ras thought about the fact that he had borrowed the power of Saint Martial again, and that this would have certain consequences, but now he had to think about saving his comrade. In the Church of Pyro, there were 7 holy knights to whom the goddess of mercy and justice had given unique power, but it was only useful for short attacks, and after that, there was a strong reaction that demonstrated an enormous amount of holiness. And now, despite their initial decision, they managed to save the one who had separated from them and was the first to suffer from the appearance of another chimera on the way due to Ras's sudden accident. The Holy Knight thought that the power that had been given was a punishment and endless mercy for the righteous, and had been granted to him by the goddess Pyro herself. This meant that as soon as the marshal's power disappeared, all the suffering would fall on him, so he should expect an equally strong backlash. But he concluded that it was not necessary for everyone else to know about this, so they just had to understand that they had a chance to save themselves, and they had to take advantage of it. Everyone quickly came to their senses after they got together and decided that they needed to get out as soon as possible because they were stuck halfway, unable to go either way. Meanwhile, things were no less serious in the dungeon than on the surface. As the creator of the chimeras fought Jamie, who was hiding under the guise of Bishop, and did so with particular zeal. The boy tried to avoid the attacks directed at him by the man, who possessed a large number of tentacles inside his own body, which helped him to be very mobile. Jamie dodged as best he could, as it was quite dangerous to get hit by them, given that the effect was unknown. The author of the chimera was outraged and did not understand how he dared to interfere with his experiments, because he considered the black magician to be inferior and unworthy of even approaching his cruel art. But the latter rightly argued that hearing such things from a man who had so mocked his own body was somewhat absurd and devoid of any logic. For the man, such a reaction was a sign of ignorance and a lack of understanding of the basics, because he saw such unique processes as art that needed to be respected. And to prove his point to his opponent, he promised to put on a special show for the sorcerer to convince him once and for all that he was right. Jamie watched this with a certain amount of irony, because to him the chimera's wings looked like some kind of kitsch without the slightest hint of taste. This outraged the creator of the chimeras, who was proud of his experiments and believed that insulting his great creations was unacceptable, to say the least. But he wanted to remind him of something. Behind his opponent stood the remains of the knight he had destroyed the day before, chained in the shackles of his black magic with no chance of escape. Jamie pointed to this material, noting that the thing was interesting enough to play with, understanding how much such words hurt the creator's feelings. The moment he said this, the grip of the chains tightened and crushed the remains, which were completely destroyed, and any hope of reusing them due to their high potential could disappear without a trace. The creator of the chimeras could not watch this, because his feelings as a great experimenter and scientist towards everything he had created did not allow him to accept such things. The boy, in turn, treated all this with great coldness and said with open mockery that it was strange to have so many emotions over one broken toy. Immediately after that, he created a circle of mana around them and suggested changing the location of their battle to something more interesting, something that would play more to his advantage. The man immediately realized that it was the magic of spatial displacement, but he believed that there would be no trace of it left if he dealt with it properly. His fist clenched with the aggression that filled him inside, because he didn't like that his experiment was interrupted by the black magician's arbitrary actions. As much as he wanted to tear this magic to pieces, he couldn't, because Jamie was holding him back and allowing him to take control of his own abilities. The creator of the chimera watched this with incomprehension, wondering how this could be and why he had to reckon with the magic used by a wizard unknown to him. All this got on his nerves and forced him to come up with alternative ways to overcome this threat in the form of Jamie, who was fundamentally interfering with his experiments. Suddenly, the two of them found themselves on the street, as the wizard managed to use his technique to transport them to a place where it would be more convenient for him to act without any restrictions. At the same time, the man could not understand how it happened that he failed to break through this magic, because a moment ago it seemed to him that it would not be a problem. Jamie smiled and said that it was all due to the weakness of his opponent, who did not even realize how insignificant his level was. The young man took control of the situation and now, with a smile, suggested that they move to the forest, since the technique allowed them to play around as much as they wanted. But he immediately warned that as soon as the time for these games was up, he would cut him to pieces, taking pleasure in making him his own slave. The creator of the chimeras was categorically dissatisfied with this attitude, as he felt that the sorcerer was overestimating himself, so he rushed into a new attempt to defeat him. Meanwhile, Jamie felt very comfortable and, despite all the attacks directed at him, saw no reason to doubt his chances of victory. In addition, he wondered what the situation was like below, where the Holy Knight of the Church of Pyro and his assistants were fighting the chimeras. His opponent heard this and sincerely doubted it, as it seemed impossible to him, given that he had sent 2 elite chimeras there, which would significantly complicate their situation. Now Jamie, who noticed the word elite, tensed up as if chimeras were divided into some kind of subspecies and had to match the level of strength in order to move up the classification. The man did not want to say anything more, and said that this was all that the black magician was allowed to know, and began to run at him again, hoping to deliver a significant blow. He decided to strategically hit the tree the boy was sitting on to force him to move from that position and accidentally reveal his vulnerable spot. The guy flew up with the help of his magical pet and didn't even feel the energy charge that his opponent put into his fist. But even that did not discourage the enemy, as he noted that they had barely managed to deal with 1 chimera in the basement, and now that there were 2 of them, there was no chance of salvation. Jamie thought for a moment, and almost immediately realized that the enemy had gone beyond all reason, watching his reaction as if trying to draw conclusions that were inaccessible to anyone else. The creator of the chimeras, on the contrary, was confident that all this was pure confidence, which allowed him to act relying only on his own resources and his experiments. The boy thought about the fact that he had implanted 7 different life forms into his body, so it was difficult to call him a human now, considering that the percentage of this form was actually negligible. But still, it had to be admitted that this whole collection showed good results, since he really held his own in battle with him and even took the initiative at times. However, for the young man, this served only as an additional reminder that such good material could be used to create an almost perfect servant who could handle any task. Meanwhile, Ras and his assistants went to the place where, in theory, they were hiding the previously stolen Ricky. There was fog and a strange mystery around them, which made them feel very uncomfortable and wary in enemy territory, where they could be in danger at any moment. The Holy Knight noted that their first priority was to find and rescue the child, and realized that he had about 20 minutes left, so he had to act quickly and accurately. To get the job done faster, they decided to split up in 3 different directions and not waste time wandering around the territory unnecessarily. Ras had barely reached one of the doors when he sensed something strange that immediately caught his attention, especially considering the difficulties he had encountered in getting there. He quickly glanced toward the source of the sound and tried to figure out what could have caused it. Literally a few meters away from him, there was a huge burst of mana, which looked like fire in the middle of a room where there was no hint of it. The man didn't even know how to react, as he had to make a quick decision, but considering that they were separated, the fight would become more difficult. One of the assistants immediately rushed to rescue the one on the floor, noting that they needed to be very careful with the new enemy. Ras looked at the new source of danger with a frightened face, as he understood that their chances were becoming smaller and smaller, given the exhaustion of his technique. Before them stood a chimera that had its own weapon and therefore posed an even greater threat to their team. The Holy Knight looked at it and couldn't believe it was even possible, as he didn't even want to imagine the damage it could do to them. Before they had time to adjust to this thought, an additional threat appeared on the other side, which the red-haired assistant informed him about. And indeed, on the other side stood a chimera, a combination of an ogre and a demonic horse, which made it a formidable opponent that would take considerable effort to defeat. The man concluded that these were monsters that even an expert in magic would not be able to defeat, let alone the 4 of them, who did not possess such a high level of skill. He immediately remembered the boy they had rescued at the shelter, and he understood why they were here and why they had to fight to the end. There was nowhere to go, because in any case they would have to take damage, so he reached for his sword to at least try to compete with potential enemies. Ras gave the order to prepare for battle because they simply had no other option and had to at least try to save Ricky and all the other possible victims of the organization. Meanwhile, in the room where the boy who had been kidnapped from the shelter and was to be used to create chimeras lay unconscious, a change took place. Ricky suddenly came to his senses and began to breathe normally, unlike before, considering what had been done to him by those who called themselves followers of the church. He even found the strength to get up from his seat, trying to comprehend everything he had gone through against his will. At the same time, he looked very strange, as if a golden aura had appeared around him, reflected in his eyes, which were now empty, not as joyful as usual. He couldn't even understand where he was, because his memory of the last moments of his consciousness had been slightly erased. The boy got up and tried to figure out why he was here, and find the priest who was supposed to arrive with him at the main temple. But for some reason, he was here now. Ricky quickly realized that there was no one around he could count on, so he had to look around to get his bearings. At least Suddenly, approaching one of the flasks standing in the middle of the room, he saw someone he definitely did not expect to see. Before him was his old friend Shin, who had been taken away not long ago to become a priest, and now he was lying half decomposed in a flask with no signs of life. Ricky tried to understand how it happened that his good friend was lying in such a state in an unknown place, and this led to unpleasant conclusions that he wanted to avoid until the very end. In reality, being chosen by God meant suffering from the cruelty of people who did not value human life, rather than serving a higher purpose. The boy remembered that they had both been told that they were chosen by God, and it seemed that this meant a blessing. So what he saw before him now did not fit with those words at all. He burst into tears because he realized what a cruel fate had befallen his friend and what potentially awaited him, given that their situations were extremely similar. He suddenly became determined and realized that he had to get out of there as quickly as possible, while there was no supervision around to prevent him from doing so. Ricky quickly approached the door and grabbed the handle to leave the place without even looking back, thus ensuring his safety. Suddenly, at the last moment, he realized how cruelly he was treating his friend, who could not even be saved in such a situation. He apologized and promised that he would definitely come back for Sean when he figured out how to deal with the situation and could survive. The boy quickly ran out the door, realizing that he was limited in time and resources, while promising that the Janus Church would not be able to act this way without punishment. Ricky tried not to pay attention to anything around him and just run toward his goal, the exit, to reach it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he heard a noise a few meters away that sounded like a fight, which could mean that someone had come to rescue him. So the boy stopped and wanted to figure out if everything was as he thought, and he realized that those he could count on were nearby, risking their own lives. As he approached the main scene of action, he was met with traces of blood, which looked very frightening and suggested that he should turn back. However, when he looked up, he saw that everything was exactly as he had thought, because before them stood the holy knight who had already helped him save his life once. This caused excitement on his face, as he was proud of the man who acted so bravely despite the enormous danger. Ras tried with all his might to fight off his opponents, who were indeed superior in strength. But now that Ricky was watching them, he was even more determined to win. The man paused for a second to calm the boy, who was now watching the battle, and smiled at him to show that things weren't as bad as they might seem. This attracted the attention of one of the chimeras, who now heard that another person had appeared on their battlefield, one who could be defeated even more easily given his weakness. Precisely because of the easy availability of the victim, he rushed at the boy standing aside to quickly eliminate him without even encountering any significant resistance. Ras understood the chimera's intentions and shouted that it was necessary to block the enemy who wanted to act so treacherously. The red-haired assistant immediately rushed at the chimera to protect the one for whom they had come to this dangerous place. Suddenly, the second chimera also sensed the difference in strength and rushed towards the weaker ones to demonstrate its superiority over them and force them to act extremely creatively. The Holy Knight told the boy to run and save his life, as they had to act quickly. Considering that one of the chimeras blocked the path of the other assistants who could have helped deal with the second chimera, the situation was getting worse with every second. Ricky felt even worse than when he was in danger of being killed by the carriage, because his body would not obey his commands at all and could only tremble with fear. The chimera, which combined the powers of a horse in another life form, lunged at the boy with all its might, which would have killed him without him even realizing it. Ras could not allow this to happen, so he had to quickly save the boy no matter how difficult it was for him now. Therefore, the knight rushed at the chimera, again using the sacred energy applied to his own sword to deal with such a formidable opponent. This posed a great danger to that life form, which did not fully accept the sacred energy and suffered from it as if it were fire eating away at it from within. After such a powerful attack, the man was thrown back, as he himself had to receive the recoil from his own techniques. Be that as it may, the main goal was to save the boy standing in front of him, whose fate was now unknown, which was very worrying. With all the dust kicked up by the attack, it was impossible to tell if the boy had survived, if the chimera had been defeated, or what was even happening in that corner of the room. Just as the man feared that he had failed to save Ricky, the boy pulled his hand out of the cloud of dust, showing that he was alive. Although Ricky was having a hard time recovering from the experience, coughing and crying from fear, he was alive, which was already a gift from fate. The boy had not yet recovered from the experience and gotten rid of the shock reflected in his glassy eyes when he had to fight for his life again. Amidst the cloud of dust, the silhouette of the chimera became visible again, approaching them and not even trying to surrender or lose its fighting spirit. Ras realized how difficult their situation was, almost hopeless, considering that he had to protect the defenseless Ricky and fight for his own life at the same time. The knight rushed to the boy he had just managed to save, urging him to run to him quickly, as it was still dangerous in that direction. Now it seemed that he would be at least somewhat safe, considering that he was next to the one who had saved his life yet again. But the man had to worry not only about the boy's fate, but also about his assistants, who were blocked by the second chimera. Fighting opponents who outnumbered them was very difficult and required tremendous creativity to avoid being defeated without putting up a proper fight. Ras counted down as if he had 10 minutes left, and maybe even less before the rollback from his technique would become an additional problem in an already difficult situation. The knight understood that he could not fight properly while protecting Ricky, whose presence immediately limited his potential because it was too dangerous to risk him. That was precisely why he explained to the boy that he needed to go upstairs first to ensure his own safety and give them the opportunity to use their abilities to the fullest. At first, the boy wanted to argue with this because it was dangerous to leave them alone, but on the other hand, he understood that his presence only hindered the rescuers. So without wasting another second, he ran towards the exit to allow them to deal with the situation seriously, without paying attention to the weak boy in the background. Ricky finally said that Uncle Ras must return to him safe and sound because he wanted to see his rescuer truly happy. The Holy Knight accepted this wish and signaled to the boy that he agreed with him and promised to fulfill his request. Now he had more room for any maneuver that could help in this situation, which unfortunately had not turned out in their favor. Ras found himself facing danger as his main opponent was already approaching him, so he had to quickly come up with a defense from which he could counterattack. The chimera was getting closer and closer, sensing that he was in an uneven emotional state, which gave it an advantage. The man was very irritated by everything he had to go through because of the actions of the church, so he was ready to crush his opponent, who did not even suspect it. Meanwhile, the boy ran up the stairs trying to get to the street as quickly as possible, where he would not be in as much danger as he was in the basement. Suddenly, a glow appeared behind him, which was unusual because it frightened the monster, and his stomach immediately growled, and a strange feeling appeared inside his body. It reminded him of the situation in La Valley, as the same energy of terrifying, incredible anger penetrated deeper and deeper. But finally he saw a door in front of him that could be his ticket to a moment of peace, without the endless fear of the battles raging behind him. Ricky ran through the door without even looking back, because it could be his salvation, considering how difficult it was to escape from this mess. When he finally found himself on the street, he stopped to catch his breath, because he couldn't even comprehend half of what he had gone through in the last few minutes. He looked up at the clear sky, which could only serve as a mirror of his soul, which was breaking apart because the principles he believed in were lies. Tears welled up in his eyes because the salvation and faith that had been the foundation of his life for the past few months were a fiction that hid a terrible baseness that could not be ignored. He immediately thought of his younger sister Anna, who was now alone in the shelter, and he was even afraid to imagine what would happen if someone hurt her. Ricky had been through too much for his age, and it was unbearable to end the streak of good luck that had begun after the church came into his life with such terrible events. He was overcome by terrible feelings that were difficult to describe, as everything became intertwined and weighed heavily on his heart, pressing down on his young soul with its unbearable weight. Suddenly, a feeling arose that seemed to guide him, that he needed to go to some specific place right now, even though he could not understand what it was. The boy looked ahead to understand why he was drawn there, but he could not argue with his inner energy. So, by analogy with how he had run desperately in the dungeon, he ran in the direction where something secret in his soul was calling him. Ricky walked further and further, as if losing touch with his own body and simply following the commands of the echoes in his soul, without even thinking about their origin. Meanwhile, the battle between the creator of chimeras and Jamie was still not over, as they moved endlessly through the young sorcerer's technique, delaying the moment of truth. The man still hadn't lost his enthusiasm and said he would kill his opponent and not even notice, as everything had fallen apart because of his intervention. Jamie found himself in a somewhat difficult situation, as he had to fend off increasingly persistent and aggressive attacks from the mixture of life forms. It seemed to his opponent that this would be the final attack, the one that would end the sorcerer's life. But at the last moment, Jamie jumped back, dodging a direct hit that could have caused real problems. An explosion erupted where the blow landed, powerful enough to destroy everything within a 10-meter radius. The boy couldn't help but admire the power his opponent displayed, because he would have been in serious trouble if the explosion had reached him even slightly, which only made their fight more interesting. However, it seemed to him that the magic he currently possessed should be enough to defeat this opponent, and if everything continued in the same vein, he would emerge victorious. The creator of the chimeras looked very annoyed, as everything was being delayed by the tricks used by the wizard. He wanted to end this mess as quickly as possible, so he decided to put all jokes aside and seriously take on his opponent, who managed to dodge the last few blows. Jamie watched his enemy's actions closely, as anything could be expected from him, considering how many abilities were mixed inside one body. The creepy man wanted him to finally die and stop getting in his way on an already thorny path. Therefore, he rushed even more aggressively and fiercely to attack Jamie, who, using Black's power, flew further and further away to maintain a safe distance. In the whirlwind of blows, it was difficult to understand who was taking the initiative at the moment, as they were fighting very fiercely. Suddenly, the creator of the chimeras realized that all of them were meaningless, because their target was no longer in front of him, but had moved somewhere else again. The place where he had been sitting until the last moment was now empty, and he flew somewhere else to hide from the barrage of blows. Jamie finally managed to exhale and use a technique that would change the course of events, called the Dark Dimension. At that moment, the man realized that he was trapped, as the other was trying to keep him in the position he was in and prevent him from interfering. For a second, it seemed to him that all this was terribly pointless, because his strength was much greater than the bonds that had formed around him. He broke free from the grip and again directed his forces at mindless attacks that would overwhelm him, at least by their number and intensity. Jamie really needed to come up with some alternative methods, because what he had bet on at first did not work. Therefore, the creator of the chimeras decided to use a tentacle hurricane technique that would be commensurate with what his opponent was offering and would serve as a mirror to his attacks. This made things very difficult for the boy, as he had not expected to have to deal with combined attacks. Jamie wondered how he managed to combine the abilities of the chimera with magic, because it was new to him, but he still did not despair, because it seemed to him that this was all he was capable of, so everything could still be fixed. Suddenly, the creator of the chimeras said that he was very surprised that his opponent had managed to hold out for so long, and that in that case, they should move on to more serious actions. Before he could finish, Jamie appeared behind him, looking very determined, as if he clearly understood what he was doing and why. The man immediately decided to defend himself, as he did not know what to expect, given the boy's unusual behavior compared to the last time. He looked back to understand what the boy was going to do and how he should counter it. Suddenly, Jamie was behind him on another tree, which greatly annoyed his opponent, who was sure that he had seen him in front of him just a moment ago. He just laughed at him, as if he were completely inattentive and unprofessional for not being able to recognize a clone that was the product of 4th-rank dark magic. It was used to create a clone that could partially use the same abilities as its master, and after visual contact, it disappeared. Now Jamie could claim that his opponent had been made a fool of, since he was not even capable of assessing the enemy's real strength during the fight. While the enemy did not understand what was happening, the boy used the technique of decomposing the body, and now the one who combined different forms of life had to deal with the consequences. The young man said mockingly that he should not ask any questions because it was magic that would cause him to slowly rot and decay. The man called it a cheap trick that was worthless, because if he killed the sorcerer, it would all vanish and have no effect. But the sorcerer simply replied that this was precisely why he had an ace up his sleeve. A black ball appeared in Jamie's hands, which rapidly multiplied and spread to other areas of their battlefield, giving the wizard confidence. The creator of the chimeras looked around warily, not understanding what would happen to these spheres now and what their extraordinary power consisted of. Suddenly, one of them approached him and began to pour dark energy into him, which conflicted with the inner workings of his opponent. Black veins suddenly appeared on his face, binding him and causing him to feel indescribable pain inside. He cried out from the suffering it caused inside him, as the combination of the decomposition technique and the black layer left him no chance. In fact, the black sphere was a spell that tripled the pain felt by its target, provided that the sphere touched the person. Jamie mocked him to the end, asking how it felt when the suffering was worse than death, because everything felt too sharp to simply endure. In response, the latter began to call him unflattering names, making it clear that he was still able to speak, so the power of the spell could be increased for greater effectiveness. Now the boy added to this mix the influence of gravity, which definitely began to mock the creator of chimeras, who was sure of his victory just a few minutes ago. Suddenly, an explosion filled the battlefield, followed by fire, which put an end to their competition. While the man was suffering in the last moment after the attack, Jamie flew up to him, as he was already sure that he would not meet any resistance, no matter how much he wanted to. The boy immediately said that his magical pet Black could finally rest, as their last battle had been truly fierce and intense. He obeyed his master's command, as he himself was only too happy to get the rest he wanted after such a productive evening. Meanwhile, the creator of the chimeras was suffocating from his own bodies inside, because all this could not work forever like a perfect mechanism. Jamie noted to himself that such an amount of pain would have killed a normal person long ago, so he had to mock himself well in order to endure it, diluting his humanity with chimeras. Looking at his condition, he concluded that he was so destroyed that the guy was now not even sure if he could use him as his undead, so he decided to at least take advantage of his knowledge. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound that distracted him from his defeated opponent, who was already unable to resist. Before he could even approach the sound, he saw new enemies in front of him, who would not let him do what he had planned from the beginning. In front of him were more chimeras, still willing to defend their master to the last, even though he was no longer able to give orders. Now Jamie found himself in a difficult situation, because during the previous battle he had used up too much mana to quickly deal with all the new ones. To somehow bring it all together, he shot a stream of mana that looked like a laser into the heart to put an end to it and move on to the others. The man just put his hand on his fresh wound and could have said goodbye to life for good. The boy noticed that if he died immediately, there would be much less playing around, so he asked him to finally die and not interfere with his presence in the background. Jamie didn't even imagine that he would have to think about how to kill him, even after what he had managed to endure, although victory seemed to be in his hands. Meanwhile, Ricky was still walking toward the call of his own soul, and the closer he got, the more nauseous he felt, even though it seemed that he had to get there. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him, which frightened him more than he could have imagined, given how shaken he was at the moment. The boy decided to turn back abruptly, thinking that it wasn't worth it, considering the consequences it could have. He paused for only a second to calm the shock he felt inside and start acting more rationally. Meanwhile, a stranger in a cloak flew by, posing a new potential threat if the situation was not dealt with. Jamie understood that his situation was dire, considering that he didn't even have enough mana to create a shield, which meant that he would not be able to dodge this attack. Ricky glanced at him and recognized his acquaintance, not even imagining what he was doing in this unfortunate place. The creator of chimeras, who until recently had been in a state more akin to death, was now preparing another attack that would finally put an end to the Black Magician. With the help of one of the chimeras, he created a sphere of mana that could be the final attack in their battle, considering how exhausted Jamie was. Ricky ran towards his friend, not wanting him to suffer the consequences that this attack could bring if nothing was done to defend him. Jamie, who had already realized how bad his situation was, looked at his rescued friend and now had no idea what to do. Meanwhile, the chimera, which its creator had used to create another stream of mana, did not stop for a moment and became increasingly threatening with its mere appearance. Finally, when the preparation was complete, it sent a charge that would destroy both children who now stood in its way. Ricky did not abandon his idea and ran closer and closer to his friend, because he could not leave the situation to chance and preferred to suffer himself but save his friend. Jamie, of course, forbade him to do so and asked him not to even dare to approach because he was putting himself in great danger. As his only excuse, he said that his body moved on its own and he had nothing to do with it, smiling ironically. Behind them, there was a huge explosion that could have taken away countless strength and health, especially considering the condition of both opponents. Jamie, covered in scratches and bruises that had completely crippled his body, lay unable to move, but at least he was conscious. With his last ounce of strength, he crawled to his comrade, who lay with his eyes closed in front of him, covered in blood, which did not bode well for a happy ending. The boy's hands were shaking, and he sincerely hoped that his friend had managed to survive and had not given his life to save him. Ricky showed no signs of consciousness or even life, as he lay motionless with his eyes closed and injuries that could have killed an adult, let alone a child. Jamie's face was contorted with shock and fear, and the remnants of hope that everything could change and that he would finally open his eyes no matter how illogical it seemed. This situation reminded him of what he had gone through in his past life, when he had once again been the cause of misfortune, and it made his already hardened heart even more callous. Everything looked identical to what Diablo had once experienced, when an innocent person had also taken a life before his eyes, leaving such a mark on his soul that it had not faded in thousands of years. He remembered how in his past life he had to sit on a mountain of corpses of people who died for no reason, without any valid reason, but only because of the orders of third parties. They all died just to save Diablo himself, who now felt indebted to them and didn't even know how to live with that, because he owed everything he had and, most importantly, his life to innocent victims. Jamie found himself in a situation that made his soul twist and his heart stop beating, because the shock he had to endure each time was unbearable. His gaze became empty and tears welled up in his eyes because he didn't want to believe his own observations and would have been happy to hear that it was all just a bad dream. The creator of the chimeras noticed that the ordinary test subject was acting so sentimental that he couldn't even watch, which was very untimely as it provoked Jamie. The man now promised to finish off the sorcerer and his friend, while the latter was in another dimension with his pain, which made the old soul suffer as if for the first time. Meanwhile, the boy remembered the figures of his beloved, his friend and his followers, who asked him not to forget them and promised not to leave him under any circumstances, but to remain with him even after death. They all had only one request, which they uttered with their last ounce of strength, namely that he never forget them. Paying no attention to his opponent, Jamie began to use the technique of primal power, namely the spell of rebellion against the divine, using the cold rage that had accumulated within him. Now, even the chimera noticed that the boy's aura had completely changed, as if there was a different person standing before them, one who had nothing in common with that arrogant, self-confident black magician. Its author was also in shock, because first of all, he had expected to finish him off with that blow, and secondly, he did not want to wait for the emissions that he could now offer them. His hands trembled because he understood that he needed to get rid of a potentially strengthened opponent as quickly as possible, as this could be a fatal mistake for him. Meanwhile, Jamie leaned over Ricky, as if checking whether this was some kind of bad dream or the harsh reality that had so heartlessly destroyed his hopes. He asked his friend to wait a little for his return, and with crazy eyes looked at the one who had caused this situation with his attack, as if demonstrating with his eyes that the other had no chance of survival. The boy wondered how he could have forgotten the very first power he had created for himself, which he could now use at the right moment to help himself. As soon as he said this, bony hands began to stretch out from under the ground, and there were more and more of them around him as he turned to this technique. In less than a minute, whole skeletons and cloaks began to climb out one after another, which could help shift the balance of power in his favor and avenge what had happened to Ricky. The creator of the chimeras was simply shocked and could not even imagine who the guy he had been fighting all this time really was, as he managed to come up with something new every time. These skeletons were representatives of an army that had been summoned to rise up against the deities and oppose the 12 gods, and it was part of the technique of necromancy known as. The man laughed because he found it strange that he really expected to kill him with these feeble undead creatures, which did not look threatening enough. But Jamie noticed that they had all been summoned by his hands, and this became key to their presence on the battlefield. Literally, one command was enough for them to step forward and take revenge for all the pain caused by the creator of the chimeras, and they were only too happy to take revenge on the one who had mercilessly tortured them. Despite the participation of chimeras, who were also capable of fighting, it was a truly formidable attack, as their numbers were simply incredible. No matter how hard the chimeras tried to counter this entire army, it was pointless, as they were numerically superior enough to make it an argument. This battle was difficult in terms of organization and strategy, as everything became more and more chaotic with each passing second. And even if the chimeras managed to defeat at least some of those who were rushing towards them, it was not enough to effectively eliminate the threat. In fact, those at Jamie's disposal had overcome death, and even serious injuries did not deprive them of the strength to continue and desire the death of their designated enemy. Even after suffering enormous injuries, they managed to continue on their way and return to life, despite the chimeras' attempts to stop them. The creator of the chimeras now found himself in a difficult situation, as he was surrounded by undead creatures who treated him with hatred, and his chimeras could not even help him. As soon as he wanted to threaten them and tell them not to come near, the hand of one of them fell heavily on his mouth, showing that he had lost all claim to superiority. Now Jamie intervened, explaining that this was his domain and that death devoured death there, and that it was his personal hell, which was completely subject to his commands. The skeletons pounced on the man, who had clearly lost hope of victory as everything was going against him. He struggled with his last ounce of strength to reach freedom because he understood that there was no saving him there. So he wanted to at least remain less crippled than he potentially could have been. Jamie approached him when he was surrounded by dozens of skeletons and could no longer resist, looking at him with empty eyes. Because he hadn't moved for some time, Jamie began to wonder and doubt whether he was really dead, because he couldn't finish him off with any technique, as if he were coming back from the dead. Suddenly, he noticed a branch growing out of his opponent's shoulder, which had just appeared there and looked extremely surreal. When he looked closer, he noticed that a strange amulet had fallen out of the mouth of his opponent, who was now in a bad way. Jamie picked it up to understand what it was and what purpose it served for the creator of the chimeras if he had not given it away before the end of his life. In his hands was a bead of life, an artifact that charged him with life force, and considering how it had changed his body, it couldn't just exist on its own, which meant it was something that helped him stay afloat. This actually exceeded all of the boy's expectations, because with the help of this artifact, he would be able to go beyond the physical limits of his child's body. While he was rejoicing over this discovery, he forgot that there was still an entire army of skeletons next to him, waiting for new orders. They had to be sent somewhere, as their presence no longer mattered to the cause. They had proven their effectiveness in battle the day before. So the boy directed his energy toward them, hinting that they could return, as he might need them again someday if the situation became just as critical. In a moment, they began to return to the ground from whence they came, leaving behind a huge amount of energy that Jamie had used to summon them. This abruptly reminded the young man that he had expended a great deal of energy, and he realized that rebelling against the divine was still a difficult technique for him, requiring considerable effort. But in any case, he needed to hold on and not lose consciousness, because right now that would be the worst thing that could happen. Now that the situation had stabilized, he needed to figure out how to help his friend who had taken the blow, because he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Jamie looked at Ricky with pity and thought that instead of just giving up his life, it would be better for him to be his faithful servant, because that was the only way to bring him back to life in some form. And so he used a technique to revive his body, which was already losing its last drops of life energy, leaving him in a hopeless situation. A golden glow appeared around Ricky's small body as soon as dark energy was directed at him, indicating a certain change that had taken place inside him. Jamie couldn't believe his eyes, as this was not at all what he could have expected, given all his knowledge about his friend. Unexpectedly, the glow emanating from his body caused him to rise into the air and levitate due to the energy inside him. The boy couldn't understand how this happened, because before, he didn't even feel like he was full of such energy. It was difficult to understand what was happening at all, because everything was so unusual and exceptional that no prediction could come true. Suddenly, Ricky found himself in the arms of the goddess, who had united with him through the bright energy that emanated from his heart. Now the goddess turned to Jamie with a question about who was trying to steal what belonged to her, hinting at Ricky's soul. Pyro did not expect to see this at all, as it exceeded all possible assumptions about how to fix this situation with his friend. She looked very determined and was not going to let up for a moment, suddenly asking if he knew her, because Jamie was looking at her with wild eyes. Meanwhile, in the city, in the dark of night, the bishop was making his way to the count's house because he needed to deliver the information he had been forced to reveal. He looked as if he was not himself because Jamie's techniques made him behave strangely, like a puppet that could only move forward toward a single goal without looking back at anything. It was as if nothing of his true nature remained inside him, and he lived only to convey the necessary information to the count. Suddenly, an unknown man in a cloak appeared on the street and with one precise blow cut off his head, calling him a completely useless and worthless ally. It was the same man who had threatened him in the church the day before, and now he declared that they were getting rid of Hayes, beginning justice for heretics. Meanwhile, Ross barely got out and managed to avoid the backlash from his technique, which would have made the situation much more complicated. He was in so much pain that he thought he might actually die, but at the same time he smiled because they were lucky that everyone else had escaped such a fate. Now his assistants ran up to him, wanting to know if he was all right, because their situation was very peculiar. Suddenly, sacred energy began to accumulate around him, flowing from his heart, which made the man unable to understand what was happening. With each passing moment, the room was increasingly filled with a strange light that seemed to emanate from a divine power that engulfed the surroundings. Ras couldn't believe his eyes and wanted to understand what was happening, as it was completely atypical. Suddenly, he saw before him the very goddess Pyro, whose follower he was, and this made him fall silent with surprise. She asked Jamie again if he knew who was standing in front of him, as his reaction bothered her. The boy did not understand how she had come down to earth, since the problems with the law of causality from just one illusion would be enormous. His silence prompted the goddess to speak again, pointing out that he must surely hear her voice, so he had to respond. Pyro demanded that he answer as soon as possible, as she was not satisfied with the silence he was trying to maintain until the very end. Suddenly, Jamie exclaimed that he only knew that Ricky's holiness belonged to the goddess herself, trying to restrain his emotions. The woman suddenly asked if this meant that even though he knew this fact, he tried to turn him into an undead. The boy justified himself by saying that he did not want to see his friend dead, and he had no other option but to keep him alive. The goddess asked irritably whether, in his opinion, being undead meant being alive, since it was an act of disrespect to the dead, in her opinion. She exclaimed that such a misunderstanding of the true value of life was simply incredibly wrong, which began to annoy Jamie, who could not accept the situation as it was. The young man exclaimed sharply that it was all nonsense, because he was facing one of those who belittled the value of life and was to blame for everything. Jamie wondered how, after sacrificing all of humanity, she dared to say such things, which shocked the goddess. The goddess was confused and did not know how to react to this, but in any case, she considered it her duty to make this child her apostle, no matter what reaction she showed in her foolishness. She noted that if he allowed himself to turn him into an undead, she would never be able to forgive him, and he could only wonder what fate awaited his companion, the apostle. Jamie was not surprised, since the apostles were those who were closest to the gods, and their very existence gave them the status of priests. The goddess behind Ricky still expressed her protection over him, which could have a real impact on the situation. The apostles possessed power sufficient to earn the title of strongest holy knight, which would make him an ideal clergyman. It was an incredible power that rarely fell into human hands, so it had to be used with caution. For a second, he thought about everything he had heard, because he knew that there was divinity in him, but how high it was to elevate him to the level of an apostle came as a surprise, and perhaps for this reason, Pero was able to descend. Suddenly, he smiled and noted ambiguously to himself that everything was turning out much more cheerfully than it might have seemed at first glance. Jamie decided to play the part of someone who was ashamed of his recent actions and asked the goddess how he could make amends for his guilt towards her. He cheerfully explained that the dark energy was already taking over the boy, and half of Ricky had already become undead, so it was time to take more active measures. Pero angrily yelled at him, asking if he even realized the magnitude of what he had done. Suddenly, this caused a reaction in the form of a burst of sacred energy, from which Jamie had to hide so as not to get caught in the crossfire. The woman looked at him coldly and asked if he wanted to die, because it seemed like he was risking the most precious thing he had. He only ambiguously remarked that if that were the case, things would take a turn for the worse, because by killing Jamie, she would also destroy Ricky, which would put her in a hopeless situation. The goddess exclaimed irritably that such petty threats could not help in their case, because they had to take into account who he had the honor of speaking to. Jamie completely ignored this and pointed out that there could only be one apostle, and if she let him go, it would take a long time to find a new one. Suddenly, he added that the time spent could be forgotten, because it was much more important to have an apostle who guaranteed the unlimited appearance of the gods here, which seemed to be the main reason. The guy noted that, according to his earlier words, he was not going to kill him because he was his friend, no matter how much he refused to accept this idea when he was in a normal state. The goddess, looking at all this, noted that he was a sinful man who had invented a good story to save his miserable life, and he only asked why she had made Ricky an apostle. Jamie understood that there were no reasons now that would require an apostle, since the world existed peacefully as the 12 gods had planned. In doing so, he referred to the system that they had all created together, which made the goddess feel uncomfortable and wonder how much was known about the world order. Speaking of her, he called her the holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reached absolutely everyone and overflowed her so much that she gained the power to destroy evil. Jamie savored every word and suggested that the goddess before him might have been expelled from the heavenly throne. Pero was categorically dissatisfied with such an attitude on the part of a boy she did not know, who allowed himself too much, but at the same time was dangerous because of his baggage of forbidden knowledge. He in turn understood that this dispute was final, since she would not be able to lie because her lie would go against holiness, so she would have to remain shamefully silent. The guy decided to finish her off by mentioning his name in his past life, which was sure to remind her of the events that took place thousands of years ago. The goddess's face immediately changed and took on an expression of immense shock, as she did not know how he knew about this ill-fated name. Jamie simply explained that he was the heir to that person, which made the goddess doubt him, as she believed that Wolfer could not have been reborn in this way. She had to remember the man who had caused her so many problems in the past and was still persona non grata among the gods. Pyro couldn't find the words to comment on this and wondered why all this was happening right now, as it seemed to her to be the most inopportune moment. Now the guy offered to shake hands to seal their deal on Ricky, who had been on the verge of death all this time. The goddess decided not to do so and told him to come to her in Afton, where they could discuss everything in detail and come to a final decision. Meanwhile, Ricky lay on the ground as she had disappeared and no longer influenced the boy, who was covered in wounds with her energy. Jamie thought that if everything went according to his vision, he would have a very useful tool in the form of a companion who could potentially become a suitable assistant. At the same time, he was beginning to come to his senses and get rid of the sacred energy that had suddenly appeared inside him, which made him feel so strange. The boy's vision was blurry, and he felt very weak, which was understandable considering what he had been through in the last few hours. Ricky immediately pounced on his friend with questions about whether it hurt, what had happened to his eyes, why they were purple, as soon as he realized that he was standing in front of him, and at the same time noticed that he had a strange feeling in his body. Jamie couldn't help but be surprised that even in this state, he was primarily concerned about someone else rather than himself, who was suffering from the circumstances. It was both strange and righteous, considering that he was both an apostle of the goddess and an undead, which put him in a strange position. Therefore, the boy needed to explain what he had done to his friend, saying that he had made him that way with his dark magic and was sure that he would begin to hate him for such actions. Ricky just smiled and briefly remarked that everything was clear to him, without even expressing a hint of the aggression that could theoretically arise in him, given the scale of the event. Jamie was surprised that he had reacted so calmly, but he only added that even though he was a dark magician, it did not mean that he had to be evil. Walton added that he knew that, but he still sent his friends to such a dangerous place and even tried to kill his sister, which did not add to his charm. But his friend was adamant and concluded that he had saved him anyway, and he hadn't touched Anna, so he was still a good guy to him. Jamie didn't even know how to react to such sincere and genuine kindness that Ricky had in his heart, because he hadn't encountered anything like it in a long time. Suddenly, he grabbed the boy's hand, and he suddenly began to feel as if the incurable wounds on his body were disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace. Ricky smiled and said that for some reason he thought it would work. So he decided to try it and was glad that it had an effect, because it was a surprise to him too. Then he noticed that the Holy Knight Ras was approaching them, so Jamie had to get out of there as quickly as possible so as not to reveal his identity. He wanted to add a comment about what they had been talking about, but the boy interrupted him with a question about whether he really seemed so stupid. Ricky decided not to add anything, establishing a silent understanding between them, and said goodbye to his friend, realizing that they would meet again at an unknown time. The next morning, fundamental changes took place at Hennis Church in Hayes that no one had expected the day before. There were judges associated with the church, and they apologized, but due to certain circumstances, they could not give their names to Count Welton, who was supposed to deal with the situation. The man wanted to understand why the judges were present at this place at all, since nothing the day before had indicated any trouble within the system, at least as far as he knew. The judge explained that on the orders of high-ranking officials, they had come to track down heretics who were corrupting their church at the lower levels. He added that after all the investigations they could conduct, they found evidence in Lincoln's priesthood that showed him to be a heretic, and he held the confirmation in his hands. From the very beginning, this story was full of inaccuracies and moments that clearly required additional explanation. After all his confessions, he was executed, which hinted at the words Ras had said to him the day before, as if they were using the bishop as a cover, which they kept coming back to between cases. They called it an important matter that had been kept in the church's oldest secret, so they had to conduct this investigation, which made the Holy Knight furious. The Count intervened, saying that both sides had said enough and asking for silence so that everything could be resolved calmly. The man decided to praise the judge's courage, although it might have been better to sympathize with how they behaved. Because someone had allowed themselves to kill a man on his property, he flew into a rage and suggested that they share the same fate that they had arranged for the bishop. The mood that could be read in his eyes immediately frightened the representative of the church, and he fell to his knees to apologize and justify himself, as if they were simply punishing sinners of the church. Argento briefly and very sternly remarked that he alone could be the judge in these lands, and no one else dared to harm people without his permission. The man fell to his knees before him and begged to be heard and to have his words, which he considered a meaningful argument, taken into account, although for the Count they were empty words. The Lord of the Lands looked at him with disgust because, for him, this was the final straw, where they had crossed all boundaries of what was permissible. The church representative understood that at this rate he would simply be killed, but he had no choice but to retreat, so the situation was closing in on him like a vice. Suddenly, he revealed that the man was too self-confident and that it would be unwise on his part to turn his back on the Church of Janus, which was a very bold statement given the tension between them. No sooner had the man finished speaking than his hand flew to the side, demonstrating that the Count was not joking and was ready to defend his power over the lands literally. Argento replied coldly and calculatingly that his right hand would be next and then his head, if he continued to behave so insolently toward the Count. For that reason, he suggested that he leave immediately if he wanted to keep his head on his shoulders, but he could not do so because it completely contradicted the girl's order. Ras just watched quietly from the sidelines and was surprised that he didn't say a word about the chimeras, and very successfully diverted attention by showing this clergyman his true place. In the opinion of the Holy Knight, if everything continued in the same way, they would be in a winning position. Meanwhile, the representative of the church trembled, realizing that this was not a threat or empty words, as the man had made his intentions regarding the situation quite clear. He fell to his knees again and began to beg for forgiveness, as if the church would definitely pay compensation, so he begged the Count to forgive them this time. The clergyman had to remember that Hayes was an opportunity to expand into the eastern lands, so it was better to maintain influence here, even if it meant making concessions. Argento remained adamant and said that he would not change his decision, as he had lost his trust and could no longer count on any loyalty. For this reason, The Count said that he was completely severing all ties with the Church of Janus, which was a strategic failure for the latter. The man sent for negotiations sat on his knees and still thought about how to get out of the situation, given that Welton was used to conducting business in such a clear and uncompromising manner. At the same time, he understood that there was nothing else left to do, so he had to accept this defeat and leave the city, fully aware of the consequences it would have. Ras exhaled and noted to himself that he almost felt sorry for those who had caused such chaos, as the situation looked so hopeless from her side. After that, the Janus Church paid huge compensation and disappeared from the land, which was very sudden and unjustified for everyone around. And the children who lived in the shelter were visited by an old acquaintance who had made it a habit to save the life of Ricky, who was constantly in the middle of some kind of trouble. The man bowed to show his respect and introduced himself as the sacred marshal of the Church of Pyro, Ras Armatic, to clearly demonstrate his identity. After such a formal introduction, he noted that both children would become symbols of the church in the role of apostles of the goddess Pyro. He also noted that one day, Lady Anna would wake up as a saint, because when that happened, she would begin to see the world through her holy eyes. Afton would do everything possible to make them feel comfortable, as this was important, so there was no reason for them to refuse. Ricky was sincerely delighted and almost cried with pride for his younger sister, who had an ability that no one could have dreamed of. But what pleased him most of all was that she would soon be able to open her eyes and finally see the world as beautiful and bright as it was meant to be for her. The boy hugged his younger sister so that she would understand how big the changes awaiting her in the near future would be and what she had to go through, step by step. It was important to understand that the simultaneous appearance of the apostle and the saint was a sign of the enormous changes that were about to begin in the human world, if such a balance of power was needed. Ras looked at their happy, childish faces and asked his goddess to allow him to protect them both. And that is how they ended up under the full protection of the Church of Pyro. And Jamie, as the reincarnation of Voltaire, faced a test of fate, as the 12 gods divided into factions, which most likely prompted Janus to create the bizarre Sacred Knights. The overall picture was difficult to determine, as there were many unknowns that confused everything. It could be assumed that Pyro was isolated to some extent, and if he wanted to be sure of this, he would have to go to Afton. The boy was faced with a significant task that had to be accomplished in order to understand everything and have a clear understanding of current events. But he took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts, realizing that there was nowhere to go, so the sooner he got a grip, the better it would be for him. Suddenly, Jamie's attention turned to his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time, considering how many events he had secretly experienced recently. The woman did not understand why her son was so enthusiastic about communicating with her, when at times it was extremely difficult for him. Meanwhile, her son rushed into her arms, as if to show that he really wanted to have tea with her and his sister Sarah, breaking the mold of his usual behavior. She was skeptical because her son usually found it a very boring activity that he had to force himself to do, but now he was almost glowing with happiness. Jamie immediately began to justify himself, as if it had never been true and he had always been happy, although inside she was filled with doubts as to whether she had guessed his true feelings. Sears smiled and concluded that her son needed something from her, which is why he was trying to appease her, while he simply concluded that he would have to try harder next time. The boy continued to insist that he was just in a good mood, and that none of this had anything to do with his requests. His mother ignored this and simply asked him to finally say what he wanted, because she was ready to listen to him even if it did not play into her desires. Jamie began boldly, saying that he would like to visit his mother's homeland in Afton, and she immediately asked what had caused his keen interest. He lied, saying he had heard there was a mountain with huge water bubbles to make it seem like he had a normal child's interest in the place. He had to wriggle out of the situation in such a way that it was difficult to decide what to do next. The woman remarked that she now wanted to see him behave nicely in order to grant his request. The boy reacted ambiguously, as he did not want to behave in this way for a long time. But if this was the main condition, then he would have to. He explained it to himself this way. He had never given in to any difficulties, like the great dark magician Diablo Wolfer, so he would have to compromise his principles here. So, in a moment, Jamie said he loved his mother and tried to be as nice as he possibly could. She was very happy about this and said that she had no choice but to invite her beloved son to visit the new city, while he reassured himself that it was a sacrifice for the greater good. His mother added that she wanted to go there the following week, which meant that all these efforts were in vain, since he would get what he wanted anyway. The boy was disappointed and did not even understand what he had done to deserve such an honor, which continued to force him to do such things, and he morally threatened Pyro that he would kill her as soon as she became useless to him. When he was returning from tea, he met a holy knight on his way, who asked him what he was doing in this part of the residence. Jamie explained that he was spending time with his mother and younger sister, but it was a mystery to Raz why the boy was sad in that case. He did not want to explain anything, saying only briefly and vaguely that something had happened, morally calling the goddess Pyro names. The man in turn wanted to support him and said that he was sure that everything would work out soon, even though he did not know what exactly was going on. The young wizard did not want to pursue the subject, so he asked what his friend was doing there, and the latter replied that he needed to discuss something with Count Welton. This quickly perked Jamie up, as any information his father might share with the knight was potentially useful to him, and the knight explained that he had informed him of his departure. Ras admitted that he felt it would be better to hear this from the boy himself, with whom they had become somewhat friendly during this time, in his opinion, and Jamie wondered if this was not a divine revelation from Pyro. He immediately added that Ricky and Anna were also leaving with him, as they had become important figures in their church, which was obvious given their roles as an apostle and a saint. The blonde-haired man finished him off by saying that goodbyes were not eternal, as if his reaction was caused by regret at his departure and not by the general events that mainly concerned his revenge. The knight noted that Ricky and Anna would never forget Jamie, and although it was unknown when they would see each other again, he asked if it would be interesting to meet again as adults. The boy couldn't listen to this because he couldn't stand such sentimental speeches, which he had to endure only out of politeness. Before he could say anything in response, the knight hugged him tightly, leaving him no chance to escape. Jamie was in shock and didn't even know what to say or how to act, because he was confused by the unfamiliarity. Rash said goodbye, adding that he hoped their friendship would not end, so the boy should not worry because this was not the end. He also added that despite his rare contact with his companions, he would see him personally quite often, as fate would have it. Jamie still said nothing, only waving his hand and thinking that the goddess Pyro would guide her children normally, without creating additional problems for him. Later that evening, the boy's parents sat and discussed the matters that awaited them in the near future, and the man expressed his incomprehension of what his father-in-law had in mind. He asked for Jamie to be brought to them, noting this in his letter of invitation. He asked for Jamie to be brought to them because he doubted that he really just wanted to see them, and Sears added that even her late mother would hardly have been able to do what they had discussed before. Argino wanted to make sure that everything was in order and that there would be no problems given that they were to leave the next day, but his wife did not even see any potential difficulties. His wife noted that they would be accompanied by the county's best order of knights, so everything would be fine. And her husband said that he certainly trusted the order, but he wanted to be absolutely sure of the safety of his loved ones. Sirs asked who would dare threaten them when her husband was Count Welton himself, who enjoyed enormous authority. This touched him, and he did not even know how to respond, but there was such spiritual harmony between them that words seemed superfluous. In addition, they were to be accompanied by the Holy Knight Ras, who, as it turned out later to everyone's shock, was also a holy marshal. As a rule, people with such a title did not leave the territory of the city of Afton, but his presence here demonstrated how seriously the Church of Pyro took the incident. But besides that, his father was worried about Jamie because his strength was beyond his years, and if, like last time, he couldn't control his emotions, it was unlikely that the leader of the order would be able to stop him. His mother wanted to believe that they should not worry, as she remembered the boy's behavior on the day when they were drinking tea with their younger daughter. She told him in detail how Jamie had behaved, and they laughed at the thought that they would like to see such a miracle again with their own eyes, because they both loved their son very much. Sears noted that everyone was wrong one way or another, but she still wanted to believe in their son and the best in him. The woman was sincerely glad that they had met before his departure, because spending time with her husband was a joy for her, and because of his position, there were often matters that could not be postponed. Meanwhile, Jamie was training and conquering his own potential, which became his main tool. He finally managed to deal with the sphere of life, as it became a more complicated process due to the fact that he had to grind it into powder, but the effect was even better than he expected, thanks to his painstaking work. It held such potential that once unlocked, he could be sure of victory in any battle. He pointed out to his magical pet that they were lucky, as reaching the 6th rank was now only a matter of time for him, which could not help but please. But at the same time, he still had a long and difficult road ahead of him to return to his previous level of strength. Although now someone like the professor would be no serious opponent for him. With Black's help, he flew to a house in the middle of the forest, which was well hidden by thickets and did not attract much attention. There he met his servants, who greeted him warmly, bowing and awaiting new orders. He only briefly mentioned that he was going to the city of Afton, and considering that it was far away, he would be gone for some time, which was important for his assistants to know. The two of them knew where the city was located and understood that the round trip would take about a month, which would mean they would have to lug around axes since they were foresters. But Jamie did not accept any objections, as they were his servants and had to obey his orders, not argue about their own fate. Still, they had no reason to worry, because this time he wanted to take them with him so that he would have people nearby who could carry out his tasks. The boy suddenly remembered something he hadn't used in a long time, but always had in reserve, and generated a sphere of mana in his hand. Isart was curious about what this scary thing was that was worth being afraid of, considering the potential power it gave off. The two asked sharply what it was and how to understand what they saw before them, as it remained a mystery to them. Finally, Jamie said that it was his undead storage, which was completely subordinate to him. In other words, it was a new home for the two who were his personal servants through the use of techniques that allowed for it. Azart briefly noted that he had no particular desire to live in such a frightening house, since they did not fully understand the context of this dimension that Jamie saw. The boy silently noted that no one had objected to such a house before, so he either had to show them their place or come up with something to get out of it. He decided not to make things difficult for himself and told them to talk less and finally go inside. As much as they didn't want to at first, they had to obey the boy's orders because they were completely dependent on his will. Jamie concluded that the two were very interesting and amusing, that their emotions were so clearly expressed, which made them potentially very useful with the right training. Once they were inside, Azart turned to his companion, noting that the owner called it a storage room because he didn't expect anything good, but it wasn't so bad, and it was even more spacious than he could have imagined. Suddenly, they returned to the room and told the boy that, while they were in the vault, it seemed as if something was filling them from within, and he briefly added that it was the primal power. It was a place that consisted only of his power, and the undead who took part in the rebellion against the gods absorbed it and were strengthened by it. The two doubted whether they could behave freely with a master who looked like he was not going to babysit them. He rightly asked if it wasn't too difficult for the master, as it required a high level of concentration and energy that was constantly being expended in the background. Jamie ironically asked if he was worried about him, but the servant immediately apologized and bowed, as if he had misjudged him, although the boy immediately noticed that if it had been a burden for him, he would not have shown it. Azart was much less polite than his friend, and enthusiastically asked if he could make them stronger if he had the opportunity. The young man laughed and told him to back off, as it was too open and bold a desire for someone like them, who were not yet of primary interest to him. The next day, they were supposed to set off for his mother's hometown, which Jamie was really looking forward to, so he could take care of all his business. But suddenly, as they said goodbye, he was met with an extra dose of hugs and affection that he didn't even dare to expect, since they weren't that close. Argento didn't really pay attention to his words and hugged the boy with all sincerity, because he understood that this trip would last long enough for him to miss his son. The man said with complete seriousness that he must protect his mother, sister, and friend, because he understood that with the level of power he possessed, it was not just a formality. As Jamie walked away from this unexpected interaction with his father, he emphasized that he was counting on his son and wanted everything to go smoothly. He hugged him again goodbye and wished them a safe return. Jamie had no choice but to agree, and simply thanked his father for caring so much about them, demonstrating his involvement in family affairs. Several flags gathered around their carriage, signifying an additional order to protect them on their journey. Jack O'Brien addressed the Order of Fear, wanting to tell them the plan before they began their journey. At the same time, Ricky, who was sitting with his younger sister Anna, noted that he really wanted his fellow knight to go with them, but that was impossible because he had volunteered to be their escort. Jamie listened carefully to their travel plan and concluded that they wanted to take the safe route, even though it would take a little longer. While he was thinking about all this, His younger sister had already fallen asleep on her mother's lap, as she only had to sit down in the carriage to feel sleepy. After resolving all the organizational issues, they finally set off on a journey that was supposed to be quite peaceful. Ross told his partner that he would guard the rear, and the latter agreed as he respected the sacred marshal. When Jamie exchanged glances with the fair-haired servant of the Church of Pyro, he wondered what the goddess had in mind, wanting them to meet in person. He figured that her lack of reaction when he mentioned his old name meant she hadn't told the other gods anything, which was already raising questions. At the same time, the theory remained relevant that she was somehow isolated and simply could not inform everyone else she had not been fortunate enough to meet. But whatever the case, a lot would have to change when he returned and held all the negotiations he had to with the goddess Pyro. Suddenly, the little girl who had been sleeping so sweetly on her mother's lap woke up and began to stretch after a pleasant rest. Ricky decided that this was the best moment to get acquainted with the girl, who did not even know who was traveling with them in the same carriage. Sarah, still half asleep, did not understand what was happening and was frightened because the boy's face seemed threatening to her. Her reaction caused a commotion inside the carriage, and no one could understand what was happening or why the chaos had started. After 2 days on the road, they finally reached the mountainous region. But unfortunately, the weather was not ideal, as it was raining, which made the journey more difficult. The members of the aristocratic family slept and rested inside, as they were more accustomed to long journeys in a carriage. Meanwhile, Ricky looked out the window with interest, as he had not had the opportunity to travel much in his life, and everything around him was new. Suddenly, he saw Ras in the window, who was still on guard and always nearby just in case. Jamie woke up and wanted to know how long he had been asleep, as he had lost track of time due to the monotony of their activities on the road. His companion noted that he had slept for about 2 hours and quite soundly, which served as at least some relief from the monotony. Ras asked if sitting in the carriage was as boring as one might imagine, and offered them an interesting story as some form of entertainment. He could tell them a legend about the local Mage mountains, considering that they were just passing through this magical place. Ricky really wanted to hear a story, especially from his friend, so he insisted that he tell it, despite Jamie's unflattering comments. So the night began, noting that long ago when dragons flew in the skies and elves roamed the forests, the Mage Mountains were originally a single rock. But one beautiful, peaceful day, 2 winged lizards appeared there, and Jamie tensed up when he realized that the knight was mentioning dragons in his story. They were an evil black dragon and a generous blue dragon named Maitre, and there was also a girl whom Maitre loved, but they were not meant to be together. The dragons, tired of watching all this, sent the black one to finally finish off the sorceress, and in the heat of that fierce battle, the rock split into pieces and a torrential stream rushed through the valley. And when it was all over, the black dragon was banished, but the girl died. When the good dragon lost his beloved, he hid deep inside the mountains, where, according to legend, he remains to this day, and Anna suddenly added that people said that heavy rains began after that. Ras agreed and noted that she had heard this story before, adding that the minstrels called the local rains dragon rains. Jamie paused for a moment, as this legend could be a true story, but dragons were considered mythical creatures even when he lived his first life. As soon as he turned to his fair-haired companion to ask if this story could possibly be true, something made him fall silent. Suddenly, lightning began to flash in the street, which was quite threatening given the area they were in. For some reason, Anna was the most frightened, immediately covering her face with her hands as if the danger was hanging over her personally. Sarah immediately rushed to hug her mother, who was trying to calm her younger daughter so that she would not be so scared, since it was impossible to influence the weather. Jamie agreed with his mother, adding that it was just ordinary rain, but inside he felt an unpleasant, ominous feeling that he could not rationally explain to himself. Nevertheless, they continued on their way, as there was no compelling reason to worry or change their route. Suddenly, lightning struck one of the trees growing right next to the carriage, which was arriving at that moment just a meter away from him. This destroyed its internal structure, and it seemed as if it would fall on the carriage, either destroying it completely or crushing it significantly. The coachman tried to remedy the situation, but everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that it was difficult to do anything to prevent a direct hit. Sears immediately hugged her daughter tighter, because in the face of this incomprehensible danger, she wanted to have her as close as possible and, if necessary, help her little girl, who was too small to cope on her own. The carriage overturned, and they rolled with Sarah toward the turbulent river that flowed between the mountains. Jamie couldn't let that happen, because if they really fell into that river, their fate would be unknown, so he had to act immediately. Like a true mother, the woman first thought of her daughter and asked him to take Sarah, who was clinging to her in fear and was afraid to let go. The boy understood that choosing between the two would be impossible and unreasonable, so he would have to use magic to save both of them at once. With the help of mana, he summoned a rope technique that would serve as a barrier for the two of them against the water to prevent a fatal accident. Jamie watched with surprise as he managed to react at the last moment and finally reveal his abilities to the female members of his family, who had only been able to guess at them until then. Now they were both under the influence of his technique, which prevented them from falling further and protected them at the most crucial moment. Everything happened so quickly that it was difficult to even comprehend how it all happened and how to deal with it. Suddenly, he felt that the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, and he had to make an effort to keep his balance. The boy began to fly after his mother and sister, which complicated the situation because now he too was becoming a victim of circumstances. Sears watched with tears in her eyes as her son found himself in this situation and realized that no one could help him. Jamie immediately tried to calm everyone down, exclaiming that he had the magic of flight and that things weren't as bad as they might seem at first glance. But as soon as he wanted to demonstrate it in practice, he realized that he could not use it, even though he was sure that he had mastered this skill before. The boy immediately realized that all this was caused by the burning of mana, namely high-level magic, which caused the mana to completely disappear in a certain area, leaving the magician completely defenseless. He couldn't even imagine who had crossed his path with such great power that they could cast such a complex spell. He couldn't help but think of dragons, whose power made him shudder at the very thought of it. And such a technique would not be such a big challenge. All this came as a big surprise, so the boy fell into a trap that was so well designed that it was almost impossible to escape. Jamie found himself in a very difficult situation, as he did not know who his opponent was and was in a precarious position in deep water. His mother almost lost her mind as she watched her son find himself in such a difficult situation with no one around to help. She was ready to jump in after him to save him, but of course she was stopped, as this would only have made an already difficult situation even more difficult. Sears looked at those who were supposed to be protecting them with eyes full of fear and shock, as she couldn't come to terms with everything she had been through in the last few minutes. Ricky unexpectedly intervened and spread sacred energy around, saying that he just wanted to help them, causing general surprise. Jamie's younger sister, who was in Anna's arms, tried tearfully to understand what was happening, as everything had happened so quickly for her. She was very worried about her brother, who was now on the verge of a situation from which there was no escape. Rass ran up to Mrs. Welton, realizing that it might look like an attempt to calm her down, but he was sure that Jamie was all right. He continued, explaining that he knew how strong her son was, so this optimistic outlook could become a reality. The knight explained that the currents could be very dangerous, but once his magic returned, he would be able to get out completely unscathed. But in order not to risk everything, he noted that he would still go down, since it would not be difficult for him to return safe and sound as a holy knight. Suddenly, the one who helped him guard the aristocratic family intervened and pointed out that these streams would be dangerous even for him, so the risk would be significant. The fair-haired man asked for 3 hours, promising that he would return in good condition. Sears was not in the best mood, as she did not know what had happened to her son, so she responded to him very uncertainly and did not want him to put himself in danger. Finally, the woman gave in and asked him to return with her precious son, as her family was her greatest treasure, whose fate was now in question. The knight accepted this order and promised that everything would be done, kissing her hand as confirmation of the seriousness of his intentions. Meanwhile, in an unknown place that looked like a natural shelter from prying eyes, events were unfolding that were much more intense than those among the Weltons and their company. Jamie finally opened his eyes after being disconnected from reality for a period of time and was able to orient himself to what was happening around him. He couldn't even imagine where he was while being bound by magical shackles on his hands. The boy couldn't understand where he was, what was happening, or who had decided to attack him in such a calculated way that it was difficult to fight back. Unexpectedly, someone spoke to him, as if he had finally woken up after his blackout, which in the attacker's opinion had lasted an unreasonably long time. In front of him stood a girl in strange clothes who asked if he was a dragon, looking as if all the circumstances around her were commonplace. Jamie did not immediately understand why she was asking this, as he did not think he looked anything like one, and she confirmed that he did not resemble such a creature. She explained that as soon as she saw him, she realized that he was close to him in terms of strength, but that didn't mean anything, so he shouldn't get any ideas. The guy noticed that during this short conversation, he felt a certain hostility from her, which already made him wary. The girl was interested in how he, being an ordinary person, possessed such high potential, and the form of his mana and its use were very reminiscent of dragons. She continued, explaining that human breath mana was terrible because humans were stupid and weak, so they were incapable of even equaling dragons, while Jamie wondered if he resembled them in any way. Still, she felt that he was different, so she assumed that he was from an elven tribe, but immediately dismissed the idea, as even the tallest elves were no match for dragons. Jamie was indignant that he was stuck here because of her, so he wanted to find out why she needed him rather than think about the nature of his power. She was equally dissatisfied with his behavior, as she did not understand how he could remain so bold, even while bound by chains. The boy did not give up and said that it would be better to ask why she was so despotic and arrogant that she mistook an innocent person for a dragon and kidnapped him. For him, everything fell into place, and the sudden rain, the lightning that struck near the carriage, and the burning of the mana were far from accidental, but rather a well-thought-out plan. The girl decided not to argue and said that he was right, because she just wanted to drag him here to see everything with his own eyes. Jamie was more annoyed that his sister and mother had almost been hurt because of her actions, and he couldn't forgive her for that. Suddenly he interrupted himself and wondered why he was so angry if these people had been nothing more than a burden to him all this time, something he simply had to put up with. But now was not the time to be distracted by such thoughts, so it was better to focus on the personality of his mysterious opponent. He decided to change his strategy, so he said he wouldn't bother her with stupid questions, but asked her to remove the shackles that were preventing him from fighting back. Without hesitation, the girl refused, arguing that he looked very funny in that position. His opponent openly mocked him, and when he reacted with dissatisfaction, she commented that she liked it even more, so she didn't want to release him at all. Jamie noticed her character, which made her like to laugh at people, showing that she was a blue dragon, Maitreya. Blue dragons were the shortest and kindest to humans, comparable to human affection for cats or dogs. And if he had encountered a red or black dragon instead, which were known for their cruelty, the situation would have been worse. Because of this, it turned out that he was really lucky, but he still wanted to find out why she had kidnapped him if she had mistaken him for a dragon. Jamie tried to get his bearings and finally come to some meaningful conclusions as to why this was happening to him at all. But she suddenly changed her expression and briefly remarked that she was going to kill him, in such a matter-of-fact tone as if it meant nothing. He tried to joke it off, wondering at her thirst for blood, and asked her to let him go this time, but it was not very successful. The guy found himself in a situation where he was completely dependent on the decisions of his opponent, who treated him with ironic ridicule without any explanation, which was quite problematic. She enjoyed leading him on and pointing out that she could afford to do so without any significant consequences for herself. The dragon noted that if she used him as an ingredient, she would surely be able to create a masterclass in Sparta, which was an artificial form of life created by dragon power. Jamie thought that it would be higher than the title of master if he had such a valuable specimen as himself. But he quickly interrupted himself as he was on the verge of death and had to come up with a solution to the situation. So the boy asked Nuna why she wanted to kill dragons, which immediately alarmed her, as it seemed too familiar to her given the circumstances of the dialogue. Later, he decided to play on her feelings of love, as he thought it might be caused by her feelings for a man. Before he could finish, her hand reached out and dispelled the magic that was holding the guy in limbo. Although he achieved what he wanted from the very beginning, he was not too happy, considering that he had to fall from a considerable height. She reacted quite harshly and pointed out that if he ever said anything like that again, he would end up neither alive nor dead. Jamie realized that he had hit the nail on the head, considering how upset she was when he brought up the subject, so he began to probe further, asking if others of her race had not accepted her beloved. Theoretically, she had betrayed her race to save his life, which was basically true if she was that unhappy. but the girl didn't want to talk about it. Therefore, his opponent sharply dispelled a huge amount of mana, asking what he understood about her feelings and how he dared to meddle where he was not asked. The boy immediately reminded her that she had no intention of killing him or turning him into a Spartan, and everything would have been much easier if she had used mind control magic, but for some reason she didn't. From this, Jamie concluded that she was actually good, so good that it was hard to believe she was a dragon. This reminded her of the words spoken by the same boy for whom she had exceptional feelings, and who saw something more in her than everyone else in her family. The girl did not want to remember all the events connected with this story, which had become a significant and important step in her life. Suddenly, she said that this was the boy's last chance, and there would be no other, hinting that he should shut up and not pursue the subject any further. Jamie concluded that she was being quite serious, so it was better to keep his mouth shut so as not to bring trouble upon himself. The dragon noted that he was a very strange person, and also very similar to her beloved, which immediately made her feel emotional and confused. The boy did not immediately understand who she was talking about, but he was glad that her mood was not so hostile towards him. She was talking about the same hero of legends who had been betrayed by people, according to Rass's story the day before. Meanwhile, the fair-haired knight was searching for the boy who had fallen into the water, as he had promised his mother that he would bring him back safe and sound. He was surprised that the rain did not stop, which made the search very difficult and was unusual for this time of year. Rass was genuinely concerned for his young friend and wanted very much to find him, as it was of fundamental importance to him, and he had given his word to Lady Welton. Returning to the events in the cave, they discussed what had happened 700 years ago when the boy was called Ganondorf and was a dark wizard. This fact immediately caught Jamie's attention, but she continued, noting that despite the strangeness of existence through holy magic, the dragon fell in love with someone like that. The girl noted that he decided to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world, and being a human but a virtuoso wizard, he managed to reach the 9th rank. Jamie was immediately surprised because in thousands of years, no human had ever been able to reach such a level, but if her story was to be believed, it was not true. She interrupted him and promised to explain why everything turned out this way, returning to the fact that the young man had begun searching for answers long before meeting her, and she joined him. And after overcoming many obstacles together, they fell in love. Despite the differences between them, they were truly happy together and loved each other, and this continued until the Dragon Lord gave his order. The Lord declared that Ganondorf was evil and must be destroyed, despite the deep bond between the dragon and the human. All the dragons obeyed this order and began to try to kill her beloved, so they had to flee, but their powers were not enough to hide from such a large number of enemies. She asked her beloved to leave because even a dragon would not be able to get him there, and he should not worry about her because she would not die, no matter how much they ordered her to. These were ruins with strict restrictions that prohibited more than one creature from entering, and for safety reasons, he hid there. Instead, she was ordered to be banished for 1,000 years, which was nothing to a dragon, but a little more than a decade had passed when Ganondorf came for her and realized the truth of the world. He was outraged that she continued to watch all this, and now he had doubts as to whether they were truly the creatures at the pinnacle of magic and the strongest of all living beings. The other dragons concluded that he had simply gone mad, because this was a truth that the human brain could not comprehend, no matter how hard it tried. But in the end, the boy saved her, and they hid in this huge mountain to escape the persecution that would inevitably follow her disappearance. Very little time passed before her beloved died, and the whole story lost all meaning for her because he was her reason for living. At first, the girl thought that it would be better this way and that he would be more at peace, but it was all an illusion, a way for her to ease her own grief. It was difficult for her to remember this, let alone recount it, starting from the most pleasant to the worst moments of her life. In addition, members of her race began to erase everything that was in any way connected with the boy, whether it was records about him or people who had met him, who now lay dead at the hands of dragons. Jamie understood that this was the truth that the dragon wanted to hide because he understood too much for a human mind. The girl continued, saying that in order to protect the remaining memory of him, she would have to make certain sacrifices. She said she had to stay here to protect what was dear to her, despite any external circumstances working against her. Now Jamie could understand that the dragons had indeed done this, and it was now clear why he knew nothing about it in his past life, as all the data had been destroyed. When he realized his rebirth, the first thing he did was look for anything related to it. But all these records seemed to have disappeared, which looked like a deliberate act. Continuing the search was simply pointless, as if someone had deliberately removed all traces of his past existence. But after hearing this story, he could understand that someone had carefully erased all mention of the boy, as well as himself. And most likely it was the dragon god Brahma and his relatives. Ganondorf was a wizard who had reached the 9th rank of magic in order to find the truth of this world, and it remained unclear why he had gone so far in his search. Now he assumed that the tomb of the boy who had died under such strange circumstances was located right where they were. The girl asked what difference it made to him, since he was a stranger who had nothing to do with this story just a few minutes ago. The guy explained that as someone who was involved in magic, he wanted to honor him, which didn't seem like a fake reaction. She paused for a second and wondered if that was reason enough to reveal such secrets to him. Finally, the girl gave in and led him away to show him the place they had been talking about. But what Jamie saw there did not meet his expectations at all, so he was so surprised that he did not know what to say. His bracelet hung on the grave, which was absolute immunization in a perfect cage, as it was one of the 3 divine mechanisms he had created in his past life to counteract the 12 gods. This artifact had the ability to protect against all diseases and curses, and the young man did not expect to find it here. Now it became clear to him why he was searching for the truth of this world, because when he put on the bracelet, he learned about the existence of Diablo Wolf. But now he found himself in a difficult situation, because if he asked for the bracelet back, she would probably kill him, as it would hurt her feelings. The girl turned to her beloved and did not notice anything around her, because she wanted to spend time with him, at least in this form. In order not to reveal his thoughts, Jamie asked what kind of bracelet it was, and she explained that it was endowed with enormous power and belonged to Ganon, as it had saved his life countless times. Jamie asked with interest if that was all that remained of her beloved, thinking he could learn more while she was in a vulnerable state of mind. But the girl suddenly tensed up and her expression changed, and she wanted to know why he needed to know the answers to all the questions he was asking. The boy realized that it was better not to upset her, at least for now, so he said that he was just curious, arguing that her beloved had managed to find the truth, and he was curious if there were any records of it. She explained that Ganondorf had kept a diary throughout his life, which could certainly reveal a lot of interesting things about his personality. Jamie was immediately interested and asked permission to look at the diary, but she said she didn't want to do him such a big favor. In that case, he was willing to just listen, so he could get at least a little insight into Ganondorf's life, which was a mystery to him. He thought that his opponent knew the truth about the world, since she had spent so much time with her beloved, for whom this was the goal of life. But she reacted completely differently than he had expected, becoming angry and pointing out that this crossed all boundaries of what was permissible, as it was not something that a representative of the human race should know. Jamie tried to counterattack, pointing out that her beloved was then in search of the truth and risked his own life for the sake of humanity. And even though he did not succeed, she defended his legacy to the end. So why, in that case, did he have to leave his efforts as a museum exhibit, since it seemed to him that he would want everything he had learned to be passed on to future generations and used for a good cause in the future? The girl said that the boy was smart enough, but he was wrong about one thing, because she didn't need any souvenirs to remember Ganon. In fact, she remembered every little detail about her beloved, because no one else could take such a high place in her heart until now. The boy immediately remembered the words of his beloved in his past life, who asked him not to forget her under any circumstances. In order not to give himself away, he decided it would be better to say that he simply did not quite understand, and she explained that he was too young for such serious matters. Finally, he saw the very book that contained Ganon's memories, which could be very useful to him. The girl said that he had managed to convince her after all, so she was ready to show him the records, but she doubted that he would actually need any of it. Jamie watched with interest what was in front of him, asking if there was a seal around it that prevented him from touching it, and she confirmed that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it. So the girl suggested that he follow her to where she had taken him from. But he interrupted her, telling her not to be afraid of whatever they might see now and releasing his own mana. The representative of the Dragon Clan did not even understand how to react to this, as she did not expect him to take such serious measures. The girl could not imagine that she would be facing the same dark wizard who had been her beloved until his death, and she was especially surprised considering the age of the one she had kidnapped. It was difficult for her to understand what this sinister power was, because he was on a completely different level than it seemed at first, and that Mana could not even compare to her first impression. Jamie made a little effort and managed to remove the seal from the diary that was so interesting to him. As soon as he opened it, everything around him glowed with sacred energy, as if demonstrating the profound conclusions that Ganon had managed to reach. The first entry he opened was dated March 16, 22, according to the lunar calendar, and it stated that he had encountered a blue dragon who called him dirty because of his dark magic. The next entry was 15 days later, where he himself was surprised and did not understand how it happened, but noted that they began to explore this world together, and thanks to Maitreya, their journey became fun, so he even doubted whether she was a dragon. A few months later, he added that while riding the dragon, he had arrived at a place marked on the map, a land where no human foot could tread, so he decided to call it Tlen. In December of the following year, he reported that the Dragon King had ordered his subordinates to kill him, but he hoped that he would be able to cope with this, and he was more afraid for Maitreya because she had betrayed her family for him. He wanted to let her go, but he couldn't because he loved her. And in the next entry, 20 years later, he recounted how he stood over the grave and wondered what kind of battle he had been involved in. The date was engraved on the grave in front of him, which was 65,966 years ago, which was a whole history. A few months later, they settled in a certain mountain where it was safe and they could hide from persecution, at least for a while, after which they planned to go to Harmoon. In fact, it was the place written at the bottom of the tombstone that had so intrigued him. And even though this land no longer existed, he wanted to understand its meaning. The young man believed that there must be something there that would reveal certain secrets to him and bring him closer to the truth of life. The girl, who had been standing nearby all this time and could no longer control her emotions, burst into tears as she relived all the events that had brought them together, now described from his perspective. Jamie thought that he roughly understood what tombstone he was writing about, which gave him a broader understanding of the situation. Before the last war began, in his past life, he had to pour out all his past troubles and hopes for the future in the place that Ganondorf wrote about so carefully. Now it turned out that he had recorded this 65,966 years before Ganon's time, and 700 years later he was born in Jamie's body. As he knelt down to give the notes to her beloved dragon, he wondered where the place was that they so wanted to get to. According to what he remembered from his past life, he had declared victory and left everything as it was, and he did not remember writing about this place anywhere, unless someone had visited this tomb before Ganondorf. Although the situation now seemed quite confusing, he was very glad that everything that had happened to him in the last few hours had happened and allowed him to expand his range so much. In addition, Ganon deserved praise for discovering the hidden truth about the 12 gods with a single perfect cage, even if he had learned about it 60,000 years ago. Now he was completely confident that he had returned to Earth in Jamie's body to destroy the 12 gods and give humanity the freedom they deserved. It turned out that everything he had done in his past life was now the basis for his actions in this one, pointing to an ironic cyclicality. Meanwhile, Maitreya was still distancing herself from the records because they said that he loved her, even though he never said so personally and always got nervous when she clung to him. Jamie turned to her and reminded her that if she realized this, then the boy would always live in her heart, and that was more valuable than anything else. Because no matter what, he would be there as long as she remembered him, no matter what was going on around her. The dragon, with a warm smile and teary eyes, noted that he could say nice things even though he looked like a brat to everyone around him. He understood that now was not the best time to argue, so he decided to accept these words and not start any additional scandals. Maitreya assumed that it would be just wonderful if she had the opportunity to return to those times, since she could not return to reality from her memories. Jamie tried to reassure her that such thoughts come to everyone at some point, although he himself had gone too far to think about such things. She abruptly stopped his hand because she wanted to know something that had been lost somewhere between the sentimental confessions. The girl rightly pointed to the black mana that Jamie had used in front of her and wanted to know if he was really a dark magician. The boy wanted to joke at first, saying it was ordinary magic, But she understood that this was not true and, to be fair, noted that they had also tried to use dark magic to remove the seal. Jamie was immediately surprised that she had the skills to use dark magic, but she immediately refuted this idea as it would conflict with her nature. Maestre explained that instead, she had brought someone who knew about it, and the guy immediately realized that they had not come here of their own free will. She continued, saying that their views were quite similar, and if he didn't want to die, he had to follow her, so he was very interested in listening to her, even though it was usually called kidnapping with threats. But no matter how hard they tried to remove the seal, they simply couldn't do it, and it remained that way until Jamie appeared with his mana. The girl didn't want to admit it, but it was really true, as if the power her beloved sought was not of this world. Jamie realized that the situation was not such that he could remain on the sidelines, so he promised to tell her the truth, pretending to be a magician who was fulfilling Ganon's dying wishes. She immediately doubted him, considering that all that remained of the boy was here, and how could someone who had never met him fulfill his dying wishes? But he said that even though he had not communicated with him directly, he had still managed to learn that they were working toward the same goal. From this, the boy concluded that he was not exaggerating when he said that he was fulfilling his dying wish, until she fell to the ground, unwilling to accept the whole situation. The only thing that interested her at the moment was whether he was going to fight the 12 gods just like Ganondorf. Jamie hesitated a little, as he didn't think the boy was involved in anything like that, but he had to keep up appearances while she said that with the help of the diary, she was able to learn something about it. He was angry at the 12 gods and hated the dragons for cooperating with them, and if he tried to achieve the same goal, disappointment awaited him in the end. Before she could finish, the boy said that he was indeed going to challenge the 12 gods, no matter what it cost him. The girl confessed that she also hated the 12 gods and dragons, and that the boy in front of her would soon be able to gain power comparable to that of a dragon. It had to be taken into account that there were as many as 12 beings who possessed similar abilities, so she asked him to live as a simple man for his own good. Jamie ignored her plea to give up, and remembered that long ago there was a man who had challenged the gods and had many followers, but they had all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost and was locked away in the realm of eternity, even though he promised to return no matter what it took, even if that opportunity arose in the distant future. And despite everything, he did not give up. At that moment, it seemed that nothing could change the situation, and he was simply forced to accept it. Although Jamie remembered the feelings of complete devastation that overwhelmed him at the moment of defeat, he had to put that aside. That's why he believed he couldn't back down, because it had been too long and too hard a journey to give up so easily. The girl's face showed confusion, as she began to feel that the situation was not at all what she had imagined from the beginning. The boy continued that Gano and someone from ancient times, and those who surpassed him and were even born after his death, had one desire that would not come true until the 12 gods were destroyed. The girl decided not to comment on these words in any way, and simply told him to follow her, where she could convey everything she could. Maestre thought that if this boy was really the reincarnation of the same person, then Ganondorf would surely not be against her actions now. Jamie asked if she really allowed him to take the amulet, and she only said that he should hurry up before she changed her mind. The boy blushed at how lucky he was and promised to be very, very careful with it. While inside, he rejoiced at how well everything was turning out. The bracelet immediately began to greet him, which was natural, considering how long it had been since it had seen its true owner. Maestre only added briefly that if the moment came when it was needed, she promised to do everything in her power to help the boy in his struggle. He thanked her with a smile and noted to himself that the dragon's promise was definitely a wonderful outcome of the meeting. As soon as they finished with the formal part of their farewells, she pushed him into the portal, saying only that he should be careful and so on, obviously without sincerity in her words. When he finally disappeared from her sight, she concentrated her energy on closing the portal. Alone with her beloved, she said that despite everything, his dream continued to exist and had now passed on to Jamie. Meanwhile, the blonde knight was still searching for the boy who had fallen into the water, when suddenly the rain stopped and the sun appeared in the sky, instilling hope in his heart. Suddenly, Jamie found himself right in front of Russ and noticed that it was a very pleasant encounter, so he immediately asked what he was doing. The man looked up, searching for the source of the sound, and saw a boy who was using magic to stay airborne, which was quite surprising. But he was even more pleased that he had managed to find him and finally return him to his mother, who was so worried about her son, so he reached out his hand for him to come down to the ground. When the two of them returned to the group waiting for the knight's return, the mother threw herself at her son with hugs as she was overjoyed to see him safe and sound. Ricky and Anna were also happy that their friend had returned, as it was a great relief for everyone after such stressful moments of uncertainty. Everyone around him was grateful to Ras and felt that they now owed him a debt of gratitude, but he pointed out that he had not really done anything worthy of praise. The man really hadn't done anything special, but no one would have believed that he hadn't even had to use the power of the Holy Marshal to find Jamie. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Seldom, in the county of Pierre Nesman, it was a beautiful, sunny day that promised peace and warmth. Everything looked as usual, and people simply talked about their topics, as they did when nothing foreshadowed trouble. But not everyone was enjoying such perfect harmony, as one couple who were trying to conduct an experiment had mice running around because of their carelessness. This immediately became a cause for quarrels, as it was not clear why she did not keep the mice properly, and now they had to be caught, as they could not be let out. Benna immediately began to apologize, but it was too late, as the mouse had already eaten the zombie drug, so now she couldn't let herself be bitten, lest she suffer specific consequences. The girl wondered how long she would have to deal with such nonsense, because she was not happy with it at all. She didn't think for a moment whether the stupid girl who constantly interfered with her would finally disappear and she would be able to breathe more freely. Her classmates trembled at the mere sight of her, and it was unclear why only the school principal defended that girl, since everyone else seemed like geniuses compared to her, so they treated her like trash. The insolent blonde ordered everything on the list to be moved, since she had already finished cleaning, because of her, the experiment had to be done all over again. Ben felt very uncomfortable because she really didn't want to cause such difficulties, but the girl just asked if she didn't consider herself to be at fault for what had happened. Of course, they thought the same as everyone else, so she just nodded and said she understood the order she had been given. Her behavior immediately became a topic of discussion, starting with her face and ending with the fact that she couldn't even say anything in her defense, so she was considered no better than a lab rat. The girl burst into tears because she couldn't understand herself in this situation, as she was so influenced by those around her that she didn't even try to resist. At the same time, in the house of Count Pierre, which was simply overflowing with luxury, completely different events were unfolding. The atmosphere inside was much more festive than it was at school, as a banquet was organized in honor of the arrival of relatives, which was meant to express gratitude for the journey they had made. The host of the house noted that the chef had tried very hard to please with his dishes, so he asked everyone to enjoy themselves to the fullest and relax as much as their hearts desired. After the journey, everyone was delighted with the aromas wafting through the room from the wonderful food, and someone even said that they could only dream of such delicacies in their lifetime. Sears expressed her gratitude for being taken care of so well, but he dismissed it as nonsense, and was only concerned that it would not meet the standards of the daughter of the Great Bell family. While they were all exchanging thanks and enjoying the wonderful food, it had already grown dark outside, which meant that it was time to take a look at the city they had found themselves in. Jamie walked around a bit and realized that there was nothing to see here, and that maybe it was time to go back, and if it was somewhere nearby, Ricky wouldn't worry about him. The day before, the guy had caught up with him and wanted to ask where he was going, insisting that he tell him despite all his attempts to evade the question. The magical pet began to protest sharply, so Jamie had to suppress his desire to enjoy a pleasant walk. The new artifact, which he now always carried with him, attracted the attention of everyone around him, so he had to be careful. Two men unknown to him immediately noticed the valuable bracelet, which was an artifact, and decided that they could easily profit from the child. It was clear that this was a beautiful item and should not be owned by some brat, and it seemed that he was an aristocrat, and his parents had given him the bracelet without even suspecting its true potential. One of them wondered if the director would like it, as he thought that they might even be rewarded for bringing this bracelet, given the value of the artifact. Black, on the other hand, tried to get his master's attention, who was too calm, considering the circumstances he was not yet aware of. After listening to his charming pet, Jamie realized that he was being followed by two strangers, and it was already obvious why this was happening. Although this did not bother him in the least and he did not look worried at all, he still had to prepare for a possible confrontation. With their help, the boy could rid himself of the boredom that had overcome him after arriving in this place, where he once again had to play the role of a peaceful 9-year-old boy. The two tried unsuccessfully to chase him and got confused because one was sure he had gone one way, while the other thought he had gone the other way, which meant they could easily lose him. Jamie, who was watching all this from above, decided that it was time to start having fun rather than just leading them on. Suddenly, a blue stream of energy appeared behind one of them, so they ran there, hoping that the one they wanted to catch would be there. This was in line with the plan of the guy who was trying to confuse them, as he believed that it was even possible to conduct tests to check how interested they were in the artifact. Unexpectedly, a portal with red energy appeared behind him, from which hands emerged and reached for Jamie, who froze in shock. He did not expect such a turn of events and now had to deal with the consequences of his carelessness, as he wanted to play with his pursuers. When the two finally ran to the turn where they thought they saw a blue flicker, they were surprised by the deception of their own eyes. There was nothing left at that spot that could indicate the presence of their target, so they could conclude that he had escaped before they could catch him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal that had pulled Jamie in, a strange atmosphere prevailed as everything happened very suddenly and without any apparent reason. The boy did not understand how he had allowed this to happen and did not even know who was standing in front of him. But he already understood that she did not have long to live, as such things were very dangerous for him. She cried out, asking him to wait a moment and let her explain her actions, as she did not think it was right to end things with such uncertainty. Jamie was not very loyal to her, so he did not want to comply with the request of a person who had essentially kidnapped him out of nowhere. The girl screamed because she realized that the worst fate awaited her, so to protect herself, she scattered mana around, which could at least slightly help the situation. The boy immediately noticed that it was not a simple energy, but dark magic, which not many people possessed. So it was something exceptional. Therefore, he directed his attack slightly higher so as not to harm the girl at that moment, and scattered the mana in order to talk to his opponent first. Jamie noticed that she possessed dark magic and therefore wanted to know what the sudden attack was about, fulfilling her request to listen, which she had made a little earlier. Tears appeared in her eyes and she only said briefly that he was too cruel in his behavior. With each passing second, her story developed further, as she began to explain that she was only trying to save him, because it would be a real disaster if he fell into the clutches of the dark magician, so she just wanted to help. From this, it could be concluded that the two who were trying to catch him were also wizards, and for some reason she knew this. The girl was offended that he rejected her after she saved him, and even accused her of something she didn't understand. And it seemed to her that she didn't deserve such treatment, since she hadn't done anything wrong that could have caused it. She became even more upset because she wanted to understand why everyone around her hated her so much. But Jamie just wanted her to calm down a little and behave more calmly. The world was so cruel to her that it didn't recognize any kindness, and she thought it would be better if she just left, while the guy begged her to stop all this circus. Finally, he got a normal explanation, which was that the girl was from the same school as the boys who were chasing him. So she kidnapped him and saved him using a warp gate older than their school, and she added that his death would not be easy if he was caught. The girl said that even if he was a child, it would be bad if they conducted experiments on him. But now she was a little confused because she didn't understand if he was really as old as he looked. Jamie caught her out on the fact that this dream was artificial, as she was a dark magician and was unlikely to feel such deep empathy for a stranger. It was just a guess, but it seemed to him that she had to take part in cruel experiments and something like that, which immediately put her in an awkward position. He found it funny that she was asking him to see her as a person who stood on the side of justice, just because she had saved him from uncertain safety. The girl immediately lost her resolve and began to justify herself, as if she did not want to become a dark wizard, but it no longer mattered in their conversation. Jamie asked her not to humiliate herself with excuses and called her a scumbag like everyone else, which sounded unacceptably rude to her. She categorically did not want to accept this reality, because she really did not like tormenting living creatures, no matter how it looked from the outside. She tried to convey to him how painful it was for her to just watch what was happening, and every time she stained her hands with blood, she felt as if she had cut her heart out of her chest. He immediately interrupted her and asked her to listen to him carefully and not to interject with her comments about her pitiful fate. His next words simply destroyed her, as he said that he didn't care about any of the excuses they had tried so hard to come up with. Suddenly, the girl stood up, asking if that was all he wanted to say to her, and if so, she wanted to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, instead of an answer, she received a blow to the forehead, which put her in her place and stopped her from any rash actions. She fell to her knees and just wanted to understand what awaited her next, as all this resembled the everyday life that came to her from communicating with people who considered themselves superior. In a split second, an invisible wall appeared in front of her, restricting her movements and preventing her from leaving, no matter how much she wanted to. Jamie wasn't going to let her go so easily, because he still had a lot of questions to ask before saying goodbye to the stranger. He didn't understand where she was trying to run away to, so he wasn't going to find a solution to her problem, but rather ask her about everything that could help in the future. Meanwhile, in the other part of the house, people were looking for the girl, asking her future colleagues if anyone had seen her. The man who was interested in her presence was the director of the garb school, and he couldn't understand where she had gone, since there wasn't much time left before graduation. While he was searching, they talked to Jamie, who still hoped to ask her more questions to understand what was going on. Vina told her story, and the guy just tried to understand how she remained faithful to them, while the girl pointed out that he simply could not understand this feeling, because despite their anger, she had spent more than 10 years with them. Jamie came to only one conclusion from this. He had no other choice but to act according to proven methods. As he said this, he scattered some mana around him, which showed the girl that he also possessed black magic, although she did not expect this at all and was genuinely shocked. It was difficult for her to believe what she saw, because this black magic did not cause any discomfort or soul-destroying feelings that ruined her life. The boy brought his hand to her face and transferred the effect of his energy to the girl, who was still trying to understand how black mana could awaken such a blissful feeling inside her. Jamie turned to her and said that if she had changed her mind, she should let him know, because if something went wrong, her brain would turn to mush. She was still trying to understand how his energy could affect her in such a way, and why he had managed to change the overall effect from negative to positive. When he really wanted to understand, so she grabbed his hand, stopping the effect of the technique that had influenced her consciousness. The guy was immediately surprised and asked if she really thought he would let her go if she behaved like that. Just as he was about to threaten her that she might lose her ability to think if she behaved like that, she interrupted him and asked the stranger to take her as his student. Jamie's expression immediately changed, and he didn't even know how to respond, as it was completely unexpected in the atmosphere they found themselves in at that moment. She tried to ask him again because she was really interested, but the guy quickly refused without even trying to listen to her request to the end. Now Jamie found himself in an awkward situation, having to somehow respond to Vanna's impulsiveness, who changed her intentions so quickly that he couldn't keep up with her. The girl rushed to hug him, saying that her parents had died 10 years ago in a disaster, so she had to become a dark wizard because she had no other choice. The experiments in which living creatures were sacrificed were simply horrific, and her companions condemned her for her pity and treated her like trash. But even after that, she was not determined to escape. Vina briefly admitted that she was a brat and a hypocrite, but asked him to help her end it all right now, because the time had truly come to put an end to this era. Jamie had to listen to all this, but he still didn't understand how it was related to his studies, as he had no intention of providing such services. His expression changed abruptly as the general information became too much for him, so it was time to leave. She briefly hinted at his black mana, which was not created through sacrifice, and that was why she was interested in such power for herself as well. The guy smiled ambiguously as he listened to the sources of his mana, and noted that sometimes the purest darkness can sprout into existence. Instead of agreeing to this proposal, he only said that she was mistaken, which immediately disappointed her. In addition, Jamie added that he was not at all eager to engage in the activities she was hinting at. When the boy left the room, which he had entered of his own free will, he thought about what she had said to him and tried on the role of a teacher. Based on the girl's memories, there were more than 20 students at her school, and Principal Garba specialized in curses. Jamie became curious about how much had accumulated during his absence, so it would be worth checking the place he had left. Therefore, he decided to check everything himself in order to examine the situation from different angles and make the most of it. Meanwhile, in another place, the same experiments were being conducted, which went beyond any limits of humanity and caused living beings to suffer so much that it was difficult to watch calmly. The students watched all this with inspiration, noting that they usually pray for death, while the other asked if the removal of the curse would affect her speech. The conversations between them were difficult to comprehend for someone who was unfamiliar with black magic and could not imagine conducting such experiments, especially so often. One of them noted that they would soon have quite a few new test subjects, so there was hope for some wonderful experiments. While Jamie, who was watching with his equipment, was surprised that they had the audacity to cause such chaos within the walls of the academy. They were really excited and thought that conducting experiments on people was so cool that everything else paled in comparison, especially when he observed the speed and quality of the results obtained, while his friend disagreed because in his opinion, it was just a way to have fun. Jamie could only draw one conclusion from this. It was as if black magic had fallen so low that it was hard to even look at, considering the conditions in which he studied. In the past, he had sacrificed a few lives to challenge the 12 gods, so he didn't have much right to judge them. But at the same time, the question of why black magic was created was relevant, and if you get really lost, it was all specifically for the destruction of the gods. So he simply had to abandon his humanity and bear all the sins associated with it. He understood that if you were going to sacrifice lives, you had to be prepared for a similar solution for yourself and accept it with due courage. When he learned a little more about what was happening at the academy, he wanted to move on to other matters that were also quite important. The young man thought that if the seeds he had sown had sprouted and turned into monsters, then perhaps he should deal with that as well, reaping them himself. While he was dealing with his affairs, the academy was filled with the atmosphere of ordinary, everyday life, which would seem extremely cruel to people not involved. No one around noticed the presence of a stranger, so they behaved as usual. Vina was worried about where Jamie had disappeared to and thought that he needed to be found and taken away from there as soon as possible. She was forced to snap out of her thoughts by the people who were again picking on her, pulling her hair and thus demonstrating their superiority over the girl. The dark-haired woman defiantly asked where Ven had been, since she had been dawdling for so long and had been unable to fulfill her request. At the same time, she had to admit that it was quite fast for a reject of her family, so she wanted to know how she managed to pull it off. But the girl, who was trying to get rid of control, said she had forgotten. This answer did not satisfy the academy student, who considered herself superior to Ven and allowed herself to mock her as she pleased. Because of this, she defiantly asked if the girl had become too relaxed lately, because she understood that she could make her life unbearable. Without waiting for an answer, screams rang out in the room, indicating the opponent's cruel behavior towards Ven. But she stuck to her guns and asked if she looked like a clown at all, to show that she was not going to give in to Venna, and Venna did not understand why she was acting this way. She decided that she had to crush a bug like that at least once to show her how to behave and not try to contradict others. Venna looked at her with eyes full of fear and begged her to stop and not do anything impulsive, as she was ready to apologize to Hilla. But this did not affect the decision of her insolent classmate, who believed that she should get rid of the trash that dared to harm her and use the technique of testing with pain. The girl immediately fell to her knees to apologize and promised that she would never forget her words again, because she did not want to get into a fight in which she would have no right to resist. In fact, she had already come to terms with her fate and was ready to accept it as it was. But a glimmer of hope remained in her, hinting that everything could turn out differently. Suddenly, she felt the energy of a third person in the room and couldn't even imagine who it could be. Unexpectedly, Jamie appeared there, preventing this act of humiliation from happening again with his presence. He turned to the girl, who was sitting in tears and begging for forgiveness, and asked if she was really afraid of someone with such a low level of power. As always, she began to look for excuses, but none of it sounded convincing to Jamie, who looked at it from a more pragmatic point of view. So, using his technique, he forced her to rise from this humiliating position, which she had put herself in front of some slugs. Vina found herself under attack from all sides, both morally and physically, so she had to make some fundamental choices. He was interested in how long she was going to put up with this and allow herself to be used as a punching bag by some idiots who felt a shred of power fueled by their inner cruelty. Venna had no answer to this question, as she herself did not know how to deal with it properly, and simply said that she did not know when it would stop. Meanwhile, the academy student, who was still standing in the room, turned to the stranger who had appeared there and said that he was clearly not very intelligent, although that was even better for her, so she promised to kill him first and then return to Venna. Jamie understood that this was a turning point at which the girl could change her fate and switch to the other side, freeing herself from the humiliating title of a person who could not take care of her own honor. She lunged at the girl with an attack, wishing her death when Jamie appeared in front of her, acting as a mediator in the situation. Venus stood up abruptly and said that she had no desire to be part of a society that had a place for people like her, which marked the beginning of her development as a personality. The boy watched this with surprise and admiration, because this was exactly what he wanted from her, so that the initiative in life would finally pass into the hands of the girl and not random people around her. She finally gained confidence and declared that she no longer wanted to live this way, representing for others just a shadow that could not even defend itself. For a second, she herself did not even understand what was happening and fell out of the reality she had begun to create for herself. Hilla decided to forget what had just happened and told herself to prepare for what they would do to her if she dared to lay a finger on her opponent. Jamie intervened in the conversation and said that the girl had still managed to take the first step towards her own identity. Now he decided to help her with this and began to concentrate his mana while the academy student tried to regain her confidence. He rightly pointed out that the first step was always the most difficult, but the second would not be as decisive and difficult to take. But she turned to the stranger hysterically and wanted to understand what kind of strange aura he had, which looked so unfamiliar that she couldn't even explain it. Jamie paid no attention to her and simply recited a short erasure spell, which was the most appropriate in this case. Wendy had no choice but to watch with a surprised look on her face as everything unfolded, since it was her actions that had caused it. Suddenly, such an outburst of energy caught the director's attention, and he jumped up from his desk in surprise and delight that it had finally happened. A frenzied expression appeared on his face, and he finally realized that the Valkyrie had awakened because the conditions necessary for controlling her personality were too excessive, and he was afraid that she would never wake up after all. All these years, he had to make her life hell just to get everything the way he wanted it. So now he no longer needed to be in this boring place, because the Valkyrie's power now belonged to him, which couldn't help but bring a smile of satisfaction to his face. After the active phase of the battle was over, Jamie turned to the girl, who was still in shock from what she had gone through. She immediately began to apologize, which made the boy even more surprised that someone so shy was a Valkyrie. She was a high-ranking angel, better known as a warrior angel because of her immense power, which was enough to wage war against the gods. However, this led to their disappearance, although fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hide in places inaccessible to the 12 gods. The boy concluded that this was the work of director Garba, and in order to make her easier to control, he suppressed the girl's personality for a very long time. This was because the Valkyries were a race that was terribly disobedient to anyone, and it was probably done to make it easier to restrain her after her powers awakened. Although it was none of his business, he still didn't like it when the girl kept trying to apologize and couldn't figure out what was wrong. Suddenly, a red alarm sounded, and the girl assumed that it was because the unknown guest had been identified after all, or even decided to give his name, and said that in any case, they had not caught him. An order was given to everyone on the academy grounds to bring Ben to him, allowing minor damage to be inflicted. The girl couldn't even guess why the director needed her so suddenly, but for Jamie, it only confirmed his theory. Chaos reigned inside the academy, as everyone wanted to complete the director's task as quickly as possible, because it would affect their standing among the students, and one of them noticed that he heard some suspicious sounds in that direction and tried to direct everyone there to deal with the situation. Jamie asked the girl what she was going to do now that the vicious circle had finally been broken. With tears in her eyes and surprise at herself, she said that she was now a completely different person, as if summing up all the events of the last few hours. The boy couldn't argue with her on this point and simply confirmed that it was indeed true, whatever she meant by it. So he dispelled the aura around him, which had filled the room so quickly and carefully that she could only hide with such skill. Wendy still had to understand why he was doing all this and why his attitude had changed so quickly compared to when they first met. Jamie decided to repeat his words, reminding her that all this was part of one big journey that lay ahead of her. He hinted that the time had come to take that second step and assured her that it would not be so difficult for her now. But before the situation could be resolved, the academy students rushed into the room, unable to believe that she had dared to defy their will. One of them was the most active and tried to convince the girl to return to the side of those with whom she had spent the last 10 years of her life. Jamie did a quick analysis and figured out that she'd been brainwashed, which he told her with a smile. He had barely finished speaking when, one after another, the same students fell to the ground, stopping in their tracks. The boy explained that she had no will of her own and that it was entirely possible that she had long ago been the principal's errand girl, carrying out all his tasks. Venna listened to him carefully and was able to draw her own conclusions. Because lately her life had seemed like hell, and it turned out that there was a reason for it. This could only mean that the way they communicated with her was an order from the school director, who had brainwashed them and did not allow them to act otherwise. The students decided not to give up and began to use the magic they possessed to get rid of the stranger, who would certainly interfere with the principal's orders. They used curses of paralysis, migraines, vomiting, and even sneezing to stop the resistance that was sure to come. But Jamie easily dealt with this, sending them a curse return technique that immediately turned the situation against them. Although the boy helped the girl, he tried to get her to pull herself together and get involved in the situation, rather than sitting there as if it didn't concern her. Venna wanted to take action somehow, but she was still held back by the flood of emotions that came after she learned what the situation was really like. The girl was very angry that she had to endure such terrible treatment for so long without even realizing it. And now the anger that should have been released long ago was reborn in her. Jamie concluded that her true nature was beginning to show, and it made him smile that he had actually contributed to this. But words were not enough, so he sent her into battle to prove her determination and show the other students at the academy that things would be different now. Now she found herself among a crowd of her classmates who still disliked her and wanted to catch her to show their loyalty to the director. Although the situation now looked much more pleasant for her, there was one drawback that had to be taken into account, and that was that she did not know how to fight properly, and this could now greatly hinder her, given that several good magicians had turned against her. The one who was now attacking her could have easily won, as she stood there again and just watched with tears in her eyes, not even trying to fight back. The guy cast an itch spell on her, but she still managed to dodge the blow, which marked the beginning of her new path. Ven was surprised that she managed to get her bearings in this situation instead of just standing there and waiting for her unpleasant fate. Her position was not the best, considering that her opponent was obviously more prepared and confident. She immediately became confused and did not know what to do, as she was not at all ready to change roles so quickly. Suddenly, another curse was directed at her from the other side, this time concerning toothache, which would be much more difficult to escape. The girl had to quickly figure out how to act in this situation and minimize the damage that her classmate could cause. The girl sharply concentrated all her strength and directed it toward the student, who did not expect resistance from her. He hit the wall with a dull thud and would certainly not pose such a great threat, at least for a few minutes, until he came to his senses. Venna looked at her opponent with great surprise, who now looked not as threatening as she was used to seeing her enemies in everyday life. Jamie explained that this was the power she had to use, to believe in herself and fight against those who wished her harm. The other students at the academy asked her if she really believed that brute force alone would be enough, and concluded that she would remain just a pathetic Ven. As soon as he finished this tirade, they sent her a curse of blindness, which would certainly affect the course of the battle. The girl began to orient herself much faster than before, and her body began to move exactly as she wanted, which had never been possible in the past. Unexpectedly, the roles had changed, and now she represented an unpredictable threat to them, one that was difficult to understand and somehow counteract. Vina had strange sensations inside her body, as if it did not belong to her, but was doing what a professional fighter would do. Jamie, who was closely watching the fight and her progress, pointed out to the other students that she had finished them off, so it was very important to understand what the others, who had already noticed the change, were going to do. Judging by the expressions on their faces, they had realized the difference in strength. While the boy wondered if there were only beginners like these, or someone else, someone stronger. But suddenly he interrupted himself and said that he had long ago agreed to gather all the sown crops, so it was worth getting started. The boy's magical pet suddenly appeared above the students' heads, expressing its agreement with its master in its own language. Jamie asked Black with a genuine smile if he had finished noticing all the newcomers. The magical pet only briefly agreed, and small marks of mana appeared around those who possessed the basic initial level. For the boy, this was an impetus to begin reaping the fruits that were before him, so he used a technique that could help him do so. He used the violet rampage technique, which caused everyone with a mark to fall to their feet and lose their balance. Now, there was a whole pile of bloodied bodies around them, obviously suffering from such a strong attack from Jamie. Venna couldn't even imagine what had happened and wanted more explanations to understand the scale of the problem. Suddenly, there was a sound of a stick hitting the ground near the door and a short remark that all his children were dead. The director appeared and said he was pleased to meet her, introducing himself as Garb, the owner of the place. He turned back to Jamie, noting that judging by his skills, his appearance was deceptive, or he had some kind of chronic illness, hinting at the discrepancy between the child's appearance and his strength. And Jamie decided to laugh and ask what if it was true. The man immediately laughed as if he had figured the boy out, and said that in that case it was most likely a role that he was simply playing. Jamie looked at him with incomprehension and did not want to be associated with such an image. The director called him strong enough and offered him a job, but the boy was only interested in what he could offer him to make it a pleasant decision. Garbrick briefly noted that he had a plan, and if he could carry it out, he would receive certain bonuses from him. In his opinion, destroying an entire nation would not be difficult for a guy with such a level of power, especially considering his potential for development. Jamie was briefly interested in his proposals and asked if he had any special methods that would allow him to optimize the use of magic. The man only noted that the boy was very greedy, considering that they had not even shaken hands as a sign of agreement. In fact, he wasn't interested in any of this. But in the end, it was worth understanding what his true goal was. The man smiled and continued, saying that he was sorry that their cooperation had ended before it even began, while obviously lying. Vina interrupted their conversation and wanted to understand why the director had ordered everyone to bring her to his office. He immediately turned his attention to her and remarked that she was simply incredible, given the incomparable amount of vitality within her. The director immediately changed the subject to what she wanted to know, namely the reasons for his behavior, so he decided to tell her after all. Garbo explained that he wanted to reap the fruits of his efforts after she woke up, which confirmed Jamie's theories. The man immediately complained to her so that she would understand how many problems had fallen on his shoulders when she suddenly appeared. The director had to make a lot of effort to suppress her true nature and make her behave in the way he wanted her to behave. In fact, the entire school and all her classmates were created specifically for her so that the environment in which she grew up would be controlled. The girl immediately remembered that every time someone bullied her classmates, the man would come to comfort her, which gave her at least some hope. But now when she remembered this, she realized that he had never stopped them from doing these things. And this could have been a sign of something wrong from the very beginning. Gar continued and shared that as soon as she lost her essence, trembling with fear and hiding in corners from danger, he was simply beside himself with joy. Venna simply lost her footing when she realized that her whole life had been a fiction, maintained specifically to deceive her. The man noticed that she had now awakened from the anger she had been harboring for the past 10 years and reached out his hand to help her finally get up. But unexpectedly, huge streams of black energy appeared around the exhausted girl, which immediately looked threatening to the director of the fake school. The girl threw her head back with tearful eyes and tried to come to her senses and forget about the misfortunes that had befallen her. Her body now seemed to be separated from her soul, and she simply tried to come to terms with the difficulties that now had to be corrected. Now Jamie himself came out of the shadows, realizing that he finally understood how it really was. But the question remained open as to what would happen now. And to find out the answer, he had to endure all the anger that was directed at the director. The man thought that all this was nonsense and that it was impossible to simply get rid of the energy that had awakened in her from sleep. Jamie surprised him and said that he couldn't even imagine how easy it would be if it were in the right hands. He smiled and said that it was impossible for him at the moment because, no matter how hard he tried, he was still a pathetic weakling who could not reach the 7th rank. This provoked a very violent reaction on his face, as it touched on something he could not hide, namely his vulnerability to unfulfilled dreams. The Dark Wizard garb could not reach my 7th rank, and if anyone even hinted at this topic, the director would immediately deal with them, as he could not bear to hear about his weakness. Although he had the title of Master of Curses, having risen to the top of the field of dark arts, he encountered a wall that kept him stuck at the 6th rank. That is why he was now ready to explode with rage after being mocked by such a petty boy who decided he had the right to judge him. He swung at him and said that his suffering would last forever, and that despair would never leave him after this attack. The director used the technique of the burning hydra snake to immobilize Jamie and deal with him as quickly as possible. The man suddenly remembered a recent situation as he directed his attack and tried to deal with the young man. It happened in his office while he was sitting with his friend Dean and discussing issues relevant to their field of magic. The one who looked so scary that it was hard to believe in his essence pointed out that this time new test subjects were needed for the new medicine. The director, in turn, watched him with great interest and thanked him for his participation, as if he saw potential in that as well. Gar suddenly concentrated his energy on the staff he was holding in his hands and tried to distract his opponent in this way. Jamie couldn't help but notice that it was quite cruel and must have been incredibly painful when they broke his skull. But he reminded him that despite his appearance, he was still a master of curses, so it would be better to fear him. The boy decided that although this was quite reasonable, he still needed to remain vigilant while fighting the young wizard. Suddenly, everything around the director became dark, and he found himself alone in a vast dimension where nothing but darkness could be seen. Garb laughed and said that he would never have thought in his life that he would fall victim to mental magic, so he asked to be shown more, unleashing his own potential. Jamie easily fulfilled his request, and a hologram of a large eye suddenly appeared in front of him, staring only at him and making him feel exposed. He watched with interest as his hand was actually torn off by the magic that was acting on him. Outwardly, he looked as if he was simply focused on his staff, as if all this was happening not to him, but to his double. Jamie tried to understand whether the other was trying to show that he was capable of influencing his own mind or simply wanted to impress him with his skills, which were completely useless in this case. The boy decided not to wait long and used the curse of the dark spear, which could quickly put an end to this situation. There was already a sufficient amount of dark mana accumulated around the man and his staff, which he could theoretically use in a future battle. Suddenly, he said that this would be enough, so it was necessary to watch his actions carefully so as not to miss any provocations. Jamie unexpectedly received an attack that was aimed directly at his heart, bypassing any defenses he wanted to put up. The young man couldn't help but notice that it was quite complex dark magic, so now he had to realize that his opponent was indeed worthy of attention and that victory would require a lot of concentration. His hand unclenched because the effort became impossible for a second, as if the attack had taken over all control, depriving his body of composure and confidence. The director approached the boy and noted that he was holding up well, but he still managed to easily escape from the abyss created by Jamie, which was impressive and would not seem so at first glance. Now he wanted to move on to the stage where he would completely destroy the boy's mind, which could potentially pose a danger in the future. To do this, he concentrated on his staff, using the technique of slow aesthetics, which was a powerful spell. From that moment on, the man threatened him that he would live eternity in just a moment. It was hard to even imagine what kind of experience a person would have when all their orientation abilities were heightened and they were in a state where it seemed like nothing would ever end. So it was interesting to see if Jamie could handle even 1 second that would drag on forever. Without a doubt, the man noted that this was the best thing he had ever done. And even though there was a wall between the ranks that he could not break, he still represented something. But unexpectedly, Jamie did not look as worried as his opponent might have imagined. On the contrary, he smiled, which showed that the attack was not as effective as he would have liked. The man did not even imagine that such a powerful technique could have no significant effect on a child like Jamie. The boy openly mocked him, noting that it was just an incredibly enjoyable spectacle that could not be ignored. Meanwhile, he did not forget that this was still a serious fight, where he could lose if he acted too carelessly, so he used the explosion technique. Now it was much more difficult for the director to take the initiative, as all his hopes for a quick victory were destroyed along with his technique, of which he was so proud. The man was now suffering from pain that pierced his body from Jamie's blows, who did not look like such a serious opponent at all. The boy, in turn, delivered another blow and expressed hope that it would be strong enough to withstand at least part of the damage. Meanwhile, Garb couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to break his curse, because no one had ever managed to humiliate him so quickly before. Jamie, meanwhile, enjoyed his advantage and sent a magic arrow, a stone thrower, a stone wall, and a spark bomb at him, crushing him with magic as much as possible. Everything happened so quickly that he had no chance to turn the situation to his advantage. When this act of mockery came to an end, the director was simply pinned to the floor, which was destroyed by another destructive technique. Now the man was interested in only one thing: how Jamie managed to free himself from the technique of aesthetic slowness, which should have affected his brain so that he could not even move. He decided not to torment his opponent, at least morally, and simply explained that he had an artifact of absolute immunity that allowed him to perform such tricks. With a smile, Jamie called his bracelet, which had been one of his best creations in his past life, the perfect cage. Garb couldn't even comprehend that something like this could exist in their world, as it seemed like a completely unbalanced advantage in magic. The boy did not explain anything, and only said that the world had never been logical or fair, so that he would not invent anything unnecessary. On his deathbed, the man recalled that he was the owner of this world, at least from the perspective of how he saw his situation. But unexpectedly, Jamie punched him in the chest and said that it was all just nonsense, difficult to perceive even as deathbed ramblings. He asked if the man really thought he would die so easily, because that was not at all what the young man had planned, who rightly believed that he should be punished. Considering the sins he had committed because of his own wretchedness, and being the one who had sown the seeds, it was only natural that he should reap what he had sown, so he used the technique of rebellion against the divine. With its help, he would continue to exist as a sinner who would not be able to live or die normally, as he would be indebted to him. And even though he would have a wild desire to die at every moment and finally end his suffering, it would not be possible. This meant that he was destined to become Jamie's servant, who would follow his every command, no matter what came to mind. In just a moment, his soul began to leave his body and go to the cage where Jamie's other servants lived. It was extremely painful to watch his soul leave his body, and his entire identity simply remained subordinate to his last enemy. The director looked at himself, completely detached from the concept of soul and body, and simply understood that he would now serve for eternity without any right to a voice or argument. A tremendous thirst for life awakened in him, because he thought he could not die in this way, and wanted at least his soul to find peace after the death of his body. But this did not stop Jamie, who had already done most of the work, and now only had to come up with a name for his new servant. Nothing could be done to fix it, so he named him Nebro, to serve him from now until eternity. At the last moment, the soul finally passed through the door, where everyone else was standing, and completely left its body. Jamie was now completely safe, and no one could stop him, as they were left alone with Venna in the room with the living creatures. The girl suddenly began to come to her senses and finally began to realize everything that had happened in the last few minutes. When she turned back to Jamie, she saw a strange creature next to him and thought it was the same Dean the director had mentioned during the fight. Jamie believed that if he had become his servant, he should introduce himself as he had been named, rather than taking on the names of other people. Therefore, the new servant, who looked like a skeleton, called himself Nebro and noted that he was the first lich created by his master. The boy turned to the girl, who had finally woken up, and asked how she was feeling, noting that these were the same words from the man who had given her 10 years of hell. Venna just thoughtfully remained silent and finally admitted that she herself did not know how to describe her emotions and feelings at the moment. Jamie was understanding, but still wanted to know what she planned to do next, but she had no idea because everything had happened too quickly. The girl suddenly returned to the same strategy she had started before such turbulent changes, again asking him to take her on as a student, but he refused her briefly and categorically. She wanted to understand why she still couldn't become his student, no matter how much she begged and finally tried to get at least some arguments. Jamie only said that she was a Valkyrie, so his teaching would be completely irrelevant to her. He further explained to her that the Valkyries were an ancient race of angels who were brave and never backed down, fighting to prove their truth, but unfortunately, this race had once disappeared. He really couldn't even imagine how their bloodline had survived to this day, and she might be the last of her kind, which made her even more unique. However, for her, this was still not a reason for her not to be a student, because he had impressed her so much with his magic that she was ready to take such a step. The girl still insisted that all his words meant nothing and only confused the situation. Venna needed some time to think about everything that had happened, as her usual way of life had been destroyed in a matter of moments. Jamie was tired of explaining everything with arguments, so he simply said that it would be pointless for him to take her with him and suddenly disappeared. In the morning, they returned to the road as their final destination was not far away. Little Sarah and Anna had become friends during this time and found common ground discussing the pink animal that was now traveling with them. Unexpectedly, it was the girl who was now Jamie's student who was hiding behind this appearance, no matter how much he tried to deny it. The boy noted that she should be grateful that she knew how to use dark magic, because otherwise there would have been no way for her to follow them. This situation made her very vulnerable, as all the children's attention was focused on her cute appearance. But that was all secondary. Jamie openly mocked her, pointing out that the weather outside was beautiful, just to show that he was unable to help her in this case. While they were all talking, they arrived at their main destination, the town of Afton, where his mother was from. For the entire Welton family, this was a unique opportunity to see their relatives on their mother's side, whom they did not see very often. Sears was the most excited, as she hadn't seen her father in a very long time, about 9 years. So this meeting was extremely welcome for her. She immediately began to apologize to her father, as she felt so foolish that she had not been able to visit her own family during all this time. Her father was very loyal about it and said that everything was fine and that the main thing was that she was now in his arms, so he should be most happy about that. The children watched with admiration and surprise, as neither this house nor this family were familiar to them. Jamie paused for a second because he didn't understand how, even after rebirth, emotions seemed completely useless. He was dissatisfied that he had to wait an eternity to take revenge, and even now this tinsel seemed superfluous, but the people in front of him were living it up. Observing other people's empathy was strange and unusual, to say the least, given his own habits. He really thought that emotions could drive people crazy, when suddenly his younger sister broke down and asked her mother not to cry. She had never seen her grandfather in her life, so because of this scene, she thought he was bad for making her mother cry. She had never seen her grandfather in her life, so because of this scene, she thought he was bad because he made her mother cry. The woman immediately began to explain to her younger daughter that this was not the case, because her grandfather was not at all to blame for her emotional reaction to the long-awaited meeting. The grandfather's face immediately changed, as he did not expect to hear such a thing from his granddaughter, especially during their first meeting. At that moment, Jamie came to the brief conclusion that he would never be able to understand these human emotions that he had to observe all the time during family gatherings. The man thought that now his granddaughter would hate him, but the boy said that she would soon come to her senses because she was quite kind by nature. Now he turned to Jamie, asking if he was the one he had been waiting to meet, and Jamie confirmed that he was and said that he had also dreamed of seeing his grandfather. This answer pleased him because it meant at least one less person who hated him, and the boy said that he had no reason to hate him because after all, he was his relative. As soon as he finished speaking, the man took him in his arms and hugged him so tightly that their family ties with Sears became obvious. Jamie wasn't too happy that he now had to play the role of a good boy in front of one more person, but he had to accept the reality of the situation, even though it was annoying. That evening, when the father and daughter were alone and could talk seriously and openly, the man remarked that Jamie was truly incredible. Despite the fact that his own power was at the 4th grade level, he managed to see at least a little of the power he actually possessed. Soon, the boy would be at the center of the world, and now he meant not only the kingdom, so his mother needed to clearly understand what that could potentially mean. She confirmed this and said that she and her husband were well aware of this, and he added that exceptional talents would awaken the greed of the people around him. Although now it was possible to stop all this together with Count Welton, their opportunities would eventually come to an end, while human greed would never end. For this reason, her grandfather wanted to pass on one thing, even though she would not be able to stop everything that could happen, but she would still be useful in the process. Sears felt much better knowing that she would be able to protect her own son, so she was comforted that the situation had turned out this way. Her father, meanwhile, said he was concerned about the Count, as he had heard that he had crossed paths with the Church of Janus, and this could be the beginning of unrest in their lands. It was important to understand that these monsters with twisted morals never let anything slide, so everything had to be taken into account. The woman had no idea that the situation was so serious, so her father explained that the Church of Pyro was also in danger because of them. It was clear to her father that the Church of Janus was trying to destroy their patrons completely, as this was not in their interests at all. As they talked about it, the situation became more tense and anxious with every passing second, because they had to do the right thing in a situation where almost everything was against them. Meanwhile, Jamie was in his room dealing with his own problems, which had appeared just yesterday. Venna, who was now his main difficulty in life, was sleeping peacefully on his bed, unaware that her new teacher was watching her closely. Finally, she came to her senses and realized that she had not behaved quite correctly, because someone who should not have known about her presence here could have been in his place. He immediately asked her if he hadn't told her that she wasn't allowed to take on her true appearance so that no one would suspect them of deception. In her defense, the girl said only that he could not even imagine how unpleasant it was to be in transformation for such a long time. The biggest counter-argument was that she would have to perform a miracle if she were caught in her true form. Most likely, the reaction would have been that some strange girl was using dark magic, and no one would have thought that she would be hiding in the form of a mouse. Then she would be tied up and thrown off a high cliff to get rid of the incomprehensible persecution. Or better yet, they would tie her to a cross and simply burn her as a witch in the Middle Ages. The girl was categorically dissatisfied with such a fate, so she tried to get rid of the thought that this could really happen to her. After joking with her, Jamie told her to quickly return to her mouse form so that no one would even catch a glimpse of the truth. After the examples he gave, she no longer wanted to argue with someone who was prepared to treat her that way. While she was finally transforming, Jamie noticed a pendant that intrigued him greatly, as he did not know how it had ended up there. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he waited for Vanna's answer and speculated on what it might be. When the silence lasted too long compared to what he wanted, he almost shouted why she wasn't answering, because her behavior was frankly annoying him. The girl just asked him to stop hitting her on the head, because at this rate she would be left without a brain. Jamie, considering the whole situation too stupid, assumed that she had no brains at all from the very beginning. Returning to the pendant, he was really curious and was sure that it was an artifact, but its effect remained unknown. Suddenly, he felt an incredible amount of energy that made him drop everything and think only about her. The boy jumped out of bed and ran toward the door, as he felt the urge to kill his mother from where she was now. It seemed to him that it could be a hidden attack designed to confuse him and put him at a disadvantage. Either way, Jamie had to hurry, because he couldn't let something like this pass him by without putting anyone in danger. He quickly ran to the place where he felt this energy and tried to get his bearings in order to find its source. Finally, he got his bearings and saw that the energy was coming from one person who had caught his attention from a distance. However, there was a problem. This person was too strong, and it seemed to him that he would not be able to defeat him, so the situation became somewhat more complicated. In that case, he was ready to just grab his mother and run as far away as possible so as not to get into an unequal fight where he would not be able to protect his loved ones. The stranger, who aroused in him such a desire to escape and protect his loved ones, did not even suspect what a storm he had caused inside Jamie with his mere presence. The grandfather of the family, who was nearby, watched with surprise and couldn't even understand what was going on. To do this, he used a mixture of erasing magic and directed it straight at the one he instinctively feared. He understood that this attack would not actually make any sense, but decided that now he could take a chance and save at least his mother. But unexpectedly, the stranger quickly stopped this technique and called it a good trick that would have given him a chance to save himself. In just a moment, he found himself in the hands of this stranger, who lifted him up effortlessly and ruined all his plans. Jamie realized that he was in a very bad situation, so he simply asked to be released so that he could feel at least a little control over his own situation. The boy realized that he had no choice now, and even if he had to use dark magic, he would have to do it. Suddenly, his mother and grandfather appeared behind the scene, watching with surprised faces at events they had not expected at all. They looked very confused, not knowing how to react to what was happening in front of them. The grandfather was the first to come to his senses, noting that his grandson's abilities were truly impressive, especially considering his young age. He added that their family's future would be so dazzling that they would not be able to open their eyes, while the mother hit the boy on the back so that he would bow in respect. The woman was outraged that he would even think of doing such a thing to someone he didn't even know, and insisted that she had taught him to behave completely differently. No matter how hard he tried to justify himself, pointing out that she had misunderstood everything, she did not give up and asked again if she had been such a bad teacher that he had not learned the basic lessons of manners. Jamie had already resigned himself to his fate and was beginning to call himself a disappointment when the stranger asked the lady to pause and pointed out that he himself had provoked the situation. Sears paused for a second between her son's remarks and asked Sir Beryl to clarify what he meant. Meanwhile, the boy pointed out that everything was just as he had said, because it was really unfair to him, given the external circumstances. Beryl Onyx said that he had heard that the next generation of the Welton family possessed exceptional abilities, so he wanted to test him. His mother still couldn't understand what he was talking about, as she didn't quite understand how such tests could be performed on a child. The man explained that he had only slightly revealed his presence to the child and added a slight note of hostility to his energy. This caused her to explode with emotion again, because now she blamed not her son, but the man who had frightened them all for no good reason. Suddenly, the grandfather intervened, asking his daughter to calm down, since he was not really threatening anyone, so there was no reason to quarrel without cause. Sears suddenly realized that if he did something like that to her son again, she would not let it go. And knowing her character, that was no exaggeration. Beryl Onyx apologized and watched the boy's reaction to all these events closely, as he was of primary interest to him here. Now the woman apologized to Jamie, who simply said that everything was fine, since no one knew what the situation really looked like, provided that the energy was directed only at him. He managed to perfectly target a specific person and manifest his presence, which showed how strong the creature had to be in order not to be affected by the erasing discharge. Jamie was able to address the man personally without intermediaries and asked him if he was a master swordsman, to which he briefly confirmed. When they were sitting in a more relaxed setting, his grandfather told him that their Jamie simply had a talent for finding strong people. Among other things, they mentioned their guest, who was a master swordsman nicknamed the Storm Swordsman. The Seldom Empire was famous for its 5 swordmasters. If none of them fought each other, it was difficult to determine who was the strongest, but everyone believed it was the swordmaster Tariq's, known as the Royal Sword. The second strongest was Count Arjun Welton, who was her husband and Jamie's father. And in third place was the same Beryl Onyx, who now sat pensively in their living room. Jamie bowed to him and gave his name, noting that it was an honor for him to meet such a mighty warrior. But the man's gaze remained as cold and impenetrable as ever, as if all this were a facade that he was desperately trying to remove in order to get to the truth. Jamie's mother interrupted the conversation, exclaiming the guest's name and asking what he intended to do now, given the unpredictability of his appearance. He replied very briefly and concisely that he was going to teach Jamie how to wield a sword, which was the perfect experience for a man with his potential. Jamie was immediately surprised and couldn't believe that such an honor would fall on his shoulders, as he understood how serious the man sitting in front of him was. Meanwhile, his mother tried to clarify whether she had heard correctly, given that Jamie was studying magic and sword fighting seemed unnecessary to her. Beryl only briefly remarked that he knew about it, but believed that if the boy managed to master a second combat discipline, it would not be superfluous. In addition, he hinted at genetic links, considering that the blood of Count Welton, who was even stronger than himself according to the conditional table, flowed in his veins. The grandfather intervened and said that he agreed with this, because if the swordmaster said so, then so it was. But it was worth considering that Jamie's talent for magic was simply unprecedented. The man noted that he knew that Jamie was someone who could potentially become a 9th-ranked mage, and assured him that he had heard of such things more than once. He remembered the old man who was the source of these rumors, who said that Jamie would continue to improve his skills even if he just breathed without making any effort. But he knew what he was talking about when it came to swords, and that was a completely different story, where simple talent would not be enough for development. This art would be difficult to master if he missed the necessary moment when everything in his body would indicate his readiness to learn. Jamie thought for a moment that it would be nice to know how to use a sword, but restoring his strength from his past life was still his top priority. Therefore, he said aloud that he would now like to focus his attention on magic, as he had clearly defined priorities for himself in this matter. The man listened to him attentively and meanwhile took a cup of coffee that was standing in front of him, as if he were a guest. Beryl Onyx exhaled and said that he understood the young man and why he was acting this way, since priorities in learning were very important for a person with his abilities. While these events unfolded as if in a theater, it had already grown dark outside, and the moon had taken control of the starry sky. The boy walked around the yard and imagined that this was why the Bell family's garden was so beautiful, because it was well managed. Shortly before that, he returned to his room, where he met a student who asked about a meeting with a sword master and asked if he had come to take her away, but he briefly ordered her to go to bed and not disturb him. And in the garden, he could finally take a break from these annoying comments and enjoy the rather pleasant and, most importantly, quiet atmosphere. He remembered that when he met the swordmaster, he felt as if there was a huge wall in front of him, and he was lucky to have restored his breathing technique and life force, as well as regained his ideal element. But it was still not enough. Jamie looked anxiously at the bracelet on his hand and realized that at this rate, he would start treading water because he lacked the impetus for development. He thought about the concept of the 7th rank, because it was from this point that a person began to be called an archmage, and this could not be achieved through training alone, because when the magical object that the mage was studying reached its maximum, then the door leading to the path of the archmage opened. This stage was called admission to magic, but it would be quite easy for him to achieve this, given his knowledge from his past life. However, it was important to remember that he would not be able to defeat those scumbags who acted in the same way, and because of his own strategies, he was doomed to failure in the past. Now the boy understood perfectly well, and because of this, there was a need to become even stronger and break this vicious circle. Jamie wondered what his new acquaintance and his mother had in common, because at one point the man lowered his gaze so much that it seemed to him that this connection existed. Suddenly, an incomprehensible creature rushed at him from inside, appearing there in a split second. The boy immediately activated his shield so as not to fall for such a provocation right away, but at least to gain a few minutes to think. He was annoyed that someone dared to interrupt his rest and the reflection that was necessary to determine his future direction. Suddenly, while inside his shield, he heard someone using the lightning technique, and the initiative definitely did not come from him. He cautiously looked back to see who else had become involved in this incomprehensible incident in which he had become entangled. A very strong charge of mana flew over his head, directed from behind, as if trying to finish the job with one blow and not drag out a simple task. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared in his field of vision, who was the owner of this technique and was dealing with an unexpected opponent. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise as two unusual events worthy of attention had happened to him in the blink of an eye. The boy did not even have time to understand what was happening when the man landed from his flight, during which he managed to fend off the attack. A blonde-haired man with a sword in his hands and a smile on his face asked if everything was all right, as he was trying to protect him in this way. He remarked as if he knew that important guests from the House of Velton had arrived, but due to his busy schedule, he was unable to meet them properly. Jamie analyzed in his head that he had managed to destroy such a huge monster in just a minute, and although its strength could not compare to that of Beryl, it was still no mistake. The man still smiled apologetically for being late in introducing himself and noted that he held the position of assistant to the Marquis of Bell. The boy couldn't wrap his head around the fact that someone so strong could only hold the position of assistant, and it was unclear why such a person would be kept in such a position. Sable immediately pointed out that he was not to be feared, as he was a loyal servant of his grandfather, calling the boy by name. Jamie was surprised for a second that he knew his name, but it was quite natural considering that he was the Marquis's assistant. In that case, he wanted an explanation as to why such a huge monster had appeared here, in the peaceful territory of the house. The man replied somewhat ambiguously, saying that it was the Marquis's hobby, which did not clarify the situation, but only confused it further. In a moment, they found themselves in the grandfather's office, who asked if there had been any progress on the matter he had entrusted to his assistant. The assistant said that he had found a probable group of demons, but unfortunately, he had not been able to catch them all, which was quite an unpleasant fact. The master of the house could not even imagine that the followers of the Demon King would appear on their path again, and the assistant added that there were rumors that they were on the borders of their territories. This was potentially very dangerous for their lands, so the situation had to be resolved as quickly as possible before people became suspicious. But even here, there was something strange, considering that the only city where mass murders had taken place was Afton itself. The man really did not expect something like this to happen, but it seemed that they had returned to take revenge for the past. He remembered that about half a century ago, or maybe more, his father had killed the Demon King because he had tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. The assistant stood by with a smile and waited for new orders as he was truly loyal to his boss. The head of the Bell family gathered his courage and firmly addressed his assistant, who was waiting for instructions, and Sable prepared to accept a new order, which would have to be carried out even more efficiently than last time. The grandfather noted that the demons would once again be wiped off the face of the earth with the help of the Bell family, which would take this task very seriously. The blonde-haired man said he would wait for his future orders because it was necessary to act very carefully here. He noted that they would stop there for now, and the assistant understood that he was free to go. Suddenly, he stopped, remembering that he had not told his boss that he had met young Jamie today on his way to the man's audience. The man was surprised because he did not expect him to see his grandson so late at night, somewhere on the road instead of in bed. Instead of any explanation, he only remarked that he had been attacked by a large monster from the lake, which put the head of the Bell family in an awkward position. The calm atmosphere that prevailed in Jamie's room, who was already getting ready to go back to sleep after his adventure, changed dramatically. His mother almost ran in, wanting to make sure her son was all right, given the stories she had heard. She looked very worried and wanted to make sure that everything was not as it might seem at first glance. Her grandfather and his assistant followed her into the room, and Jamie admitted that Sable had saved him, so everything was fine. Sears admitted that she was very worried about her son, and noted that if he went out alone again, he would receive a severe punishment from her. He just lazily agreed, but even that answer didn't satisfy her, because she wanted him to be more enthusiastic about her warnings. Suddenly, his grandfather intervened, saying that he thought he had warned people not to let anyone onto the property, but it seemed that they had made a mistake. Now his daughter rushed at him, wanting to understand if he was still engaged in this nonsense of collecting monsters, considering that they had talked to him about how dangerous it was, but he waved her off and turned to Sable. To defuse the situation, the assistant decided to introduce himself to his boss's daughter and remarked that it was a great honor for him to meet such a beautiful lady. This melted the ice in her heart a little, and she extended her hand, noting that she had heard that he had saved her son, for which she was truly grateful to the man. The blonde-haired man remarked that he was sure Jamie would have done just fine on his own if he had found himself in the same situation, and that he was just lucky to have seen his abilities with his own eyes. Jamie, who was still watching their conversation from the sidelines, concluded that his grandfather's assistant was a decent man, as well as strong and quick-witted. He had to admit that at that moment, he was giving off a completely different energy than he had during their first meeting. Suddenly, his mother addressed him again, asking if he thought they had finished their conversation, but Jamie truly believed that his torture would end there. His grandfather tried to save his grandson from his evil mother, and they fled as far away as possible, where the next day they could finally breathe easy, without Sears watching over them. Jamie was glad he had managed to escape from the house, where he could have been stuck at his mother's command. But to do so, he had to wear a disguise that turned his hair chestnut brown. At the same time, he was surprised that there was not a soul on the street, so he asked the first person he met how to get to the church in Pyro, since that was the original purpose of his journey. The older woman explained that he needed to go in the direction she was pointing, but something didn't sit right with the young man, as if something suspicious had appeared out of nowhere. She immediately said goodbye as soon as she pointed to the road, while the young man asked her to wait at least a second so he could ask her something. Suddenly, cries rang out across the square that a murder had taken place and pointed to the work of a demon, causing Jamie's face to immediately change with surprise. People watched the events closely, wanting to know what was happening, thus creating a crowd around the victim. Jamie decided that he had to push his way through the crowd and see everything with his own eyes so as not to imagine worse theories than could be the case. Finally, he managed to reach the scene, where he indeed saw the corpse of a man who looked somewhat mutilated given the circumstances. Before people could figure out what had happened, guards showed up and cleared everyone away to get to the truth. But it was too late because people began to discuss that it was just another corpse without a heart, even losing count because there were so many of them. Everyone was sure that this was the work of a demon, until Jamie thought that hearts were usually used in rituals to summon demons. This explained why the adults at home were so uncomfortable, even though they probably hoped that the boy hadn't noticed anything unusual in their behavior. He immediately remembered his grandfather's assistant, who looked both very friendly and suspicious in his own way, as if he were looking for reasons for some important event. Now Jamie could conclude that the goal of those who were killing people was probably revenge for the incident in Portsmouth. In fact, it could be interpreted as revenge on the Bell family, who were the main cause of the events there. Almost immediately, a good idea came to his mind, which complemented this theory and made it more convincing. For him, this could only mean that the Pyro Church was also on high alert, so it was no surprise that there was no sign of them. So Jamie decided that he would have to intervene again to rectify the situation and immediately used an invisibility spell. Next, he activated flight to get to his destination as quickly as possible and not waste time traveling on the ground. He quickly found himself where he wanted to be and asked himself if this was the place, looking at the luxurious mansion that glistened in the sunlight. As he looked closer, his expression changed immediately when he saw something he had not expected at all, especially given the general conditions. There were many people in church attire in the garden, and the Holy Knight Raz was also there. The most important thing was that they radiated an incredible holy energy, which could mean that there was a high-ranking person in the church among them. It seemed to him that it could be the Archbishop, although he had heard that there were only 3 of them. But such an incredible, powerful force, which gave him goosebumps, could not belong to just anyone. As he watched the situation unfold, the knight was talking to this man, so it was interesting to hear what they were talking about, given the events in the city that so concerned the church. Jamie hid in a tree and wanted to listen, if at all possible, to keep abreast of all the events. Suddenly, the man who exuded incredible power looked in his direction, as if he had noticed that someone was watching them. He immediately became distracted from his conversation with the Holy Knight, who immediately noticed this. But the church follower said that he must have imagined it and that it was just a squirrel, until Ras informed him that the Marquis was waiting for the man. So he immediately focused on the upcoming meeting, noting that they should hurry and adding that he hadn't seen the young lady in a long time. Jamie wondered how an ordinary priest could have such good instincts that he was able to notice the pursuit from such a distance. Still, it was worth focusing on what he had heard, because what he was going to the Marquis' family played into his hands, because now there were no strong people there. This meant that no one would prevent him from entering the building that was of such great interest to him. Meanwhile, inside the prayer hall, Ricky and Anna's family were spending time in divine silence. Ricky suddenly noticed something, and it changed his mood while Anna asked what had happened. In a moment, the boy laughed out loud, completely forgetting where they were and that it was somewhat inappropriate. The girl assumed that something good had happened that she couldn't see because of her poor eyesight, which was why he was laughing. Ricky abruptly rose from his seat and said that he assumed something good had happened after all, without explaining anything further to his sister. The next moment, he told Anna to rest for now and that he would be back soon, saying this with the most sincere smile. And as he ran to the door, he noted to himself that this was his territory and there was no way to hide, no matter how much he wanted to. In fact, the boy sensed Jamie's presence, so he flew towards his energy to finally see his dear friend. Meanwhile, Jamie, who had entered the church to accomplish his goals, did not expect to meet Ricky, who would greatly hinder him now. The boy felt some kind of energy coming from that side, and it seemed to him that it was something like a sanctuary, a place where God is worshipped. He was still using magic, and in this case wondered what to do if he had reached his theoretical destination. Suddenly, someone touched him from behind, which scared him a lot, considering that he was hiding and didn't want to be caught here. Jamie instinctively raised his hand, threatening to use some technique, and asked who it was to understand his chances. Ricky, who had managed to run to his friend, now looked somewhat alarmed, as he did not want to be physically punished for his actions. Jamie's expression immediately changed when he realized that the man had no intention of harming him, but his presence was still unwelcome. He immediately began to justify himself, saying that he only wanted to scare him, but it was quite a difficult task given his friend's skills. While the guy in the robe was about to yell at him and explain that such behavior was unacceptable, given the circumstances, the other guy interrupted him. Ricky covered his friend's mouth with his hand so that he wouldn't say anything, considering that they weren't supposed to be caught. Now that he had calmed down, he invited his friend to follow him, as he knew a place where he could be safe. But Jamie did not expect that by this place his friend meant the Archbishop's office, and Ricky explained that he was a good man, so he would most likely not mind. The young man had to take a deep breath and ask his friend how he had managed to get behind him without giving himself away. His friend immediately changed the subject, asking if he had come here because he missed his friend and respected the fact that he was not at all happy to see him if he started with such topics right away. Ricky still had to answer this question, so he noted that this territory was under the jurisdiction of the goddess, and although he had not yet reached the full power of an apostle, he was gradually approaching it. It would be more accurate to say that this place enhanced the abilities given to him by the goddess, which made Jamie wonder if he had become omnipotent in this church. It should be noted that his companion did not feel the power of the dead at all, so this could only mean that the power of the apostle in him had grown so strong that it was able to suppress it. From this, it could be concluded that he now had some powerful tricks at his disposal, and Ricky said that the goddess was looking for a guy, so he could deliver a message from her. Jamie didn't even have time to agree to this before the guy dropped to his knees and began to radiate such an amount of holy energy that it was hard to imagine. Just like last time, the boy's eyes were filled with a certain glow that set him apart from an ordinary person who would never be able to withstand such a thing in real life. Jamie had to admit that this was completely different from last time, indicating that his level of power had grown incredibly. It now seemed to him that part of the goddess's being was really right here, as if he had become her conduit through his own body. Ricky suddenly said that a terrible demonic energy had awakened around them, completely taking over the image of the sacred creature. Jamie looked at it in amazement and couldn't even understand how it was all happening, let alone the meaning of the words they were trying to convey to him. The apostle continued, shifting the topic to the dark forest, which was the place where all the bad stuff would start, so it had to be stopped before it spread further. If they failed to stop it in time, her territory here would simply fall, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Because of this, Jamie had to go into the dark forest, and she hoped that he would not lose anything or anyone along the way, as that would be an additional difficulty. Finally, the goddess simply said that she was leaving it up to him and abruptly deprived her apostle's body of such a huge amount of sacred energy. It took a few minutes for Ricky to come to his senses and feel a little better after such a powerful release of energy. Jamie wanted to understand what this was all about and how the goddess could be so bold as to demand something and then leave immediately without even explaining anything. Ricky smiled and apologized for his goddess, noting that she was not in the best shape at the moment. The guy explained that when she had to come down during her last meeting with Jamie, it affected her much more negatively than she had expected. But in any case, the guy didn't understand why she asked him for help when there were a lot of believers in the church, because he never thought that God would ask a human being for help. Ricky explained that Jamie was the only one who could do it because the goddess had explained to him that, as the successor to that very person, he was given the understanding. Jamie was surprised, but wanted to ask for more details. But the guy explained that she was not connected to him at the moment, so he couldn't tell him anything else. He concluded that this was very selfish and turned to the nearest window, causing Ricky to think that he was already running away. The young wizard said he had to leave before the owner of the room returned, as this meeting would be extremely undesirable for him. Jamie said that they would see each other later with his friend and quickly headed towards the residence from which he had come. Ricky could only watch all this and not even comment, because he understood that Jamie would do what he thought was right anyway. The boy suddenly asked his goddess if everything would be all right with his friend, because he was really worried about Jamie's fate. Meanwhile, Jamie returned to the Marquis's residence and hoped that no one had noticed his absence. As soon as his foot touched solid ground, he was sure that he had not been away from the house long enough for it to be a problem. At first, he smiled and hoped that he wasn't late, but that reaction quickly faded when he heard his grandfather's assistant's voice. Jamie immediately turned back to check if he had imagined it, but unfortunately it was true, and Sable looked as satisfied as ever, smiling and asking if he had gone anywhere, and there was no point in lying. The boy tried to play dumb and lie, saying he had just gone out for a minute to take a walk, but he knew it would be useless. It was immediately apparent that this was not having the desired effect, and that the man did not believe him at all, which was entirely to be expected. Jamie's face changed completely because he felt really bad at the very thought that he might be noticed during his wanderings, which were supposed to remain secret. Finally, his grandfather's assistant left him and explained that an important guest was coming to visit them today, the Archbishop of the Church of Pyro, Mr. Saphira. The boy kept up the act of being a fool and said that he was just an incredible person, and Sable smiled and remarked that Lady Sears was looking for him. This did not surprise him at all, considering that his mother had always treated him with excessive care, so it was to be expected. The next moment, the boy decided to ask where Sir Onyx had gone, as he could not find him anywhere, but he did not know either. The blonde-haired man turned to his boss's grandson and said that it would be better for him not to be interested in this person, for his own safety. When Jamie asked why he shouldn't do so, he was given no explanation, only that it was for his own good. Sable said he hoped his new acquaintance would have a good rest and that he would come back for him when Mr. Saphira arrived, which seemed strange to Jamie. Finally, he just said that if he was going for a walk, it would be better not to go towards the marine forest. hinting at the sudden disappearance of the boy. He looked at him defiantly, as if hinting that he should do the opposite, despite the warning. In that same forest, when it got dark, things could happen that were hard to even think about. The general atmosphere immediately showed that this place could not be safe or friendly to an ordinary person. Amidst the desolation that reigned where beautiful trees should have been, an incomprehensible sphere appeared, surrounded by threads that resembled veins. Two strangers approached the sphere, asking it to stay there a little longer, calling the creature inside a child, because soon it would be able to get out of there. One of them addressed the sphere and noted that on the day it finally woke up, something they had longed for would happen. Pressing on the sphere, he noted that this would be the moment when they would finish their call, feeling incredible elation. The strange child inside listened to this and did not react in any way, as this form of life was completely incomprehensible and atypical. Meanwhile, returning to the residence of the Marquis de Belle, Jamie turned to his mother with a question. The woman, of course, responded positively and told him to ask anything he wanted, and little Sarah joined in, wanting to have a say as well. However, the question that was asked was completely unexpected for the lady, and she had to think about it, namely what connected her to Uncle Onyx. Jamie watched her reaction closely and concluded that she simply could not tell him if there was such a long silence between them. Sears noted that this was not the case, but it was difficult to choose where to start the story so that it would make the most sense. So she had to start from quite a distance, namely, tell her son everything he needed to know. So she turned to her childhood when she was only 7 years old. It was then that she first met the man who would later become one of the 3 strongest swordmasters. Their families met, and it was impossible not to notice how much Beryl had grown since they last saw each other. Judging by the boy's very reserved reaction, everyone decided that because of his daily sword training, he was simply unaccustomed to being in society. His father, in turn, was concerned that he had not been able to find him a worthy teacher, and Marquis Bell asked if he could help with the search. While serious conversations were taking place at the table, the girl tugged at Onyx's sleeve, trying to get his attention. Such behavior was not entirely understandable to him, as he was accustomed to behaving with restraint, and here he was confronted with such blatant audacity. Sears noticed that there were many butterflies in the garden and invited him to go with her, but he did not understand what she wanted from a virtual stranger. Her father simply said that his daughter was probably interested in him, and Onyx's father told him to go for a walk with the host's daughter. The boy understood that any objections he made would not be taken seriously, so he simply resigned himself to his fate and agreed. Showing him the juicy and bright fruit, she balanced on a branch, which did not look very safe to him for such a small and weak girl. Beryl called out her name, urging her to come down and not put herself in danger for no good reason. Sears, in turn, did not really understand why he was reacting so strongly, as she did not see a problem with it. But as soon as he said it, it came true, because she slipped on her unsuitable footwear for climbing trees and was about to fall. There was nothing left to do but fall to the ground, which wasn't very high, but for a 7-year-old girl, it was a noticeable blow. That's why the boy had to run to the place where she was about to land and somehow soften her fall. However, instead of the expected tears and hysterics, he felt that the girl was laughing and thought that what had happened was very funny. They had barely gotten up and shaken themselves off when Sears suggested doing it again because she found it so funny. Although at first he did not refuse because he thought it was a waste of time and wrong for the girl, whom he was putting in danger, she did not listen to him. Later, they returned to the house, where they could finally relax in a peaceful atmosphere instead of looking for adventure. Beryl cut the apple they had caught during their games and gave half to his new acquaintance, who was very grateful to him for this. Suddenly, she took out a whole bunch of apples instead of one and asked him to do the same for her again, while he was simply wondering where she had managed to gather so many fruits. The girl decided not to answer this question, but only expected him to fulfill her request and make the same gesture again. So the days passed one after another, which were very pleasant for both of them, no matter how differently they were perceived due to the specifics of their characters. Suddenly, the girl announced that she would now learn the art of sword fighting completely by accident. From that day on, Sears appointed her friend as her mentor, who would teach her all the intricacies of this important art. She was genuinely happy and interested in doing such things, as it was a combination of useful skills and time spent with a good friend. She eagerly asked how her skills were progressing, but the boy told her not to even try, as she had no talent for it. About 3 years after those events, something noteworthy happened during this story. Marquis Bell said aggressively that he had been told to stay away from the gold mine and was repeatedly told that it was too dangerous there. The man in front of him justified himself by saying that he had no other choice, because he could not question the honor of his family. But this did not affect the man, who remarked that if they lost their family, there would be no point in this honor. While such serious conversations were taking place inside the office, Sears and Beryl stood outside the door waiting for the verdict. But then something tragic happened that no one could have predicted. The boy's father was on the verge of death, so everything could change in an instant. He begged his father to get up and return to normal, but it was all in vain because it was already too late. After the head of the family committed suicide, their entire family was simply destroyed as part of the aristocracy. The Marquis de Bell turned to the boy, who was in terrible mourning, and said that from now on he could be with his family so that he would not feel so abandoned. It was difficult for Sears to watch her good friend's whole life fall apart, and she was genuinely sorry that things had turned out this way. Beryl tried to hold on until the end and not show his emotions, which were actually tearing him apart inside. As a sign of support, he took the girl's hand and squeezed it, because he felt that he was not alone in this shameful situation that had developed around his family. About a year passed before he finally brought up the subject after these turbulent events and began to return to normal. The girl tried to always be there for him and show her support in this way, but with each passing day, he paid less and less attention to her. This went on year after year, while she still tried to stay in the background to show her presence in Onyx's life. The guy became obsessed with training in the art of sword fighting in order to take revenge for what had happened to his family. It seemed as if he needed nothing but his sword and endless physical training, which forced him to shift his attention away from his main problems. He didn't even pay attention to Sears' presence nearby, as he had become so accustomed to it that he no longer focused on her. But suddenly she stopped being so involved in his life, and this made Beryl think about her role and the importance of her presence. The situation continued like this for about 4 years, until one day when a ball was held at the residence, attended by aristocrats. There was a cheerful atmosphere inside, as everyone watched with admiration the luxury that surrounded them. Sears found herself in the center of attention, and almost everyone offered her their company, but she refused, saying that she was fine on her own. While the young aristocrats watched the girl, who had become an incredible beauty, Onyx remained on the sidelines and only watched the situation from afar. But the next moment, he lost his self-control, and all those who dared to approach the girl met the same fate. Considering how effective the training had been, no one could compete with him in strength, so nothing could help this unfortunate boy if Beryl was not in the mood. He threatened to cut out all their tongues so that they could no longer chat happily with Sears while he remained on the sidelines. Such behavior could not fail to scare off potential suitors who were interested in the girl, who did not look busy when they were in the main hall. Suddenly, Sears herself appeared behind him, addressing the boy as a brother and looking, to put it mildly, dissatisfied with what she saw before her. He realized he was in trouble, as such behavior was unlikely to please a gentle girl who did not accept violence as a method. Sears did not even know how to find the words because the person standing in front of her was not the person she had known for so long. The next day, as the celebrations continued, more and more aristocrats from all over the kingdom arrived at the residence. One of them was Argento Welton himself, who had recently become the head of the family and hoped to receive advice from the much more experienced Marquis Bell. Sears smiled as she gave her name and said that it would be an honor for her to meet the head of the Welton family, so she asked him to make himself at home. Although she behaved politely and did not hint at anything more, she could not help but arouse admiration in the young aristocrat. Argento tried to restrain his emotions, but he couldn't do it completely, because the girl really charmed him with her beauty and kind heart. Her father noted that Count Welton was quite famous for his sword skills, and it was even rumored that he would soon become the next master of the kingdom. The young man was quite shy, so he said that it was just gossip and that he was currently too busy trying to learn his family's weaponry techniques, but the man noted that no one here doubted that. Walton found himself in a very awkward position, as he felt even more shy because of the Marquis's praise. But what caught his attention even more was the man's daughter, who was sitting with them and smiling sweetly, which made the young man unable to take his eyes off her. He no longer knew where to go with all these factors that made him want to just sink into the ground. Meanwhile, Onyx still wanted to show the girl that things weren't as bad as she had already thought. Beryl really wanted to talk to her, but she ran away from him, saying that they had nothing to talk about because his behavior was unacceptable to her. The guy realized that she was going to meet that scumbag again, but she pointed out that he was the head of the Welton family, and it was unfair to talk about him in such a way. He asked her if she really didn't like him, because before she only had eyes for him and paid no attention to the other guys around her. The girl replied coldly that the man she treated like a brother did not behave that way, but now he no longer listened to her and was trying to tie her to himself. And when she asked him to stop, it devastated Beryl, who saw the situation completely differently. The young man grabbed the girl and began to shake her, demonstrating how hard he had tried to always be with her and have her attention. Suddenly, a third person intervened in the situation, believing that Sears needed help, and in fact, he was not mistaken. It was Count Welton, who couldn't just stand by and watch the girl he had fallen in love with at first sight being hurt, so he wanted to understand what the guy was doing. Onyx did not want to pay any attention to him and told him to just get lost, because he already disliked the guy. Argento, in turn, believed that he could not allow such disorder to occur, as he was trying to protect the daughter of the owner of the house. So he grabbed the hand of the guy who wanted so badly to get an answer from Sears and threw it aside to demonstrate his determination. He forced him to apologize to Miss Sears, who stood with tears in her eyes watching the situation, which actually frightened her. Beryl was extremely annoyed that the young man had appeared and prevented him from understanding the relationship between him and the girl, so this had to be rectified somehow. This problem had to be solved, and he decided to challenge the Count to a duel, where they could resolve their issues without unnecessary witnesses. The girl was still standing nearby and couldn't believe that this was real, only because of the lack of communication between the three of them. Argento Welton felt that the girl was unique, so he decided to accept the challenge because it was worth fighting and sacrificing his life for her. Now Jamie could understand much better why there was such tension between them, which hung in the air but did not come out in words. But returning to the story, his mother noted that she came to his father and began to beg him to calm the couple down. His father said he didn't want to lie to his daughter and admitted that he had hoped to marry her off to Beryl. The girl said she strongly disagreed with this decision because he was like a brother to her, whom she had known for a long time, so it was wrong. In addition, she pointed out that the boy was either a demon wielding a sword or a man who was only watching her to find out if she was seeing another man or not. The Marquis pointed out that the young man simply loved her and therefore behaved so impulsively, given his young age and passionate feelings. Sears immediately objected and said that she did not even want to look at the situation from that angle, because it was simply unnatural for her. Tears welled up in her eyes because she understood that fundamentally important issues for her life were being decided, and her father did not want to take her opinion into account. She wanted to convey that the kind and caring boy she knew was no longer there, because he had changed so much that he was unrecognizable. It hurt her father to see his daughter suffering, so he asked her if she knew anything about Count Welton. The girl did not immediately understand what he was talking about, but he decided to let her go because he understood what she wanted to say and tried not to keep her in such limbo. The man found himself in a difficult situation because he had to choose between principles and promises that contradicted each other in this case. He wanted to get an apology from his old friend Onyx because he was already inclined to make a decision contrary to his. Nevertheless, the duel took place when it was raining heavily outside, and the general atmosphere was so dark and unpleasant that it was difficult to imagine a good day in such conditions. Onyx lay on the ground with a bloodied face, having lost the duel that was supposed to settle the matter of honor. Count Welton also won the duel, not without scratches and considerable difficulty, but he still managed to get what he wanted. A girl ran towards them, tears in her eyes, shouting to ask if he was all right after the trouble he had gotten himself into. Beryl hoped that she was addressing him and said in a weak voice that he would be fine, but this hope was quickly dashed when she ran up to someone else. Sears found herself in Argento's arms, who pointed out that he was much stronger than she might think, so she had nothing to worry about. The boy who lost this duel could only watch as his beloved embraced his enemy, which was even more painful for him emotionally. The next day, the Marquis's assistant came to him with important news about the events of the night before. Sir Byril had left the house in the middle of the night, and the girl's father understood this and decided that it would be better for everyone. 3 years had passed since those events, and Sears and Argento had married, and the girl had already become pregnant. Suddenly, her husband entered the room where the girl was sitting and wanted to talk to her about a delicate matter. The man decided that his wife should know about it, since Sir Beryl himself had become a master swordsman. Argento looked a little worried when he talked about this news because he did not know how the girl would react, having to remember the past. He assumed that the new master swordsman wanted to take revenge on the three families who had bankrupted his family. Sirs listened to him attentively, and her expression changed slightly, as this news was not very pleasant given their past. The woman noted that she had something she would also like to share with him, keeping her hands on her stomach. Count Villon was ready for whatever she was about to say, especially based on the news he had told her the day before. But the girl only said that after some thought, she had decided that they should name their child Jamie, but the father suggested that it could also be a girl, in which case they would name her Sarah. After adding all these details, the mother concluded that this was how they had met again, after such a long history between them. The mother asked if Jamie was so interested in her past, considering that they had not talked about it before. The boy was just wondering how he had managed to survive such a long story that touched on almost every aspect of her life. In fact, he had no idea that his father was capable of defeating such a powerful person, while his student was surprised by the expression on her master's face. A servant entered the room and apologized for interrupting their family time, but the archbishop they had all been waiting for had arrived at the residence. When they went out into the street to meet the desired guest, the Marquis was already standing there with his assistant, Enro, smiling sweetly at each other and showing complete loyalty. The archbishop immediately addressed the woman, calling her the same rascal, and she remarked that perhaps it was not worth mentioning this when they had not seen each other for so long. The man tried to create a pleasant atmosphere and call the girl a little girl now, but her father interjected that this little girl was already a mother of 2 children and a wife. Jamie also joined in the conversation and introduced himself, noting that meeting the archbishop was an honor for him, and Sarah was also reluctant to introduce herself. The church representative asked how the children were doing and asked the mother to bring them more often, as they missed her. In addition, the man said that the apostle had told him a lot about Jamie and that he had heard that they were best friends. Ricky also asked the Holy Knight to tell him that he was looking forward to seeing his friend as soon as possible. Jamie understood that this was all a cover, as you had already seen, but he just nodded his head to show his involvement with Ras and the archbishop. Now the Marquis's assistant offered to show everyone to the house, but the host said they would come a little later, as he wanted to talk to the archbishop. In a brief farewell, the church follower said he would pray that the goddess's blessing would descend upon the lovely lady and her children, and she thanked him and said she looked forward to meeting him as soon as possible. The mother turned to her younger daughter and asked what they should do while they waited for the guest to return. Suddenly, she remembered that Jamie had said he wanted to go to a place where there was a huge drop of water and where they could pass the time. But the boy decided to ask about the Mercenary forest because the assistant had told him not to go there under any circumstances. But he was curious about what kind of place it was. The woman's face immediately changed, and she asked how he knew about it, and it immediately occurred to her that he had gone somewhere. The boy already realized his mistake, but still wanted to understand why Sable had told him about it in the first place. Jamie justified himself by saying that the assistant just wanted to warn him, but his mother began to lecture him again, repeating that he should not leave the house without her knowledge, because even though he was a good wizard, he was still a child. He began to nod in agreement, realizing that any argument would lead to endless moralizing, so she pointed to a spot indicating that this was the forest. From where they stood, it looked like an ordinary forest, so the boy did not quite understand why she was paying so much attention to it and warning him about the danger. But his mother explained that it was one of 6 forbidden zones around the world, noting that one of them was the Great Forest of Ariadja, which was located beyond the borders of this forest, and it was easier to say that Mireille was part of it. While he played his part with a surprised look on his face, he realized that the probability that the very dark forest the goddess was talking about was extremely high. Therefore, she warned her son once again that he should not go there under any circumstances, as it would be too dangerous for him. Jamie, of course, pretended to agree and said he would not go there under any circumstances, but he already knew that he would definitely visit this place to find out something interesting. In the evening, he found himself there, as he was very interested in it, given the potential of the place and the message from the goddess. He took his student with him so that they could make more effective use of their time in the forest, and almost immediately they came to the conclusion that this was indeed the place they had been talking about earlier. A smile appeared on Jamie's face, as everything indicated that he was about to learn something extremely important for his future, given that the general atmosphere was simply terrifying. It was as if dozens of eyes were watching them, hungrily observing the newcomers to the forest, who could be easy prey. As they made their way through the forest, they encountered various creatures that they had to defend themselves against using techniques to avoid getting into trouble. But this created an additional problem, because it was a forest where black mana could not be used, so they had to use a much weaker one. A sudden sound behind Jamie made his student rush to his aid. Venna helped him defend himself against the attacker, who had decided to appear from behind and catch them off guard. The girl exclaimed that he should stop daydreaming and concentrate on what was in front of them. He was categorically dissatisfied with her attitude, as he was not used to being treated as if he were in a subordinate position. Just as she was about to figure out the source of his dissatisfaction, she looked back at her victim, who had been torn to pieces. Jamie decided that this was part of her training, so he couldn't argue with her about it, and he had to remain silent for the sake of her future. Finally, they moved on to a more serious discussion when the boy asked if his student was also unable to use black magic. She confirmed this, but said that she felt much better than ever before, as her body was as light as a feather, and she felt a flow of energy coming to her. The boy concluded that everything was fine because she was one of the forest Valkyries, so she, like the elves, was nourished by the energy of this place. At the same time, the girl was curious as to why they were here in the first place, considering that he had not wanted her to leave her animal form before. Venna felt very elated, which made her a little annoying, because she wanted to understand everything she had not had access to before. So now she was curious about what they had to do here at the goddess's request. Jamie himself did not have a clear plan, so he made everything up as he went along, considering that he had to rely on the limitations of black magic. Suddenly, a dark circle formed around them, which looked like a portal, which was quite unfortunate for the two of them, given its location. Before they could even notice it, they both fell down, pulled in with great force. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get out of there, so they had to accept that flying techniques couldn't help in this case either. Jamie wondered what could have caused such a severe restriction on the use of black energy, and at the same time wanted to figure out how to get out of this mess. It was difficult to even imagine what kind of forest it was, and if he fell to the ground at such a speed, he would be crushed to death, so he had to think quickly. But before he could even open his eyes, he found himself on the grass, as if nothing had happened, as if it had all been an illusion. Vina was already standing next to him and looked around, concluding that they had survived, but she did not understand what had happened. So the girl turned to her master to ask him to tell her where they were, but he was just as confused as she was, so he just wanted to look around and figure it out. In front of them was a strange light, indicating that they had ended up in ruins, which made their situation somewhat more complicated and confusing. This theory was immediately confirmed by the letters written on the door in front of him, which pointed to the famous phrase. Jamie quickly realized that the message said they had to either leave this place or go inside. He had to make a quick decision without hesitation, as the general atmosphere suggested that they were already in trouble. The door in front of him opened, and that was the final straw in his decision, because he had to go in to avoid the negative consequences of refusing. Venna was surprised and delighted that the door had opened, while Jamie noted that he didn't know who had created it, but it looked really interesting. The boy certainly did not expect to find symbols here that were used in his past life. Meanwhile, outside in the fortress, other events were taking place that were equally noteworthy. One of the guards noticed the smell of blood, which hinted that a bad situation was developing that they would need to resolve. Suddenly, one of the guards ran up to him and said that they had found someone lying unconscious. Not only was he unconscious, but his heart had been ripped out, so they concluded that it was the work of demons. He knew he couldn't handle this on his own, so he asked his assistant to tell Cybele about the discovery. The man looked at the body and thought the whole situation was very strange, because judging by his appearance, he had been killed about 4 hours ago. He immediately remembered the patrol route, as well as the path the soldiers took during the changing of the guard, which would have definitely crossed paths with the body. But no one had reported finding the body, so something about this story was fishy. As much as he wanted to point the finger at someone, he had to check the patrol schedule to immediately rule out those who were suspects. But before he could finish, someone suddenly attacked him from behind, stabbing him right in the heart, just like the corpse in front of him. The attacker was very pleased that he had managed to catch him off guard and meet no resistance. A crazy smile dominated his face, and he considered all those who were looking for them to be fools. But he wanted them to continue so that he could see if they would succeed after all. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence behind him, which made him tense up and behave less defiantly. It was the Marquis's assistant, who had finally met the person responsible for all the problems that had become relevant to their lands again. So he was happy to fight this battle right now. In addition, he noticed that he was in a rather awkward position because of him, as he had to blush in front of his boss for his failures. The guy in the robe immediately became anxious and wondered if the chief advisor, who was quite dangerous, was on time. But before he could finish his thought, he was cut down by a sword, so skillfully and quickly that he couldn't even resist. He had to fall to his knees because his body could not withstand the strain it had been under, along with numerous injuries. Sable also noted that bodies infected with demonic energy should not lose their strength so easily, so he could have been mocked even more. No matter how much he wanted to prevent such a fate, he could not be stopped, so he had to accept his death. Returning to the ruins where Jamie and his apprentice had ended up, they made their way further in the hope of understanding what awaited them. Jamie finally managed to heal his wounds with the help of the bead of life, but for a moment he really thought he might die from his injuries. The girl admitted that she had thoughts that they could end their lives and had no hope for the best as they flew down into the unknown. But a great adventure awaited them inside, such as huge armored soldiers armed with anti-magic, or for example, automatic rapid-fire traps that could catch them very quickly and leave them no chance of escape. The icing on the cake was a horde of fighting scorpions that seemed endless, whose venom could send even the most skilled warrior to his grave. Despite all these difficulties, they managed to get through and found themselves in front of another door, behind which lay the reason they were here. When the girl asked what they were looking for, Jamie replied only that it was the place where it slept, waiting to be awakened. The door slowly opened, bringing her closer to the answer, as she did not understand the teacher's explanations at all. Venna was expecting something big, because he had managed to intrigue her so much that she thought there were truths hidden there that were inaccessible to humans. Finally, the moment came when nothing more hid that mysterious figure from them, and they could finally find out who the sleeper was. Unexpectedly, a huge bear appeared before them, looking contemptuously at his guest, who seemed so tiny compared to him. Both had expected to see something different, so now they were simply shocked, not knowing how to react to what they saw. The girl's expression immediately changed, and she thought he was very cute, not imagining that he could harm her, given his appearance. She turned to the master so that he could also see how cute the big bear was, while he had already raised his paw, which could crush her in seconds. Jamie shouted a warning for her to run away while she still had a chance and to focus on the fight. Not a nonsense. The bear did not wait for them to get their bearings and began to act quickly, using its destructive power. Although this time they managed to dodge its blow, they still had to realize that they were in serious trouble. Their opponent immediately said that they were too weak to appear here and passed by peacefully. Jamie watched this and was surprised that it understood human speech, while the bear emphasized that they should know who was standing in front of them. The enemy acted very quickly and aggressively, grabbing the nearest stone, which could be their last shot. The bear was very annoyed that he did not know his true identity, so he threw a huge rock without even looking back at the possible deadly consequences. The guy had to think fast, so he shouted out a barrier technique that could save both him and the girl next to him while they came up with some kind of strategy. He managed to do this before the pieces of rock flew in his direction, but still, the hope of salvation was fading with every passing moment. Unexpectedly, one of them broke through the technique he had created around himself, so the whole point was lost. Jamie could only wonder how powerful the blows were that managed to break through his barrier, forcing him to feel all the negative effects of such brutal attacks. Venna couldn't just stand by and watch her master in such a situation, so she had to do something about it. The boy now lay motionless after being pelted with stones and suffering from the wounds they had inflicted. Jamie was semi-conscious and felt that almost all of his ribs were broken, which was a significant loss, considering that the enemy was still standing in front of. The girl ran up to him to check if he was okay, and he said he was grateful to be alive, noting to himself that it could have been much worse if he hadn't had the bead of life. Now the bear addressed him, saying that he had just nullified that power, so the boy had no way to resist in any way. From this, he could conclude that it was his enemy who had blocked his black mana, although it remained unclear to him how this could have been done. The bear immediately returned to his aggressive behavior and swung at him, saying that it was none of his business. So she gathered her resolve and clenched her fist to protect her master, who could have been hurt if she remained inactive. The girl understood that in such a situation, she had to act on behalf of her master, since he was not in the best condition to continue the battle. Meanwhile, in the fortress, where the battle between the Marquis's assistant and the unknown man who had caused the chaos in the lands was still raging, the situation was even worse. The guy in the robe, who had killed another guard just a few minutes ago, didn't get why Sable was putting up such a fight against them. The blonde-haired man said that he had crossed the line and destroyed everything, since they had agreed that he would not touch the soldiers. In his defense, he noted that the same swordmaster had disappeared again, so they had nothing to fear, at least as he saw it. Sable just smiled and said that if that's what he really thought, then his punishment wasn't enough. Now he realized that there was no way out, so he received another series of blows to the face, which made him think about everything that had been said. The Marquis's assistant explained that he didn't care about the swordmaster at all, because everything had to be done right. Therefore, in his opinion, the most important thing was to get rid of such dirty demonic parasites, or to force them to obey completely without weak-willed tyranny. Sable reminded him that everything had to go according to his father's plan, hinting at the instructions that were undoubtedly known to both of them. Meanwhile, in the ruins, the girl entered the battle to give her master at least a little time to recover. Vena tried her best and remembered everything she had been taught at school in order to fight this battle correctly and not fall behind. She still didn't know how bad her teacher's condition was, which distracted her a little, but he just said that she was doing very well. Jamie came to his senses a little, so he began to use the technique himself, starting with the 6-colored torrential rain. The bear did not seem very frightened when the mana sent by the wizard began to approach him. On the contrary, it did not cause the reaction they had hoped for, which would have at least bought them some time, so they just stood there with shocked faces and looked at each other. Neither Jamie nor Ven knew what to do in this situation, when all their efforts were in vain and the fight seemed hopeless. Suddenly, the enemy realized that it was all because of their waving their arms left and right, and he sincerely did not understand why they could not just give up, given all the circumstances. But the two of them were not willing to simply accept death, especially considering that he had attacked them for no reason. The bear, in turn, explained that they had left a terrible object in his forest, and since they had committed such a crime, they should be punished accordingly. No matter how much they assured him that they were here for the first time, he was sincerely convinced that it was a lie, noting that the dark force that protected the devil's demonic egg definitely belonged to the boy. Jamie was speechless when he heard this, as he would never have thought that there was a demonic egg in this forest. The enemy did not believe the reaction on the boy's face and told him to stop lying, threatening to kill all of the demon's followers. Without waiting for their answer, he swung his sword to kill them both and get rid of all the problems that, in his opinion, came from this couple. But suddenly Jamie intervened and said that he had come here to get rid of this thing at the request of the goddess Pyro. When his paw was already a few inches from the boy's face, he stopped and decided to listen to these words more carefully. The bear looked at him very skeptically and wanted to be sure that he was not lying, so as not to miss those who were probably the cause of the imbalance in the forest. He suggested that the bear go with him and see everything with his own eyes if he really didn't believe him. But the bear noted that this forest was part of the goddess's territory, and if he lied or slandered her name, he would be immediately punished by the heavens. Although this did not happen, he did not feel any divine presence emanating from the boy, and the power he had to nullify was definitely not holy. Jamie confirmed this, noting that he was not a follower of the goddess, but they had made an agreement that he was now obliged to fulfill. He then recalled that the goddess had ordered him to go into the dark forest and prevent the awakening of this terrible dark magic. Pyro said that he would understand why she had chosen to send him, rather than one of her followers, once he arrived at that place. The bear explained that it was very difficult for him to believe these words, but at the same time, he could not deny this fact, so he had to do as the boy said. Suddenly, the girl intervened and asked him to tell them about the demonic egg and the power that protected it. He agreed, saying that the egg had appeared about a month ago, and he had immediately gone to get rid of it, but it was protected by a dark force that prevented him from doing so. It should be noted that the energy was incredibly dark, deep, and powerful, so the situation worsened. It was difficult to even imagine what was the source of such a strong energy, which could not help but inspire fear with its spirit alone. He did not consider himself weak, so he clenched his fists and thought that he would be able to cope with it after all. The bear remembered how he swung and tried to use all his strength to break through this defense, but it did not work. In conclusion, he came to the conclusion that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the barrier, so he decided to block the energy surrounding him from the very beginning. At the same time, Jamie noted that he did not feel any divine power from the bear, so the question remained open as to how he managed to block this power. He explained that this was possible thanks to an artifact that looked like a ruin, which meant that everything they saw around them was just part of the element. The girl was very happy to hear this news, but the boy immediately interrupted her because he wanted to know who created it, and it was fundamentally important for him to know where the ancient language came from and for what purpose the artifact was needed in general. The bear did not have answers to all these questions, but the only thing he knew was that this place had been created about 600 years ago. Now there was only one thing left that interested Jamie, namely why he still restricted the dark force. Their new acquaintance did not quite understand what the problem was, so he asked for clarification in order to give a clear answer. The boy reminded him that he had blocked the force that protected the egg, and in that case, it should have broken on the spot, at least as far as he could tell. So he was curious as to why he had kept all this black mana in an unusable state, because it all seemed too confusing. The bear honestly admitted that the egg was still intact, so Jamie asked if there were any other obstacles to destroying it. He felt uncomfortable talking about it, but he had to say that in order to block the dark force with the artifact, the caster had to be in the ruins. And he had not yet met anyone who could help him destroy the egg, so the problem was still relevant. Jamie wanted to understand his motives and addressed him again, calling him a bear. But he interrupted, saying that his name was Tiburon, so that he would be called correctly. He immediately admitted everything associated with him, that he was a bear with a bunch of ideas but no plans to achieve them, with a long tongue that only talked about how miserable and unhappy everyone was. Now the guy asked if he could feel the power of the girl next to him, who still didn't understand what was going on, because she was completely out of context with the magical world. He looked more closely and noticed that she had the life force of a Valkyrie, and immediately asked if that was what he meant. Jamie corrected him, noting that it must be something similar to his power, which was also blocked. So he asked again if it was a power similar to the one that protected the egg. Tiburon said that in that case it was something completely different, because the power he had blocked was exactly the same as the boy's power, but different from Vena's power. This led him to certain conclusions, because he knew that only Orgina could have his black magic, so the search circle was narrowing. Now he asked him to remove the power restriction and release the two of them so that he could see it with his own eyes and understand how to proceed in this case. The bear did not look very pleased and did not trust the two of them, who had appeared here too suddenly for him to believe it so easily. Vina was still much more energetic and asked him to trust them, because if the master managed to use his power, he would be able to deal with the egg in a matter of seconds. Tiburon looked even more dissatisfied, because the fact that he had failed after so many attempts did not mean that it would be easy for some unknown boy. But at the same time, there were no other options to resolve the situation, so he had to agree and accept their terms. To test this, he tried to concentrate the mana in his fist, and when the characteristic marks appeared around it, he was sure that now everything would go much easier. Now he felt confident and knew that he was the strongest person in the room, given the return of the power that gave him strength. Suddenly, Jamie used his mana to create a whirlwind around the room that enveloped both his student and his opponent. Both had expected a completely different reaction, so they didn't know what to do now that they were surrounded by black energy. The boy did not stop and continued to accumulate mana in his hands, as he had his own view of the situation. Jamie did all this with a clear message that no one dared to control him if he himself had a different opinion. Tiburon reacted aggressively because he didn't understand what you were doing, considering that he had allowed you to use the energy for other purposes. But the boy didn't seem to hear him and focused on his goals, relying entirely on the mana inside his body. Jamie felt that he had a huge chance to take everything under his own control, so he tried to do it as quickly and accurately as possible. Suddenly, he was interrupted, which forced him to distract himself and return to reality, where the two were still in shock from such a daring act. The bear attacked him to stop him, believing that he had trusted him in vain, as he was doing things that did not match his promises at all. But even that didn't stop Jamie for a second, as he still had a smile on his face, as if he was in complete control of the situation. The wizard said that if he did not stop his attacks, there would be nothing left of the ruins, so it was worth thinking about whether this was the right thing to do. The student in the background noticed that he was bleeding, but that was not a problem for him, as he realized that he was facing a moral barrier. But even so, he was not going to stop. The bear said that his connection to the ruins had been lost, and suspected that it was Jamie's doing, who had managed to disconnect them so quickly. Jamie, in turn, cheerfully noted that he had appointed him as his assistant, and before that misfortune, his master was not the only one who was well-versed in artifacts, because for a third rank, it was all easy. He couldn't just leave alone the object that blocked his powers, although it would be difficult to call it a real limitation. Tiburon still did not understand how it had managed to block his powers, especially the power that allowed him to absorb holy energy. The bear began a whole treatise on how he had used some trick or lowered the level of mana accumulation, or perhaps influenced the initial coordinates in space. But in any case, the fact remained. Jamie grabbed his hand and pointed out that everything was already lost for him, and it was not worth trying to regain the unattainable. After that, he only asked that he not follow him and get in his way when he was doing more important things than dealing with some bear. Finally, he just noted that he would not be able to leave the ruins, even if he really wanted to, which was a very noticeable drawback. Tiburon did not have time to respond to everything that was happening, as the young man had already disappeared before his eyes, as if he had never existed at all. And in the Marquis's residence, the events of the previous night were being recounted in the morning, when 9 bodies were found. The man sincerely could not understand what was happening and who was responsible for these endless murders, which occurred so suddenly and in the same pattern. It was fundamentally important for him to find out who was responsible for all this, because it couldn't go on like this. In his opinion, Sable was the only one who could help him now, so he wanted to see him immediately. But the guards who had managed to survive the previous night did not know where the inspector or the Marquis's assistant were, so they stood there with guilty faces. They had to report that they had not seen the fair-haired swordsman since last night, which could mean that he had also fallen victim. While the Marquis was trying to figure out the situation and couldn't come to terms with its consequences, those on the other side were just happy. Sable felt very comfortable and looked down from his high vantage point at those who were about to arrive. He recalled the events of the past few days, which had taken place at the residence of the Marquis de Belle. The Marquis asked the Archbishop if he had received a call from the superintendent. The man confirmed this and noted that the sacred guardians of order had already been dispatched and would most likely arrive at their destination the next day at noon. He added that they had been visited by one of the great lords, who had to make a difficult decision according to what Belle knew. Sable noted that the two had taken good care of Afton, which was obvious since it was their second sacred land. But in reality, this was not enough, because by the time they found out everything that was really going on, it would be too late. The man was pleased to realize that everything would be over by the time their plan could be destroyed by anyone from the outside. Returning to the dark forest where Jamie was still with his student, they managed to get to the mysterious demonic egg. Venna rightly noted that the aura surrounding the egg was exactly the same as what she had seen in her teacher. He himself did not understand what this black mana was that belonged to him, but he had to find a way out of this situation, which was definitely not in his favor. At the girl's request, he easily began to translate the symbols that seemed to be flying in the air, noting that they said something like a dead man lying down, hands up, or seawater. He continued to himself, interpreting it one by one as moonlight, a single star shining in the wavy sea, the only light in the dark sky. While he was trying to understand what exactly was meant, he suddenly realized, as the associations brought back his memory. Again, he remembered the wavy dark sea, the shining starlight, and the dead man stretching his hand over the sea wave. The only moonlight in the dark sky, an old man raising his hand and drowning in the darkness that began to resemble images from the past. The man who devoured even the darkness, the beast who craved everything, all of this immediately reminded him of that very book. These lines were of great importance to his true personality, which remained in the distant past. In a past life, he had promised something in the distant future, which was interpreted in these lines of the Leviathan. Jamie realized that this grimoire was part of his existence, and was even surprised how he could have forgotten about it. In fact, his memories were incomplete, because he had remembered the uprising against the divine completely by accident, and it was strange that he had no discomfort about the gaps in his memory. Vina watched her master closely from the sidelines to see if they were doing everything right, and he only said that he was beginning to understand what it was all about. In addition, he handed his student a ring and told her to take it, because it would be useful in the future. She did not argue with him and immediately put it on her hand, and he explained that it was an artifact he had picked up in the ruins. As soon as the girl put her mana into it, a weapon appeared in her hands that looked formidable enough to help in battle. Vena was very pleased to have received such a wonderful gift, and Jamie just told her to hold on to it and continue to keep an eye on everything around her. He assumed he would be delayed, but not for long, because he had to deal with the mana that mistakenly resembled his own. Jamie concentrated on this task and ordered the object standing in front of him to return to its owner. As soon as contact was established between them, which could really help in this matter and make their wishes come true, someone interrupted them. The owners of this demonic egg appeared nearby, and they certainly did not want their efforts to be ruined in this way. He immediately used magical techniques that demonstrated his serious attitude toward all these events, so problems had to be solved quickly. Jamie couldn't switch his attention very quickly, considering how much energy he had put into the egg now, so he needed his student's help. Vena realized that in this case, she had to be the one to protect them both from the first threat. So using her new weapon, she would have to do it. The girl gripped her weapon tighter to gather enough determination to fight and defend herself rationally. Summoning all her strength, she repelled the magical attack that was directed at them, thus delaying the attack. Suddenly, the attacker felt the power that the girl possessed, and he was thrown deep into the forest. Vena herself felt the significant consequences of that attack, which deprived her of her strength and seemed to hit her as well as her opponent. Jamie quickly concluded that this was caused by a holy power, which could only mean that Janice's church was involved. An unknown girl appeared before them, who noticed that the boy had a good sense of the situation and looked as if she was ready to kill her in a matter of seconds. The boy bluntly asked what the representative of the church was doing there, hinting that she had come to destroy the egg or, conversely, to protect it from their attacks. The girl looked unmoved despite his words and only tried to take a closer look at the big picture. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she immediately took on a combative stance, as if preparing to attack again. The object of her attention was a girl with pink hair and a hammer in her hands who still did not understand what was happening around her. The stranger warned that she had managed to assemble a combo because she hated such braids and such weapons more than anything else, which only made her angrier. For this reason, she lunged at the girl, stating that she was ready to kill her first so that she could not see her. Vina found herself in a difficult situation, as she had to defend herself against a strong opponent who could really take her life without much effort. The unknown representative of the church could not help but notice that her opponent was quite good, and this would make their duel even more interesting. But the girl was in no mood to laugh, as she had to pull herself together and accept that a serious battle awaited her, one in which she could not give in. Vina tried to track her opponent's movements because she was very professional and fast, which complicated her situation. Over time, her lack of combat experience immediately affected the impression she made on her opponent, who thought it was not enough. Frankly speaking, such comments annoyed the girl, and she wanted her to finally shut up, launching a new attack on her. The church follower still thought it was too weak to take this duel seriously, rather than just a warm-up before Jamie. She responded that she wasn't done yet, and continued to attack her with increasing force, as it aroused her anger. This only pleased her opponent, and she was only too happy for the girl to mobilize her skills even more effectively. Now she decided to act more roughly and suggested that she deal with another attack, which was even more serious than the previous ones. In a moment, she was behind her pink-haired opponent, who still didn't know what to expect. But the blue-haired girl quickly used a magical technique that explained everything and dotted the I's and crossed the T's. In a matter of seconds, the girl's body was completely covered in cuts, causing her body to lose strength with every breath. Jamie couldn't let this situation continue, so he thought that maybe a small blow would be enough. But if he stopped to help his student, he wouldn't be able to return to his first goal. Vena stopped him and warned him to continue doing what he was doing, as it was more important at the moment. With a heavy heart, she said that she still had the strength to fight, so he had to continue no matter what. Her opponent said that she must be in a lot of pain and that it would be unpleasant if she cut the pink-haired girl in two, and that she found it ridiculous that she was actually going to fight in such a state. But the girl saw no other option, as she had to follow her teacher's orders for everything to work out right. The church representative still laughed at her, calling her a good slave, and pointed out that children like her sometimes had to act on their own. Vina agreed with her and said that she was good at doing what she thought was right. But she still watched her with a dissatisfied expression because she was getting tired of it all and wanted to move on to her main opponent, the young wizard next to her. Suddenly, a curse was used against her that completely reversed her feelings, so she had to experience the consequences of this for herself. Vena acted very recklessly and understood that it could all end very quickly, but she had to believe in the best. Now her opponent realized that it was black magic, which was quite dangerous for her, so it was necessary to make some decisions. Before she could even comprehend the whole situation, she felt her hands begin to shake, as if her body had stopped obeying her commands. The girl decided not to waste any time and returned to her opponent, who had managed to relax and lose control of the situation. Vina felt that the curse had ceased to work and that this was her last chance for victory, which was now entirely in her hands. The church follower was not at all happy with how the situation was unfolding and wanted everything to continue as before, according to her rules. Therefore, she pointed her weapon at the young girl in order to get rid of her company. Calling her some not-so-nice names, she swung to deliver the final blow that would end the fight. The girl felt how pathetic her situation was, but she was not going to give up no matter how difficult it was in general. Their weapons clashed in combat, and that could only mean that they were both going down, along with this attack that exceeded the limits of her strength. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out in the forest, demonstrating that everything could be over in literally a few seconds. Huge chaos spread around, with trees starting to burn, and the whole forest looking as if it were under threat of apocalypse. Vena lay there semi-conscious, trying to understand what was happening around her. It was difficult to understand what had caused the latest event, as her strength was leaving her body with every passing second. But no matter what, she had to get up and continue the battle to protect her teacher, who really needed it. She was slowly losing consciousness because her body couldn't handle the strain, but her mind was still committed to continuing the fight. Meanwhile, the representative of the church was extremely dissatisfied with having to endure numerous attacks against her, so she promised to deal with the scum she had so sincerely protected in a matter of seconds right before her eyes. Suddenly, Jamie intervened himself, as he was now free and could take revenge for the mutilated body of his opponent's student. He found it funny that she believed in her victory and dominance over him, even though he had not yet shown any of his powers, which significantly surpassed hers. So the boy gave the Leviathan in order to devour the girl who believed so strongly in her invincibility. She did not have time to react, and the magic began to work on her, turning everything around her into food and then destroying her completely. The essence of the technique was quite simple, as it consisted of complete absorption, but this made it even more powerful. The boy did not like the holy power she possessed, so it would be better to devour her completely so as not to spread it. The church follower had no choice but to watch as she was devoured by the parasite, which acted very quickly. Jamie praised his student, who had done very well, because thanks to her efforts, he was able to deal with the demonic egg. He told her not to worry anymore, which made the girl smile with her last ounce of strength as she felt that she had done her duty properly. Suddenly, the enemy destroyed the parasite that was supposed to finish her off and decided to take revenge for such a daring attack. The girl noticed that she would like to be more gentle with him, as he had such a sweet and childlike appearance. But this did not fit the situation. In fact, everything turned out exactly as Jamie had expected, because he immediately thought that she would not be an easy enemy who would give up after a primitive attack. The church follower became even more angry inside and was ready to destroy everything around her to avenge the harm that this couple had unexpectedly caused her. The girl used a sanctuary technique that allowed her to strengthen herself and show her own power, which was hidden behind her delicate appearance. Jamie realized that the atmosphere was getting hotter by the minute, considering that she had more holy power than the bishop, and she was also more combat ready, so she would create more problems. She suddenly realized that the magic he had used was just a simple copy, but with its help, he had managed to absorb her completely, which was already an indicator. From this, she concluded that she was facing a black magic sorcerer who was already in conflict with her nature. Since he did not give a clear answer about his position, she gripped her weapon tighter and realized that she was not going to back down under any circumstances. The girl just said that she would be forced to kill him, no matter what it cost her, and began to attack first without waiting for a reaction. He realized that in this case, he would also have to use all his strength to keep up during the fight. Jamie decided not to be outdone and almost immediately summoned the technique of the unholy gates, which immediately appeared behind him. The wizard decided to introduce the girl to someone from his collection and was deciding who would be best to invite, considering the strength of the enemy. His choice fell on someone he had added to his collection quite recently. So Nebro began to slowly emerge from storage and switch to active mode. He appeared in the form of a lich, which would pose a great danger to the girl, who did not even know what it meant for her. The church follower watched his movements and tried to understand how he managed to summon the undead and control it like a puppet. She was categorically dissatisfied with the fact that he allowed himself to take such actions, given that she was the owner of sacred energy that did not accept the undead. The girl tried to take the initiative in the duel in order to protect her initial position and restore her reputation in her own eyes. Jamie also understood that he needed to concentrate and make his decisions as effective and appropriate as possible, given the strength of his opponent. Amidst the chaos of battle that reigned around them, a new player appeared, stepping cautiously, trying not to attract attention. The blonde-haired man, who had arrived with the girl, watched the situation around him, which now seemed to be engulfed in chaos, causing everything around him to go wrong. The man couldn't understand how this demonic egg, which they had been growing in the forest, had grown so much that it was now taller than him. He was sure that 3 sacrificed hearts would not be enough for such global growth, and Jamie appeared behind him and said that he noticed that he liked such dark energy. He immediately jumped back, realizing that he was on enemy territory and needed to be extremely careful. Jamie decided not to answer this question, but instead turned to him, trying to clarify whether he was standing in front of the same demon's follower named Damon. The boy still wanted to know who was standing in front of him, assuming that he was the cause of all those events with the forest guard, but the young wizard said that it would be unnecessary for him. At the same time, he gave an order to his servant, who had come out of the tomb, to finish what he had started, and it was done in literally a second when he lunged with his sword at the confused guest. The blonde-haired man had no choice but to suffer from the sudden attack, without even finding out what was so interesting. In his last moments, he watched the demonic egg, which had become like a child to him during the time he had cared for it. The man had hoped that his efforts would soon be rewarded, but he did not live to see it, as his life was suddenly cut short. These were the last movements and words he managed to make in his life, because immediately after that, he lost all his vitality. Unexpectedly, internal transformations began to take place in the demonic egg lying in front of him, which also affected its external appearance. His servant, who had just helped him deal with another enemy, now turned toward the magical object, which had entered an active phase. Jamie understood that nothing would end so easily and asked his servant to return as quickly as possible to protect him from the mysterious danger. Reese obeyed him and jumped as far away as possible so as not to fall into the trap that could be created by the egg, which had now begun to live its own life. When he finally found himself at a safe distance, he wanted to understand what was happening and how to explain such paranormal activity. While they were trying to figure it out, the egg managed to absorb the corpse of one of its owners, which was lying nearby, in order to gain vital energy. Jamie understood that this could not be avoided, but he still did not want to accept the situation as it was, because now he should have had enough life energy. This could only mean that they would face very negative consequences from the events at large, as the demon could appear in literally a minute. And this theory was entirely plausible, given that the demonic egg had lost its original shape and was beginning to crumble slightly under the influence of the energy inside. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl was still fighting Jamie's servant, whom he had called to deal with his opponent. Out of habit, she wished him death, but he laughed at her words, considering it a foolish wish given that he was already dead. She didn't care about that, because her main goal remained unchanged, regardless of who he was, namely victory over her insolent opponents. The girl had to worry about the state of the demonic egg, as it was now more important, because her master would not like such an outcome if she failed to do everything according to plan. Suddenly, everyone was distracted by the intense energy that appeared on the battlefield nearby, indicating the arrival of some serious figure. They both had to stop because it was too distracting to concentrate on what attacks to use, and even the undead could feel how overwhelming the aura that had appeared nearby was, which already showed the power of the likely enemy. For the girl, this was a gift, as it meant that the scumbag they had been looking after for so long had finally appeared. But it was important to understand that this monster could suppress even death itself, considering how strong it was in theory. According to her assumptions, if she was destined to die here, she was going to take Jamie with her to the other world, who had decided to deceive everyone and emerge victorious. Nebro understood that the attack she had directed at his master could no longer be stopped, so he simply hoped that he would manage to save himself. Somewhere on the other side of the city, even Ricky, who was bothered by such imbalances, noticed the noticeable bursts of energy that were occurring in the forest. Anna, who was almost always with her older brother, asked if everything was okay, and he just said with despair that it would all be over soon because he understood what this energy could mean. The boy understood that if they couldn't do anything about this situation, literally everyone around them would die. While the girl was trying to ask him what was going on, his assistants ran up to them and said that they needed to leave immediately to escape the potential danger. He knew he had to keep his little sister safe, so he ran over and tried to cheer her up so she wouldn't worry so much. Ricky knew that if he stayed here, they would just be a burden and get in the way, considering the serious consequences this could have. Meanwhile, the Marquis's residence was just as restless, as they all waited for the appearance of the very source of the darkest energy imaginable. The guards immediately rushed to him, having also sensed the surge of energy and considering it their duty to inform their master. But he was already aware of the events. The man shouted for them to prepare the troops as anything could happen and ordered them to be ready for battle as soon as possible. His daughter ran into the office, realizing that something strange was happening, so it was necessary to gather the family and ensure the safety of the most loved and vulnerable. Her father tried to calm her down and asked her to take the children, but she interrupted him sharply, saying that Jamie was nowhere to be found and she was on the verge of panic. The Marquis did not know what to do in such a situation, because the situation was so unstable that it was difficult to ensure the safety of those who were nearby, let alone those who had disappeared. Sears, with a worried look on her face, noted that he could have gone to the Mercenary forest, which had now become the epicenter of events. Meanwhile, in the forest, the very demon that the followers of the church had been waiting for a month was awakening. Jamie saw all this as a huge problem because he hated demons, which were a species that cured weak people, and immediately condemned them. In fact, as a species, they were harmful to all living things by their very presence, something no other species could do. The boy's servants believed that he needed to be rescued immediately because they did not understand what was happening and wanted more stability, which showed that even the dead were afraid of him. At the same time, he understood that if the demon managed to fully awaken, even with the perfect cage, it would be very difficult for him, not to mention the others. Asura assumed that if they continued to stand there, they might simply die in indecision, so it was necessary to take some action. Therefore, Jamie ordered his student to be taken as far away as possible to a place where the demonic energy could not reach her, but she did not even listen to him and ran away because she wanted to get away from this place as quickly as possible herself. The awakened creature asked the boy if he really thought he could handle it alone, considering how difficult the battle would be. He wanted to enjoy the fight, so he counted on the wizard not giving up easily and giving him the engagement and effort that would please him. With every passing second, he broke out of his shell more and more, and noticed that, as expected, appearing on the surface in this way was somewhat unpleasant. When he finally emerged completely, he looked very frightening and did not resemble a human being at all, as his overall appearance was terrifying. Jamie looked at it with a shocked expression, realizing that he would have to fight a noble demon, which would be a real problem for him. It began to approach him and was surprised that the boy knew about its race, noting that in that case it was ready to eat him a little later if he had so much knowledge. The demon clearly divided their hierarchy, told them to call him Ravetta, and introduced himself as the Baron of the Great Devil's domain. The boy quickly realized that the title of Baron meant that he had at least the rank of Master, so it would be difficult to fight him. Now he managed to completely get rid of the shell that was still preventing him from moving freely, and he told him not to be afraid, but simply to understand the situation. It was necessary to understand that if he had already appeared here, there would be no way back. So it was worth dealing with the situation as it was, or accepting it without discussion. Jamie activated absolute immunity with the help of a perfect cage and felt a little safer in this case, noting that it was very nice of his opponent to explain in such detail. The demon immediately noticed the bracelet, saying that it was a very interesting thing and that if he gave it up, he would die quickly and without unnecessary suffering. He understood that doing so would be an act of suicide, so he decided not to fall for the provocation, which obviously would not leave him a chance of winning. The enemy just snorted and said that in that case, he had no choice but to get rid of the guy first thing. He himself became curious to see how long the wizard could hold out in their duel, as he wanted to assess his strength objectively. Jamie did not wait for his attack and immediately flew up into the sky, using the Leviathan technique, which would definitely strengthen him. All this was observed by the Marquis's assistant, who was supposed to make sure that their plan went smoothly and without any problems. But now he only felt regret that the weakest of the 5 noble demons, a mere baron, had hatched from their demonic egg. Although to humans this might seem like a disaster that would lead to enormous consequences, he saw it differently. In fact, this was the case, as in the other part of the city, everyone was preparing for unpredictable events that could be triggered by the awakening of the dark force. Sable only briefly noted that it would be worth leaving someone to defend the house from possible attacks under such conditions. Jamie mobilized all his forces to deal with his opponent, who posed a huge threat. Meanwhile, Azart fled from the potential danger posed by the battlefield and sincerely hoped that his master would be able to get out of this situation. He understood that even someone as powerful as his master would find it difficult to fight the demon, but on the other hand, he had no other choice and had to follow orders. The main argument remained that if he was alive, then his master was alive, so all was not lost. Suddenly, the girl who had been in a very foggy state of consciousness all this time woke up in his arms. The man explained to her that his master had ordered him to take the girl and run away because the demon had awakened, and she immediately became alarmed and asked him to let her go. It was difficult for her to stand on her own 2 feet, given the battered state of her body, so she needed to find something to lean on, which was a nearby tree. In a weak voice, she asked if Jamie was where the huge bursts of energy were felt, and he only confirmed and said that now he would fight that monster. Vina felt it was her duty to come to her teacher's aid, but the man briefly remarked that if they went there in that state, they would only get in the way. The girl was ready to die if it meant gaining even a little time and giving Jamie room to maneuver, which showed her complete devotion. Azart was certain that it was better for her to stay, because in her condition she would not stand a chance. And as he said this, he felt himself gradually disappearing from this place. Suddenly, where he had been standing, there was only emptiness, which could only vaguely remind one of the man's recent presence here. The undead's challenge was cancelled, and it so happened that the explosion occurred at the same time, and she had to think that the master had come to an end after all. She immediately remembered all the events, how they hated her at school and wanted to crush her like an insect, and how everything changed when Jamie appeared and told her that she had to fight and not let this happen again. She looked at her weapon, which had also been given to her by her teacher, and realized that she couldn't just stay here and wait for the outcome of the battle. She was a young Valkyrie with strong and pure blood, so she should use her potential for the common good when she heard a voice coming from her weapon. A glow appeared around it, and it said that although she was not ready for this, it would allow her to use it today and asked her to remember this feeling. The hammer gave its name, which sounded like Filion, having been forged by a legendary master to serve her queen, and told her to try her best. This was a turning point, as a new level of power became available to the girl who had already lost hope. Meanwhile, in the main location in the forest, where the battle between the demon and Jamie was taking place, new problems arose as the boy ran out of strength even to fly. It was clear that he had lost too much blood, and the only way out of this situation would be if he had more power from the life bead. Alternatively, he could have summoned Black and gained some time to use higher-level magic, but all of that was very unrealistic now. Only in that case would he have been able to take the initiative, because now everything looked completely against him, no matter how much he wanted it to be otherwise. As he flew into the abyss, realizing that all was lost, he was caught by the strong hand of a bear, which made him stir, as it was completely unexpected. Tiburon was not here by accident, and when the boy asked him what he was doing here, he explained that he knew the area well, having spent about 600 years here. The guardian of the forest would not even think that the boy would stay and fight the demon himself, so he was sure that he had a noble heart worthy of the goddess's choice. Jamie wanted to argue with him somehow, but he had no strength left to fight or talk, so the situation did not look very promising. Behind them, the demon was already flying up, deciding not to give them any rest and to finish the job as quickly as possible, as he sensed weakness in his opponent. He turned to the bear who had appeared here quite recently and told him to let him finish his meal, hinting at Jamie, who was already exhausted. Not waiting for a response from the unknown combatant, he immediately chopped off his arm, which could help him make a decision faster and in his favor. The demon said that he had just tried to cut off the arm, and for a creature in the surface world, he was strong enough to withstand it and suffer only minor injuries. The bear briefly confirmed this and realized that he felt the same aggression towards his opponent that Jamie had struggled with. He decided not to wait and to act preemptively, noting that in addition to his strength, he also possessed great speed, which made him a dangerous opponent. The Baron had to take a blow he did not expect at all, as it was a very sudden and successful attack. What made the situation even worse for the enemy was that the bear was not alone here, and they could deal with the demon even faster and more effectively. Ven, together with the power that her weapon gave her, now posed a much greater danger to the demon, who had not seen her as an opponent at all before. Together, they could influence the situation and help Jamie, who was already exhausted but had begun the good work of destroying this demon. The girl turned to her teacher, and he only noticed that something in her appearance had changed immediately, before she had time to turn around. She thought he was referring to her hair, which for some reason had suddenly turned red. But the boy meant something else, although there was no time for conversation. The bear told her not to get distracted and said that they would talk later after they had dealt with their enemy. He understood that it was not over yet, and that it was unreasonable to rejoice in the luck that had befallen them for a moment. The demon confirmed this theory and said that this was not the end, starting to attack with renewed vigor as he sensed that real danger might await him. The bear took a pretty strong hit, which was a lesson for him, showing that you can't get distracted for a second when your enemy is so unpredictable. At the entrance to the forest, forces that had arrived from the city gathered, and the man told Marcus that they could not move forward because of the demonic energy, which had become like a barrier. One of them wondered why they had not waited for reinforcements from the Church of Pyro to receive their blessing and ease their situation. The Marquis remained silent, not wanting to admit this, because right now his only thought was to save his lands and his grandson. At the same time, he understood that only the Order of Fear was holding him back. But if they had delayed any longer, the consequences could have been too terrible to imagine. They also had to remember Sears, who couldn't find Jamie anywhere, who, as always, was at the center of events. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew over their heads, and they thought it was a gust of wind that had brought the unknown object here. One of them caught the leaf to read what it said, as it could be an important message that would reveal the cards. Meanwhile, a powerful energy rushed from the depths of the forest, getting closer and closer to the exit. The same blue-haired girl who had appeared to protect the demonic egg was now returning with the desire to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. The whole situation seemed simply terrifying to her, as it directly conflicted with her magical powers, which were reflected in her soul. This damn demonic energy both irritated her and prevented her from feeling comfortable. But in any case, she believed that her job was done if she managed to summon that demon, so she felt relieved to be free of such responsibility. Now she could only hope that her boss would not punish her, since not everything had gone exactly as they had planned. She had barely finished saying this when her body was cut into pieces, which was an indirect punishment from her boss for her actions the day before. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the demon was raging again, creating additional problems for everyone around him with his mere presence. The bear, which had taken a heavy blow earlier, now lay upside down, and like Jamie a few minutes ago, was exhausted. Vina was also in poor condition, her face bloodied from numerous wounds, which were exacerbated by the cumulative effect. The demon laughed and said that they had really surprised him, because he had no idea that he would have to try so hard to fight in this world. He was interested in the spell and its name, because he felt the power that emanated from it and was capable of real destruction. Jamie used the technique of the Road to Death, which was dark magic that now released all the energy absorbed by the Leviathan, and it possessed the power capable of large-scale destruction. The boy understood that this was the last hope they could hope for, thanks to the gift from his assistants, who risked their lives just to give him a chance. The demon openly admitted that he could have died during this battle, and if he was going to strike a powerful blow, he wanted it to be spectacular. Because of this, he asked him to say his last words if he had any, because he felt his dominance over the one who had completely lost his fighting spirit. Jamie decided not to argue with fate and simply asked him to finish him off, believing that last words were unnecessary. Suddenly, a wind technique appeared before his eyes, immediately reminding him of someone he did not expect to see here at all. Beryl appeared like a bolt from the blue at a moment when all hope was lost, and immediately rushed with determination at his opponent, who was also caught off guard. There was a steely coldness in the man's eyes which was not overcome by fear of a creature that was not a typical enemy, given its origin. The letter that the Marquis and his assistants managed to catch contained an explanation for this sudden attack, which came as such a surprise. He asked that no one be allowed into the forest, as this would lead to unnecessary losses, and he would take care of the demon himself. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the main building of the church in Pyro that would change the course of this story. The Archbishop had a premonition, but he did not expect any guests when the Marquis's assistant came to see him. Sable behaved very casually with him, demonstrating that there was no formality between them, and asked if the apostle had already left. The man did not answer his question and asked him to leave the house if he respected the goddess, trying to remain as calm as possible. The blond man defiantly replied that if he did not respect her, he could stay, according to the Archbishop's words. Seeing this reaction, he realized that he would have to take some measures to counteract the man who posed a danger to his church. Sable only asked if he could really withstand Janice's first sword, which already clarified a lot. The gray-haired man found himself in a difficult situation, as he realized that his opponent was much stronger than he could have imagined. The latter only continued defiantly, noting that eternal peace would be engraved on the blade of his sword. The young man was sincerely convinced that today the goddess would suffer enormous losses, followed by total destruction, completely demoralizing the Archbishop in this way. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived, and they were still standing at the entrance to the forest, as they were forbidden to let anyone extra in, according to the request in the letter. Ricky, who was very sensitive to all the changes in energy around him, suddenly changed his expression, as something made him concentrate even more. He suddenly turned toward the city from whence they had come and thought only of the Archbishop, as he sensed that something was amiss there. And in the depths of the forest, a battle was brewing between one of the kingdom's best swordsmen and a demon that had awakened from an egg. Beryl was a truly strong and experienced warrior, so he could be trusted in matters of combat, but at the same time, it was worth noting that his opponent was just as powerful. Jamie couldn't keep track of the blows because they were so fast and executed with such a huge sword that combined, they produced a terrifying level of power, so he assumed that this was what the power of the wind looked like. Suddenly, the man turned to Jamie, who was still standing on the sidelines, and asked him why he was here at all, in the hottest spot in town. He began to justify himself, saying that he was just curious why everyone had tried to dissuade him from coming here, and that he had not expected to encounter such a thing here. In fact, this lie made no sense, since the man had seen everything, hinting at the techniques Jamie had used before his arrival. The boy found himself in a difficult position, as trust in him was questionable, but he had to accept the situation as it was. Beryl told him not to worry because everyone had their secrets that they didn't want to talk about. No matter how much he tried to reassure him, Jamie was curious about how much the boy had seen and how much he was like an open book to the swordsman. He returned to Sir Onyx with the question of why he was here, and he only said that he had taken this task because it suited him perfectly. The bear, who had regained his senses a little, looked around and asked the man he didn't know who he was, as he looked very strong. Beryl Onyx gave his name, and also noted that he was one of the seekers of truth in this world, and he had come to retrieve an item that had been entrusted to these lands at the request of Asita. The man immediately asked if the swordsman was referring to the border, to see if they were talking about the same thing. The man said that he would like to ask the bear to open the gates of Grimia, as it would help him understand something. Jamie, who was still listening nearby, did not understand what they were talking about at all, looking at the truth of the world, borders, and some Grimia. The bear apologized but noted that he could not fulfill this request yet, as he was not currently responsible for what he was being asked about. The boy sincerely wanted to understand whether he was talking about ruins or something else, as the general context of the conversation was unclear to him. Without waiting for an answer, they found themselves in the same ruins they had climbed out of earlier with his student. Beryl admitted that with all these demon appearances, he did not think that the man would have time to contact Grimia as well, so all he could do was nod his head modestly. The bear returned to his domain and was now able to fulfill the swordsman's request, so he wanted to begin the process that was to take place as soon as possible. The man asked Jamie to transfer power to him, which immediately caused confusion on the other's face. Barrel's face became more serious, as if hinting that this was not a question, but only an order that had to be carried out without delay. Therefore, Jamie had to take this step, which seemed very unpleasant to him, because it immediately meant the loss of what he had managed to earn. But thanks to this, the forest guard had a chance to open the borders that were so interesting to the swordsman. Onyx and Jamie waited with bated breath to see with their own eyes what they could only imagine before. Jamie's eyes showed surprise, as the whole process seemed very exciting and unusual. Suddenly, he felt as if he were in an empty and clean space, where a voice greeted him, addressing him as the owner of the Black Mana. The unknown man standing in front of him was the very thought that had stopped the system's takeover, which the boy could immediately see. Jamie knew that this was not just some kind of protection, but the creator of Grimia himself. Armion calmly confirmed these words and said that he was a brilliant creator of artifacts and a 9th-rank wizard, which was very rare at that time. The young man thought that there was too much pride in his words, and in that case, it could mean that he was the border, since he merged with his own creation into a single whole. The man clarified that even though he was close to Isis, he was still not a border in his essence. At the request of the swift dragon Graham, he only guarded her sword, which stood in his domain as one of the most important objects. However, it was important to understand that Gremia was not just a place designated for watching over Graham. It was created for the benefit of the one he was waiting for. Jamie already had an idea who that was, but he just needed confirmation of his words, which seemed like a formality. The man continued, saying that it must be the ruler of Black Mana, who had the power to destroy the 12 gods, and he was waiting for someone who could handle such power. The boy's hand began to betray him, so he asked how the man knew about the ancient language and other details that should have been long forgotten due to the passage of time, since even Ganondorf did not know about the power that was capable of killing gods. And if the answer did not satisfy Jamie, he threatened to destroy him. Armion calmly explained that this creature had left its mark on this world, which he had studied and thus mastered the ancient language while following the clues. Jamie snapped and asked directly if there were traces of Diablo Wolf in this world, because he couldn't hold back a second longer. The man asked if that was the creature's name, because he had never been able to find out, even though he had been searching his entire life, and the person who had inherited that mana was probably the boy in front of him. In that case, he was ready to pass something on to Jamie, who did not object to this assumption at all. The young man realized that he was surrounded by an incredible amount of energy, and even the beat of life was completely filled with it, thanks to that gift from Armion. Those who lived in this place noticed that the Gremia was an artifact capable of changing its form, and this object had no limitations in its capabilities, and its appearance and purpose could be determined by the will of its owner. He was completely defenseless against the truth and created it by putting everything he had into it, just to ensure its unique properties. Now Jamie took complete control of the object, which gave him so many advantages that it was difficult to name them all. The boy did not expect to find such an incredible artifact in his hands, as this energy was immediately felt inside his body as a violent surge. Jamie understood that it was on par with the 3 divine elements of the weapon he had created, although at times it seemed even better due to its elasticity. Meanwhile, a mysterious and eerie atmosphere still reigned in the main building of the Pero Church. The Holy Knight, who had returned from his mission and wanted to inform his leader of the news, ran inside as fast as he could. Suddenly, a scene appeared before the man that he could not have expected, so he wanted to find out what had happened to the Archbishop. The Archbishop, covered in severe wounds and blood, sat motionless, having lost all hope of salvation. Ras understood that he needed help as soon as possible, as blood loss could make the process irreversible. The man realized that there was no point in this, and when the knight tried to help with his energy, some other source inside the man prevented healing. The Archbishop tried to act as if everything was not so hopeless and only asked him to protect the apostle and the saint. Ras immediately assumed that this was the work of the Church of Janus, and the man said that he needed to hurry and not waste a single second on him, considering that there was no hope for salvation. It was difficult for the fair-haired follower of the church to make such decisions and simply leave the man who had become like a father to him. The Archbishop fully understood the young man's feelings towards him, but now all that had to take a back seat, and he had to deal with the situation responsibly. To cheer up his knight a little, he put his hand on his head and asked him to go after the children who were still in their care. With tears in his eyes, Ras declared that he would definitely avenge the Archbishop, who had died unjustly because of the actions of the church's crazy followers. Instead of supporting this proposal, the man simply told him never to be led by revenge and to act rationally. His real duty was not revenge but protection, because that was why they existed within the church system. That is why the young man had to hurry to ensure the safety of their youngest followers, who were now in the most vulnerable position. Returning to the events in the famous forest, Jamie returned with Beryl, who definitely wanted to make sure that everything was okay with the boy. The boy openly said that he felt some discomfort, but overall everything was fine, and asked if he had gotten what he came for. The man confirmed this, noting that his mission had been completely accomplished, when a bear interrupted their conversation, asking what had happened to the thunder. The forest guard reported that Jamie had returned a little later than the two of them, regardless of whether he knew about it or not. In addition, his connection to the Gremia was now completely severed, so he was genuinely curious about what had happened while they were talking to the creator of the artifact. Jamie decided not to lie and said directly that he had met with the spiritual matrix of Armion and received the Gremia, showing it to his surprised allies. Onyx rightly pointed out that this item was much more valuable than the gram itself, so it was worth realizing the magnitude of such a gift of fate. When asked by the bear if the creator had given him the artifact, he replied that it had been his idea, because when Scar was taken away, he had given the boy all his power. For the guardian of the forest, this was still very surprising and completely unexpected, given the general circumstances of the event. To demonstrate his new skills, Jamie placed his hand on the bear and activated the energy that was now available to him. It might have seemed like healing, but in fact it was a technique that was very similar to his own and was connected to Gremia as a whole. After going through so much, it was time to go back to the city and deal with the consequences of what had happened recently. Beryl was sure that Sears was restless, and the boy noticed that he had already forgotten that his family was very concerned about him. Suddenly, his friend Ricky came to mind, whom he had forgotten about during the intense battle that required his full attention. Onyx sensed a sharp change in the boy's mood and asked if something serious had happened, because he really had the potential to reveal possible events in advance. Jamie said in a weak voice that the goddess's apostle was in danger, and they needed to take care of it. The man immediately asked if, by saying the goddess's apostle, he meant his friend in order to understand the situation fully. However, the boy believed that now was not the time to discuss such formalities, so they needed to go immediately to where he thought it was necessary. The swordsman did not listen to him for long and simply grabbed him by his clothes so that he would not cause any more panic and they could act with concentration. Beryl grabbed the boy and threw him over his shoulder, asking where exactly they needed to go, and the boy replied that he felt energy to the east of the city of Afton. Without a moment's hesitation, he used a technique that allowed him to teleport to distant locations in an instant, which would be very useful now. The bear watched him leave and was disappointed to see that they hadn't even said goodbye to him because they were in such a hurry. But still, he had to return to his normal life and finally return to his own home. When he noticed that Vina, whom everyone seemed to have forgotten, was lying near his feet. There were still people around the forest trying to find out more about the current situation and sending out patrols to check what was happening in the depths. The squad leader informed the Marquise that the source of demonic energy had completely disappeared, which could only mean that the swordsman had done an excellent job. Suddenly, people came running from the city, looking as if they had bad news, given how much of a hurry they were in. The trouble was that groups of demons had appeared in the area and were attacking everyone indiscriminately, which was a problem that needed to be solved right away. Fortunately, the knights who had stayed behind were able to stop them, but they said that there were demons disguised as locals or soldiers so that they would not be caught. The Marquis concluded that he should not have underestimated these demons, because now the situation was dire, when suddenly he added that the Archbishop had been killed. The man had not yet had time to process the previous news when the new one completely threw him off balance, because everything around him was falling apart like a house of cards. The leader of the detachment was no less surprised, as he was convinced that the Archbishop had always been strong enough to fend off even the serious attacks. Even worse was that, based on eyewitness accounts, Sir Sable was at the scene of the murder at the time it took place. The Holy Knight finally made it to the place where he met the Archbishop's killer, who said that he would not be able to stop him on his own. Ras agreed with himself that he did not think his opponents would be so strong, but at the same time, he had no chance to give up, because too much was already at stake. Behind him were children who feared for their lives and understood that their only protection now was the Holy Night. So he had a duty. He gathered all his willpower and asked his opponent how long they had been planning this operation, which was now completely destroying the life of the city. Sable looked as carefree and smiling as possible, as if he had not caused the death of his mentor and was not involved in the beginning of this collapse. The man shared that they had not expected the opportunity to get rid of the goddess's apostle to come so soon. It seemed to him that with the help of all the circumstances that had come together, this goal was now simply served on a silver platter, and all that remained was to take it as victors. The knight tried to understand the attacks that were now directed at him in order to adapt to a fighting style that remained difficult for him. Ras had already begun to suffer injuries, although it seemed that the enemy had not even begun to take the situation seriously, so something had to change in order not to die himself and not let others do so. Ricky couldn't just stand by and watch his friend get hurt just because he wanted to help him and his sister, but the man warned them to stay where they were and not to move anywhere, so that they could at least be a little safe as far as possible in the current circumstances. He tried to analyze what was happening on the battlefield, since he was sure he had dodged the attack but was wounded again. Sable repeated what he had said many times before, as if his opponent would definitely not be able to stop him, no matter how hard he tried. Ras concluded that he was a master swordsman, if he was so skilled that he couldn't even understand what the problem was with his defense. The blonde man defiantly asked if he had only realized this now, when the situation was already irreparable. His power was to change causality, and if he hit him, he would be injured, whatever that meant. In addition, he had the ability to delay the pain after he wounded him, so that he could feel the pain after a certain amount of time. Ricky couldn't believe his ears that there were techniques that affected reality so much that they changed its course. The knight clutched his shoulder, which was completely covered in blood, and couldn't even believe that there was a power capable of acting against the laws of logic. Sable only briefly remarked that this world was full of monsters and, unfortunately, he had not been lucky enough to meet one of them. He quickly stepped over his opponent, who did not even have time to understand what was happening around him. In the end, the blonde-haired man only said that he considered himself one of the highest-ranking monsters that ever lived on this planet. As soon as he said this, countless cuts appeared on the sacred knight's body, which would surely cause him enough damage to kill him. Ricky couldn't help himself and rushed towards his friend, who definitely couldn't convince him anymore, no matter what he said. The man was losing control of his own body, which under the influence of numerous sword blows, was becoming limp and lifeless, while Sable watched the situation without even hiding his frenzied expression, which balanced between satisfaction and anticipation of more. As the boy clenched his teeth and shed tears, trying to assess the terrible condition of the Holy Knight, a glow appeared before him. In a split second, this glow turned into a huge explosion of energy that engulfed everything around it. Suddenly, he stood up and said that he did not expect Janice's first sword to be able to repel him, expressing sincere surprise. Sable asked with interest what kind of holy power had appeared so suddenly out of nowhere when it seemed that everything was already over. Ras decided not to waste any time and began to attack from above to catch his opponent off guard. And when asked where such power came from, he only replied angrily that it would be better to ask his own god for such answers. Numerous streams of mana appeared around the enemy, which could destroy everything in their path, so the white-haired man had to dodge. Sable only replied that his father could not stand being asked questions, so such a solution was not relevant to him. For this, it seemed better to cut down his enemy with a sword than to waste time on questioning that would lead to no results. So their swords clashed in a duel that would determine who would prevail at the end of this terrible day. The follower of the Church of Janus reminded him that the Holy Knight would definitely not be able to defeat him, since he had the technique of changing causality on his side. Ras did not even argue with him and said that even if he failed to defeat him, there would always be a chance for something better. While the two were engaged in a deadly duel, the apostle nearby tried to quickly master the techniques that had previously been used. Suddenly, Sable felt his body fill with blood from within, which came out under tremendous pressure, causing pain. Ricky watched the situation with a surprised expression, as he himself did not believe that he could achieve something like this. The former assistant to the Marquis was now crawling on his knees to deal with the damage that had been done to his body. The apostle said that he was just a pathetic man who was unable to resist the divine power that he could channel through his body. He used the punishment of reversing causality And if the causality that could not be overcome did not work, then all the damage would return to the user of the method. Ras watched all this and marveled at the potential that little Ricky possessed, who had only managed to do something so serious for the first time. Sable noted that it seemed too trivial to wake up at such a moment, given all the circumstances that simply demanded new strength. At the same time, he couldn't help but be impressed by such a wonderful divine power, as it revived Ras and even leveled his own abilities. The Holy Knight did not want to listen to all this, and believed that he had no right to express himself, considering how much harm he had caused to everyone around him. But even in his current situation, he believed that if the goddess of truth had not descended to show her protection before these people, everything would not have been so good. Sable said that they were still pathetic people who were worthless if their goddess did not bless them with her presence. Therefore, the man continued to defend himself with insane devotion, even against a sword with his bare hands, because he was sure that the situation was still playing in his favor. Ras was mildly surprised, as his sword was destroyed despite the apparent imbalance of power at first glance. Ricky was still watching them and realized that he had to help his friend somehow, as he was not in the best position even so. But suddenly, the white-haired opponent did something that would prevent even an apostle from using divine power against him. The boy did not expect to encounter such resistance, as he was sure that everything would work out the same way as before. Sable just said that this time they wouldn't be able to put up a defensive block because he already knew what techniques they had used before. Although Anna couldn't see everything that was happening around her, she was sure that the situation was dangerous enough to worry about her brother, who would definitely not stand aside. Suddenly, Jamie appeared and began to use spells of intense pain and unity with lightning, which immediately changed their situation. Now Ricky could watch the black mana affect his opponent, not understanding where it came from or how it got there, since there were only church followers among them. Jamie tried to bring him to his senses and urged him to start the attack while he was distracted by the unexpected attack with black mana. Ricky still didn't understand what was happening, but he had to focus on the fight because they weren't done yet. He gathered all his strength in his fist and directed it toward the enemy, finishing him off from all sides with various techniques, doing so without compromise. The boy's hand was still shaking because the power he used was new and mysterious to him, but it was already the beginning of something bigger. The apostle looked at the situation around him and could only breathe out little by little because he understood that the situation had stabilized a little with his help. When the general atmosphere became safer, considering that the enemy had definitely suffered enough, his comrades began to run up to him, who were worried about Ricky. Ras wanted to make sure that the boy was all right, as this was his duty, which had been passed on to him after the Archbishop's death. Ricky began to slowly regain consciousness and saw Jamie, Rhaegar, and even the unfamiliar Beryl around him, so he wanted to understand what was going on. Jamie said that it seemed to him that his friend was in a very bad way, so he decided it would be better to intervene. The Holy Knight explained that it was all Sabal's fault, as he had been working for the Church of Janus all this time as a double agent. Beryl just clarified whether he was talking about the Marquis's assistant, since he wasn't very familiar with the affairs of the city. Jamie listened with surprise, as he could not even imagine that he would be so cunning as to deceive everyone around him. He was surprised himself that it hadn't occurred to him, even after using magic, when suddenly a line appeared before his eyes, making him wonder where it had come from. Onyx, who had much more combat experience, suggested that it could be the actions of an enemy who was still in force, despite their confidence that they had won. In fact, that was exactly what happened, as he launched an attack that could have ended their lives at the same time, as he aimed for the boy's neck. Sable asked the Swordmaster if he had noticed this, as he was sure that such titles were not given out lightly. Ricky couldn't understand how it happened, because he saw with his own eyes how two different techniques caught him off guard, so he couldn't have survived after that, and Ras felt a new surge of anger inside him that made him hate his opponent even more. The white-haired man only said that the change in causality could be used not only to harm someone, so he managed to use his skill to get out of a difficult situation. However, this time he had to pay the price, and his hand turned into some kind of hideous copy of what it was supposed to be. Beryl drew his sword, which differed from the others in its strange shape, and told everyone to step back, as he had decided to take the matter seriously. At the same time, clutching the wound on his hand, which he had suffered due to an unexpected attack, he said that he would deal with him himself. Sabla was not satisfied with this arrangement, as he believed it would be a boring affair, considering that without his other hand, his reactions were not what they used to be. As he spoke, the hand that had withered from using the technique was gradually recovering, giving him even more advantages over the swordmaster. He was genuinely curious whether the man really believed he could defeat him in such a state when fighting was essentially suicide. Onyx remained steadfast in his confidence, noting that the wind would cut his opponent to pieces and that this would not hinder him in any way. The weather worsened and lightning appeared, which could be an additional complication during their battle. All other participants in the battle had to step aside at the request of the swordmaster, so that he could use his abilities without restraint. Jamie thought about the situation of the one who was about to enter the fight, because if it weren't for him, they would all simply die. Rhaegar asked the young wizard if he could handle it, but he didn't know the answer and said that all they could do was watch the situation unfold. In any case, none of them could intervene in the duel between the swordmasters because the level of power was completely different, and Sable continued to look confident and focused, because the general atmosphere indicated that this battle would depend on luck rather than high skills. Their energies intertwined in a battle that was so impressive to ordinary magic users that they found it hard to even believe it. The Holy Knight was curious how such an incredible ability, similar to changing causality, could exist, which effectively negated any laws of logic. He assumed that Sir Beryl had learned something about the physical form of causality alteration, but even for him, counteracting it would not be easy. If the Marquis's assistant could use this ability for both defense and attack, he would have endless potential to use it in battle. Jamie concluded that he would not be able to just sit back and watch the situation unfold, but would have to intervene after all. Sable asked his opponent if he really believed he had any chance, given that he was also a master swordsman. Beryl was indeed in a difficult situation, considering his loss of an arm and his opponent's overall unbalanced technique. The opponent attacked more actively and aggressively, showing that his chances were extremely slim and only great luck could help him. The white-haired man noticed that there was a huge difference in their experience, which had the greatest impact on the course of the battle. It was difficult to say, but he was not as young as he seemed at first, so he had seen a lot in his life and was accustomed to various opponents. Ras was very concerned about the swordmaster who was supposed to protect them, as the last attack looked very threatening, so he wanted to check if everything was okay with him. Sable was sure that he was done with Beryl, so he thought that now it was the turn of those who were watching them with doubt and fear. He took a running start and headed in their direction, which made them huddle even closer together, considering that even the strongest among them had failed to deal with him. Jamie understood that he now had to take the initiative, since no one else among them was in a position to oppose anything. Ricky decided to try the same technique as before, to stop him and create a barrier that would protect them, at least for the time being. And it really worked, because a strong barrier appeared around them, which did not allow the swordmaster's blows to pass through, demonstrating its strength. Sable immediately realized that he was facing a barrier from the goddess herself, as nothing else could be so strong. However, the boy needed to be reminded that he was not the only one with access to God, so this was only a temporary measure. The white-haired man called this barrier pathetic and completely useless against the power of his father, Janus. Meanwhile, Jamie decided not to waste time talking and immediately used the artifact he had received as a gift, activating its power to counteract. But he was not the only one to turn to higher powers, as his opponent activated the power of the sanctuary, which gave him a great advantage. Now a huge atmosphere of mana formed around him, amplifying his already powerful blows. Sable felt a tremendous rush of excitement as he tried to connect with his god and carry out his will, because he believed that everything should follow his father's will. As soon as he said this, he directed the strongest blow imaginable at the barrier, which now had to collapse under the influence of Sable's power. It looked like a threat that could not be ignored under any circumstances, as the destructive force was so striking. His eyes took on a crazed expression, and he seemed ready to destroy everything in his path just to carry out his plan, while Ricky tried to hold the barrier, which was weakening with every second because he had to fight such strong opposition. The boy tried to hold on until the very end, although it seemed like he was just delaying his death for a few seconds. Sable, entering into a frenzy, said that resistance was completely pointless, addressing the young apostle who saw this as his mission. Ras understood that such a huge strain on the body could be critical for the child that his companion still was, so he wanted to stop him. But only a second passed before the sword struck accurately, causing a huge wound that bled demonstrating despair. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the swordmaster, who was still lying down, saying goodbye to life and admiring the rain that would not stop, everything looked hopelessly. The weapon fell from his hand, which now lay limply, not even clenching, considering how much pain he had to endure during the last battle. The only thing the man could think about was his beloved Sears, whom he had asked for forgiveness because he could not forget her, no matter how many years had passed. Beryl had already come to terms with his situation and believed that at least her son was more or less able to finish the fight. Suddenly, the man heard a voice asking him if he remembered someone's mother, and he couldn't understand where it was coming from. In his hand was an artifact, which he noticed was something like healing mana that could bring him back to life. He briefly said that he would keep the man's secret, so he asked him not to die himself and not to let his ally die. In fact, it was Jamie who used the artifact to help the only one who could help them now. Given the difficult situation created by Sable, the boy hoped that it would help, because otherwise all that would remain of them would be a wet spot. That's why he found the strength to get up and swing at Sable, who was confident of his victory with all his might. When the white-haired man asked him how he had done it, he replied sincerely that he had no idea, savoring the moment with a victorious smile. To find out, it was better to ask the guy who was still keeping quiet and just watching so as not to miss the moment. Sable looked in surprise at Jamie, who had been standing silently all this time, as if he could no longer oppose him with his strength. Jamie used the Gremia artifact and aimed it directly at his opponent, as it was a chance to catch him off guard. Before them was a huge weapon that, with the help of black mana, could destroy everything in its path, given its size and power. The flow of mana was much stronger than any technique before, so defending against it would be much more difficult. It felt as if it could cut the whole world into pieces, so even someone as strong as Sable had to take it seriously. Sable continued to deny it, as if such tricks would not work on him, although he himself was surprised at what kind of power was so captivating. He found himself in a situation where all the methods he had known before now seemed too weak, so he had to quickly figure out how to get out of this situation. Jamie exclaimed that he should not be underestimated, as this power was created specifically to destroy him without a trace. The man had to admit that his divine power was simply dissipating under the influence of a technique that was mysterious to him in terms of its origin. In the end, they were overwhelmed by such a large flow of mana that they simply had to drown in the amount of energy that was pouring out from all sides. Eventually, even the weather outside improved slightly, and the first rays of sunlight began to break through the dark clouds. Beryl was completely exhausted and lay next to the whole company, as the move he had made towards Sable had cost him a tremendous amount of effort. Ricky was slowly catching his breath and trying to figure out what had happened, as his memory was clouded. The Holy Knight ran up to Anna to help her and tried to find Jamie, who had taken the initiative in this battle, with his eyes. Their unfortunate opponent, who seemed immune to any technique, was still on his feet, indicating that he was very happy to have survived. Jamie was lying in front of him, which made the blonde-haired man think that he would be able to finish off the boy right now. Ras understood that the situation was not in their favor, since no one could help him so quickly. Ricky tried to run towards his friend to use some technique to distract or completely destroy Sable. Jamie understood his situation, but he couldn't move, given how many injuries he had sustained. Sable, with the coldest expression on his face, swung at him with what was left of his blade and said goodbye to the young wizard who had caused him so many problems. Literally the next moment, he woke up in a warm bed, completely unaware of what had happened, even though he had been on the verge of death just a moment ago. His mother and sister were standing next to him, very happy that he had finally woken up and was able to answer their questions, because they were very worried about the boy. His mother promised that if he ran away again, especially to such a dangerous place, it would simply kill him, and his little sister agreed that she would join in. Jamie apologized to his mother for causing her so much worry, but wondered what had happened in that place where he was supposed to die at the hands of the Marquis's assistant. Literally a second before the sword fragment approached his body, a barrier appeared around him and stopped it. It seemed to him that this was caused by the artifact that had been given to him with the words, as if someday the moment would come when it would do its job. He wasn't sure if it was the effect of the artifact the old man had given him, but it was the only rational explanation for such a miracle. Sears and his daughter were still angry that he had taken after his father, and this immediately made him wonder what the Count would do about his son's careless actions. Jamie decided to change the subject and asked if his mother had seen his necklace anywhere, to test his theory. She handed him the piece of jewelry he always wore, and he immediately noticed that the blue glow had disappeared, as if it had already been used. Sirs said it was a gift from his grandmother Jamie, and the boy said he had heard that she had died before he was born. Then his mother explained that his grandmother had the gift of foresight, so it was not difficult for her to see the boy's birth. In the southern region, in the city of Bryan, there was a desert more than 10,000 kilometers from Afton itself. There was an enemy who could not understand what kind of sowing it was that had thrown him from the northern region to the southern one. In addition, he heard a voice asking him to stop insulting his child, hinting at Jamie. Sable was surprised and did not even know where this voice came from, which had so abruptly intervened in their duel. He remembered where the hand had come from, which had barely touched him, and asked him to disappear somewhere far away. Before the man could figure out who it was and how she dared to touch him, he flew in the opposite direction from his opponent. In front of him stood a girl who said that no matter how powerful he was, he could not escape this fate, because it had already been paid for. Sable quickly realized that this was the territory of someone he did not want to see, so he had to get out of there as quickly as possible and leave no trace. Suddenly, someone addressed him, saying that he was glad to see him and calling him Cryon. The white-haired man had to raise his head and saw that there were many people standing on a platform in front of him, led by the one who had addressed him. He realized with fear that it was Blazer standing before him, which meant that his fate was not the best right now. Blazer, the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Sun god Ra, was curious as to why someone as busy as Sable had decided to show up here. He immediately began to gather the mana into one place and said that if he did not lie, the situation would look much more pleasant for him. If the unexpected guest did not lie, he promised to kill him quickly and painlessly. Sable watched this with surprise and a certain amount of fear, as he understood that the man was deadly serious. Meanwhile, the funeral of Archbishop Saphira was taking place, where it was said that he was a good-natured and polite man to everyone, and that today a great star had fallen from the heavens. Addressing the person who had caused the Archbishop's death, they said that whoever he was, he would not be forgiven for his actions. Jamie wondered if he could have turned the Archbishop into an undead, as it was a pity to see such an opportunity go to waste. In the end, he believed that he had changed enough and was no longer the same person he used to be, especially after the recent events. Everyone around him now knew a little more about his true nature, and this change was not only internal, but also visible to his relatives and friends. The apostle turned to Jamie and said that the goddess wanted to see him, noting this with a wary expression. Ricky led him into the room, warning him that no light could be let out of there, and that this was a real law. Jamie wanted to ask what had happened to their opponent, as he did not remember very well what had happened, although it was logical that the outcome was positive for them. The boy replied that he had disappeared along with Jamie's necklace, and asked if it was some kind of artifact, but he admitted that he didn't fully understand and only knew that he had gotten it from his grandmother, who could see the future. During their short conversation, they had already reached the main location, which was the Sanctuary of Origin, where the meeting with Pyro was to take place. Jamie asked with interest if she would appear for a few minutes and then disappear again, as she had done before, but his companion asked him to show a little more respect and not to press the issue. In just a moment, she appeared and decided to start with words of gratitude when they were left alone to talk. The guy didn't even know how to respond, because the task she had given him had caused so many problems that it was difficult to describe. But she added that she was grateful that she was able to strike at the zenith with a sly smile when the guy asked her to give him some of her power. Jamie asked if she wanted him to be torn apart and die there, when the goddess suddenly changed her mood and looked closely at what was happening to the boy. She noted that she had not been attentive enough and had completely forgotten that humans were not strong enough to withstand the same burden as the gods. But the goddess sincerely believed that the boy should be proud of himself because he was a man recognized even by God himself. Jamie, meanwhile, was tormented by listening to all these speeches because he wanted to stop perceiving it and not pay attention to her presence at all. Meanwhile, in the center of Genesis Church, the atmosphere was not as calm as everywhere else because their plan had completely failed. Not only had they failed to accomplish what they had planned, but Sir Creon had also disappeared without a trace, even though he had a sword from the church treasury. The messengers had nothing to say, as they had searched every corner of Afton's territory and found nothing. The only thing they managed to find was Kanna's corpse, and all other traces had simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. It was obvious that they had found themselves in a situation that did not meet their expectations, and the spiral of the battlefield showed that if they started a war without Sir Cryon, they would lose a lot of time. The battlefield spiral was a divine object that helped reduce war losses by running all possible simulations that helped during the war. It seemed that the political pressure from signing a contract with the demons had only intensified, and it was difficult to argue with that, looking around. It seemed that they should have started the war immediately to take control of the situation, but now there was no other choice but to wait for the return of an important fighter. It was necessary to find Sir Cryon and bring him back at any cost, because he was too valuable to the church. The man gave this order with the thought that it really had to be done no matter what, meaning that no one should spare even their own life. Returning to the main residence of the Church of Pyro, where the Archbishop's funeral was still taking place, a mournful atmosphere prevailed. The entire family of the Marquis and the Holy Knight were in shock at the death of a man who had become their friend and moral guide. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary, Jamie continued to communicate with the goddess, who noted that she found it difficult to believe the young man's words. She asked if he had accidentally obtained Diablo Wolf in the mountains, and the boy confirmed this and said that he had nothing to add, considering that it had happened by accident. The goddess was surprised that he asked her to believe such nonsense, but the boy thought it was completely realistic and that she had to accept it. Pyro was skeptical, but she told them to forget about it because there were more important things to worry about. This time, Jamie wanted to ask the questions himself, as he felt that their relationship seemed somewhat one-sided. He knew that his spiritual teacher Diablo was her sworn enemy, so he wanted to know what had happened to him. The goddess said that, to be honest, she had no idea, because he had been locked up in the kingdom of eternity in the primordial darkness. The problem was that even the gods had no power in this space, so the boy asked if it was even possible for him to escape. She said it was impossible because they had no intention of leaving him where he might have had at least a chance to escape. And from this, the boy concluded that he was not very lucky. Jamie understood that this meant that the gods knew nothing, and they did not know that he had died and been reborn in a new body. Pyro looked at the bracelet on the boy's hand and said that she hadn't seen it in a long time and couldn't believe that it would reappear in this world, because it had caused a lot of problems. The boy said that he was also looking for the two remaining objects, namely the untouchable aloofness of the Almighty and the killer of gods, the God Slayer. They were very important elements for the whole picture, which was connected with the role of the gods in the life of humanity. The goddess told him to do whatever he wanted, and she was ready to pretend that she knew nothing about his plans. Now Jamie asked if the goddess herself had also been expelled, and she noticed the tone that he was not mocking her with this question, so she decided to answer honestly. She explained that Janus had formed an alliance with Lily and Brahman, Orion had cooperated with Hulan, Tantris and Arbalado were in an alliance, and Jillian and Oblivion had also joined forces, while Ra, who was the Emperor of Fire, and she were on their own. The boy was now sharply concerned that the sun god was alone, as this was very unexpected for him to hear. The goddess explained that the Emperor of Fire had always been alone, and Ra ruled more as an absolute god than as a lonely one. Judging by her words, it seemed that there was no need to worry about her being left alone, as the situation was generally strange. She said that it was all because of Janus, as he thought he was the faithful dog of the sun god. But now he felt that Ra had abandoned him, and according to him, she was to blame. So he planned to use her power and rebel against Ra. As the goddess was telling this, her appearance changed, her hair darkened, and the overall atmosphere became tense, as she could not imagine how that pathetic dog dared to cross all boundaries. Jamie immediately noticed the change, so he wanted to ask if that was why she needed his power, even though he was a black magician. Pero explained that his black magic was primitive and pure, unlike the evil power of those pathetic creatures. The boy remembered that in the past she despised such power and emphasized that he was a follower of Diablo Wolf. But for her, this was not an argument, so she believed that it did not prevent him from cooperating with one of the 12 gods. Begonia said that he had appeared before her mentioning the name of his teacher, so this was already a strong argument showing that this was not the reason, but Jamie argued that they could not completely trust each other in such a case. Pero noted that in this case, they should earn each other's trust and cooperate on equal terms. Jamie wanted to bring the situation to such a balance, but at the same time, he did not understand how exactly this could be achieved in their circumstances. The goddess told him to look at his own palm, so he did not argue with her and did as she commanded. There he saw a mark that signified her symbol of promise, indicating that she was involved in this cooperation. Then the boy came across a prayer ritual that began with the sacred knights calling themselves swords that watched over the goddess's justice. Therefore, the sacred ministers had to show their respect for the newly elected saint, and Jamie briefly said that he was looking forward to working with them without understanding what was going on at all. A saint was someone who had been chosen by God and received a mark on their body, which is why they began to be addressed as bishop, even though such people had no power in the world. But Jamie apologized for being late and said that people from the Genesis Church had stood in his way, and with their help, he was able to protect the sacred territory in a moment of danger. Behind him, his mother suddenly appeared, clearly not wanting to hear about any danger. So all the followers of the church said they would come next time. He noted ironically that he had become a bishop and could freely choose where to live, rather than being confined to one particular church. Sears turned to her son, saying that even though he and Welton had joined the Pyro Church, she still couldn't believe that he was now a saint. His younger sister paid no less attention to this, wanting to understand what it meant and how it would affect her brother's life. Grandfather decided he could tell her about it and wanted to spend time with his little granddaughter, but suddenly they were interrupted. The Marquis was approached with news about the Swordmaster, who had finally regained consciousness after the battle that had drained him of all his strength. Sears said she had to go see him because he had really helped her son, and her father just asked if she would be okay. She said that everything was fine, and she just needed to thank her old friend for saving her son, who said he was ready to go with her. They were allowed to enter because the man was very happy to see such guests, considering all the complicated relationships that existed between them. Beryl turned to the woman who had once been his love, which had ended so badly because of the mistakes of youth. Sears also looked at him with strange tenderness, as there was too much between them for her to remain impartial. They talked about something private that was accessible only to the two of them, as if putting an end to all the events that had taken place about 10 years ago. Jamie decided to stay out of the way and not disturb them, as he understood the intimacy of the moment and only heard fragments of their conversation. He immediately remembered the story his mother had told him about how their fate with the Swordmaster had not worked out. From this, he could conclude that the man knew nothing about emotions if he had acted so foolishly in his past. Now it was Jamie's turn to talk to the man, and he expressed his joy, thinking that his hand would not be able to grow back normally. But the man was only surprised that he was telling this to the victim's face. The boy decided to justify himself by saying that he was still a child, as Beryl liked to call him. Unexpectedly, in the midst of such a sarcastic conversation, the man seriously thanked him, which made Jamie's face change. Jamie thought there was no reason for him to be grateful, and added that he had heard that Onyx wanted to tell him something. He confirmed this and now asked what he knew about the Frontier, and Jamie explained that he knew it was a suspicious organization that hunted for the truth of the world. Before he could finish, the man invited him to go with him, because there was a 9th-rank wizard in the Frontier who could teach him everything. Jamie immediately asked if this wizard was human, and the man only briefly confirmed that such a level was virtually unattainable for a human. Onyx argued that with his help, the boy would be able to develop his own talent, so he asked him what he thought of this proposal. The boy thought that he couldn't believe that the man was asking him to learn magic from someone who was worse than him, and he explained this to himself by the fact that he didn't know who he was dealing with now. Therefore, Jamie decided to say that he could manage without him, which caused great surprise on the man's face, because he was, after all, a 9th-class master. In fact, it was a unique opportunity to learn from such a great being, capable of changing the whole world on his own. The boy said that 9th grade was certainly a very high rank, but he wasn't sure that the man was strong enough to live up to it. When Onyx asked him what he meant, he smiled and said that he didn't think he was so much stronger than him that it would make any sense. But he still thanked him for the offer and said that as soon as the opportunity arose, they could meet and have fun, and he also wanted to learn about his leader, Isis. Beryl couldn't even find the words to respond to all this, because he thought he was making an offer that couldn't be refused. But the next moment, he exhaled and said that he should definitely come to him and they would have fun. And as for his leader, he was just wonderful, and Onyx promised to introduce the boy to him. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark outside and the moon had taken control of the sky again, giving the boy freedom of movement. Venna was very disappointed that her teacher had left without her and considered it a huge mistake, as if it should not have been done. As soon as Jamie wanted to explain that he hadn't abandoned her at all, she blurted out that she was sure they had already forgotten about her. The girl stood her ground and wanted to hear whether he had really forgotten about her during the time they had not seen each other. The guy couldn't take it anymore and said that wasn't true. But at the same time, he understood that if she was so angry, then she had already managed to recover completely. He noticed the scarf around her neck, which smelled of mana and was most likely an artifact she had received from him. The girl continued to be nervous, noting that he had no idea how long she had to struggle, and he only asked if she couldn't fly if she had fully awakened her power. Vina herself wasn't sure about this, so she just tried to summon a stream of mana that could show the guy her progress. The weapon she had used on that fateful night immediately appeared before them, and a voice came from it, saying that it would be better if he explained everything himself. So he pointed out that last time her blood had temporarily awakened to save her teacher, and that this had happened as a result of her strong desire and his help. So the weapon advised Jamie to thank her, because if they hadn't been together, the demons would have simply destroyed him. But the boy was not going to listen to him, and only looked more closely at what the hammer looked like to understand what was going on with it. He assumed that it was possessed by a spirit, as that was the only plausible reason for the hammer to behave so strangely, but it immediately pointed out that it was not some third-rate spirit. This sincerely outraged him, because this guy, who was Mr. Venny, was not that important to him, and the girl only asked what he was saying. Suddenly, the hammer asked if he was the only one who heard the girl's voice, but that wasn't true, so he had to look at the situation from a more objective point of view. While they were discussing all this, dawn was already breaking outside, which showed how difficult it was to resolve the situation. In the end, the croaking sound came from the weapon, but he didn't hear it until Vina shed tears of disappointment. In conclusion, Jamie said that the previous awakening was temporary, and that if she wanted to awaken completely, she would be better off training sufficiently. He thought to himself that he had managed to find the secret base of those Valkyries who had managed to survive despite all external circumstances. When the girl heard this, she almost fell over in surprise, as she had assumed that she was the only one left of her kind. The bear, who was the guardian of the forest, confirmed this theory, determining that their base was located in the deepest part of the great forest of Ariaja. In her hands, she held an artifact called the spring in which time flows, as if hinting at transience and finitude. Although getting there now would be a very difficult task, as even sword masters found it difficult in the great forest, she needed to train to achieve this. But after these events, time passed much faster, as there were no more such intense days and especially nights. To protect Ricky and Anna's identities, as well as the fact that they were studying with priests, they moved to the large order of the Church of Pyro. In addition, the Weltons also set off on their journey, saying goodbye to their grandfather, who had taken them in and made their mother cry again, which the younger daughter noticed. She still couldn't trust her grandfather, so she looked at him with some suspicion. The moment came to say goodbye to Jamie, when his grandfather ran up to him to hug him and finally show some family affection. Once Ras set off with Ricky and Anna on a great mission, Sir Iraq from the Church of Pyro, who was responsible for working with the Weltons, joined them. So it took them about half a month to finally return to their hometown of Hayes. And finally, the day came for them to meet Count Welton and return to everyday life, which had already been forgotten against the backdrop of remarkable days. The head of the Welton family was very happy to see his beloved children and wife, whom he had been separated from for so long. The most interesting meeting was to be with his son, who had experienced such intense events during this time that Arjano did not even know how to comment on them. Jamie looked at his father and said that he had also been at home, thus demonstrating his moral involvement and presence. The man was surprised and didn't even know how to find the words, because something in his son had changed, showing his maturity. He asked his son a short question about whether he had grown up, and Jamie only confirmed this, as he felt the change that was taking place inside him. While everyone else was asleep and resting after a long and tiring journey, Jamie, as always, had time for his own affairs. He remembered his conversation with Onyx, who had decided to give him the sword, which was quite unexpected for him. Jamie wanted to know what this meant for the swordmaster, but he only asked if the boy knew that he used to be called a demon. For Beryl, his sword was a form of self-reflection, and only after repeated regrets and soul-searching did he realize that he was not just swinging a sword, but venting his hatred. Only then did he manage to become a master swordsman, which showed how difficult the path was from a moral point of view. He also remembered a conversation with the goddess when she suggested learning about the forgotten history, and he, of course, agreed. But she suddenly felt unsure about the amount of strength it would take to share it now. In that case, the boy was ready to listen to her sometime in the future, but there was a key word, because once it was uttered, all the gods would learn about the situation, and no one would be able to prevent what should happen. If anyone heard this secret, the gods would immediately find out, and when that happened, the hardliners would send a squad to kill him. Jamie suggested that it could be the dragon god Brahma, and she confirmed this and said that his children, the dragons, would come into action. She responded evasively, which could serve as partial confirmation of his theory. The boy understood that this was exactly what they had done to Ganon, and he clenched his fist in anger at the thought. So the goddess asked if the current Jamie could stand up to at least one god, as this was fundamentally important. He understood that what he had used in the past had no chance of success, so he had to think further. Jamie needed to look for alternative options to get rid of this danger in the form of gods and finish what he had started in his past life. The next day, he and his father came to the training ground, where there were several other aristocratic children besides them. The man noticed that Jamie was rarely seen on the training ground, as if he wasn't very interested in it. But the boy interrupted him and said that he had to tell his father something, which immediately intrigued him. Arjano was ready to listen and was genuinely interested in what it was about, since he had decided to do so in such a setting. Jamie exclaimed that he wanted to learn how to wield a sword, clutching a wooden model that was to serve him in this endeavor. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Marquis de Belle, from which the Webtoon family had recently departed, the atmosphere was not as lively and happy. Marquis Marcus looked at his wife's portrait and heard her voice as if she hated her power. She believed that all the members of her family had died because of this meaningless power, and in response, her husband told her to join him and he would become her family, protecting her so that she would not have to use this power again. Now it was clearer to him what she was talking about, since he had failed to understand this prediction. The mercenary who saved him every time he needed it, his personal assistant, turned out to be a traitor, and he asked if she had a chance to tell him about it. There was no need for her to risk what was left of her life, so the situation was somewhat ambiguous. He remembered her words when she handed him the amulet and said that he would immediately understand when the person for whom it was intended appeared. At the time, he didn't understand why a woman needed to be responsible for something that would happen in the distant future, but he took the amulet and supported her because he loved her. Finally, she told him not to cry and said that for the first time in her life, she was proud of her strength and that if he hadn't held on to her, everything would have been completely different. The Marquis took the amulet in his hands and heard Tina's request, as if he should believe her and look after that child. This was the child who would continue their glorious lineage, so he should not be allowed to become a disaster for this world. One moonlit night in the Empire of Seldom in the county of Welton, a very important conversation took place in the residence. A man visited them and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the master swordsman. The man immediately thanked them for coming such a long way just to meet them and said that he was sorry that Archbishop Saphira had died. It was difficult for him to imagine that the Church of Janus would become involved with a demonic clan and do something so immoral. The priest of the church, Pyro Iraktedri, thanked him for his concern and said that their church would never forget the Count's help. Argeno said, barely holding back his emotions, that if his hands were not tied, he would immediately attack the Church of Janus, because he could not accept such actions on their part. His wife tried to calm her husband, who was experiencing very complex emotions related to this situation. But I did not promise that these monsters would pay for involving his family, whom he valued more than anything else, in all this. The church follower noted that they would try to provide maximum support if he decided to take such a step. The Count said he was very grateful for such an initiative, but only noted that this was their duty, so there was no reason for gratitude. The church representative decided that he had said enough and wished them well as he said goodbye to the aristocratic family. When he left the room, the man fell silent and lost in thought, while his wife watched his emotions and waited for him to relax a little. Sears couldn't stand the silent pause any longer and asked what he was thinking about, as she was worried about her beloved. Argeno was thinking about Jamie because no one could have imagined that he would become a saint of the Church of Pyro, even though they allowed him to work without being affiliated with the church. The woman immediately took it personally and apologized, saying that she should have kept a closer eye on him, but the man believed that she was not to blame. It was fair to note that no one could stop a 9-year-old 6th-grade magician, and he was simply anxious about everything that was happening so violently. The problem was that the Church of Pyro was on the brink of war with Janus, and appointing a new saint at such a time was somewhat dangerous. Sears was surprised that he was worried that the war would consume her boy, because before he left home, her father had told her about it. It was entirely possible that they had chosen such a potentially strong warrior because of the war, but it was also possible that Jamie had put himself forward for Ricky's sake. Strange as it may seem, the Count was very concerned for his wife, because he understood that all this was getting on her nerves. Finally, she admitted that she was very afraid that something bad might happen to her beloved Jamie, speaking in a weak voice and with tears in her eyes. Argino couldn't bear to see his beloved crying, and he promised that he would definitely bring him back. But she was still afraid, and even despite her fear, she had to believe in him as a mother. The woman had to do as her mother had instructed her and believe in him until the very end, but she was still worried and felt uneasy about her son's safety. Argeno suggested that she trust her husband, who would surely be able to ensure sufficient security so that no one, not even some god, could harm their child. Considering this conversation, it was very strange for the man to hear that his son wanted to learn the art of sword fighting. Jamie insisted that his father teach him the family techniques that were available to the Weltons. Argeno immediately asked about magic, but his son believed that he could combine both in order to develop comprehensively. Now the man thought that his son would learn sword fighting for self-defense, but he rejected that theory as well. Jamie exclaimed with complete confidence that he wanted to fully master the family sword techniques, demonstrating such determination that it was difficult to argue with him. The Count understood that this was a very ambiguous moment when he had to show his steadfastness as a father and his skill as a swordsman. Suddenly, he said that Jamie did not take swordsmanship seriously at all, but Jamie argued with him and wanted his father to refute this idea. Argino said that their sword technique could not be learned at the same time as magic because he respected them so much that it seemed to him that this interpretation was not worth teaching. The man was firmly convinced that swordsmanship had to be taken seriously, and he responded decisively to all his son's pleas. He noted that Jamie did not have such an attitude and that he simply would not be able to teach him in this case, when his son exclaimed that he sincerely wanted it. In this case, the father told the boy to demonstrate his determination by grabbing the first sword model he could find. The Count looked very serious, as this was a matter of principle for him, as a representative of his family, namely to protect the honor of the family technique. He immediately warned that he would not use his aura to equalize their strength, although Jamie was still in shock. However, the boy was allowed to use anything he wanted and take the blows of his sword. Jamie decided to accept this offer and asked if he could use magic as well. The magical pet was already ready and understood that he would have to try hard, given his father's level of strength. His father replied that magic, swords, and anything else were available to him, and if he managed to block at least one of his blows, he promised to train Jamie. A large crowd had gathered to watch the training session, as they were curious to see how the battle would end, given that Jamie's proposal sounded strange to everyone, and he only remarked that he expected nothing else from his own father. His skill level was comparable to Sable's, if not higher, but he couldn't sense his energy, which made it even scarier because there was still an element of uncertainty. Jamie planned that he could break the wooden sword if he didn't use his aura, which would be entirely possible for him. As soon as he said he was ready, the other man rushed at him with a quick attack, which made him wonder if he was seriously going to kill his own child. The boy realized that he had no right to fall behind and concentrated his energy in his hands, summoning his magical pet. Black appeared behind him and reinforced the mana he had accumulated to give the boy a better chance. Argeno watched these actions closely to understand the behavioral tendencies of his opponent, his son. But unexpectedly, he managed to break through the flurry of attacks and run on, as if it were no problem at all. Jamie was surprised that he had managed to get past his obstacles so easily, but his father only remarked that the sword was not so simple. Count Welton swung and said that it would really hurt, thinking that this would end their competition. However, the boy swung with new strength and realized that he was really serious, as he had said before. He used the technique of the Hand of Destruction and swung directly at the hand in which his father was holding the sword. Now even such a powerful man had to think about what to do, as the sword in his hands began to slowly break apart. Jamie understood that he should not stop at this small success and ensure a positive result while it was still possible. After all, this was the only way to prove to his father that he was serious and ready to learn. Suddenly, his father grabbed his hand and stopped him, putting an end to the unexpected attack he had launched. Arjano stopped him and asked with an enthusiastic look where he had learned such magic, as it was something unknown to him before. Jamie just said briefly that he had created it himself and wanted to understand whether he had managed to prove his intentions to his father or whether it was not enough. The Count suddenly remembered Marcus's words, who had said that this child did not need a teacher at all, and now it began to seem to him that these words were meaningful. His father noted that the boy already had an incredible talent for magic and still really wanted to learn sword fighting, which seemed incomprehensible to him. Jamie immediately exclaimed that he really wanted this and had never underestimated it, but that learning was important to him not just to be cool, but for higher reasons. In fact, he needed it for his future, which he wanted to demonstrate to his father, who thought he couldn't take this art seriously. Arjano wanted to understand what future he was talking about, but the boy said that he probably already guessed without him. Jamie said that he had understood a lot after that time, that magic alone was not enough, and that he needed to become stronger in order to be ready to face what fate had in store for him. Besides, he believed that his father understood this as well as he did, so no further explanation was really necessary. He added that although he was still young, he was no longer a child who had no understanding of what was going on around him. Jamie exclaimed that he was determined to show the real passion that was in his heart. Then the man let go of his hand, thus showing that he agreed to the proposal and that he had managed to prove everything necessary. The Count said goodbye, adding that the training would begin tomorrow at the same place at 6 in the morning and return to his residence. Jamie couldn't believe his ears at first, as it seemed like a real victory after a difficult battle, primarily a moral one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the kingdom, someone else was beginning a journey that could also bring many new experiences for the young man. The girl looked out the window of her carriage and dreamed about all the interesting things that could happen to her in the near future. She was eager to meet the young Mr. Velton, who had no idea about such guests yet. When dawn was already breaking outside, the boy began to get ready, as he had to go to training. In the background, Venna slept soundly, unaware that he would now also be practicing the art of swordplay. Jamie couldn't believe he had to deal with all this, even though he had been enthusiastic about his father before. Considering that it was very early in the morning, everything around him annoyed him, so he wondered if it would be a good idea to hit the girl who was dressed as a squirrel and just wake her up. He immediately thought of his younger sister, who would definitely be disappointed if she didn't find the squirrel nearby. And in any case, today he had to pay back for yesterday. He put his hand on the squirrel's nose and activated the technique with magic so that she would not bother him. With this, she found herself unnoticed next to his younger sister, who was asleep and had no idea what was going on around her. When the clock showed 6 in the morning, the boy went out into the street, approaching the training ground. He was curious to see what the training his father had promised him would be like, as family techniques could be quite complex. In fact, he did not intend to start learning the secret techniques right away, and even though he was the youngest patriarch of the family, it would still be difficult for him to learn something without knowing the basics. But now there was nowhere to go, so he clenched the wooden sword in his hands and encouraged himself that everything would work out. Jamie was sure that he would succeed on the first try, because talent had to be distributed across all areas, at least as he saw it. More importantly, the physical abilities of this body were quite obvious, as the blood of a famous family of swordsmen flowed in his veins, as well as the power of the beat of life, so he was sure he would surprise his father. Suddenly, the vice captain of the Order of Fear, Hamilton Leonardo, appeared before them and said that starting today, he would be his teacher. This did not quite match his expectations, as he had hoped to see his father, who had promised to teach him. His father reacted quite sharply, noting that a child who had only just begun to learn the art of swordplay could not think about training with the master swordsman himself. Therefore, for now, the vice captain would take care of him, and Jamie noted to himself that the man did not look very happy. In addition, the boy noticed that his opponent did not have a wooden sword, but the teacher briefly said that it would not be useful to them today. They would be tasked with running around the training field, so he smiled and pointed to a place that could serve as a training ground for him. Jamie couldn't understand why he had to run at all if he was here to learn sword fighting, but no questions or arguments were accepted. He named him Jamie the Recruit, and from that moment on, he was now the boy's instructor, who could control him as he pleased. The boy was not ready for all this, and did not really consider the possibility of obeying him. but now he had no choice but to respond precisely. Hamilton behaved uncompromisingly, as if it were the only way to learn the art that lay before him. Therefore, he had to obey, albeit without much enthusiasm. But his lack of energy was immediately noticed and condemned as laziness. Now Jamie had to shout with more enthusiasm and energy, as if he really agreed with the words spoken by the instructor. Quite by accident, sunglasses appeared on his face, and he said that the instructor was behaving quite tolerably. And the moment the instructor gave the order to start, Jamie began his first run, which was to serve as the start of his training. About 3 hours had already passed, and the boy was still being forced to run on, as if all his strength was being devoted to Hamilton's full use. Count Welton watched him from the window, knowing that Hamilton was the best person for the job, because he was able to forge character above all else. Sears thought these methods were too harsh and wanted their son to be treated with more kindness and understanding. But his father knew that he had to be this way if they did not want to tarnish the Welton name. And besides, these methods were not really strict. In fact, this was only the beginning. And when he began to understand the sword, Argino was not going to let him get away with anything, even though he was his own son. His wife asked him to be a little gentler, but he said that his father had never been kind to him, and he thought Jamie would be able to handle it because he was their son. Suddenly, the man remembered something he had forgotten to tell his wife, because he was so busy with all the things that had fallen on his head now. Finally, he announced that Viscount Valley's family would be arriving tomorrow, and his wife asked in bewilderment why he was only mentioning it now. In his defense, he said that they still had a whole day, and besides, Viscount Valley was his godbrother, so it wasn't that critical. Sears was of the completely opposite opinion and said that for this very reason, everything had to be prepared as well as possible, and the guests had to be made completely comfortable. She thought that she didn't even know where to start with these preparations, so she had to leave first, clenching her fists in irritation. She completely ignored all her husband's attempts to add something else, so he just had to watch her leave and stare blankly into space in confusion. It seemed that Jamie was the only one worse off, as he would have to be a little easier on him if his mother asked him to do so again. The sun was almost at its zenith, bathing the city in its golden rays, and the clock showed 11 in the morning. Even though almost 6 hours had passed, Jamie was still running without stopping because the instructor hadn't given him the order to stop. Hamilton watched him and realized how impressive it really was, since he had so much endurance for a 9-year-old child. Jamie, in turn, noted that he was ready if something went wrong, but so far he had not had to use mana or holy energy, and he was running only thanks to his physical strength. The man recalled the words of Count Welton, who noted that he was a little disappointed that his son was a supporter of magic, rather than the art of the sword, but in that case he was ready to help him with all available resources. However, it was now clear that young Welton was talented, not only in magic, which made him even more impressive. Finally, the instructor allowed him to stop and shouted so loudly that he himself suffered from his own cry. Jamie thought he would never hear those words again, as he had already gotten used to this state of affairs in just a few hours. Suddenly, the man came closer to him and put his hand on his shoulder to finally stop the one who continued to run despite the command. The boy turned to him with a crazy look on his face, as if he had been torn away from the most important thing in the world. Hamilton's face changed completely, because the initiative he had shown by being as harsh as possible with the boy had now passed into his hands. Jamie came to his senses in a second and looked at the man who was still holding him by the shoulder with complete exhaustion. He asked if they were done, as it seemed that he had been in some kind of trance the whole time, which had taken him far away from the words around him. The instructor looked at him in surprise and briefly remarked that they were indeed done, and that was enough for today. The young man smiled, glad to finally be free, and said that it had been a unique opportunity to get some much-needed rest. But before he could finish his sentence, he simply fell to the floor from complete exhaustion, as if his body simply could not cope with such pressure. The man looked at him and just imagined what he would have to write in his report, looking at the situation he had brought about with his words. Jamie woke up only when the sun was already setting outside, as if all this time had simply fallen out of his life. When he woke up, he didn't understand where he was, how the training had ended, or how he had ended up in the room. His younger sister unexpectedly approached him, crying and looking at Jamie with pitying eyes. She said that it seemed to her that he was gone, considering how soundly he was sleeping, showing no signs of life. In reality, the situation was not so critical, so he happily told his sister that everything was fine, so she would stop crying. Meanwhile, a student approached him and said that it had been an incredible ordeal and now she wanted to rest, while Sarah, who suspected nothing, held her in her arms. Jamie laughed at her and pointed out that it was much harder for him, so she could suffer a little more, asking his sister to play with the squirrel to calm her down. Suddenly, his father entered the room and concluded from this brief conversation between the children that everything was fine with the boy. Both were surprised to see the man now, as he had appeared completely unnoticed. Argento approached his younger daughter and told her that he was proud of her for looking after her brother and that the nanny had baked cookies for her. That was enough for the girl to run to the nanny, who could give her her favorite cookies. The man also addressed his son, noting that he thought he would not even be able to move after such exertion, but Jamie said that everything was fine, realizing that the beat of life had played a big role in this. It was an artifact that preserved vitality and helped him recover, as well as develop physically, which was very important given the limitations of a child's body. His father asked if he was surprised to see Hamilton on the court, and the boy confirmed this, noting that he had hoped his father would teach him himself. He jokingly hit him on the head and said that he still had a lot to learn before he could start training with the swordmaster. Even the argument that he was his wonderful son was not a decisive factor, because Argan wanted to be impartial, but Jamie wanted to know what had happened, because he knew he had been running, but at some point he couldn't remember what had happened next. The man remembered how the instructor came to him to report that he had run for 5 hours and 17 minutes, which was much longer than expected. Hamilton emphasized that the boy had incredible endurance and amazing strength of spirit if he was able to keep running for so long without complaining. So his father simply told him not to worry, as he had successfully completed the training. Jamie's eyes lit up at the fact that he had managed to get through such a grueling training session, which marked the beginning of his sword training. The man recalled that at his age, his record was 3 hours and 36 minutes, which was significantly different from his son's results. And because of these excellent results, he announced that the boy would begin sword training the next day. For Jamie, this meant that he would no longer have to run, so he was even more pleased about this than about the training itself. However, his father immediately added that in order to maintain endurance, he might still have to devote an hour to it, but said that if he really didn't want to, they could pretend that he hadn't asked him anything. But that was categorically against Jamie's wishes. Argento said that he would spend some time teaching Hamilton the basics, but if he didn't take it seriously, it would backfire on him. It was worth noting that when Hamilton took up training, he became a terrifying person whose only goal was results. But there was a positive side to it, because if he managed to cope with such a workload, his father would teach him how to wield a dagger, one of their family styles. Jamie was very happy to have this opportunity, but he immediately realized that it would be a difficult task, so he would have to work hard. However, his father believed in his son and knew that he would definitely succeed if he took it seriously enough. The next day, training continued, and the instructor asked if the student was disappointed to see him again, since he had a wonderful opportunity to learn from a master swordsman, but he only got some expert, and the guy denied these words as much as possible. However, the instructor rightly pointed out that looking at the boy, it was hard to believe the truth of these words, but Jamie just smiled and thought that he had overdone it at dawn. Last night in the sky over Welton, they activated Grimia, where they unexpectedly managed to create a training center, which was actually very convenient. Venna, in human form, stood behind her teacher and asked if he was really going to do it, although it seemed obvious to him. The boy wanted to remind her of what he had said earlier, but she knew it because he had repeated it with great dedication. Jamie repeated that the world was changing very rapidly and they would be at the center of all events, willy-nilly. And to oppose the 12 gods, he would have to become much stronger than he was now. The girl understood the seriousness of the situation for her teacher, so she said she would do everything she could to help him. And the boy was surprised at how involved she seemed, considering that for her, these were just the goals of a stranger. But Jamie remained true to his idea and said that the training would be hellish in order to really bring results. He invited the girl to join him because he wanted her to develop in the same way and reach her full potential. Now he realized that he should have held back a little, because combining several such workouts a day was a bit of a tall order. However, the instructor thought that his student's condition was caused by yesterday's run, which had exhausted him, but even so, there could be no concessions today. He handed him the sword with which they were finally going to start training so that he could gradually become immersed in the art. Hamilton said that there were basic sword techniques, which were represented by slashing and stabbing strikes. According to this principle, slashing strikes could be front, top, right, left, diagonal, and many other ways. Jamie now understood that the whole sword adventure would be much more difficult than he had initially expected, as there was a lot of theory involved. Now his instructor had moved on to the second category of strikes, namely thrusting, demonstrating everything on a wooden model. The instructor asked his student what he thought of the demonstration and noted that if he answered incorrectly, he would have to run, to which the boy immediately responded with a comment about his legs. Hamilton immediately turned to his student and asked with a surprised look on his face what was wrong with his legs that he had noticed it. Jamie noted that his footwork tied all the movements together into a single picture, and it was also incredible how he used his muscles. He added that you didn't seem to be putting in much effort, but the overall power of the strike was amplified, which greatly surprised the instructor. The boy did not understand why this caused such a violent reaction, given that it was something obvious and basic for a person who had at least some experience in combat. It was necessary to understand that all movements began with steps, and he had heard this phrase from a sword master 60,000 years ago. Jamie asked his instructor if everything was okay, and the instructor came to his senses and said that it was a good answer. Hamilton began to return to his stable state and said that in any case, today's training would not be too difficult. Immediately after that, he gave the task, as if he had to repeat his movements 1,000 times. And when the boy asked how that was even possible, he said that he had to respond only in that exact way. The sun had already risen outside, and a new pleasant day had begun, although it was not so pleasant for the resident of the residence. Jamie had to swing his sword over and over again to reproduce his instructor's strikes once more. At first, the instructor had planned to teach the boy the basics over the course of a year, but now he realized that 6 or even 3 months would be too long. He decided to talk to his student, but the boy seemed completely focused on the sword and paid no attention to the instructor's words. Hamilton said he would be away for a while, and by the time he returned, the boy had to finish the repetition. Jamie thought that he finally had a chance to rest, and although everything was fine, the man's gaze frightened him a little. However, he continued to swing the sword in order to learn and complete the task assigned to him because he understood its value. At some point, the boy came to the conclusion that it was actually a fun activity that he enjoyed. In general, the more swings he made, the more ideas he had for combining magic and swordplay, so it was good for his mind. He could try to make his strikes a little more aggressive to put his enemy in a hopeless position, or he could be a little more careful and strike with more precise technique in order to combine it with magic in the future. But in the end, each strike became a little stronger and much more filled with the rage that was breaking out inside him. Perhaps in the near future, this will lead him to a new direction that could combine both talents within him. Jamie asked his magical pet if he had recorded everything, as he wanted to save the information for the future. Black showed him that all of the boy's actions were displayed on the screen, so he realized that they could already finish this task. Suddenly, someone's foot stepped onto the Welton's property, which made him wary because he didn't know who it was. Jamie sensed this person standing right in front of the training ground and was surprised by the vital energy emanating from the stranger. So he decided it was better not to take any chances and used his teleportation technique so that if it was an intruder, he could deal with the situation immediately. The boy angrily asked how he dared to trespass on the Welton family's property, swinging at the intruder with a running start. For him, it was a terribly bold move that not everyone could make, considering how powerful the people living on the estate were. But suddenly, instead of an intruder, he found himself face to face with a familiar girl who was frightened by Jamie's aggressive behavior. At the last second, he realized that it was his friend Ash, whom he had frightened while trying to protect his home. The girl openly admitted that she thought she would die of fear when he asked her if she was a wind spirit. Jamie understood that if she was able to maintain her spirit in the current world, it meant that she was at least a mid-level summoner. From this, he concluded that she wasn't fooling around at home, but was training hard, although the only thing that pleased her was that the guy remembered that they were acquainted. Ash said that she had trained very hard, and a high-level spirit had appeared to her, while demonstrating a flurry of positive emotions. When the boy asked if it was really true, she confirmed it and said that his name was Rapid. Rapid was a high-level wind spirit who was known as the spirit who helped the king of wind spirits, Sylph. Jamie was curious about what he said when he appeared, and she replied that he just looked at her and disappeared, and the next day she was able to summon Sylph. Although the boy had previously thought she was just a child, it seemed that this was gradually changing, and the girl noticed that her older sister was much better. Feeling proud of her sister, she said that she could already summon high-level spirits. Ash said she knew he would be surprised because their father was also shocked, so much so that he was speechless. Jamie understood this reaction because summoning a high-level spirit at her age meant a lot, meaning she was talented just like him. He explained it to himself by saying that she was a reincarnator, and the king of spirits, Elkinus, was attentive to the soul of the one with whom he had made a contract in the past. He was brought out of his thoughts by the girl, who suddenly screamed and grabbed her head as if something serious had happened. When the boy asked her what was wrong, she said she had forgotten, as if her father had asked her not to tell anyone about it. Jimmy just sighed, realizing that nothing had actually happened and she was just nervous because of her childish nature. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Welton residence, the adults gathered to discuss whether there was any news from Janice's church. Viscount Valley said that they had been quiet, but they would soon make a decision that would significantly affect their fate. The Earl of Welton understood that this decision was whether to start a war or dissolve their religion, as they had no other options. To calm himself a little, he reached for the tea that his wife had thoughtfully prepared for the meeting between the two aristocrats. The man asked if the leader of the Seven Knights was still absent, and the other confirmed this. According to information from the Tagers, a secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern aristocrats, they had not yet returned to the main temple of Janus. The guest suggested that something had happened that prevented them from returning to their main location. Argento thought it could have been caused by the same monster he had seen in Cybele. He understood that the war would begin when this warrior returned, but at the same time, he wondered what would happen if he were in Beryl's place, who was unable to become his opponent. Later, they all moved to the dining room, where they could chat with their families about more neutral topics, and the hosts apologized for the late welcome. The eldest daughter of the Valley family felt a little uncomfortable in this situation, but tried not to show it. Her father remarked that he had heard that Jamie was skilled in the art of swordplay and said that he must try hard if such high hopes were placed on him. The boy thanked the representative of the aristocratic family, as he was pleased to hear such flattering comments about himself. Ash behaved much more freely than her older sister, and across the table she called out to Jamie. Suddenly, the eldest daughter of the family said something, but she behaved very restrainedly and somewhat strangely. It seemed that she was simply not in the best of health if it was so difficult for her to be in a public setting. Jamie watched the girl with surprise and couldn't understand what was wrong with her behavior. In fact, today was the first time he had seen her since the ball, and he had the feeling that she was avoiding him, which was very strange. He was interrupted by his instructor, who told him to let go of everything that was cluttering his mind while he was standing on his head under his instruction. Hamilton asked if the boy had finished yesterday's repetitions, and he confirmed that he had, because he understood that any other answer would make him feel worse. The instructor said that the time had come to test this, and handed the boy a sword so that he could demonstrate his skills. Jamie suddenly mastered techniques that had previously seemed beyond his reach, wielding the sword with great skill for someone of his level of experience. His face was full of confidence, as if all these movements were obvious and natural to him, demonstrating the effectiveness of the training. He watched this with great surprise, as he had no words to add, since the picture before him was perfect and incredible. How he managed to achieve all this in just one day. Jamie asked his instructor's opinion about these movements, as he himself thought they were terrible. But the instructor decided not to overpraise the boy and said that now he could start learning the steps. In fact, these movements were created by his grandfather, who was the former head of the Welton family and a world-renowned master swordsman, and who taught the Welton family knights footwork to increase the family's power. They were called the 100 Seas because they looked like a stream, which could help them move more gracefully during combat. As soon as they talked about it, steps appeared in Jamie's eyes, scattered around as if they were streams. The instructor suggested that he was curious if they were really like that, but the boy said he understood everything, because he used to be like that himself. Without making any unnecessary comments, he said that the boy should just be more careful when he started walking this path. Jamie decided not to think too much about it and just started stepping on the landmarks to understand everything in practice. A sudden realization of what he was doing immediately flashed in his eyes, as something told him that the answer was closer than it might seem. It was somewhat reminiscent of a resonance that corresponded to movement, as the mana controlled the space as he moved. It was already around 4 o'clock, but the boy still couldn't quite repeat the movements the instructor had shown him. It seemed that Hamilton was doing exactly the same thing, but he was doing significantly better than Jamie was at the moment. He realized that his mana simply wasn't working to perform this technique properly, which wasn't a very pleasant fact. The man said that every knight in the family was capable of using the technique of 100 Cs, but it seemed that he would be the first to fail. Jamie fell from exhaustion and not understanding how the technique worked, because for the first time in his life, including his past life, he was stuck in one place for so long. The mana used for martial arts was different from that used for magic, and he knew that, but he had to do something about it. He sensed someone else's footsteps and drops of water condensing in the air, which meant that the eldest daughter of the Va family had arrived. The boy called out Rebecca's name, who decided to hide behind the wall, as if that would somehow help in her case. Jamie told her not to fool around because he could see her and sense her presence, so she should come out if she had made up her mind to do so. The girl peeked out from behind the wall with a slight smile, blushing deeply as if she had been caught with bad intentions. The boy had the opportunity to drink water after a very long training session that had exhausted him both mentally and physically. He thanked the girl for her help, as it was very refreshing and gave him hope for new strength, which was very appropriate in his case. But at the same time, Jamie didn't understand why Rebecca was acting so strangely, constantly looking away and blushing like a little child. To do this, he needed to close the distance between them to make his appeal more effective. So he decided to address her directly, so that she would say what she wanted, because it was clear that she had something important to say, but she only blushed even more at his closeness. Rebecca couldn't string two words together because the whole situation made her blush and feel completely confused, so she could only say that she thought about him a lot. She asked him directly why this was happening, because she was starting to get nervous when she saw him, and her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest, which put Jamie in an awkward position. From that little conversation they had during the ball, could she have fallen in love with Zane's soul, which was the only thought in the boy's mind? Jamie decided it would be better to change the subject and remarked that he had heard from her sister that she could summon high-level spirits. Surprised that Ash had told her everything, she said it was true, but she could only do it for a short time. She decided to play by his rules and said that she had heard rumors that he had started practicing with a sword, and Jamie confirmed this because magic alone was not enough. Although it was quite difficult with a weapon, and she threw it, it would be unpleasant for him to move like that. The boy did not immediately understand what she meant, and she only said that Endarin had said so, and that she could talk to him without physically summoning him. Endarin was a high-level spirit who helped the king of water spirits, creating a mirror situation to her sister. Rebecca noted that although spirits did not know much about human techniques, he said that movements should be natural, like the right hand moving in rhythm with the left foot. But for the boy, this feeling was forced. Jamie wondered for a second if that was really the case, if he couldn't master this technique for unknown reasons. The girl suggested that he trust the flow and follow the direction of the wind and water, then everything would work out for him, no matter how difficult it might seem at first glance. He thought about what it meant for him to trust the flow and assumed that he had overcomplicated things when trying to learn the technique. Suddenly, the boy stood up and walked straight ahead with a blind look on his face, as he had a feeling that he had realized how to perform these steps correctly. Rebecca was surprised that he had allowed himself to get up in the middle of a conversation and leave her without any explanation, so she asked where he was going. Jamie walked very firmly and confidently, because he finally understood what the technique was about and why he hadn't been able to do it before. The situation was completely different from magic, because he couldn't control his mana, but had to trust its natural flow instead. Unexpectedly, it actually worked, and he felt that it was much easier, as if he were simply dancing on the field, rather than trying to make everything perfect. Each subsequent step seemed more accessible and obvious, as if it had been meant to be that way from the beginning, even though he had come a long way. A whirlpool of water formed around him, pulling him in and giving him a pleasant feeling of control over the situation. Jamie wondered if he could use magic to combine everything he had learned to do. With a little more effort and even greater focus on the mana, he achieved a result that could not fail to please him. The girl watched him from the spiritual world and understood that the boy was incredibly talented, but the spirit noticed that there were probably hundreds of such talents around the world. Nevertheless, the spirit continued to observe this scene and gradually lost the power of speech as the young man developed his technique further and further. Suddenly, he called out Rebecca's name, so that she too would notice the boy's skill. Jamie stepped again and again to perfect the technique that had just appeared in his head. He looked completely absorbed in the process, as if nothing else existed around him, and his only goal was to feel the moment, just as the girl had said before. Suddenly, a mark appeared in one place, created by Jamie with his magic, as he was completely absorbed in the process. The girl, who was watching from the sidelines, did not understand what this meant now, because the way the guy was moving was generally atypical. She was affected by a very strong energy from him, so she had to defend herself in order not to be blown away. The spirit she had summoned also ran up to her and began to fade away little by little, as the defense required the energy that went into the summoning. Rebecca shouted the name of her acquaintance, who was now completely immersed in the process, not realizing what his actions could cause. For a second, everything stopped, and a large cloud of dust appeared in that spot, rising after the activation of the technique Jamie had created. Jamie began to come to his senses and look around, surprised at the effect it had caused. A crater had formed around him from the explosion, damaging the parade ground so badly that even the boy realized he had gone too far. Suddenly, his father appeared nearby, very concerned about his son, who had suddenly found himself in such a strange atmosphere. He ran up to Jamie anxiously to ask if everything was okay, and Jamie confirmed that it was, without even understanding such a violent reaction at first. Arjuna was starting to get really angry because he thought that someone was breaking the rules if they dared to act so boldly by activating the device in their yard. This caused no less excitement in Rebecca's father, who ran to her to check if his daughter was unharmed. Finally, he was able to make sure that his daughter was safe, and he hugged her because for a second he thought she might have been hurt. Count Welton could barely contain his emotions and asked Jamie where the intruder had gone, but Jamie asked him to wait a moment. He had to admit that it was his doing, as he had used the 100 C's technique and done so unconsciously. Now his father was even more surprised, as he asked if he had really managed to use the 100 C's technique so quickly. It seemed impossible, as the training ground was made of a special alloy designed to withstand the aura, and such a technique would have to be very powerful to overcome its properties. Jamie explained that they had tried to combine the 100 C's technique with magic, and the result was exactly that, for which he immediately apologized to his father. Arjuna realized that the 100 C's technique was complete, since even he could not improve it in a way that would somehow affect the overall result of its use. It was difficult for him to understand how anyone could have thought of combining the technique of the 100 C's with magic to increase its power. At first, it seemed to him that he thought this way because he was still a magician, but then he came to the conclusion that it was caused by his choice of both magic and the sword. Suddenly, the instructor interrupted their conversation, addressing Count Welton and saying that, looking at all this, he realized that he could no longer teach the boy anything. Therefore, he asked his father to teach his son the technique of the sword that split dimensions, which was a secret technique of the family that made it possible to divide space, and due to its incredible power, a person who had not mastered the basics could not even attempt to master it. Jamie was surprised that everything happened so quickly, as he had only just begun to learn the basics. But he was told that only a few select knights possessed the technique of 100 C's. The boys immediately remembered the words that all the knights of Welton possessed it, but their father said that often those who failed simply left the order. The young wizard was a little angry because he had been told completely different things that made him doubt his own abilities. Now he understood why the technique was difficult even for him, but the instructor tried to smooth things over, noting that their order was truly incredible. Arjuna kept wondering if it was just a coincidence that such a talent was born in such unstable times. But at the same time, he realized that it was better not to worry without a clear reason. So he turned to his son and said that he had done a great job, and starting tomorrow he would personally take care of his training. This greatly pleased the boy, who had been dreaming about this for a very long time, as these were the conditions they had agreed upon from the very beginning. Now the instructor approached him, and the boy, out of habit, which had become ingrained in him over the past few days, replied only in the affirmative. The man said that although he did not know how to teach the technique of splitting dimensions with a sword, he knew for sure that it would be incredibly difficult for him. Jamie understood this attitude and said that there would be no problems because he believed in his abilities and knew that he would try hard enough. Suddenly, he put his hat on his head and said that it was his gift, as a sign that he had completed his training with the instructor perfectly. Hamilton said he hoped the boy would become a great knight, And Jamie said with great enthusiasm that he had learned a lot from the man, for which he was grateful. He said that he had also learned something for himself thanks to young Mr. Jamie. So they had a very nice and warm relationship, despite the rigors of training. Now Jamie was alone and could think about everything that had happened, because it was worth paying attention to, considering how many events were happening at the same time. The boy wondered if his father didn't want to distract him from his training, but at the same time he couldn't believe that he had kept quiet about such a meeting until the last moment. For everyone else, it was Viscount Vale's welcome banquet, which they held with aristocrats from all over the region, in complete luxury and splendor. However, in reality, there was a much more important goal behind it than just having fun and introducing Valette to the people, which had to be brought to the attention of the general public. An announcement was made there, as if everyone knew that things had not been going well lately, as the Church of Janus had attacked his wife Afton's hometown and endangered his family. And the church's terrible deeds would not end there, as a war was about to begin that would engulf the entire continent. Simon arrived to fight alongside them against the Church of Janus, now standing next to Welton and demonstrating the same idea. Argento declared that, as aristocrats of the East, they would take part in this battle and that today's banquet would be the reason for this future, to the cheers of the people around him. That is why Jamie knew that the real purpose of all these events was to prepare for war with the Church of Janus. The daughter of the Vale family unexpectedly ran up to him, radiating energy and clearly wanting to pick on the boy, who was already used to her constant intrusions. She was curious why he behaved differently with his older sister, but Jamie simply noted that they had not discussed such communication with her in a completely informal manner. Ash asked curiously if it was because she was more like an adult and he was more like a child, as she herself saw the situation that way. Jamie listened to her and asked if she was jealous of her older sister because of this, as it sounded to him that this was the case. She immediately became alarmed and said that he had no right to talk about such things because he liked her older sister, so that explained everything. This sudden realization came as a surprise to her, as she had not expected the situation to turn out this way. The boy immediately rejected all these theories, realizing that he was a dark wizard who had returned after 60,000 years and could not possibly like the child. However, this did not reassure the fair-haired girl, so she questioned him again and again until he repeated that it did not really matter to him. Now he knew that both sisters had fallen in love with him, which was a little strange for him, but he still wanted to know where Rebecca had gone. He learned that the girl had suddenly become ill and thought that the day had come when he would use his sacred energy, as it was the easiest way to help her. Jamie clenched his fist to show his determination to himself, and he was allowed to enter the room. Rebecca was lying in bed and was a little surprised that it was him who had entered, and not her sister or father, as she had not expected to see him in such circumstances. The girl quickly blushed and didn't even know what to say, as the situation was somewhat intimate on her part. Jamie glanced at her and realized that she was physically fine and was only suffering from love, which he couldn't really help with. But since he was already in the room, he had to have at least a short conversation. So he asked if the girl was feeling better, and she replied very crumpledly that she was, little by little. Then he asked her to hold out her hand, as she was behaving just like Zane when he tried to calm him down. Considering the feelings Jamie aroused in her, direct physical contact became even more of a cause for concern on the romantic front. But he just said that she had a fever, and with his help in the form of holy energy, she would feel much better. Rebecca said she missed him and thought about him all the time, wondering why everything was the way it was, playing the role of a woman deeply in love to hint at the obvious to Jamie. Jamie understood for himself that he cared about her more than anyone else, but that was where his feelings ended. The guy realized that there was no way he could bring back those feelings from the past, because he was no longer capable of anything even remotely resembling love. He understood that he had to somehow tell this to the girl who was suffering from unrequited love and hoping for something that could not happen a priori. So Jamie told her that they would not be able to see each other for a while and that he did not even know when they would meet again. But at the same time, he noted that he would not forget her, and no matter how many years passed, he would remember her. In fact, these feelings were caused by his past life, although he promised that he would always remember her, so she should not get stuck in the present. Rebecca timidly asked if she could write to him, and he confirmed that she could, as he saw no problem with it. With tears in her eyes, the girl held out her little finger to him so that they could make a promise, and this promise was reinforced by something. Just a few hours later, they were already returning to their residence and saying goodbye to the Welton family, who wanted to get home as quickly and safely as possible. Ash waved to his new friend with great enthusiasm, noting that they would see each other again someday. Rebecca said that they would definitely meet again in the future, and that she would write to him, while Jamie said with a certain melancholy that everything would be just as he said. The family could only watch the carriage drive away, seeing off their guests, with whom each had had their own adventures. At the same time, each member of the family was thinking about their own things, because due to different interests and ages, they had to take care of different things. Now the mother turned to Jamie with the question of whether he was sure he was unpopular, and immediately the father interjected, wondering how he could have charmed both daughters of the Viscount of Valle, although Jamie tried to prove that nothing of the sort had happened. In any case, they were detained for the entire day, so their studies were postponed, but now the husband had time to spend with his son. 4 months had passed since then, when an unknown man sat in the middle of nowhere, where he had no right to be, on land that belonged to someone else. He complained about the bread he was chewing because it was too dry, and he would have liked to have some milk with it, obviously flirting with the guard. A mountain bandit approached him, very angry that some unknown person had dared to deal with his boys. So he decided to prove his determination with swords, attacking the man by surprise to avenge the damage done. However, the stranger in the cloak sat there and did not even bother, because he understood that this attack would not reach him anyway, only activating magic from a distance. He used a spatial magic technique called soul extraction, which suddenly trapped the attacker. The bandit, who just a few seconds ago was confident that he could quickly deal with the intruder, was now suffering from the effects of a technique that far surpassed his own. The unknown man stood up and said that he had wasted too much time on nothing, so he had to hurry and not linger on such characters. In fact, he was very excited about the events that awaited him, as it was all new and unknown. The blonde-haired man took off the cloak that hid his face, because now he was alone with his thoughts, which did not give him peace from his excitement. He was the 7th elder of the magical world from the Kingdom of Seldom, who sought to meet the new talent, Jamie Welton, using spatial Siegfried to reach his goal faster.